Uchiha Deguang sat quietly by the banks of the Nanga River, lost in thought as he gazed at the ceaseless flow of water before him. This had become a habit of his since he traversed into this world, having escaped the mysteries of the womb at the tender age of 2 and learned to walk in almost 3 year long. Ritual now, he pondered how an ordinary, aimless worker from the real world, who had perished merely while attempting to save a drowning child, could suddenly find himself in this realm of Eastern comic lore. Was this what they called a transmigration? What a ridiculous world this is, Uchiha Deguang sighed. The world of Naruto, or the Legend of the Eyes, was a realm composed of a select few superhuman, namely ninjas and the overwhelming majority of mundane folk. Among the ninjas, the bloodline clans took precedence, with secret arts and ninjutsu clans forming the backbone, while the unremarkable civilian ninjas served at the grassroots level, offering a plethora of services under the guidance of their families and hidden villages, from mundane tasks like farming and garbage collection to more nefarious deeds such as murder and arson against foreign nations. However, since the descent of the Tsutsuki Kagaya, the persistent narrative of this world had been one of trifling familial grievances. Ever since Tsutsuki Kagaya's sons, Indra and Ashura, sealed their mother away, this realm had been embroiled in conflicts fueled by the chakran, inexplicable force that transcended the laws of time and physics. The bloodlines of these brothers continued to clash violently, especially after the establishment of the one village, one nation system, which escalated ninja warfare to a new level of brutality, eclipsing the previous 2 millennia of clan-based conflicts and inflicting greater suffering upon the common folk. Perhaps the joys and sorrows of the ordinary people in the ninja world were merely grains of dust to the Tsutsuki and their descendants. Yet even those grains could render this world desolate and on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, it was still the year 28 of Konoha. The first Great Ninja War had concluded, while the Second Great Ninja War was still brewing. There was still time before the Uchiha clan faced its tragic fate. Uchiha Deguang sighed again. The sun was setting, casting its last rays of light with reluctance, but the warmth failed to penetrate the coldness that gripped his heart. The forest across the river appeared even more profound under the sunset, as if it were a lurking predator waiting to devour its prey. He tightened his clothing around him. It was time for dinner. Rising and brushing off the dust from his clothes, he slowly made his way home. Fortunately, perhaps due to some good karma accumulated before his demise, he was reborn without the need to join the orphanage of Konoha. This time, he was blessed with both parents. His father held a significant position as a captain in the police division of the Uchiha clan, a formidable figure in the ninja world. His mother was a skilled Jonin specializing in sealing techniques, earning a respectable living through her craft. Although the clan's earnings were subject to taxation, the Deguang family had become one of the wealthiest within the Uchiha clan over the years. Compared to his previous life, where he struggled to escape the mire of small town and faced derision as a small town scholar or Phoenix man, this life as a member of Konoha's strongest clan, possessing attributes of a high achiever, seemed to place him halfway along the path of success in the ninja world, if only the looming threat of the clan's demise did not hang over him like the sword of Damocles. As his small feet moved slowly, 4-year-old Uchiha Deguang arrived at the entrance of his hometown, where members of the Uchiha clan's police division were stationed atop the city walls. Hi there, little Deguang. A member from the police division greeted him warmly as he leaped down gracefully to land beside Uchiha Deguang, playfully ruffling the boy's hair. Did you slack off by the river again today? Uchiha Deguang swatted his hand away with a look of disdain. Brother Shina, I was practicing my taijutsu by the river. The police officer was none other than Uchiha Shina, Deguang's distant cousin, and a 15-year-old Jonin of the police division. I saw you staring blankly by the river all afternoon, Shina replied, continuing to ruffle Deguang's hair. Hey, I just can't understand how your hair is so thick and smooth. It doesn't match your fiery temperament at all. Indeed, in this life, Uchiha Deguang sported long, lustrous hair that cascaded down his shoulders, secure at the ends with a golden hair tie, framing his delicate, doll-like face, and giving him the appearance of a charming, albeit somewhat haughty, Uchiha youth. All right, let's head home now, my proud little Uchiha, Shina said affectionately, taking Deguang's hand. Let's go, and Huime should have dinner ready by now. Uchiha Huime, the mother of Uchiha Deguang in this life, Though Deguang maintained a serious expression, he obediently allowed Shina to hold his hand. Captain Zhongshuan should be off work today. He'll want to assess your recent training progress. Uchiha Zhongshuan was Uchiha Deguang's father, a skilled Jonin proficient in both fire and lightning release. Shina continued to chatter away, blissfully unaware of whether Deguang wished to listen or not. Although Deguang had been an adult in his previous life, he did not resist the affectionate gestures born from familial ties. After all, they serve as a constant reminder that he was now in another world, not merely dreaming. For a lonely, wandering soul, the sense of existence was paramount. I've already mastered the great fireball technique, Uchiha Deguang declared with a hint of pride, casting a sidelong glance at his cousin Shina. The great fireball? That's just the basics of fire release. I mastered it when I was 3, Shina rambled. Wait, what did you just say? Shina suddenly realized, looking astonished at the small figure of Uchiha Deguang beside him. Despite being a crank ninjutsu, the great fireball technique was a hallmark of the Uchiha clan's fire release. The ability to execute it suggested that Deguang had made significant progress in chakra manipulation, a remarkable feat for a 4-year-old who had never received formal ninja training. Even for a child of the Uchiha clan, it was quite extraordinary that, oh my, little Deguang, you possess the genius I had at your age, Shina exclaimed joyfully, scooping up Uchiha Deguang and playfully tousling his hair once more. Captain Zhongshuan will be absolutely thrilled to hear about this. With uncontainable excitement, Shina bounced along, carrying Uchiha Deguang as they made their way through Konoha's bustling streets and food stalls, returning to the Uchiha clan's territory. The Uchiha family home of Uchiha Deguang is situated in the heart of the clan's territory. After all, his father, Uchiha Nakujin, is among the esteemed elite of Konoha's renowned shinobi clan, holding a significant position as a high-ranking Jonin and a respected squad leader within the police force. Thus, their residence is undoubtedly luxurious and sophisticated, sprawling nearly 700 square meters, with approximately 400 square meters dedicated to the garden. However, as a quintessential Uchiha household, it adheres to traditional landscaping practices, lacking any remarkable artistry. The courtyard is devoid of pavilions or water features, merely adorned with a dozen osmanthus trees and an array of training equipment. In this life, Deguang's mother is a skilled kunoichi specializing in sealing techniques, occasionally delving into various intricate seals, as per Nakujin's words. Consequently, the main structure of their home utilizes a distinctive stone-wood hybrid design, unlike the prevalent wooden structures in Konoha. This choice ensures sturdiness and facilitates the engraving of sealing arrays, preventing any potential disasters during her ninjutsu research. As a newly promoted Chunin, Uchiha Shina does not conform to the conventional paths. Upon returning to the clan grounds, she liberates herself, expertly leaping from the eaves of Uchiha Deguang's home, carelessly trampling on several worn and neglected roof tiles and sending 5 or 6 napping shinobi cats flying. Amidst the cacophony of curses and the incessant yowling of the cats, she bounds back into the courtyard of Uchiha Deguang's home. Good evening, Uncle Nakujin. Uchiha Shina greeted enthusiastically, addressing Uchiha Nakujin, who was seated in the main hall. Can't you just enter through the front door for once? Nakujin replied, exasperated. As a typical Uchiha, Nakujin is not only formidable in battle but also possesses a cold demeanor, characterized by a somewhat stoic expression. Yet, he feels utterly helpless in the presence of the exuberant Shina. Come now, let's not dwell on trivial details. Today is a momentous occasion. Shina cheerfully diverted the topic. Then, with playful exuberance, she lifted the small Uchiha Deguang high, her expression radiant as if she were holding a sacred relic, and proclaimed with fervor, "My brother, the genius Uchiha Deguang, has mastered the great fireball technique." No sooner had the words left her lips than Nakujin's composure shattered. What? In the kitchen, preparing dinner, Uchiha Huamaiko instantly appeared, using a body flicker technique to snatch the tiny Uchiha Deguang from Shina's grasp. Without waiting for an explanation, her lips began to rain kisses upon Deguang's cherubic cheeks. At this moment, the differences in parental affection became evident. Uchiha Nakujin exclaimed, "My child is so extraordinary." Uchiha Huamaiko chimed in, "My precious son is indeed remarkable." After the commotion, as the scent of something burning wafted from the kitchen, Huamaiko had no choice but to set her beloved son down and hurriedly return to her culinary endeavors. After a moment of hesitation, Uchiha Nakajin slowly calmed his emotions. Reverting to his usual impassive demeanor, and inquired at a leisurely pace, "Xiao Deguang, when did you learn ninjutsu?" After all, just last month. He had imparted the techniques of chakra refinement and hand seals to Uchiha Deguang, who at that time could barely recognize all the characters. Now, to claim mastery of ninjutsu with such rapidity is indeed a rarity, even among the illustrious Uchiha clan, known for its prodigies. "Deguang, you mentioned it, but I have yet to witness it. Why not demonstrate it now?" The quick-tongued Uchiha Shina interjected eagerly. Uchiha Nakajin, rolling his eyes in exasperation, internally sighed. "Do you really take everything this little brat says at face value? I once claimed I would awaken my Mangekyo Sharingan in no time. However, as a father, he felt a sense of anticipation and said to Deguang, 'Let us showcase your ninjutsu in the courtyard, shall we?' His benevolent demeanor contrasted sharply with his usual self. "All right," the obedient Uchiha Deguang responded. Uchiha Shina swiftly cleared away the clutter from the courtyard and stood at the entrance, watching expectantly. After Shina had cleared the area, Uchiha Nakajin strolled leisurely to the center of the courtyard, clasping his hands before his chest, and gestured with a slight tilt of his chin, signaling Deguang to commence. His demeanor exuded an effortless air of authority. Without further ado, Uchiha Deguang joined his hands and began forming seals. Si Wei, Shun, Hai Wu Yin. Although his speed was not particularly rapid, approximately 2 seals every 3 seconds, his hand seals were flawlessly executed, devoid of any deviation. Observing this, Uchiha Nakajin felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Great fireball technique. With a youthful shout, a fireball approximately 1 meter in diameter erupted from Uchiha Deguang's mouth, hurtling towards Uchiha Nakajin, who stood resolutely not far away. "Huh." Uchiha Nakajin's voice boomed like thunder as he struck the fireball with his right hand, shattering it into a cascade of flames that scattered like flowers of fire. With a swift motion of his left hand, a gentle breeze swept through, dissipating the flames into nothingness. Aside from the grass on the ground, which had turned slightly yellow and wilted from the heat of the fireball, the courtyard remained undamaged, showcasing Nakajin's profound control over chakra. "Excellent," Uchiha Shina exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. Unable to contain his joy, he felt that the night had been worthwhile. Having witnessed the initial display of Uchiha genius in ninjutsu alongside the prowess of a Jonin squad leader, such a feat of single-handedly countering ninjutsu was a rarity even within the skilled ranks of the Uchiha clan. "Your grasp of ninjutsu is commendable, and you have executed the critical steps proficiently," Uchiha Nakajin remarked with an air of nonchalance as he offered post-performance critique. The essence of the great fireball technique comprises 3 main points, the first of which has 10 subpoints. I shall begin with the first subpoint, which contains several key aspects. Settling back in the hall, Uchiha Nakajin embarked on a rare lengthy discourse, elaborating in detail on various dimensions, including the formation of hand seals, chakra manipulation, and the creation of the technique. After much verbal meandering, Uchiha Nakaharu picked up a cup from the coffee table and took a sip of tea. He addressed Uchiha Shina, saying, "In light of little Deguang's commendable grasp of the great fireball technique, I shall overlook your transgression of divulging the secrets of ninjutsu to unregistered children." "Huh?" Uchiha Shina exclaimed in astonishment, bewildered by how this could possibly involve him. He felt compelled to deny the accusation, asserting, "It wasn't me. I didn't do anything." Uchiha Deguang timidly replied, "I learned this technique from the hand seal scroll last week." Now it was Uchiha Nakaharu's turn to feel awkward. That scroll was a rather comprehensive instructional manuscript on ninjutsu, containing merely hand seals and information on chakra manipulation, with the great fireball technique listed as an exercise. He had assumed that Uchiha Shina had given little Deguang special attention, only to discover that Deguang had self-studied, which filled his father with both pride and pressure. "My son is truly remarkable. Dinner is ready," Uchiha Emiko announced as she emerged from the kitchen, inviting the family to take their seats. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Shina stood to take his leave, but Uchiha Nakaharu insisted he stay. After several exchanges of polite refusals, Uchiha Shina, feeling justified, joined them at the dining table. "Let us begin." Although Uchiha Nakaharu maintained his usual calm demeanor, internally, he was far from tranquil. Not only did he uncork a long-preserved fine wine, but he also made an exception by pouring a glass for Uchiha Shina. Meanwhile, Uchiha Emiko wore a constant smile. Although she had been in the kitchen during the father-son practice, as a ninja, she had heard everything happening outside and was well aware of her son's exceptional talent. As a mother, nothing could bring her greater joy. After a lively exchange of cups and a hearty meal, Uchiha Emiko cleared the table. Uchiha Shina arose to take his leave, while Uchiha Nakaharu invited Uchiha Deguang to sit down at the coffee table. He began to brew tea leisurely, pouring a cup for Deguang before silently savoring his own. Once Uchiha Emiko finished her chores and returned to snuggle up next to her husband, Uchiha Nakaharu turned to Uchiha Deguang and inquired, "Regarding your ninjutsu training, do you intend to accept the clan's instruction or attend the ninja academy? I wish to receive the family's guidance." Uchiha Nakaharu's expression remained unchanging as he nodded slowly, while Uchiha Emiko clasped her husband's hand, gazing adoringly at her precious son. Uchiha Nakaharu glanced at Uchiha Emiko and took a deep breath. "Tomorrow, I will take you to meet Elder Shana." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Emiko slightly trembled, as if the name spoken by her husband held some enchanting power, yet she remained silent, merely lowering her head slightly. A beautiful day begins with the embrace of the first rays of morning sunlight. At this moment, Uchiha Deguang, awakened by the sunshine, felt a genuine affection for it. Looking out from his room, the first sight that greeted him was a glimpse of the side corner of the Konoha Police Department building. The main district of the Hidden Leaf Village is constructed along the eastern mountain range, spreading in a fan shape with the Shadow Rock as its centerpiece. Divided into 3 areas, west, south, and north. The Ninja Academy, Konoha Hospital, and the Hokage building are all situated beneath the Shadow Rock, while the police department is located further south in the commercial district, distanced from the Hokage Rock. Despite the relative distance between the police department and other departments in Konoha, it is conveniently close to Konoha Prison, facilitating its regular duties of interrogation and detention. The police department, an influential entity within Konoha, is considered the exclusive domain of the Uchiha clan. The authority of the police department is primarily manifested in its powers of apprehension and detention, allowing it to arrest individuals without the need for authorization from the Hokage or advisors. Although final judgments must be reported to the Hokage building, this power overtly surpasses that of the Hokage's direct ANBU, whose personnel require the Hokage's orders for apprehensions. Furthermore, as a ninja village, Konoha has seen countless active and retired ninjas over the generations. Given that ninjas are inherently formidable weapons of war, the police department's enforcement of law within the village would be futile without substantial martial strength. The Uchiha clan, renowned for its prowess and fearsome reputation, is the most suitable candidate for this role. However, in a previous life, the Uchiha clan faced tragic consequences for their desire to escape the confines of the police department, seeking to usurp the Hokage position through rebellion, ultimately resulting in their demise and extinction. With my arrival, I shall bring about change. As Uchiha Deguang gazed out of the window at the police department, this thought resonated within him. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he donned the standard black short-sleeve attire of the Uchiha clan, adorned on the back with the emblem resembling a ping-pong paddle. His hair was loosely tied at the tips with a customary golden hair tie. The reflection in the dressing mirror revealed a handsome, composed young Uchiha. Satisfied with his attire for the day, Uchiha Deguang, though not a fashionista in his past life, had maintained a certain standard for neatness and style as a financial worker. In the hall on the first floor, Uchiha Zhongshuan was already dressed and seated with a serious demeanor, perusing scrolls at the tea table. Upon seeing Uchiha Deguang descend the stairs, he remained silent, his expression as stoic as ever, merely nodding slightly. Uchiha Deguang greeted him politely and sat down at the dining table. Uchiha Huamaizi emerged from the kitchen, presenting him with breakfast, milk, eggs, and a beef sandwich. After swiftly finishing his meal, Uchiha Deguang departed with Uchiha Zhongshuan. The Uchiha clan's territory resembled a village within a village, with houses of the Uchiha clan lined up in succession, each adorned with the Uchiha emblem on the door plaques and walls, signifying this as their exclusive domain. Despite the early hour, the streets were populated with both ninjas and civilians, including the shops lining the way, all of whom were members of the Uchiha clan. Unlike other ninja clans, the Uchiha territory was fortified with walls, and at the northern entrance stood the police department, while the southern entrance faced Konoha Prison. For ordinary people, it was often preferable to take a detour rather than traverse through Uchiha territory unless absolutely necessary. In the eyes of the Uchiha clan members, The perceived estrangement from the village was entirely normal and of little concern. After all, as the overseers of the Konoha police force, offending individuals was a commonplace occurrence in their eyes. Moreover, the Uchiha clan had a tendency to approach matters from the perspective of strength. Thus, they were not particularly concerned with the opinions of commoners and ordinary ninjas. Coincidentally, Uchiha Deguang also held this indifference. For him, due to reasons from his previous life, this world always felt somewhat devoid of authenticity. Although he experienced hunger, pain, illness, and bleeding from injuries, and even endured the burns from improperly executed fire techniques, he perpetually lacked empathy for outsiders. In simpler terms, he subconsciously regarded those idle individuals as mere NPCs for experience and gold farming. Yet, this mindset manifested in Uchiha Deguang's demeanor, making him remarkably Uchiha-like. Not far along the path, they soon arrived at their destination. Before them stood a spacious mansion with the doors wide open, greeted by a wall adorned with the Uchiha fan emblem. The courtyard walls featured intricately designed windows shaped like shurikens. To the left of the wall stood a middle-aged ninja, seemingly around 30, who smiled and approached upon seeing Uchiha Nakajin leading Uchiha Deguang inside. "Long time no see, Nakajin-kun. I heard your lightning techniques have improved. We should spar sometime." "Good day, Captain Hiruzen. The affairs of the police force have indeed kept me busy, and it has been quite a while. Speaking of ninjutsu, your mastery of fire techniques is unparalleled in Konoha." After exchanging pleasantries, they shifted the conversation to the young prodigy beside them. "This must be the young master, then? It is said that little Deguang is a rare talent in ninjutsu within the clan. Your compliments are too kind, Lord Hiruzen. My son's skills are yet unrefined and require the guidance of Elder Shana." "Haha. All right, Nakajin-kun, since your status has risen in the police force, you have become quite humble. Come in. Elder Shana has been waiting." Uchiha Hiruzen ushered them inside, through a lengthy corridor, and into the living room. An elderly man was kneeling in the hall, dressed in a black kimono, his posture slightly stooped, yet his face radiated warmth as he gazed at the approaching guests. "Good day, Elder Shana." Before Uchiha Hiruzen could introduce, Uchiha Nakajin took the initiative to bow respectfully to the elder, with Uchiha Deguang mimicking the gesture. "Good day, Elder." The elder's smile deepened, embodying the image of a kind and gentle grandfather. "It has been a long time, Nakajin-kun. Please, come in." They removed their shoes and knelt before Elder Shana. "This must be little Deguang. I have heard of your talents. You are indeed a ninjutsu genius of our Uchiha clan." As they settled, Elder Shana spoke first. Uchiha Deguang felt a bit flustered upon hearing this praise, unsure of how to respond. He merely offered a modest smile and slightly bowed in reply. "I am unworthy of such praise. The clan has many outstanding talents. My son is merely a step ahead. However, my capabilities are limited, and I fear I may not fully nurture his potential. Thus, I sincerely hope to entrust him to Elder Shana for guidance, to cultivate him as a pillar of our Uchiha clan." Uchiha Nakajin again bowed respectfully as he spoke. The talents of the Uchiha clan, indeed. Only those who are united with the family can be deemed true heroes of the Uchiha. Elder Shana let out a soft sigh, his words tinged with a sense of melancholy. The assembly remained silent. Uchiha Deguang felt as though he had caught wind of something momentous. After a brief moment of reflection, Elder Shana's face blossomed into a radiant smile, addressing Uchiha Deguang. "My dear Deguang, how long have you been studying the great fireball technique?" "Just one day," Uchiha Deguang replied respectfully. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. To master a C-rank ninjutsu in a single day without any guidance was unprecedented, if not entirely unique. Even the illustrious Madara had only acquired this technique under the tutelage of the venerable Elder Taijima. Elder Shana sighed again, his smile widening. "I shall present you with another technique. Do you believe you can master it?" "I shall give it a try," Uchiha Deguang responded eagerly. Meanwhile, Uchiha Zhongshuan hesitated to speak. But Elder Shana paid him no mind, instead retrieving a scroll from his sleeve and handing it to Uchiha Deguang. "This technique is the Phoenix Fire technique. Take a look." Uchiha Deguang accepted the scroll, opening it with keen interest, diligently practicing the corresponding hand seals while channeling chakra within his body. The Phoenix Fire technique is a fire release ninjutsu that allows the user to unleash a continuous stream of fireballs from their mouth, the trajectory of which can be manipulated through chakra, resembling the shape of a phoenix flower, hence its name. Though it shares the same C-rank classification as the Great Fireball technique, its execution is relatively more challenging. Elder Shana observed Uchiha Deguang's earnest demeanor, revealing a few uneven old teeth in a broad smile. Uchiha Zhongshuan appeared somewhat restless. After a considerable time, Uchiha Deguang lifted his head, placing the scroll before him, and declared to Elder Shana, "I have mastered it." At this proclamation, both Uchiha Zhongshuan and Uchiha Huomen felt a moment of disbelief. Elder Shana pressed his lips together, attempting to temper his excitement, yet the joy on his face was unmistakable. "Excellent, excellent. Let us test it in the courtyard." Elder Shana cheerfully rose, eagerly leading Uchiha Deguang toward the yard. Uchiha Huomen hesitated to voice his thoughts, while Uchiha Zhongshuan appeared anxious. Upon reaching the courtyard, Elder Shana stood at its center, warmly beckoning Uchiha Deguang. "Begin, dear Deguang." "Pardon my impudence, Elder." Uchiha Deguang positioned himself about 10 meters away from Elder Shana, preparing to execute the technique. As he concentrated on channeling his chakra, he slowly formed the hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. A barrage of fireballs erupted from Uchiha Deguang's mouth, swiftly arcing through the air, hurtling toward Elder Shana. In response, Elder Shana clasped his hands together and rapidly formed his own seals. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. An identical flurry of fireballs was unleashed, their trajectories weaving through the air, colliding with Uchiha Deguang's fireballs. The clash of ninjutsu erupted in a dazzling display, sparks shooting forth like shooting stars, scattering in all directions, creating small craters across the courtyard's lawn, flowers, potted plants, and rockeries. As radiant and perilous as a bursting firework, such is the allure of the fire release technique. At this moment, Elder Shana swiftly stepped forward to support Uchiha Deguang, who felt slightly dizzy from overexerting his chakra, his wrinkled face beaming like a blooming flower. "Here stands the pillar of our clan, a prodigy of 1,000 miles." At this very moment, Elder Shana was filled with a sense of accomplishment, while Uchiha Zhongshuan felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Uchiha Huomen gazed at the disarrayed garden, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Fire symbolizes the Uchiha clan, and thus the fan emblem of the Uchiha family signifies the wielder of flames. The Uchiha clan is renowned for both the Sharingan and fire release techniques. While Uchiha ninjas may not all awaken to Sharingan, the mastery of fire release is an essential skill, such as the Great Fireball technique, which is indispensable from the ranks of Jonin to Jonin, serving as a fundamental means to gauge enemy strength and execute lethal strikes. Moreover, the primary distinction of fire release from other elemental jutsu lies in its potency, which hinges on the user's prowess rather than mere rank. With its extensive range, formidable might, and vast potential, these three characteristics, combined with the Uchiha ninja's exceptional chakra control and insight after awakening the Sharingan, sufficiently compensate for the slower casting speed and conspicuous nature of fire release. Although it has garnered a reputation for techniques that fail to kill, as depicted in the original work where users often miss their mark, one must remember that Kishimoto, the creator, had a limited understanding of fire release. With an array of inscrutable jinjutsu, the Uchiha clan has rightfully earned its fearsome reputation of taking on 3 adversaries at once. As dawn's light began to break, Uchiha Deguang had already risen early, changing into his attire and meticulously arranging his ninja tools, all specially prepared by his father, Uchiha Zhongshuan, for daily practice. These tools were a size smaller than usual, but were perfect for the 4-year-old Uchiha Deguang. He possessed 20 shurikens, 5 kunai, 5 rolls of Uchiha's specially crafted fire release wire, 2 short blades, along with several soldier pills, bandages, hemostatic powder, and antidotes. Uchiha Deguang was uncertain of the day's training agenda, as Elder Shana had been too busy laughing after demonstrating the Phoenix Fire technique yesterday. While Uchiha Huomen tended to the elder, whose jaw had nearly dislocated from laughter. Although Uchiha Zhongshuan was excited, his ability to articulate was somewhat lacking. Upon returning home, he had shared Uchiha Deguang's exceptional performance with Huomaizi before indulging in a few bottles of fine wine, becoming quite inebriated. His mother, meanwhile, busied herself with praising their precious son and caring for her tipsy husband, leaving little explanation. Nevertheless, being prepared is always prudent. Clad and equipped, Uchiha Deguang stood before the mirror, admiring the reflection of a dashing young boy, feeling quite content. After all, as the adage goes, true strength in battle is often correlated with one's charm. This principle may very well hold true in the world of ninjas. On this day, Uchiha Zhongshuan and his wife also rose early, preparing for the day before dawn. Uchiha Zhongshuan quietly meditated in the living room at the foot of the stairs, while Huamaizi quietly prepared breakfast. Their exceptional skills ensured that the entire process was executed without a sound, and everything was ready. Before long, the sound of a door creaking open echoed from above, and Uchiha Deguang, clad in a full set of standard ninja attire, descended the stairs. "Good morning, little Deguang," greeted his mother, Huimei, with cheerful exuberance. "With all that gear, are you planning to conquer the capital?" "I suppose it might all come in handy," Uchiha Deguang replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Let me fetch you a few sealing scrolls. You should have breakfast first," Huimei said before rising to rummage through the house. "All right," Uchiha Deguang responded. "Father, have you eaten?" "Yes, I have already eaten. Take your time, and I have some matters to discuss with you," his father, Uchiha Zhongshuan, replied. "Okay." Uchiha Deguang began to savor his breakfast, which consisted of milk, eggs, and sandwiches. Apparently, these were the only dishes his mother mastered. "Has anyone from the family mentioned a certain individual to you?" Uchiha Zhongshuan asked slowly. "Uchiha Madara." "No. Is it the Madara-sama that Elder Shana mentioned yesterday?" "Indeed," Uchiha Zhongshuan said, hesitating slightly, as if unsure of how to proceed. Elder Shana was once a direct subordinate of Madara-sama. At that moment, Huimei emerged from the inner room, holding 2 scrolls, and sat beside Uchiha Zhongshuan, silently entwining her arm with his, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she gazed lovingly at their cherished son. "Madara-sama is the strongest of our clan throughout history," Uchiha Zhongshuan articulated thoughtfully. "After co-founding Konoha with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, due to differing ideologies, he departed from the village." Uchiha Zhongshuan paused before continuing. At that time, the clan had just begun to stabilize after the endless warfare of the Warring States period, and did not follow him, including my uncle, Elder Shana. Uchiha Huimei interjected, her smile unwavering. Indeed, Uchiha Zhongshuan glanced at his wife before continuing, yet the distrust between the clan and the village was subsequently sown. Later, Madara-sama controlled the 9 tails, the mightiest of the tailed beasts, to assault the village. However, he was ultimately defeated by the first Hokage. Madara-sama met his demise in that battle, and shortly after his return to the village, the first Hokage also passed away. Uchiha Huimei added, "Yes, yet the suspicions and hostilities between the village and the clan remained unresolved. Furthermore, the clan itself became divided into radical and conservative factions due to differing stances toward the village." Uchiha Zhongshuan paused, observing Uchiha Deguang's expression. Noticing that Deguang was listening intently, his demeanor unchanged, he continued, "Over the past 20 years, before your birth, the clan experienced multiple internal conflicts, resulting in substantial losses of strength. I too was injured in the clan's civil war, rendering me unable to utilize the 5 elemental jutsu." Uchiha Huimei added, "During that time, several members of the second generation Umbu sent to suppress us were also killed." At this moment, Uchiha Deguang felt a hint of astonishment. Although he had some understanding of the tumultuous relationship between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, as well as the deep-seated animosities between clans and villages, he had only skimmed through the early chapters of the Naruto manga before abandoning it. However, the subsequent rise of fan fiction introduced him to numerous narratives about this dark chapter of Uchiha history. What surprised him most was the revelation that his seemingly gentle mother was, in fact, a fierce and formidable kunoichi. "Do not underestimate your mother." Uchiha Huimei playfully winked at Deguang, showing none of the ruthless demeanor one might expect from a female ninja. Indeed, Huimei was slightly stronger than he was at that time. "Ah, but it's Nakujin-kun who is truly the strongest. He is my favorite Uchiha." This unexpected morsel of affection filled Uchiha Deguang's heart to the brim. Later, due to significant losses and the intervention of the second Hokage, the internal conflict within the clan subsided. Uchiha Nakujin slightly turned his body, wrapping his left arm around Huimei. Coupled with Elder Shana's suppression, neither the radical nor conservative factions intended to resort to violence to compel the other into submission. Their disputes were relegated to mere arguments during clan meetings. Uchiha Nakujin's tone carried a hint of hesitation. When facing the village, particularly the Senju clan, the internal disagreements within the family, while present, could still be set aside for unity. In interactions with other ninja clans, individual actions were no longer constrained by familial obligations, allowing members to either distance themselves or forge closer ties. Nakujin, Huimei, and I were all part of the radical faction. He gazed at Uchiha Deguang, asking, "My son, what will be your choice?" As his words hung in the air, the living room fell into a profound silence. After a moment, Deguang declared, "I am Uchiha Deguang of the Uchiha clan. I am Uchiha Nakujin, son of Uchiha Huime. I also belong to myself, Uchiha Deguang." His declaration flowed like a tongue twister. Since the Senju clan advocates for the will of fire, I, Uchiha Deguang, shall embody the fire of the Uchiha. In the early morning, pedestrians stroll leisurely along the streets. All of them Uchiha clan members. The paths within the clan's domain differ from those of the village. The ground is paved with sturdy bluestone tiles, meticulously crafted and adorned with intricate carvings. The not overly spacious road is flanked by the courtyards of Uchiha families, with houses largely resembling one another, much like the clan emblem cloaks that every Uchiha ninja possesses or the great fireball technique they all share. The atmosphere within the Uchiha clan's territory often feels somewhat desolate. Uchiha Deguang did not mind this ambience, nor did he perceive any wrongdoing in the evident barriers and distance within the family. He found this environment, free from outside interference, quite comfortable. After all, in the present-day Konoha, aside from the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, there was also the malevolent Danzo Shimura, who harbored deep-seated animosity towards the Uchiha clan. Even when he ventured outside the village to daydream, he ensured that he remained within the watchful gaze of the police force. Moreover, Uchiha Deguang, as a reincarnated individual, exhibited a certain distinction when compared to his contemporaries, whether in his everyday demeanor or in the recently displayed aptitude for ninjutsu. This was an aspect that could not be concealed even by the subtlest of subconscious efforts. However, as long as he kept his activities within the confines of his family's influence, there was little reason for undue concern over unforeseen dangers. Lost in thought, Uchiha Deguang arrived at the elder Shana's residence. It seemed that the inhabitants sensed his presence, as the captain of the Huamen team, whom he had met just the day prior, swiftly emerged to greet him. "Good morning, young Deguang." Uchiha Huamen greeted him with a radiant smile. "Good morning, Captain Huamen." Uchiha Deguang responded, exuding an air of remarkable propriety. "Haha, I am no great lord. If you don't mind, just call me Captain Huamen," he replied, his smile broadening even further. "The elder has risen. Let us enter." Uchiha Huamen beckoned Deguang inside, leading him through the corridor to the hall they had visited the day before. "Elder, has young Deguang arrived? Come in." A deep, resonant voice called from within, belonging to Elder Shana. Upon entering, Deguang beheld Elder Shana, resplendent in his Uchiha robe, seated upright on a cushion, with another cushion prepared before him. "Please take a seat." "Young Deguang," Elder Shana said kindly, his gaze warm as he regarded Uchiha Deguang. "We shall commence your first lesson now." Initially, according to Elder Shana's plan, the first phase of instruction was intended to focus on moderate cultural lessons, encompassing foundational knowledge for ninjas such as general ninja lore, the languages of various nations, codes, and chakra manipulation. After all, as the foremost clan in the ninja world, the Uchiha family, while not required to possess the same elegance as the Hyuga clan, could not afford to be as uncouth as the Kagaya clan of the Land of Water. Without a refined demeanor, even formidable strength would not suffice to engage with the likes of lords and affluent merchants. While the first lesson on cultural studies went well, Uchiha Deguang displayed remarkable memory and comprehension skills, occasionally demonstrating the ability to make connections. Elder Shana was truly astonished during the afternoon's lesson on chakra manipulation. "Is this how chakra manipulation is done?" Elder Shana marveled at the cat-shaped manifestation of chakra emanating from Uchiha Deguang's palm, feeling both surprised and speechless. Elder Shana had initially intended to showcase his decades of mastery in chakra manipulation as a prelude to teaching, hoping to impress the exceptionally gifted Uchiha Deguang with a playful demonstration. He had conjured a fire crow from his chakra and casually discussed the techniques of chakra manifestation. Seeing Deguang attempt to replicate his actions, he had inwardly chuckled at the youthful naivety, only to be taken aback moments later. Uchiha Deguang's chakra-formed cat was astonishingly lifelike, brimming with vitality, as it lay in his palm, licking its tiny paws and flicking its tail playfully. Had it not been for witnessing the entire process of Uchiha Deguang's chakra manifestation and transformation firsthand, along with feeling the fluctuations of that chakra, Elder Shana would have found it utterly inconceivable that this was the performance of a mere 4-year-old child learning chakra control for the first time. This was simply astounding. Elder Shana found himself at a loss for words. After all, while Uchiha Deguang's talent for ninjutsu was unparalleled among his contemporaries. When placed within the vast chronicle of the Uchiha clan's millennia-long legacy, such a display, though rare, would not be deemed unprecedented. As for the art of chakra manipulation, which is honed purely through gradual practice, Deguang's skill was astonishingly refined, not only among his peers, but even within the ranks of active Uchiha ninjas. It was nearly impossible to find another clan member with such meticulous control over their chakra. How did you achieve this? Elder Shana asked, raising his teacup to take a sip, attempting to steady his tumultuous emotions. Well, I followed your instructions. I released the chakra, then used my mind to control it. Visualizing its shape in my mind, Uchiha Deguang replied, blinking his large eyes with a hint of confusion. Elder Shana was rendered speechless. After crossing over to this world, Uchiha Deguang had yet to identify any extraordinary abilities or advantages. However, through his superior intellect and observational skills compared to his peers, combined with the rhetorical techniques he had acquired in his previous life as a financial professional, he gradually recognized the distinctions that set him apart from his contemporaries. Besides the wisdom from his former life and the uncertainty of plotlines that might or might not recur, Deguang began to realize that his cognitive control over his body was evidently superior to that of others. The simplest demonstration of this was his steadiness. His hands were remarkably steady, and his sensitivity to external stimuli was exceptionally acute. Perhaps this was a small boon granted by the soul of a traveler from another realm. He had experimented with basic sculpting and discovered that as long as he had a concrete concept in his mind, he could carve it with his hands. He could even swat a fly mid-flight without injuring its legs, truly embodying the notion of thought leading to action, vision guiding intention, and contemplation dictating movement. In his previous life, such skill would have warranted the recognition of a master craftsman. With the aid of additional tools, crafting intricate components would scarcely pose a challenge. Nevertheless, when compared to the nonsensical systems or dubious mentors often depicted in countless novels from his past life, which imposed absurdly punitive tasks, this completely controllable talent was far more acceptable to Uchiha Deguang. After all, having been inexplicably reincarnated, it would be folly not to embrace one's freedom. There was no reason to allow oneself to be governed by an unknown and questionable system. After a prolonged period of astonishment, Elder Shana finally regained his composure. Sensing the concealed guards on the rooftop were also struck by profound shock, their chakra fluctuations betraying their agitation. He took a deep breath, striving to control his facial expressions to avoid losing composure from his overwhelming joy, and softly inquired, "Little Deguang, is there anything else you wish to learn?" Uchiha Deguang blinked thoughtfully, occasionally glancing up at the ceiling, as if something intriguing awaited him above. Upon witnessing this, Elder Shana made no comment, merely clapping his hands. With a sharp sound, accompanied by a wisp of light smoke, a figure clad in black, a ninja with a mask, materialized, kneeling on one knee beside Elder Shana's left hand. The swirling three-tomo pattern in his eyes and the subtle rise and fall of his chest indicated his inner turmoil. Uchiha Deguang, filled with excitement, pointed at the three-tomo in the black-clad ninja's eyes and exclaimed to Elder Shana, "Elder, this is magnificent. I wish to learn this." The Sharingan is a hereditary bloodline limit that has been passed down through generations within the Uchiha clan. It is the very foundation of the Uchiha's existence. Moreover, it is the cornerstone that has allowed the Uchiha clan to assert their undisputed dominance as the foremost family in the ninja world after the Senju clan retreated into seclusion. As a manifestation of the In-release bloodline, the awakening of the Sharingan depends on both innate talent and intense emotional stimuli that elevate the In-release power, thereby catalyzing the Sharingan's manifestation. While the awakening of the Sharingan is less accessible than the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, the enhancement it provides to personal combat prowess far surpasses that of the Byakugan. Nevertheless, despite the passage of millennia, and even though the characteristics of the Sharingan have stabilized over time, there remains no alternative method, aside from emotional stimulation, to reliably awaken it. Even among the current Uchiha clan, several elite shinobi renowned for their ninjutsu or swordsmanship have yet to awaken their Sharingan. Thus, while Uchiha Deguang innocently pointed at the three-tomo of the black-clad ninja, exclaiming his desire to learn, Elder Shana's heart remained unperturbed, even tinged with amusement. Yet, a flicker of inexplicable hope arose within him. What if it were indeed possible to learn the path to awakening this bloodline limit through conventional means? After all, In the brief span of 2 days, Uchiha Deguang had demonstrated extraordinary talent in ninjutsu and chakra control, unparalleled among his peers. If he could truly grasp the method of awakening the Sharingan, Elder Shana took a deep breath, attempting to compose his expression, and waved to dismiss the black-clad ninja. He then kindly addressed Uchiha Deguang. Little Deguang, do you know what that is? The Sharingan. The Sharingan is the most crucial and powerful bloodline ability of our clan. Only the most exceptional and rigorously trained Uchiha ninjas can awaken it. Do you have the confidence to learn it now? Elder Shana intentionally misrepresented the path to awakening the Sharingan. Grandpa Elder, I want to give it a try. Uchiha Deguang understood that Elder Shana was not completely truthful, yet he paid it no mind. After all, despite his exceptional talent, he was merely a 4-year-old child, and it was still too early to transform his potential into actual strength. To court death by seeking out terrifying experiences in the hope of stimulating the awakening of the Sharingan would be sheer folly. Very well, I shall impart to you the methods of cultivating the Sharingan, but this is a family secret, so you mustn't disclose it to anyone. Understood? Not even to my mom and dad. Indeed. Upon hearing the resolute and unequivocal response from Uchiha Deguang, Elder Shana nodded in satisfaction and rose to retrieve a scroll from within the inner chamber. This scroll contained the ancient techniques of Yin release, a treasured legacy passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan, and it elucidated the most crucial method for awakening the Sharingan. At that moment, Elder Shana's voice lacked its usual vigor, perhaps feeling somewhat embarrassed as a man of 60 deceiving a mere child. Uchiha Deguang, however, chose not to expose this pretense, instead feigning earnest attention to Elder Shana's lengthy discourse. After a considerable time, perhaps due to exhaustion or a lack of convincing words, Elder Shana finally handed the scroll to Uchiha Deguang, offering an explanation of Yin release practices. Yin release symbolizes the power of the mind, capable of manifesting form from the intangible. Conversely, Yang release signifies the strength of the body, infusing vitality into the physical. The synthesis of these two powers forms the art of Yin-Yang release. Within the realm of ninjas, the Uchiha clan epitomizes Yin release, their Sharingan, a manifestation of their bloodline limit, renowned throughout the lands, while the Senju clan, once millennia-long adversaries, represents Yang release, celebrated for their formidable vitality and vast chakra reserves. The amalgamation of Yin and Yang release can conjure form from nothingness and imbue it with life, as seen in the Rinnegan, a union of these two forces through the Uchiha's bloodline limit. In contrast to the broader curriculum of general knowledge and ninjutsu classes, the teachings of Yin release were rather vague both in illustrative examples and specific training methods, leaving Elder Shana unable to provide concrete illustrations. Consequently, the instruction was somewhat stilted and dry. Yet, Elder Shana remained undeterred, while Uchiha Deguang remained thoroughly focused. In essence, the secret Yin release technique imparted by Elder Shana primarily involves a meditative approach to attune oneself to their mental prowess, controlling it to form an awareness of the hidden ocular powers within each Uchiha eye, guiding it forth to manifest the Sharingan. Although the method of training in Yin release was fundamentally sound, Uchiha Deguang could not suppress his inner skepticism, sensing numerous inconsistencies in Elder Shana's fabricated narrative. The progress of learning the Yin release technique finally normalized, and Uchiha Deguang found himself unable to master this secret art of the Uchiha clan in just a few attempts, which brought both a sense of melancholy and relief to Elder Shana. After all, teaching a prodigious child carried its own pressures, as one feared their entire life's learning could be swiftly outpaced. Though Elder Shana did not withhold knowledge, frequent interaction with such a gifted child would foster a sense of belonging to the clan and its lineage. Thus, after concluding the explanation of the scroll's contents, Elder Shana allowed Uchiha Deguang to ponder over the scroll at his own pace, even facilitating the arrival of a tea set to prepare and brew tea. After 3 cups had been steeped, Uchiha Deguang set the scroll aside, seated himself in a cross-legged position, formed a hand seal, and began to meditate with closed eyes. Observing this, Elder Shana gently set down his teacup and softened his breath, striving not to disturb the tranquility of the meditation. After a considerable duration, Uchiha Deguang slowly opened his eyes, revealing shimmering silver beams pulsating within, akin to flashes of lightning. Moments later, these silver rays gradually diminished, coalescing into a swirling vortex reminiscent of a galaxy. gently revolving around his pupils. Elder Shana felt a twinge of unease. Could it be that the technique had caused damage to his eyes? This scroll was merely a rare prelude to a in-release perception ninjutsu, cleverly disguised. Elder, how is little Deguang faring? What sensations do you perceive? Elder Shana was somewhat flustered, having never encountered such a situation in his 60-plus years of life. I feel remarkably sensitive, came the hesitant response from Deguang. After a flurry of anxious inquiries and bewildered answers, Elder Shana finally comprehended that Uchiha Deguang, relying on an incomplete in-release perception ninjutsu, had already attained the ability to project his mental energy. As for the galactic whirlpool in his eyes, it might be a manifestation of his excessively potent and concentrated mental force. With a sigh of relief, Elder Shana remarked, "Have you awakened your Sharingan, my dear?" Uchiha Deguang, with a playful glint in his eye, inquired further. Elder Shana formed a hand seal, conjuring a water mirror for Deguang to behold his current appearance. "Elder, why does my Sharingan look like this? Shouldn't it be red with Tomo?" With a hint of apology, Elder Shana smiled and affectionately tousled Deguang's silky hair. As Uchiha Deguang blinked, the galaxy in his eyes gradually faded. "Little Deguang, you are destined to become an extraordinary ninja." Upon further inquiry, it was confirmed that Uchiha Deguang could sense an inexplicable force within his eyes through his mental energy, yet he was unable to harness it, leaving Elder Shana with a sense of melancholy. The Uchiha clan had previously attempted to awaken the Sharingan through the cultivation of in-release secret techniques, but few had succeeded, and no replicable effective experiences had emerged. What was certain, however, was that the greater the in-release power, the stronger the ocular prowess upon awakening the Sharingan. Elder Shana then revealed the truth. Upon hearing that this was merely a preparatory method for a perception ninjutsu, Uchiha Deguang's lips pursed in disappointment. "Oh, little Deguang, do not be upset. How about I formally teach you a few perception ninjutsu?" "No, Elder, you are deceiving me. What are those 3 techniques?" "Very well." Elder Shana laughed heartily and produced 3 small scrolls from his robes, presenting them to Uchiha Deguang. The scrolls were inscribed with the techniques of heat-sensing jutsu, wind movement jutsu, and concealment jutsu. Uchiha Deguang perused the descriptions of the ninjutsu. The heat-sensing jutsu allowed one to ascertain the approximate location of foes by sensing the heat emanating from living organisms nearby. The wind movement jutsu enabled the detection of trajectories of humans or objects through the air currents produced by their movement. Lastly, the concealment jutsu was akin to a counter-sensing technique, primarily utilizing the combination of fire release power and mental energy to condense body heat, scent, and distort surrounding airflows, thereby achieving a seamless integration with the environment. However, Grandfather is not adept in perception-type ninjutsu. This requires little Deguang to study the scrolls independently. Well, Uchiha Deguang feels quite pleased with his advantage. "But may I see Grandfather's Sharingan?" The Sharingan." Elder Shana felt a wave of anxiety. "However, little Deguang, do not be frightened. Grandfather's Sharingan can be quite fierce." Elder Shana took a moment to compose himself, aiming to make the activation of the Sharingan less intimidating. Gradually, a transformation occurred in his eyes. The pupils constricted, the sclera turning a ghastly crimson, and 3 tomo began to spin rapidly before slowing down. A chilling aura emerged, as if it were poised to devour. Whenever a member of the Uchiha clan activated their Sharingan, a qualitative shift in their presence was palpable. Even though Elder Shana exerted great effort to restrain himself, his demeanor was still as ferocious as a malevolent spirit. Uchiha Deguang felt a surge of fear. The once tranquil power of his eyes erupted like tumultuous waves, merging with the vast mental strength from 2 lifetimes. He perceived a crimson haze enveloping him, casting everything in a sanguine light. In Elder Shana's eyes, however, Uchiha Deguang's pupils suddenly shrank, blood vessels surfacing, and a tomo split from the pupil, beginning to revolve around it. This is the Sharingan. It awakened. Uchiha Deguang's Sharingan had awakened. Elder Shana felt as though the world was spinning. Overwhelmed by this tremendous surprise, momentarily at a loss for what to do, the 3 tomo in his eyes spun chaotically, as though indicating a fusion was imminent. With a thud, Uchiha Deguang's body softened, and he fainted. Elder Shana immediately sensed the sky was about to fall, darting forward to support him, frantically checking his condition. Thankfully, it was merely a depletion of chakra. At this moment, Elder Shana, gazing through his own 3 tomo Sharingan, smiled as if he were a child of 60 years. What constitutes a ninja? Or rather, what is most essential for a ninja? Orochimaru's answer is that a ninja is one who wields ninjutsu, while Jiraiya believes a ninja is one who can endure anything. Before the Sage of Six Paths founded the ninja religion and imparted chakra, ninjas, like samurai, monks, and priestesses, were but inconspicuous members among a multitude of combat professions. At that time, ninjas were merely the unseen blades used by the noble lords for unsavory tasks, holding a status inferior even to that of samurai. However, with the introduction of chakra, ninjas, through a more efficient training system and enhanced combat capabilities, swept away many of the previous combat professions into the annals of history, rendering even the once glorious samurai relegated to the remote and harsh land of iron to survive. What of the Uchiha clan? To be a member of the Uchiha clan is tantamount to being a ninja. In the 28th year of Konoha, the Uchiha family had approximately 1,800 registered members, with over 700 ninjas officially recognized, while the number of clandestine clan ninjas remained uncertain, as did those who had retired, fallen ill, or aged. For the ninja clan, lineage serves as a shortcut to becoming a ninja, and the Uchiha clan's remarkable talent cultivation rate solidified its foundation as the foremost illustrious family. Another new day dawns. In the early morning, as the first light breaks. In the stillness of the night, the eastern horizon began to shimmer with the first light of dawn, gently illuminating the pale blue sky, heralding the arrival of a new day. Uchiha Deguang, as was his custom, rose early, yet today he lingered before the full-length mirror, reveling in the sight of his own youthful visage adorned with the iconic three-tomo Sharingan. The Sharingan, a unique bloodline limit symbolizing the very essence of Uchiha power, served as the hallmark of legendary prowess. As a reincarnator, Uchiha Deguang often pondered the direction his future should take. Should he carve a path of destruction and dominate the ninja world? Or perhaps seize power and ascend to the position of Hokage? Might he emulate Orochimaru in his pursuit of immortality? Or could he transcend the realms to evolve into a complete being of the Otsutsuki clan? Countless ideas swirled in his mind, each with its own potential outcomes, yet all hinged upon the cornerstone of strength. Though the night of his clan's annihilation was still distant, the second and third great ninja wars loomed on the horizon. On the battlefield, titles such as Uchiha Prodigy would merely make one a target. Survival would only be assured through sheer strength. For the Uchiha, the Sharingan was the foundation of that strength. Although he possessed only a single tomo, Uchiha Deguang could feel the burgeoning power within his eyes. A vibrant vitality akin to a small flame, a divine fire said to endure through the ages, nurtured by his mental fortitude and chakra, steadily growing in strength and resilience. Being reborn into the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan represented the greatest boon, albeit one that was challenging to manifest. Among the nearly 1,000 ninjas of the Uchiha, only a handful were renowned. Most lived out their lives as mere chunin. Nevertheless, for someone who had previously toiled as an overworked corporate drone, being reborn as an Uchiha and awakening the Sharingan was a stroke of immense fortune, especially when considering the extraordinary abilities it conferred, including the mastery of elemental techniques. On this day, Uchiha Nakamura and Emiko also rose early. As Deguang descended the stairs, Emiko had just finished preparing breakfast, and the family gathered, as was their custom, to enjoy a leisurely meal together. While eating, Nakamura inquired about Deguang's training from the previous day, particularly following the fainting episode that had occurred upon his first awakening of the Sharingan. Elder Shana had returned him home, leaving Nakamura and Emiko sufficiently startled, and they had both turned in early after ensuring Deguang was settled. Nakamura found Deguang's unique method of awakening both amusing and intriguing. He encouraged Deguang to demonstrate his Sharingan, and while Deguang's eyes appeared no different from those of any other clan member, Nakamura observed closely without discovering any notable distinctions. It was only when Deguang struggled to maintain the Sharingan due to his limited chakra that Nakamura reluctantly ceased his examination, suspecting it was perhaps related to Deguang's distinctly superior mental prowess. After enjoying breakfast, Uchiha Nakujin tidied his attire and headed to the police department for work, while Homaizi began her household chores. Uchiha Takgang assisted with the dishes before making his way to Elder Shana's residence, preparing to commence today's training. The Uchiha clan's training ground in Nanga is a facility directly overseen by the Uchiha clan, located near the Nanga River Uchiha Shrine. Only clan members are permitted to train here. Elder Shana arrived with Uchiha Deguang and 3 accompanying guards, ready to impart lessons on the practical application of ninjutsu. The ability to perform ninjutsu is merely the initial step for a ninja. It demands immense dedication and effort beyond mere talent, particularly when applied in real combat, which is far from the leisurely practice of ordinary training. Observing the 2 guard ninjas as they engaged in a dynamic display of evasion and offense, utilizing both weaponry and ninjutsu, the vibrant spectacle of fireballs and lightning illuminated the scene. The intensity of their duel was captivating. It was difficult for him to fathom how the more experienced ninjas, those of Chunin and Jonin rank, could navigate the chaos of battle with such agility, evading enemy techniques while simultaneously executing their own. Little Deguang, remember that being a ninja transcends mere ninjutsu. The essence lies in the flexible application during combat. Victory often hinges on fleeting openings revealed in the heat of battle, Elder Shana remarked. As he spoke, one of the guard ninjas leaped to evade a massive fireball, only to be caught off guard by the explosive shockwave, which distorted his posture. Seizing the opportunity, another guard executed the Phoenix Fire technique, swiftly appearing behind him, a kunai poised at his throat. The outcome was evident. How do you feel, Deguang? Would you like to give it a try? Elder Shana inquired with a smile directed at Uchiha Deguang. Absolutely. Chizhong-kun, you take the stage. Elder Shana gestured for the 3rd guard, Uchiha Chizhong, to spar with Uchiha Deguang. Uchiha Chizhong nodded silently, teleporting to the center of the training ground, fixating his gaze on Uchiha Deguang. Taking a deep breath to quell his nerves, Deguang's excitement was palpable, perhaps enhanced by the Uchiha blood coursing through him, igniting a fierce desire for battle. Gradually shifting from a walk to a light jog, Uchiha Deguang accelerated towards Uchiha Chizhong, surprising Elder Shana with his proactive approach. In a swift motion, Uchiha Deguang retrieved 3 kunai from his weapon pouch, spinning them delicately around his fingertips before hurling them forward. With a powerful thrust of his legs, the kunai shot forth. Fire style, fireball jutsu. While running, Uchiha Deguang performed rapid hand seals, channeling chakra as a colossal fireball erupted forth. In response, Uchiha Chizhong unleashed his own fireball jutsu. The 2 massive fireballs collided, resulting in an explosion that sent Deguang's previously thrown kunai scattering through the air. Without waiting for the flames and smoke to dissipate, Uchiha Chizhong darted forward, charging through the haze toward Uchiha Deguang's position. At this moment, Uchiha Deguang found himself in a rather precarious situation. The heat wave from the explosive fireball leaving him in disarray. The immense shockwave knocked the 4-year-old off balance, causing his arsenal of kunai and shuriken to scatter across the ground. In desperation, he channeled chakra into his feet, firmly anchoring himself to the ground to prevent being swept away by the scorching gust. Suddenly, Uchiha Chizhong materialized before him, their eyes locking in a mutual gaze. Alarm bells rang in Deguang's mind. Not good. Uchiha Chizhong intended to conclude the battle with a genjutsu. In an instant, Deguang's body stiffened, his pupils dilated, and his eyes lost their luster. A sense of triumph washed over Chizhong as he prepared to approach and pat Deguang's shoulder to dispel the illusion. Unexpectedly, Deguang's eyes twitched, and the tomo appeared within his gaze. The genjutsu had been dispelled. Chizhong was taken aback. With a swift motion of his left hand, Deguang sent the scattered kunai and shuriken soaring into the air, directing them towards Chizhong with precision. The weapons were already rigged with fine steel wires, and Deguang skillfully manipulated them using chakra. What a remarkable feat! The Uchiha clan's prowess in weaponry is unparalleled in the ninja world, and the combination of weapon manipulation techniques with the Sharingan is truly formidable. Yet, for a child just beginning to hone his skills, Deguang's abilities were nothing short of extraordinary. Elder Shana, observing from the sidelines, marveled at this display, further solidifying his resolve to train Deguang. He would not only impart ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, but also cultivate a sense of belonging and loyalty within Deguang towards the Uchiha clan, ensuring he becomes a devoted Uchiha ninja rather than merely a Konoha ninja. Perhaps it was time to raise the stakes. As Elder Shana contemplated these thoughts, the training ground saw Deguang and Chizhong entangled in a fierce skirmish, with Chizhong maintaining a defensive stance, countering with taijutsu alone. The sounds of their swift exchanges echoed through the air, punctuated by the thuds of their strikes. Bang! Uchiha Chizhong executed a backflip in midair, evading a sudden shuriken thrown by Deguang. then retaliated with a powerful kick aimed at him. Deguang, focused on blocking with both arms, was nonetheless propelled into the air by the sheer force of the blow, though he managed to flip in midair and land on his feet. He left two distinct marks on the ground. Panting heavily, Deguang felt the tomo in his eyes spin increasingly faster. In contrast, Qianzhong remained composed and unfazed. After all, in terms of both age and physical prowess, Deguang was at a disadvantage. Enough. Let us cease hostilities, Elder Shana called out to end the match. He was thoroughly impressed by Deguang's performance. Though still tender and lacking in technique, he exhibited remarkable fighting spirit. As his guardian, Uchiha Qianzhong possessed the strength of a Chunin, and for Deguang to have survived the encounter without being swiftly defeated was a commendable achievement. It is worth noting that other children of his age from different ninja clans were still playing ninja games on the streets. Elder Chana tenderly caressed the smooth hair of Uchiha Deguang, whispering, "Grow swiftly. The future of our clan rests upon your shoulders." Uchiha Deguang nodded silently. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his gaze and inquired, "Grandfather Elder, what is the most vital aspect of being a ninja?" The recent trial had made Uchiha Deguang realize that, aside from the disadvantages of age and physical prowess, he still had much to learn before he could be deemed an exceptional ninja. The talent for ninjutsu, if not transformed into strength, would ultimately be as ephemeral as flowers reflected in water or the moon in a mirror. Combat, fearless combat, and survive through it, Elder Chana replied with a smile. This response resonated deeply with the Uchiha ethos. As time flowed like a swift river, 2 years passed in a blink, marked by Uchiha Deguang's unwavering dedication to his training. The 30th year of Konoha arrived, with early summer bringing warm and humid weather. Yet, Konoha, and the entire ninja world, was unusually restless. Since the conclusion of the First Shinobi World War in the 21st year of Konoha, a tenuous peace had prevailed for 9 years, coinciding with the golden generation of Konoha. In the 22nd year of Konoha, the matriarch of the Hyuga clan, another prominent bloodline family, gave birth to a pair of twins named Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hinata. In August of the 23rd year, Uchiha's archrival, the Senju clan, welcomed a son named Senju Naritaki, a direct descendant of Senju Hashirama. In January of the 26th year, the matriarch of the Yamanaka family bore a son named Yamanaka Hachichi. In April, the Akimichi clan's matriarch gave birth to Akimichi Doza, and in July, Nara clan's matriarch welcomed Nara Shikaku. A character of significant impact, albeit briefly mentioned in the original work, is Namikaze Minato, born in January of the 27th year. The legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were all born in the 17th year of Konoha and are now 13 years old, each having been taken as apprentices by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Meanwhile, the tragic patriarch Uchiha Fugaku, born in the 15th year of Konoha, currently serves as a Chunin in the police force. Reportedly, he recently evolved his Sharingan into the 3-tomo form during a life-and-death mission and is expected to be promoted to Jonin soon. Having trained under Elder Chana for 2 years, Uchiha Deguang not only mastered the various fire-style jutsu passed down through his clan, but also made notable progress in lightning and wind-style jutsu. Additionally, his prowess in Uchiha swordsmanship is commendable. According to his father, Uchiha Nakahira, setting aside the physical limitations imposed by age and chakra reserves, Uchiha Deguang's swordsmanship has already reached a level comparable to that of a seasoned Chunin specialized in the clan's techniques, making him unparalleled among his peers. At least, Uchiha Deguang once whimsically engaged in a sparring session with his cousin Uchiha Jiming, wielding a small tanto. The outcome was rather surprising. Uchiha Jiming, who was initially brimming with confidence and eager to guide his juniors, found himself questioning his very existence. This led to a tumultuous blend of complex emotions such as self-doubt, indignation, and despair, ultimately forcing his double tomo Sharingan to evolve into a triple tomo. This incident marked him as the second most extraordinary case of Sharingan evolution within the Uchiha clan, following Uchiha Deguang himself. Consequently, Uchiha Jiming earned a rather absurd nickname within the family, Jiming of the Thousand Blades. Nonetheless, Uchiha Deguang adhered strictly to the ninja code of secrecy, never revealing his true prowess beyond the clan's territory. Those within the clan who were aware of his actual strength remained tight-lipped at the behest of Elder Shana, leaving him perceived by others merely as an overly mature Uchiha child. Each morning, Uchiha Deguang maintained his routine of rising early, freshening up, and dressing before descending the stairs. Today, Uchiha Zhongshuan had been discreetly assigned a special family mission and sent out, while his mother, Keiko, prepared breakfast as usual, beaming at her beloved son. As Uchiha Deguang ate, he engaged in light conversation with Keiko, yet both tacitly avoided the subject of his father's covert duties. After all, the fewer who knew of such significant and secretive tasks, the safer it was. Once he finished his meal and assisted in washing the dishes, Uchiha Deguang was about to leave when his mother, still smiling, handed him a small ninja tool pouch. "This is a special explosive tag I made, with power exceeding that of ordinary ones by double," she said, her expression cheerful. "It's not something I need at home," Uchiha Deguang murmured slightly, accepting the pouch and opening it to find it filled with nearly 100 specially crafted explosive tags. "Such a quantity is sufficient for a small-scale war," he noted. "Indeed, our family's arms trade has been flourishing lately. Not only is the village making large-scale purchases, but many mysterious patrons are also buying in bulk. Make sure to keep it safe, my little Deguang. Preparation is key," Keiko implied, confident that her astute son comprehended her deeper meaning. "War?" Uchiha Deguang felt a stir within his heart, choosing silence as he carefully secured the explosive tags before bidding his mother farewell and stepping out. Today was indeed a significant day, marking the commencement of the Uchiha clan's new generation's trials. Regrettably, with his father away on duty and his mother unable to participate as a non-registered ninja, Uchiha Deguang first made his way to Elder Shana's residence to pay his respects. As was customary, before receiving the day's training agenda and combat opponents. Today's simulation involved a forest encounter with Uchiha Woman, a trusted shadow clone of Elder Shana, serving as the training partner. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 shurikens shot forth from Uchiha Deguang's palm instantaneously, with no hesitation, tracing peculiar arcs through the air as they sought to strike Uchiha Woman from various angles. The manipulation of ninja tools had always been a forte of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Deguang has undoubtedly endured considerable hardship in his training. Yet he would never be so arrogant as to believe that 2 years of practice could rival the prowess of the seasoned Jonin, Uchiha Haman, even if it were merely a shadow clone. Over the past 2 years, he has engaged in countless battles against the Elder Shana's guards. Though there was no risk of life or death, he has still suffered numerous injuries, learning the intricacies of a ninja's combat style. Uchiha Haman swiftly drew a kunai to parry, deflecting the shuriken with precision. The sparks generated from the clash of blades were particularly striking amidst the dimly lit forest. Soon after, 6 more shuriken were hurled toward him. Uchiha Haman ensured that not a single one came within an inch of him, effortlessly swatting them away. Meanwhile, Uchiha Deguang gripped his tanto tightly and, seizing the moment, lunged forward, closing the distance to engage in a fierce close-quarters battle. The speed at which both fighters wielded their weapons was akin to lightning, slicing through the air as their blades clashed vigorously. Uchiha Haman, armed with a kunai hastily drawn from his belt, found his weapon lacking in both material and sharpness compared to the tanto held by Uchiha Deguang. After a brief exchange, Uchiha Deguang executed a powerful downward slash, resulting in a resounding crack as Uchiha Haman's kunai shattered. The tanto, with unyielding momentum, aimed mercilessly at Uchiha Haman. In a moment of urgency, Uchiha Haman shrank his form and sprang backward like a coiled spring. Uchiha Flow, Sword Flame Slash. Uchiha Deguang fervently channeled his chakra, condensing, shaping, and unleashing a blade of fire-style chakra in pursuit of his opponent. Caught off guard while airborne, Uchiha Haman was struck squarely by the sword energy. Boom! The shadow clone dissipated into a cloud of smoke. A surge of joy filled Uchiha Deguang's heart. Although he had only vanquished a shadow clone, it was still the clone of a Jonin, possessing experience and skill not easily overshadowed. Just as a smile began to grace his face, another sound echoed, boom. From within the smoke emerged 2 severed wooden stumps. This is the substitution technique. A mat kunai was silently positioned against Uchiha Deguang's neck, its cold, sharp blade making contact with his skin and raising goosebumps. Little Deguang, it appears I have triumphed after all. Uchiha Deguang realized with dismay that he had merely struck a wooden stump disguised by Uchiha Haman's shadow clone technique. Little Deguang, why didn't you activate your Sharingan earlier? Although the inside of the Sharingan is not as acute as that of the Byakugan, its enhancement to individual combat prowess far surpasses the latter. Had Uchiha Deguang awakened his Sharingan, he would not have been unable to detect Uchiha Haman's ruse. My chakra cannot sustain me much longer, Uchiha Hamon exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he recognized the foolishness of his query, perhaps due to their frequent interactions and his remarkable talent. He had unconsciously forgotten that Uchiha Deguang was only 6 years old this year. Outside the forest, Elder Shana, observing the duel with his Sharingan, remained as ever pleased with Uchiha Deguang's performance. As the elder of the Uchiha clan, Shana held high expectations for his most promising and heavily nurtured junior, Uchiha Deguang. The latter exhibited a notably reclusive disposition, often preferring solitude and seldom mingling with peers or engaging with the villagers. While it is true that Uchiha clansmen are generally known for their aloofness, Deguang's level of isolation was indeed quite rare. Shana pondered silently, feeling a tinge of concern, as his thoughts drifted to the indifference displayed by both Nakujin and Haruko, leaving him to fret alone. Today, however, Deguang's performance was commendable. Though Shana appeared to deliver a neutral assessment of the training, the satisfaction gleaming in his eyes was unmistakable. After all, such an exceptional junior was a rarity not just within the Uchiha clan, but throughout the entirety of Konohagakure. Starting tomorrow, you shall have a 3-day leave. Take this time to rest well, Shana said with a warm smile, exuding a friendly demeanor. I do not wish to rest, elder. Perhaps tomorrow I could train alongside Chikatsu. Uchiha Deguang's protest was abruptly interrupted by Shana. In 4 days, the clan's tournament will take place, and you are to participate. So it is best to take a moment to recuperate. Upon hearing this, Deguang ceased his insistence. The Uchiha clan's tournament was akin to a concentrated competition for ninjas of all ages, reminiscent of the Chunin exams, albeit devoid of any cultural assessments, reflecting the Uchiha clan's valorous nature. You have trained under my guidance for 2 years, yet your name remains largely unknown within the clan. It is time for you to showcase your abilities, Shana remarked with a hint of gravity. As the Uchiha clan's elder, he possessed his own channels of information. Recent surges in the arms market suggested that after nearly a decade of preparation, restless ninja villages were beginning to stir, hinting that a new war in the ninja world was imminent. It is a universal truth that without effort, one cannot expect rewards. However, it is equally true that, given the same level of dedication, the fruits of a genius's labor often far exceed those of the ordinary. Since embarking on his training with Elder Shana, Uchiha Deguang had demonstrated unwavering diligence, practicing through the sweltering summer heat and frigid winter chill. His formidable mental fortitude and exceptional chakra control had allowed him to engage competitively with Shana's elite bodyguards. It is noteworthy that while Shana's personal guards were predominantly Chunin, they were distinguished as the elite among their ranks, excelling in various ninja arts, easily surpassing the evaluations of ordinary ninjas within the village. At the tender age of 6, Uchiha Deguang's prowess rivaled that of a Chunin, a feat that was exceedingly rare even within the illustrious Uchiha clan. Early the next morning, as Uchiha Deguang prepared to descend the stairs, he was taken aback to find his mother, Haruko, not only had breakfast ready but had also donned the uniform of the police force ninja, a Leaf Village Chunin vest emblazoned with the Uchiha crest. Her long hair, usually worn down, was now tied in a high ponytail, presenting a strikingly competent image that starkly contrasted with her customary demeanor as a devoted housewife. Mother, are you participating in the clan's tournament today as well? Uchiha Deguang was taken aback. Although he had gleaned from fragments of conversation that his mother, Huimei, had once been a remarkably gifted Uchiha ninja, he had never encountered her in such attire since awakening his past memories in this lifetime. It's not that your mother has retired from the combat division. She merely wishes to witness your match, Huimei replied with a beaming smile. Wouldn't you like your mother to watch? It would sadden her otherwise. No, it's just that I've never seen you in ninja garb before. Then let us hasten to breakfast. Yes, father may not return until tomorrow and will miss seeing your splendid performance, so I must pay close attention to the match and inform him all about it. Therefore, you must do your best. Absolutely. Just watch me claim first place. Uchiha Deguang responded while enjoying his breakfast. By the way, if I emerge victorious in the competition, what rewards might the clan bestow? Could I perhaps gain direct entry into the police force? Did Elder Shana not mention this to you? No, he did not. Well, you shall discover it once you achieve victory, Huimei teased. After finishing their breakfast, Uchiha Deguang and his mother, Huimei, proceeded to the venue of the clan competition, the South Hachuan Uchiha Shrine. The choice of location was intentional. The Uchiha training grounds were relatively small and situated within the village's sensory barrier, which would undoubtedly attract attention during the matches. The clan did not wish to provoke undue anxiety among the Hokage's faction, considering that the participants were predominantly the younger generation of Uchiha. The shrine boasted a large square, approximately 1,000 square meters, with a remarkably sturdy surface paved with bluestone bricks. Surrounding the area were 4 rune formations, each guarded by 2 unfamiliar Uchiha ninjas, presumably establishing a barrier to isolate the competition space. By this time, over 300 Uchiha clan members had gathered in the square, nearly half of whom were under 10 years old and participating in the matches. Judging by their height and build, most appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, with several already donning ninja headbands, indicating they had graduated from clan training or the ninja academy, although there were many Uchiha children being cradled by their parents. Deguang stood out as the sole participant among his peers, fully equipped for the competition. Scanning the crowd, he recognized few familiar faces, for he was indeed one of the rare solitary souls among the Uchiha, often preferring to keep to himself. "Deguang, do you feel confident?" Huime asked, playfully ruffling his hair. The texture was delightful, even softer than her own locks. "I should be fine. After all, they are merely genin," he replied succinctly, exuding confidence. Moments later, a group of Uchiha ninjas entered through the shrine's main gate, among them the clan leader and elder Shana, who were surrounded by the crowd like stars in a constellation. If only the clan leader's son weren't a bit older, Deguang might have had the opportunity to best him in the competition and teach him a lesson, he mused. "Mother, isn't it a concern that father is still serving under the clan leader? What if he encounters trouble?" Uchiha Deguang sighed in exasperation, rolling his eyes. "Humph, if he dares, I shall propose his impeachment at the clan meeting." The conversation between Uchiha Deguang and his mother was not discreet, as ninjas are keenly observant. Their exchange caught the attention of the formidable Uchiha clan leader. "Elder Shana, is that child the offspring of Zhong Xianjun? It is said he is also your esteemed pupil." The Uchiha clan leader replied with a hint of resignation, addressing the smiling elder Shana beside him. "Young Deguang is a treasure of the Uchiha family," Elder Shana responded nonchalantly. Before the competition commenced, the Uchiha clan leader delivered yet another lengthy and tedious speech, akin to many leaders across the globe, until the audience was left dizzy and even Elder Shana leaned on his cane, dozing off. Only then did he, still unsated, declare the match to begin. As his words echoed, for barriers rose within the plaza. This was the water sealing technique barrier, where the competition would unfold, explained Huamaizi to Uchiha Deguang. Uchiha Deguang nodded in partial understanding. After all, in the past 2 years, he had only been learning the Uchiha family's traditional ninjutsu and taijutsu from Elder Shana, having merely scratched the surface of sealing techniques. The competition adopted a one-on-one elimination format, where the defeated would be ousted and the victors would advance, drawing lots anew until a champion emerged from each group. This approach was straightforward, brutal, and direct, perfectly suiting the Uchiha ethos. During the subsequent matches, Uchiha Deguang effortlessly advanced to the top 4, even without the opportunity to utilize his Sharingan against his opponents. Meanwhile, within the other 3 group barriers, the matches were still 2/3 complete. After a brief wait, the results from the 3 groups finally emerged, revealing the Uchiha's 4 young titans of Konoha after 30 years. Apart from Uchiha Deguang, the others were Uchiha Zenhobo, Uchiha Hakadai, and Uchiha Yuki, all of whom had received clan training as genin, while the Uchiha genin who graduated from the Ninja Academy had been mostly eliminated. The final 4-way showdown, however, adopted a battle royale format, allowing for alliances of 3 against 1 or a lone fighter against 3. Simultaneously, the 4 barriers merged into a single grand barrier. After hearing the Uchiha clan leader's explanation of the rules, Uchiha Deguang slowly stepped into the barrier, his excitement barely contained. After 2 years of training, Uchiha Deguang was eager to ascertain his standing among the younger generation. The other 3, having witnessed Uchiha Deguang's prowess in the preliminary rounds, regarded him with both awe and caution. With a signal, the final match commenced. The 4 contestants instantly positioned themselves at the corners of the barrier, wary and assessing one another. Unable to contain himself, Uchiha Deguang quickly drew 3 shurikens from his ninja tool pouch and launched them at the 3 opponents. He intended to take them on single-handedly. The other 3 Uchiha were equally resolute. After deflecting Deguang's shurikens, they exchanged glances and nodded, momentarily forming a united front. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Deguang unleashed a massive fireball directed at Uchiha Hakadai, who stood diagonally across from him. Uchiha Hakadai remained undaunted, swiftly forming hand seals without flinching. A fireball, identical to his own, surged forward to meet the oncoming attack. It seemed that Uchiha Hakadai's fireball bore slightly greater force, as it shattered Uchiha Deku's fireball, with the residual chakra fireball continuing its assault towards Uchiha Deku. Observing this, Uchiha Shinhira and Uchiha Yuki promptly advanced to flank Uchiha Deku on either side. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Uchiha Deku hastily formed hand seals, infusing flames into 9 shuriken, which, imbued with searing heat, scattered like phoenix flowers, shattering the fireballs and launching an attack against the trio. Uchiha Shinhira and Uchiha Yuki were taken aback and quickly leaped to evade the onslaught. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hakadai, positioned at a distance, remained composed, erecting an earth wall to intercept the incoming strikes. However, Uchiha Shinhira and Uchiha Yuki found themselves suspended helplessly in midair, as Uchiha Shinhira clumsily landed. A chilling voice echoed behind him, sending shivers down his spine. Without allowing him a moment to react, Uchiha Deku swiftly severed the hair at the nape of Uchiha Shinhira's neck with his blade, signifying a decisive strike. Uchiha Shinhira, unconscious and eliminated. Before Uchiha Shinhira could grasp the situation, Uchiha Deku once more launched himself towards Uchiha Yuki with a body flicker technique. Just as Uchiha Yuki prepared to defend with a kunai, Uchiha Deku halted abruptly, unleashing a fire-infused chakra blade that sent Uchiha Yuki crashing against the barrier. Uchiha Yuki, unconscious and eliminated. In the blink of an eye, 2 combatants had fallen, leaving Uchiha Hakadai, who had just emerged from the protective earth wall, utterly astonished. Is this still a child? The internal turmoil within Uchiha Hakadai reached a breaking point. Just as he was reeling from the shock, Uchiha Deku ensnared him with a Jinjutsu, then executed a rapid advance, delivering a kick that sent Uchiha Hakadai hurtling against the barrier, rendering him unconscious. Onlookers from the Uchiha clan were left in astonished silence. The pace of this contest was astonishingly swift. Was this truly a match among the clan's younger generation? The combat prowess exhibited was nearly that of a Chunin level, and not from the ranks of village's common ninjas. Could one truly believe that this was a mere 6-year-old child? This time, the Uchiha clan was left in utter disbelief. Elder Shana caressed his beard with a satisfied demeanor, while Huamaiko was elated, leaping with joy. Uchiha Deku easily overwhelmed his peers, brimming with confidence and vigor. The prowess displayed by Uchiha Deku during the clan's internal competition swept through every corner of the Uchiha clan like a tempest. Within a day, his name became well known throughout the Uchiha family. Uchiha Deku had risen to prominence. Of course, this was also due in no small part to Elder Shana, who not only refrained from suppressing the news, but also actively contributed to its propagation. In the eyes of Elder Shana, although Uchiha Deguang was still in his youth, his overall prowess, after 2 years of rigorous training, could be deemed commendable. Both his combat skills and awareness surpassed those of an average Chunin. At merely 6 years of age, one must consider that during the Warring States period, children as young as 4 or 5 were already wielding kunai on the battlefield to hunt down lower-ranked ninja and the wounded. Furthermore, Uchiha Deguang was regarded as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, deserving of treatment far beyond that of an ordinary child. Promising youths ought to be entrusted with greater responsibilities. Elder Shana's mind was buzzing with thoughts and strategies. Following Deguang's rise to fame through his accomplishments, the more radical factions within the Uchiha clan eagerly promoted the merits of familial education, with Deguang serving as the most compelling testament, an irrefutable case in point. Coupled with the persuasive rhetoric of clan members, many parents who had initially planned to send their offspring to the Ninja Academy reconsidered, opting instead to retain their children close and provide ninja training themselves or through elder relatives, even among the more conservative factions. After all, within the Uchiha clan, regardless of being radical or conservative, there was a unanimous belief that weakness was an original sin. The following day, upon learning of these developments, Uchiha Deguang proactively sought out Elder Shana. At that moment, Elder Shana, his face aglow, was engaging in conversation with a group of venerable Uchiha elders over tea. Upon noticing Deguang's arrival, he quickly beckoned him closer. "Little Deguang, did I not suggest you take a few days to rest? What brings you here again? Are you unable to part from your grandfather?" Elder Shana's words were infused with affection and pride. The elders gathered around, all representatives of various branches of the Uchiha clan and leaning toward the radical faction, wore expressions of discontent, particularly the second elder, whose direct grandson, Uchiha Shinue, was the first to be bested by Deguang, leaving him feeling quite humiliated. Grandfather Elder, I have just heard that some clan members have rescinded their applications to the village's ninja academy to embrace familial education. And I have some thoughts I wish to discuss with you. Elder Shana was taken aback by this revelation. Surely, you are not about to espouse some toxic notions of seeking the will of fire or bonds of companionship, are you? A twinge of unease gripped him. Familial education was undoubtedly beneficial. Uchiha Deguang cut to the chase, offering Elder Shana a modicum of reassurance. However, given the varying strengths and age compositions of the different branches, not all may be fully equipped to undertake the educational responsibilities, and many clan members are not ninja. Elder Shana stroked his beard knowingly, fully aware of these circumstances. If, in the name of the family, a ninja school dedicated to our lineage were to be established for concentrated enlightenment training, would it not be a more favorable approach? Uchiha Deguang observed Elder Shana and the other elders' expressions as he spoke. Elder Shana, stroking his beard in contemplation, noted that while some elders slightly nodded in apparent agreement, others furrowed their brows, indicating reservations. However, since none voiced opposition, Uchiha Deguang continued. Furthermore, since it would be an internal family school, we could appropriately broaden the dissemination of various ninjutsu or advanced manipulation techniques, thereby significantly enhancing the family's strength. The expenses of such a ninja school are exceedingly high. The village's schools exist due to funding allocated by the feudal lord, and they do not require tuition fees. Young Deguang, you are underestimating the complexities involved. One elder remarked dismissively. Each clan could contribute to the school as funding. After all, this is our Uchiha family's institution, nurturing our own kin, Uchiha Deguang retorted, emphasizing the importance of the clan. The staunchly traditional Uchiha radicals, particularly Elder Shana, felt a resonance with his words. The pre-educational population within the family is limited, and fewer students would naturally result in reduced costs. Doesn't that sound ideal? What of the Senju clan? That Hokage monkey is still a disciple of Tobirama. They will undoubtedly oppose this. Why should our esteemed Uchiha clan be concerned about the Senju's lackeys? From a perspective of strength comparison, we are undeniably at a disadvantage. You old fossil, you should feel ashamed. What began as a discussion on the feasibility of establishing an Uchiha ninja school soon devolved into a heated exchange of personal attacks among the elders, leaving Uchiha Deguang at a loss for words. Enough. Elder Shana's countenance darkened as he felt the discourse straying further from reason. He bellowed to quell the uproar among the elders. The younger generation is still present. Do you not care for your dignity? Turning back, Elder Shana spoke to Uchiha Deguang with a kindly demeanor. Young Deguang, do you have any further suggestions? Grandfather Shana, esteemed elders, concentrated education within the family will undoubtedly surpass the fundamental education provided by a ninja school. This would be immensely beneficial for strengthening our kin. The assembly acknowledged the validity of this statement. Yet, I do not comprehend why the family's actions should be swayed by the opinions of the Hokage lineage. An elder began to voice his thoughts, but was interrupted by Elder Shana's gesture. Young Deguang, please continue. As far as I know, the Hyuga clan has never sent their youths to participate in the frivolous games of the ninja school. The main branch of the Hyuga clan consists of only a few individuals. Those withered elders would never part with their little slaves from their sight. Upon hearing the mention of the Hyuga clan, one elder instinctively reacted with scorn. Elder Shana shot him a glare, urging Uchiha Deguang to proceed. Moreover, the family's ninja school need not be named Uchiha Ninja School. Uchiha Deguang paused for effect. We could designate it as the Preparatory Training Academy of the Law Enforcement Department. Upon this declaration, the assembly seemed to awaken to a new realm of possibilities. Thus, it implies that funds can be allocated from the Department of Justice for the education of the family. This is a covetous elder. Moreover, the Senju clan has nothing to retort. Indeed, a staunch proponent of Uchiha supremacy. Furthermore, we could repurpose the content. As we are enhancing the overall strength and professionalism of the Department of Justice, along with establishing internal institutions for greater resources, rendering the Senju clan speechless. Additionally, we could facilitate the training of underperforming clan members at the Uchiha Ninja Academy, re-educating them at the Department of Justice's Preparatory Training School. This is an elder bureaucrat of the Uchiha. Indeed, Over the years, the new generation of our clan has been lacking in both bloodline and strength. A veritable disgrace to the Uchiha. A chorus of radical elders quickly refined the proposal put forth by Uchiha Deguang. Excellent. Elder Shana decisively proclaimed. The establishment of a preparatory training school for the clan's ninja police is imperative. I shall immediately confer with the clan leader. You, as elders of your respective factions, are well aware of the clan's realities and predicaments. So let it be known who supports and who opposes. Elder Shana, with his 3-tomo Sharingan, cast a commanding gaze over the radical elders present. Support. Unwavering support. Let us all pressure the clan leader and the conservative factions. A clan meeting shall be convened today. The excited elders, each more animated than the last, expanded their ambitions. Elder Shana nodded slightly. The people's hearts are malleable. Turning to Uchiha Deguang, Elder Shana kindly remarked, Little Deguang, your idea is splendid. Grandfather will ensure this matter is handled well. Please return and rest properly, shall you? With that, he retrieved a scroll from his sleeve and handed it to Uchiha Deguang. This is a high-level fire release technique that I have specially transcribed for you. Consider it a small token of my affection. Thank you, grandfather and esteemed elders. May I take my leave? Uchiha Deguang nodded obediently. Once Uchiha Deguang departed, Elder Shana sighed and addressed the gathered elders. If only all our clan members were like Deguang, what worries could we have about the clan's prosperity? The establishment of our Uchiha's Department of Justice Preparatory Training School is not only necessary, but unstoppable, whether it be the clan leader or the Hokage. The radical elders' faces were resolute. As night fell and the lights began to twinkle, the indigo sky resembled an immense blanket, adorned with stars like shimmering gemstones. Under the veil of night, the Uchiha clan's territory was particularly serene, with 6 fully armed Uchiha stationed at each of the 2 entrances, while numerous Uchiha ninjas patrolled the walls. On a typical day, the Department of Justice would still be working overtime at this hour, but today it closed early, allowing the officers to leisurely return home, exchanging tidbits of information in small groups. The usually deserted Nanha Shrine was now bustling with over 40 Jonin. Aside from a few clan members who had advanced through illusion techniques, the rest were Uchiha elites who had awakened their 3-tomo Sharingan. This is an exceedingly terrifying force, and it does not represent the entirety of the current Uchiha clan's power, as many Uchiha Jonin are currently away on missions or stationed in the clan's territory for vigilance. The sudden gathering of Uchiha ninjas naturally alarmed the Hokage Tower and the various ninja clans. On the walls of Konoha, numerous shadowy figures stealthily observed the movements at the South-He Shrine, yet they dared not approach too closely, for the Uchiha, known for their overwhelming strength and domineering behavior, could be merciless in their actions. The Uchiha clan leader arrived first, followed by the radical faction and various elder representatives, while the conservative members arrived last. Once all were present, the clan leader led the assembly into the shrine. The agenda for today's clan meeting had already been communicated in advance, and the Uchiha clan members were divided, with the radicals seated with fervor and determination, while the conservatives wore expressions of deep concern. Observing the clear division between the radical and conservative factions, the Uchiha clan leader felt a profound headache. Since we are all gathered, let us commence, he sighed. Regarding our proposal to establish a preparatory training school for the Ninja Police Department, the specifics are as follows. An elder from the radical faction took the floor as a spokesperson, eloquently expounding on the advantages of establishing a centralized training institution for Uchiha ninjas from various perspectives, as if the family's very existence hinged upon this initiative. In summary, the establishment of a preparatory training school for the police department is imperative for contemporary benefit and future generations alike. Any dissenters would be deemed eternal traitors to our clan. I oppose. While the radicals' eloquence was difficult for the conservatives to accept, they believed it ultimately benefited the family. Though they habitually opposed the radical proposals, they found themselves unable to articulate a rebuttal and thus continued to listen. As the radicals piled on their arguments, some conservatives began to lose their composure. Elder Choshin, please observe the decorum of the clan meeting, Elder Shana said blandly. He is pushing the clan toward an abyss for his own nefarious purposes. Elder Choshin, mind your words. This is not a one-man show. Please observe the decorum of the clan meeting, the clan leader admonished, his expression darkening. One ninja village, one ninja school. Establishing our own school is an act of division that will inevitably deteriorate our relationship with the Hokage's faction. Moreover, if no clan members attend the school, The bonds between our family and other village comrades will grow cold, and the neutral faction within the village will easily be swayed by the Hokage's side. This is simply unacceptable when considering the balance of power, another conservative elder analyzed calmly. It is precisely because of the need for strength that we must establish our own educational institution. The younger generation is utterly disgraceful, each one a shame to the Uchiha name. Do you wish to see our clan isolated by the village? We are the esteemed Uchiha clan. Why should we concern ourselves with those insects? Nonsense. It is precisely because of people like you that our clan faces exclusion. You, the Uchiha disgrace who begs the Senju for mercy, deserve to be punished by heaven. What did you say? I will kill you. As the discussion progressed, the debate among the elders gradually devolved into personal attacks, creating a tense atmosphere. The Uchiha clan leader, observing this familiar scene and glancing at the composed elder Shana, felt an overwhelming headache. As the clan leader, he found it distressing that he could not control the assembly, a situation that weighed heavily on his conscience. As the elders in the lower ranks increasingly lost their composure, their Sharingan eyes began to shine, prompting the Uchiha clan leader to finally intervene. Silence. Let us decide through a vote. Agreed, cheered the more numerous radicals. Opposed, sprang up the fewer conservative members in response. Opposed to what? You spineless disgrace of the Uchiha. What are you shouting for? Do you think we fear you? The elders, who usually presented themselves with dignity, began to bicker fiercely once more. Silence. The Uchiha clan leader gritted his teeth, glaring at the disobedient elders, his anger simmering within. However, he realized that forcing a vote was unwise. Neither faction was inclined to respect the outcome. Each faction believed that power dictated influence, and without a consensus, the matter could not proceed, even if the vote favored one side. Elder Shana, do you have anything to say? The Uchiha clan leader reluctantly turned to Elder Shana, the leader of the radicals. Seeking a compromise to appease the conservatives, Elder Shana surveyed the attendees, who avoided his gaze, lowering their heads to evade direct eye contact. The Preparatory Training Academy for the Police Department is a necessary initiative aimed at enhancing the overall capabilities of its members. Elder Shana set the tone. The conservatives stirred uneasily, yet no one spoke up. The Uchiha clan leader, witnessing this, felt even more frustrated, realizing that he commanded less authority than this ancient relic of the Warring States period. The Preparatory Training Academy primarily consists of two aspects. Firstly, it involves the phased rotation and intensive training of active clan members to strengthen their abilities, preventing the decay of Uchiha's glory due to complacency. Elder Shana articulated his points methodically. Secondly, to bolster the hierarchical structure of the police department and enhance its reserve forces. We propose to recruit aspiring youths interested in contributing to the police department through a preparatory education, thereby nurturing proficient execution skills from a young age. Of course, enrollment in the Preparatory Training Academy is not mandatory for all clan offspring. It is based on voluntary registration and a certain assessment for admission. If admitted, the qualifications gained from the academy would naturally benefit graduates when seeking assessment within the police department. However, the police department would not reject those educated at home or in ninja schools. It merely means that, due to limited positions, competition would be necessary for selection. Elder Shana's eloquence calmed the assembly, and the Uchiha clan leader seized the moment. Then let us vote to decide this matter. Before long, the results of the clan meeting vote emerged. The radicals unanimously approved, while nearly half of the conservatives abstained. The countdown to the formal establishment of the Uchiha Police Department's training academy has begun. The truth cannot remain concealed for long, especially among the loquacious members of the Uchiha clan. This time, the Uchiha clan convened an extensive gathering, amassing nearly 1/5 of the elite shinobi from the Hidden Leaf village. With the clan grounds heavily fortified, the Umbu, who attempted to covertly observe, were swiftly subdued and imprisoned in the police department's dungeon, leaving everyone bewildered as to the Uchiha's true intentions. This uncertainty has left all observers of the Uchiha clan in a state of unrest, particularly the F4 in the Hokage building. As the current ruling body of Konoha, inheritors of the second Hokage's will, the F4 includes the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, alongside Shimura Danzo, Mito Minyen, and Tsunade Senju, forming the core of the third Hokage's regime. In contrast, the former Hokage Tobarama Senju's associates, Uchiha Kagami and Akimichi Torafu, have either perished or retired, no longer holding power within the village. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office was tense. Each member of the Konoha F4 wore a stern expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a pipe clenched between his teeth, exhaled thick clouds of smoke, while the other three remained preoccupied, patiently awaiting the Umbu's report. The third Hokage's rule was precarious. The root of this instability lay in the fact that his ascension was solely based on the second Hokage's will, without any corroboration from a third-party force. Consequently, not only did the Uchiha clan harbor dissent, but also the former Senju faction and various other shinobi clans expressed their dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, under his command, the First Shinobi World War had concluded, and buoyed by victory, the opposition, aside from the obstinate Uchiha clan, found themselves at a loss for words, resorting to covert scheming. In light of this situation, the third Hokage implemented several key measures. Firstly, he emphasized the importance of the Konoha Ninja Academy, expanding enrollment to cultivate civilian shinobi as a counterbalance to the influence of the clans. Secondly, he expanded the Umbu, reinforcing the numbers and equipment of the Hokage's direct department, positioning it as an elite force above all other village factions. However, this strategy incited strong discontent among the traditionalist shinobi, particularly the Uchiha clan, who controlled the police department. Through these dual efforts, the Hokage's influence grew, while the old factions, especially the remnants of the Senju clan, were kept in check, at least in terms of overt opposition. With a resounding bang, a cloud of smoke erupted in the Hokage's office as an Umbu agent knelt before the Konoha F4. "Hokage-sama, I bring urgent intelligence. Present it swiftly." The third Hokage, weary of the wait, commanded the Umbu to deliver the report immediately. As he examined the contents of the intelligence scroll, his expression fluctuated between anger and concern, causing the other three to feel increasingly anxious. What schemes were the deranged, red-eyed Uchiha plotting? Their apprehension grew. After reviewing the report multiple times, the third Hokage felt a weight in his chest, slumping back into his chair with a deep sigh, which only heightened the unease of the others. Observing their expressions, he tossed the scroll to Shimura Danzo. "Take a look for yourselves." Having spoken, he closed his eyes in contemplation, yet the urgency with which he drew on his pipe betrayed an inner turmoil far from the serenity of his exterior. Shimura Danzo hastily scanned the contents of the intelligence report, his surprise evident, before passing the scroll to Mito Kamen and Torian Koha. He then turned to the third Hokage and exclaimed, "Hiruzen, what are your thoughts?" The third remained oblivious, maintaining his meditative state. "What about you all? What do you think we should do?" With the third ignoring him, Danzo redirected his attention to Mito and Torian. "The Uchiha are poised to betray the village. We must impose severe sanctions. Otherwise, those rogue ninjas will rise against us." As Danzo's rhetoric intensified, he turned back to the third, insisting, "Hiruzen, we must crush the Uchiha's delusions with an iron fist. We cannot allow them to act with impunity any longer." His agitation grew palpable, and he began to lose control of his words. "Alternatively, grant me command of the Umbu, and I shall personally lead a mission to eliminate that old fool from the Uchiha clan. As long as we sever the spine of that lunatic, they will no longer dare to be so audacious." Silence. The third suddenly opened his eyes, roaring like an enraged lion at Danzo. "Danzo, I am the Hokage. Should we not apprehend that old man for questioning?" Torian Koha suggested. "Who will go to apprehend him?" The third shot Torian a glare, aware that the elder of the Uchiha's radical faction would not be easily subdued. "What about that young boy, Uchiha Shinjin's son?" Torian persisted, pointing to the name of Uchiha Takumo on the report. "A mere 6-year-old child? Who knows if he is merely a pawn in the Uchiha's game?" Mito commented, feeling the absurdity of the situation. "Moreover, it is possible that the red-eyed lunatic has already set a trap for us," Danzo added ominously, his experience with deception leading him to suspect that others were equally cunning. This matter must be nipped in the bud. The Uchiha must not be allowed to establish their own ninja academy. That would be a blatant act of rebellion. After much deliberation, they struggled to devise a viable plan. Engaging in combat was simply not an option. Although the Hokage's direct lineage and the power of the F4 families possessed some superiority in high-level combat, it remained insufficient to contend with the numerous elite shinobi of the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, the Uchiha claimed that they were merely establishing a preparatory training school for police personnel, not a legitimate ninja academy. In name, it was a training institution for law enforcement, and even its recruitment consisted of so-called reserve officers, theoretically akin to the Umbu training division under Danzo's command. Given that the police department was a traditional stronghold of the Uchiha clan, with members permeating its ranks, even the Hokage would find it challenging to influence its operations. Thus, upon careful consideration, the Hokage's means of checks and balances seemed alarmingly limited. We cannot allow the Uchiha's Ninja Academy to be established. Danzo gritted his teeth. Hiruzen, what are your intentions? Do you have any good ideas? Mito, seeing the group unable to reach a consensus, directly sought the third Hokage's insights. The third Hokage straightened his posture with a leisurely demeanor. Retrieving a pouch of tobacco from the drawer, he meticulously packed the tobacco into his pipe, raised it to his lips, and with a deft motion of his fingers, ignited it, drawing in a deep breath before exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. Have you finished your discussion? He inquired, enveloped in the swirling mist. Since there appears to be no viable solution, let us heed my counsel. The three individuals, upon hearing his words, straightened up to listen attentively. Let us arrange a meeting with the Uchiha clan leader. Inform him that the Umbu will be offering positions to the Uchiha clan. I suggest he selects 3 individuals to join. Furthermore, should the police department require training, the Umbu can assist, thus alleviating the burden on public funds. At this, Danzo reacted as though someone had stepped on his tail, poised to protest vehemently. As for the young Uchiha who allegedly proposed this, Uchiha Takomo, I shall take him on as my apprentice. With that, the third reclined further into his chair and waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to proceed. Understood, came the response from the corner of the Hokage's office, quickly morphing into a shadow that slipped out of the window. You will come to regret this, Hiruzen. Danzo seethed, his frustration palpable as he bit his lip, turning to storm out of the room. Mito Minyin and Nara-Shikaku exchanged glances, finding an excuse to depart as well. In the office, the third Hokage continued to smoke his pipe in silence, thick plumes of smoke permeating the expansive room, rendering it hazy. The Uchiha clan, having endured the ravages of the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, remained a formidable force. Despite being in a notably weakened state compared to their historical zenith during the Warring States period. Even though contemporary Uchiha lacked the illustrious Mangekyo Sharingan and relied on their numerous 3-tomo Sharingan and unparalleled fire release techniques, alongside their enigmatic Genjutsu and extraordinary ninjutsu, they still stood as the strongest clan in the shinobi world, particularly after the Senju clan retreated from active involvement. There was no other clan in Konoha or the entire shinobi realm that could rival the Uchiha. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan seemed but a mere skeleton in comparison. This unparalleled strength, coupled with their stagnation within the police department, bred increasing dissatisfaction among the Uchiha towards the Hokage's faction. Various grievances and whispers circulated within the clan, with outspoken Uchiha members making their discontent widely known, which inevitably led to growing suspicion from the Hokage's side. Especially after the death of Uchiha Kagami, the connection between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage's faction severed, resulting in ineffective communication and deepening misunderstandings. Thus, when the Uchiha clan leader arrived at the Hokage building to discuss matters as per the Hokage's directive and heard the conditions laid out by the third, he was indeed tempted. The prospect of Umbu positions, a potential apprentice to the Hokage, and the opportunity to transcend the limitations imposed by the police department signified a chance for the Uchiha clan to reclaim their influence. This opportunity has eluded the Uchiha clan for over 2 decades. Honorable Hokage, I am grateful for your kindness. However, the matter regarding the establishment or dissolution of the police training academy is not something I can decide unilaterally. It requires consultation with the clan. The Uchiha clan leader was deeply moved, yet ultimately declined. However, he left a door open, for the Hokage had offered too much, should the clan unify upon his return. Who could say what might transpire? Esteemed clan leader, we have shared numerous experiences on the battlefield in years past. Yet, our duties have rendered us quite busy. And we have indeed lost touch, remarked the third Hokage with a smile, seamlessly shifting the conversation to reminisce about their former camaraderie. Indeed, we once served together in the Western Border Defense Forces, the Uchiha clan leader responded, engaging in light banter. After an extensive exchange of pleasantries and mutual flattery, the Uchiha clan leader felt parched, while the third Hokage appeared invigorated by the nostalgia, as if prepared to converse for several more hours. Honorable Hokage, it is growing late. I shall return to consult with my clan members promptly to provide you with a response, the Uchiha clan leader interjected, seeking an opportunity to take his leave. Oh, I remember the Akimichi clan from earlier times, the third Hokage remarked, slightly taken aback by the interruption but maintaining his composure, graciously bidding farewell to the Uchiha clan leader. As the Uchiha clan leader exited and closed the door, the smile on the third Hokage's face instantly froze and then gradually faded. He picked up his pipe, furrowing his brow, and began to smoke slowly. Upon returning to his private residence, the Uchiha clan leader entered his study in silence, pondering deeply before finally exhaling a heavy sigh. He summoned the heads of the various branches of the clan for a meeting. A tradition of the Uchiha clan, significant matters warrant a grand assembly, while trivial issues suffice with a smaller gathering. By the time the elders arrived, it was already evening. The Uchiha clan leader felt increasingly anxious, troubled by the clan's discipline and the respect afforded to him as their leader. In the clan's living room, a cluster of elderly men surrounded two younger Uchihas, the clan leader's eldest son, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Deguang, whom Elder Shana had brought to witness this occasion. This marked the first time Uchiha Deguang closely observed Fugaku, a figure whose reputation had garnered both praise and criticism in later times. On the surface, Fugaku appeared mature beyond his years, his slightly square face differing from the typical oval faces of the Uchiha clan. The lines on his cheeks lent him an air of authority despite his youthful appearance, suggesting a resolute and courageous demeanor. Though Fugaku maintained a composed expression, he discreetly scrutinized Uchiha Deguang, the rising star of the clan, who had stirred quite a commotion with his proposals. The Uchiha clan leader then relayed the Hokage's conditions in detail, subsequently closing his eyes to meditate while the elders deliberated. To be candid, the conditions presented by the Hokage are rather commendable. Merely a proposal for the Uchiha Police Department's preparatory training academy, which has yet to be fully realized, has garnered such generous benefits. This has not only stirred the hearts of the conservatives, but even caused some of the more radical elders to feel uneasy. After a hushed exchange among themselves, the assembly turned their gaze towards the composed Elder Shana. Elder Shana surveyed the room, discerning the wavering sentiments of his kin. Truly, they were a disunited front. He quietly criticized their indecisiveness, but chose not to voice his thoughts, instead looking to the young Uchiha Deguang seated beside him. Little Deguang, as the proposer of the preparatory training academy, what is your perspective? Surprised, Uchiha Deguang, merely a 6-year-old child, was taken aback. While the Uchiha clan had instances of precocious youth, it was unprecedented for someone so young to partake in clan affairs. Please share your thoughts, Elder Shana encouraged. Pausing briefly, how do the conditions offered by the monkey compare to those of the preparatory training academy? The preparatory training academy will shape our clan's future, Uchiha Deguang asserted, straightening his small stature. It is also pivotal for fostering unity within our clan and breaking down the barriers among the various lineages. Moreover, it is essential for our clan's empowerment and for leveraging the influence of the police department. The Hokage's conditions are trivial. We should not forsake the preparatory training academy. As our clan grows stronger and our members more united, once our clansmen ascend to the Hokage position, everything will naturally belong to us, without needing a lowly Senju lackey or the shameless bestowal of Sarutobi. Peace sought through struggle endures. Peace sought through compromise perishes. The Uchiha will seize what is rightfully theirs, without reliance on others. The Uchiha will not accept handouts. I have spoken. Does anyone dissent? With that, he surveyed the assembly, his small frame brimming with fervor. While the Umbu may be commendable, only a disciple of the Hokage can ascend to the position of Hokage, a conservative elder timidly remarked. The Hokage's position is not something to be granted personally. Only the Jonin Council can decide the Hokage's successor. Sarutobi's claim is inherently illegitimate. Another radical elder interjected vehemently. However, if all our clansmen attend the preparatory training academy, who will go to the ninja school? Will the next generation of our descendants and the village remain disconnected? I have stated before, the preparatory training academy only selects volunteers based on merit. It is not mandatory for all clan members to enroll. Nevertheless, the preparatory training academy deepens the divide between our clan and the village, which is ultimately detrimental. Yet, it could allow some of the ninja clan's children, who are closely related to our family, to enroll, Uchiha Deguang interjected, then turned to Elder Shana. Grandfather Elder, what do you think? Hearing this, all eyes turned towards Elder Shana. My fellow clansmen, Elder Shana began, surveying the room slowly. Since the War of Naruto and the underworld, our clan's strength has diminished significantly, and we find ourselves at our weakest point in a millennium. Though we exist in peace, we must not grow complacent. At the mention of that harrowing internal conflict, a palpable sense of trepidation filled the room. In the aftermath of the interclan conflicts, there remains a considerable rift among the families. Although we have made significant strides towards reconciliation, some divides remain insurmountable. Following the demise of Jing, the relationship between the clan and the village has grown increasingly tense. Upon hearing the news, the conservative elders could not help but sigh in despair. We are the Uchiha, a lineage of unwavering strength and valor that has endured since the tumultuous Warring States period. Unity is the cornerstone of our clan's survival, transcending factions and positions. For we are all Uchiha. We are the mightiest clan since the inception of the shinobi legacy. The conditions proposed by Sarutobi Hiruzen are akin to a poison cloaked in sugar. Only through the self-reliance of our clan can we secure our existence and purpose as Uchiha. I have spoken. Who stands in agreement, and who in opposition? The Uchiha clan leader, seizing the moment, urged the elders to cast their votes. The proposal regarding the continuation of the police department's preparatory training academy was unanimously passed by the elders. However, the exchange conditions presented by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, were categorically rejected by the elders. To seek peace through war is to achieve peace. To pursue peace through compromise is to invite its demise. The great truths articulated by remarkable figures resonate profoundly, transcending time and space, their wisdom echoing through the ages. In the spring of the 32nd year of Konoha, the ninja world is fraught with turmoil, as the 5 great nations and various smaller states grow increasingly restless. Local conflicts, rearguard attacks, and small-scale skirmishes proliferate, suggesting that peace may soon depart from this world rife with tragedies, and the flames of war appear to be spiraling out of control. 2 years ago, Uchiha Tokukage's remarks during a clan meeting, particularly one phrase, have circulated widely within the family, with many Uchihas adopting it as their guiding principle. It is an undeniable truth that this phrase resonates deeply with the Uchiha spirit. Moreover, with Uchiha's vocal advocacy, this saying has gained traction beyond the clan, becoming popular in Konoha, especially amidst the escalating tensions between the 5 great nations, where both overt and covert conflicts are on the rise. To seek peace through war is to achieve peace, and the foundation for everlasting peace must arise from the unification of the ninja world through battle. In the Hokage's office, Danzo spoke gravely to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, with the strength of our village, if we strategize earnestly, we can undoubtedly overturn the other 4 great nations. Do not hesitate. The missteps of Lord Hashirama have only led to more bloody wars within the ninja world, and our mission is to rectify this error, establishing Konoha as the singular, eternal strongest ninja village. What are you waiting for, Hiruzen? Make your decision swiftly. Danzo's tone grew increasingly fervent, as if the prospect of Konoha unifying the ninja world was within reach. The third Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe, releasing a thick plume of smoke. Danzo, perhaps the martial factions of other villages share your sentiments, which is why war has been so bloody. You still dare to speak of peace. Hiruzen, when did you become so naive? Danzo's fury contorted his features. Where leaves dance, the fire of life endures. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding new leaves. The third Hokage, with a distant gaze, recited the essence of the will of fire. The esteemed Hashirama Senju established the village not merely to safeguard our children, but to prevent it from becoming a mere instrument for the caprices of ambitious individuals seeking to satiate their personal desires. The third Hokage's implications ignited a furious ire in Danzo. You shall come to regret this. I am the Hokage. As customary, the conversation between the two concluded dramatically, with an enraged Danzo storming out, leaving the third Hokage disheartened and unable to resume his administrative duties, instead lost in a haze of smoke. To be fair, bringing a formal end to the bloodshed that has persisted since the Warring States period has been the aspiration of every Hokage. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, sought a balance among the 5 great nations' ninja villages, while the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, became ensnared in the internal conflicts with the Uchiha clan and ultimately perished during an ambush at the alliance with the Land of Lightning. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, despite his reputation as a formidable ninja, remains significantly overshadowed by his mentor, the second Hokage. He is unable to quell the nations externally or pacify the clans internally. making discussions of unifying the ninja world seem utterly unrealistic and a fanciful endeavor. In the Uchiha Hokage office, a soft whisper echoed. Meanwhile, the Uchiha Preparatory Training Academy, established just 2 years prior, thrived with youthful vigor. For both the reformed members of the Uchiha police force and the newly recruited students, this institution, masquerading as a training facility yet functioning as an enhanced ninja school, has imparted numerous innovative and practical ninja skills. The Uchiha clan has slightly relaxed its rigid barriers, permitting a limited sharing of lower-tier ancestral ninjutsu and an array of jutsu replicated by generations of Uchiha utilizing the Sharingan, all made available for study at the academy. Though lacking the core secret techniques of the clan, the lower-tier Uchiha ninjutsu suffices for the ordinary Uchiha members. While the jutsu copied by the Sharingan may differ in potency, casting time, and chakra consumption from their original forms, they remain superior to having none at all. In terms of educational content, if the Konoha Ninja School is akin to elementary education, then the Uchiha Police Force Preparatory Training Academy stands at least at a vocational level, embodying a complete educational system that spans from elementary to vocational training for ninja. The measures and treatment extended to the Uchiha clan indeed evoke envy among many civilian ninjas, and even some clans find themselves feeling envious. After all, ninjutsu is the very foundation of a ninja's existence. The Uchiha's open provision of ninjutsu inheritance is unparalleled in Konoha. Even if much of the ninjutsu taught at the Uchiha Academy consists of Sharingan replicas for civilian ninjas, having access to an additional technique translates to an increased chance of survival, rendering any concerns about the nuances of authenticity trivial. The opportunity to learn, however limited, is not to be overlooked. Over the past 2 years, despite the ongoing attempts by the Hokage lineage to subtly manipulate public opinion against the Uchiha clan's domineering style within the police department and the divisive actions of the Preparatory Training Academy, the Uchiha clan's standing in the eyes of ordinary ninjas has indeed ascended. In pursuit of the trifling ninjutsu that the Uchiha have shared, numerous common civilian ninjas have sought various means to forge connections with the Uchiha. Under the proposal of Uchiha Deguang and the Council of Elder Shana, the Preparatory Training Academy has begun to enroll certain vassal ninja descendants who have long-standing ties with the Uchiha clan, as well as some civilian ninjas who are friends of Uchiha members, to receive training. While these individuals may not gain positions within the esteemed police department of the Uchiha clan, they nonetheless acquire a wealth of practical ninjutsu in the 5 elemental styles. Consequently, although the Uchiha remain as haughty, aloof, and indifferent as ever, their disdainful glances toward others cannot overshadow the enthusiasm of the civilian ninjas, for the Uchiha have bestowed upon them much. Throughout these 2 years, Uchiha Deguang has not been idle. He has awakened his Sharingan to the double Tomo state, and with the passage of time, both his chakra reserves and physical prowess have significantly enhanced. Moreover, he has developed various mental attack techniques by integrating the clan's ancestral secret art of in release with his formidable psychic strength. Simultaneously, he has served as an instructor at the Preparatory Training Academy, primarily as a training adversary to hone combat skills, while also participating in family-assigned combat missions. Thus, despite being merely 8 years old, his relentless training and combat experience have endowed Uchiha Deguang with combat capabilities that can surpass seasoned Chunin and stand equally against ordinary Jonin, marking him as an extraordinary talent within the Uchiha clan. However, the flourishing presence of the Uchiha clan has increasingly irked many within the village, notably the legendary figure Danzo Shimura, who represents this discontent. Yet, the escalating tension in the ninja world and the incessant eruption of minor conflicts have consumed much of Danzo's focus. Coupled with the nascent and underpowered state of his Umbu training division, it pales in comparison to the current might of the Uchiha clan. Though he bears 1,000 grievances and feels a myriad of discontent, Danzo must endure, covertly manipulating public sentiment to isolate the Uchiha. To the Uchiha, however, the words of those ordinary villagers, who are not even ninjas, hold little value, akin to ants attempting to roar before an elephant. Any glance from the latter is a victory for them. Thus, while the Uchiha clan thrives and the situation appears promising, the second great ninja war quietly unfolds, spanning from the 28th to the 30th year of the Konoha era. During these 2 years, the turmoil and conflicts within the ninja world have intensified. Encounters between ninja factions have escalated from mere verbal exchanges to the throwing of shuriken and explosive tags, and now to calculated assaults upon discovering enemy tracks. With relations among the major ninja villages teetering on the brink of collapse. Though still in his youth, Uchiha Deguang possesses formidable strength that cannot be underestimated. Armed with commendable ninja aptitude and exceptional chakra control, coupled with the rigorous and unreserved tutelage of the Uchiha radical faction under Elder Shana, he has emerged as a prodigious talent within his clan, as a figure of some strategic acumen among the Uchiha, and an element of instability within the Hokage's tower. Uchiha Deguang is inevitably drawn into the imminent world war among ninjas. The clan requires a valiant hero to rise and bear the banner, heralding the Uchiha name, thereby restoring their prestige within the village and influence in the ninja world, while also opening avenues for more lucrative undertakings. Meanwhile, the Hokage faction seeks an opportunity to eliminate the elements of instability, disposing of them as mere obstacles in their path. From the moment Uchiha Deguang began receiving the clan's training, intentionally or not positioned as a benchmark, he embraced the notion of stepping forth as a cannon fodder for his family, akin to the red sticks nurtured by a society, needing to engage in fierce battles to earn the respect of the masses. Naturally, as a representative of the younger generation of the Uchiha radicals, he need not team up with the village's lesser individuals to be thrown into the meat grinder of the ninja war, perhaps under the protection of clan members. He could selectively eliminate a few incapacitated enemy Jonin to garner some prestige. At this moment, within the Hokage's tower, the Konoha F4 are analyzing the newly acquired intelligence. Ninjas from the Land of Rain have already mobilized to the borders. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffed vigorously on his pipe, his brow furrowed in concern. It seems war is inevitable. Indeed, the ninja forces stationed at the border from the Land of Rain have already surpassed our own, and should conflict arise, our border troops may be unable to withstand the onslaught, remarked Mitarashian, who oversees intelligence regarding the Land of Rain. What of Hanzo? Is that old man still in the Rain Ninja village? The ones mobilized to the border are his trusted Jonin, interjected Danzo. Ultimately, it is your weakness that allows even a mere Rain Ninja village to act so audaciously. Hiruzen, you should have heeded my advice long ago. If we had deployed in a timely manner, our border forces could have taken the initiative to strike down these Rain Ninjas, ensuring they would think twice before acting recklessly. Danzo glared at Hiruzen with his beady eyes, mercilessly mocking him. Where would we draw reinforcements from? The village has more tasks than it can handle. We cannot simply send all of your roots away, retorted the third Hokage, his tone neutral yet sharp. What of Main Murakami? With his commanding forces, he should be able to eliminate this contingent of Rain Ninjas, right? The advisor, Tsunade Kobayashi, furrowed her brow, clearly dissatisfied with the performance of the military chief at the border. Some of Main Murakami's subordinate ninja forces have been deployed to the Land of Rivers to assist Jonin Hakyun in fortifying defenses. There has been some unusual activity from Sunagakure lately, the third Hokage stated, his voice tinged with weariness as he continued to smoke his pipe, the smoke swirling around him. Sunagakure dares to meddle as well? The advisor, Tsunade Kobayashi, expressed a hint of disdain, coupled with a measure of concern. If you, Hiruzen, had heeded my counsel and taken the initiative to vanquish that old man from the Rain Village, we would not be entangled in such trivial matters. Ultimately, it is your weakness that has led us here. Danzo remained aggrieved, feeling that Sarutobi and Mito were lacking in wisdom, and that he alone bore the burden of supporting the Konoha F4 was truly exhausting. The ninjas stationed in the village relied on missions for sustenance. Once a large-scale mobilization occurred, the village would have to allocate funds for military expenses and equipment, a feat that was arduous given the current financial constraints. Konoha's Chunin, Koharu, also felt a tinge of helplessness. Then let us seek the Daimyo. The Land of Fire is affluent. Withholding funds from us would only invite plunder from those marauders. Danzo's tone remained indignant. The third Hokage took a deep puff from his pipe, feeling a headache coming on due to his blunt friend's remarks. You shall journey to the capital and speak with the Daimyo, the third Hokage commanded, appointing his old friend and advisor, Mito in, while ignoring Danzo's displeasure. The usually composed Mito nodded. Koharu, please liaise with the clan leaders and endeavor to organize an elite force of 1,000 shinobi. He turned to the advisor, Koharu, and added, moreover, dispatch messenger hawks to recall the Jonin currently on missions. We shall reduce the mission load by 20% and consolidate approximately 2,000 civilian shinobi. I will assign Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya to lead this force in support of the border troops stationed in the Rain Country. Koharu, who oversaw the administrative affairs of Konoha, maintained amicable relations with most clans, except for the Uchiha. Shall we consider reallocating a portion of the established police force to join the fray? After all, mobilizing so many clan ninjas would deplete the village's defensive strength. Koharu's mind immediately drifted to the Uchiha clan, known for their tumultuous history with Konoha's leadership. The Uchiha clan possessed formidable strength and a well-structured organization, making them a viable option for deployment. Mito-en, appearing fair-minded, remarked, "I believe that is feasible. Let us enlist the Uchiha ninjas. I will personally lead them." Danzo not only sought to teach the Uchiha a lesson, but also coveted the command of the third Hokage's disciples. The third Hokage cast a helpless glance at his 3 senior associates and friends. If the Uchiha were so easily swayed, would they still be the Uchiha? Could their clan ninjas and the police force be so readily integrated? Especially with Danzo at the helm, there was a chance that the Uchiha, upon mobilization, might retaliate by presenting Danzo's head to the black market for a bounty. What a group of oblivious allies I have. How would you manage without me? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. The Uchiha are also comrades of the village. We must place our trust in them. Hesitating for a moment, the third Hokage perhaps recognized that even he was skeptical of his own words, and thus added, "A measure of trust, yes. We ought to maintain a degree of trust in the Uchiha." The Uchiha are utterly untrustworthy. Have you forgotten your teacher's teachings, Hiruzen? The radical ideology of Uchiha Madara still lingers among that cursed clan. The Uchiha is a potential source of calamity. Keeping them within the village will inevitably lead to disaster. The discontented Shimura Danzo continued to vent his grievances against the Uchiha clan. The Uchihas, hailing from Konohagakure, ought not to be met with excessive prejudice. The third Hokage, believing that as the leader of the village, he must not indiscriminately condemn all, offered a few words of defense. Moreover, once, Kakashi was among our ranks. While Kakashi is indeed different, the radical faction within the Uchiha is undeniably untrustworthy. The advisors, however, held divergent opinions, especially with the ongoing escalation of war. The unpredictable Uchihas could instigate unforeseen calamities. The decision for the Uchihas to oversee the police force was a masterstroke by the Hokage. The third Hokage ceased to veil the truth. What if the Uchiha were to decisively conquer the land of rain? How would we maintain a balance then? Shall we permit them to command yet another ninja army? What a fool's errand. Everyone is aware of the Uchiha's strength and their potential for betrayal. Yet what alternative do we possess? If not for the sheer necessity dictated by their power, which high-ranking official would tolerate those red-eyed maniacs? Observing that several advisors remained unconvinced, the third Hokage articulated his plan. The Uchiha's primary duty must be to safeguard the village, but should hostilities escalate, I shall deploy members of their clan to the battlefield, primarily against the great nations of lightning and earth. In the conflict against the land of rain, the loss of a few lives is inconsequential. If we do not thrust the Uchiha into the theater of greater conflict, how shall we effectively diminish their influence? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, mused internally. The 3 advisors exchanged glances and reluctantly acquiesced to Hiruzen's perspective. "And what am my role, Hiruzen?" Danzo interjected, having been sidetracked by the Uchiha discourse. Still uncertain about his responsibilities. "You shall oversee intelligence operations concerning the land of rain, as well as the great nations of lightning and earth. I will assign the Umbu's intelligence division to assist you," the third Hokage decided, allowing Danzo to continue in his area of expertise. "Furthermore, until the village's support forces are fully mobilized, I will dispatch 200 personnel from the northern defense stationed at Sunagakure to establish a defensive line in the land of grass." Appointing Kakashi Hitaki as the deputy commander for the Sunagakure front, the third Hokage, still uneasy about the war's trajectory, made additional arrangements. This is prudent, as Kakashi's strength and authority are adequate to secure the border in the direction of Sunagakure. The 3 advisors nodded in agreement. "Very well, it is settled." The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, declared with finality. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan, restless and eager, felt invigorated by the impending war, particularly the radicals, who were itching to unleash their fury upon the battlefield, intent on using the chaos of war to proclaim the Uchiha's might through bloodshed and slaughter. Although the Uchiha's Kekkei Genkai, the Sharingan, had been maligned as a cursed eye, it remained the very source of their power. For the Sharingan, the most effective path to evolution lay in the crucible of battle, where life and death intertwined, honing the strongest abilities. The Uchiha clan is indeed the most martial of all, managing the village's trivial affairs through the police force, occasionally apprehending spies, was insipid for the fervent and combative Uchiha. And it did little to foster individual strength. The evolution of the Sharingan demands the nurturing of blood and fire. Indeed, the Uchiha clan stands as the mightiest lineage within the realm of ninjas, a belief unwaveringly held by all its members. War, blood-soaked and brutal, casts a shadow of uncertainty, leaving each person to ponder whether they will be consumed by this monstrous force in the next heartbeat. Tensions brew from the land of rain. Unsettling movements arise from the land of wind, while the subtle machinations of the land of lightning and the land of earth abound. An overwhelming tide of news inundates Konoha, drowning the revelers still lost in their celebrations. Must we truly face the specter of battle? For the villagers and the peaceful ninjas who have long enjoyed tranquility, the term war evokes a sense of unfamiliarity tinged with dread. Yet, for the Uchiha clan, bolstered by intelligence from their kin, the leadership has already discerned the impending conflict. Seizing this opportunity, they have stockpiled resources, profiting significantly from the arms trade. Esteemed comrades, I revel in warfare. At a gathering of the radical faction of the Uchiha, the elder Shana, usually unflappable even in the face of calamity, now burns with fervor, his Sharingan blazing defiantly as he proclaims, "We, the Uchiha, are the supreme clan." It is only upon the battlefield, amidst the blood and flames, that each Uchiha finds the finest whetstone for their skills. In the face of life and death, true terror lies. Only those who dare to clash against the edge and emerge victorious can wield the most potent legacy of our bloodline. Every Uchiha ninja immortalized in history is a brave warrior, for only the courageous may ascend to greatness. With the Rain Shinobi's incursions, the movements of Sunagakure, and the treacherous intentions of the Lightning and Earth nations, this battle is unavoidable, and it must not be feared. We, the Uchiha, do not fight for Konoha, nor for the Hokage. We fight for ourselves. We fight for our clan. Elder Shana's impassioned rhetoric struck at the very core of the Uchiha psyche, igniting a fervor among the crowd. Hurrah! The radical Uchiha, consumed by the prospect of imminent bloodshed, trembled with excitement, their Sharingan eyes flaring open involuntarily. Their expressions grotesque and fearsome, reminiscent of demons from the abyss, their crimson gazes exuding an aura of chilling chakra. Among those gathered, Uchiha Deguang, seated beside Elder Shana, managed to maintain a semblance of calm. Observing the fierce transformation of his kin, he began to comprehend why the Sharingan is often referred to as the cursed eye. As the fervor gradually subsided, Elder Shana continued, "The clan has readied various war materials. Should conflict erupt and you be called to arms, beyond the equipment distributed by the village, the clan will provide you with superior ninja tools, an array of high-grade medicinal supplies, and more." He paused. "Furthermore, with the consent of the clan leader and the council of elders, we shall grant you access to our clan's secret techniques to enhance your prowess." Hurrah! The radical Uchiha erupted in cheers once more. "I may be aged and perhaps unable to partake in the war, yet, my disciple." Elder Shana grasped Uchiha Deguang's hand, raising it high. "Uchiha Deguang, my disciple, he shall inherit my will and join this war. I implore you all to lend your support." This is a blatant maneuver to designate a successor amidst the chaos of conflict. The elder Shana's guardian, Captain Uchiha Haman, was the first to rise, kneeling on one knee. Bowing respectfully to Uchiha Deguang, "I humbly accept the command." The other fervent Uchiha clansmen followed suit, kneeling to pledge their loyalty to their future lord. For the young lord's decree, we shall face death without hesitation. As Uchiha Deguang beheld the scene before him, his heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Having been in this world for 8 years, during which he often questioned the reality of this realm, once belonging to the second dimension, he pondered whether his existence was merely a dream. He had lived in trepidation, meticulously planning for the future and diligently honing his skills, finding solace in every increment of strength gained. Gradually, he had accumulated enough power for self-preservation. Today, Elder Shana had entrusted him with the authority of the radical Uchiha faction. Although this power was still nominal, it required him to survive the impending war and achieve commendable feats to be deemed worthwhile. Nevertheless, at this moment, He was no longer the child tormented by the night of clan extinction by the South Hachuan. The Sharingan is a reflection of the soul. In the throes of intense emotion, the latent power within Uchiha Deguang's eyes was gradually stirred by his formidable mental strength and in-release energy. Resonating with the rhythm of his breath, he felt his eyes pulsating, warmth gathering in his eye sockets, and with each breath, the tempo of this pulsation quickened. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted, compelling Uchiha Deguang to involuntarily activate his Sharingan, as the double tomo began to merge and then split, evolving into the three tomo. The seated Uchiha were taken aback, unable to remain still. They recognized Uchiha Deguang's considerable strength and his awakening of the double tomo. Such power, bolstered by the decades of Elder Shana's influence, would compel their allegiance, though not necessarily their heartfelt submission. Yet, the situation had changed. Uchiha Deguang's sudden breakthrough shattered the constraints imposed by his youth. As the embodiment of the soul's reflection and the Uchiha clan's most significant bloodline limit, the three tomo represented the pinnacle of ordinary Sharingan. Moreover, Uchiha Deguang was merely 8 years old. Those Uchiha who had perused the family history recalled that the legendary Azura of Konoha, Uchiha Madara, had awakened his three tomo at the age of 10. What extraordinary talent and genius this was! The Uchiha were overwhelmed with excitement, each of them activating their Sharingan to gaze intently at Uchiha Deguang's three tomo. In the exchange of gazes, their powers collided and resonated, creating a formidable presence and an enigmatic force that intertwined among the awakened Uchiha. The tomo within their Sharingan spun increasingly faster, and Uchiha Deguang sensed that amidst this mutual resonance, his Sharingan was continually absorbing mental energy and in-release chakra, transforming it into power, causing the tomo in his eyes to whirl ever more rapidly. The assembled Uchiha clan members could not help but perceive the advantages brought forth by this extraordinary scene, each one of them urging their Sharingan to awaken. With swift motions, several Uchiha ninjas advanced to the three tomo state. Although others did not achieve a breakthrough in their Sharingan prowess, they nonetheless experienced varying degrees of enhancement in their ocular abilities. As the consumption of in-release chakra intensified, the rotation of Uchiha Deguang's Sharingan gradually decelerated. The atmosphere in the venue began to calm as the Uchiha members retracted their ocular power. However, the radical ninjas, who bowed their heads in reverence to Uchiha Deguang, found their respect for him deepening after witnessing this extraordinary synchronization of Sharingan power. Only through the blood and fire can the flower of peace thrive. The blood signifies that of the enemy, while the fire represents that of the Uchiha. Lord Madara, perhaps your long-cherished dream of unifying the ninja world and bringing an end to the chaos will be realized by this generation. Elder Shana was filled with fervor, sensing the emergence of capable successors. Since there was a desire to engage in battle, it was essential to determine the personnel and conduct focused combat training, aiming to enhance the fighting prowess and survival rates of the participants. After all, the radical Uchiha were merely hot-blooded warriors, yet they valued their lives dearly. As the next designated leader confirmed by Elder Shana, Uchiha Deguang bore not only the obligation to fight, but also the right to command. However, due to his tender age and lack of experience, Elder Shana specifically appointed the guardian ninja captain, Uchiha Hyuga, to serve as the overall commander of the radical Uchiha's participating ninjas, excluding Uchiha Deguang and Commander Uchiha Hyuga. This initial mobilization of 66 radical Uchiha ninjas included 20 possessing strength equivalent to that of Jonin and 46 equivalent to that of Chunin. The term equivalent was used because half of them were family ninjas drawn from various radical factions, lacking specific ninja designations or ranks within the village. Should the Hokage's office require their participation, appropriate treatments based on their strength would have to be accorded. As for why family ninjas were starting to step into the limelight at this juncture, it was merely a strategy to negotiate for more benefits from the village. Such operations were customary for the ninja clans. This batch of radical Uchiha ninjas consisted of robust young warriors, brimming with chakra and adept in ninjutsu, making them exceedingly elite. The challenge, however, lay in the organization of their ranks. Commander Uchiha Hyuga, somewhat perplexed, called upon the young Uchiha Deguang to deliberate together. Although Uchiha Deguang was not accustomed to uniforms in his past life, he had experience leading a team as a senior employee, particularly amidst a cohort filled with self-aware millennials and Gen Z individuals. Surely, the Uchiha would be more manageable than those youngsters who would flee at the slightest disagreement. With this mindset, Uchiha Deguang approached the task without modesty, meticulously reviewing the personal profiles of the participating ninjas before conferring with Uchiha Hiruzen to finalize various details and points of focus. Ultimately, he convened all radical Uchiha ninjas for concentrated training. The radical ninjas are somewhat aware of the illustrious and talented young Uchiha Deguang. From a purely strength perspective, every Chunin in the Uchiha clan pales in comparison to him. Even Jonin would find themselves engaged in a fierce contest against him. Yet, the remarkable aspect is that he is merely 8 years old. As he matures and undergoes further training, the potential of his future prowess remains unfathomable. Moreover, he has been designated as the successor by the elder of the radical faction during a gathering, leading the Uchiha clan to exhibit a relatively obedient demeanor. This development has left Uchiha Deguang, who initially harbored the intention of playing the role of a cunning predator, somewhat disillusioned. Reality lacks the dramatic flair of those simplistic narratives where the underdogs triumph. Every supporting character here possesses a keen intellect. Following discussions with Uchiha Haman, Uchiha Deguang took the lead in organizing personnel. The combat division was established, divided into 14 teams, adhering to the traditional Leaf Village structure of 3-man squads, with each led by a Jonin and accompanied by 2 Chunits. Furthermore, teams were collectively categorized based on individual specializations, resulting in 6 ninjutsu specialization teams, 6 kenjutsu specialization teams, and 2 reconnaissance teams. The combat group comprised a total of 14 Jonin and 28 Chunits. Next, a support division was formed, selecting ninjas with specialized skills in medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques from the combatants. This division consisted of 2 medical teams, each comprising 4 members led by a Jonin and accompanied by 3 Chunins, with the Jonin primarily responsible for protection and the Chunins attending to medical duties. Additionally, there were 2 sealing teams, structured in a 3-member format, all composed of Chunits. In total, the support division included 2 Jonin and 12 Chunits. For the battle-hungry Uchiha, medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques are often regarded as mere curiosities with little relevance to their strength. Thus, few actively practice them, leaving their proficiency in these areas rudimentary at best. The ability to assemble such a number of Uchiha ninjas skilled in medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques, while not exceptional, was nonetheless a pleasant surprise. Lastly, a security team directly led by Uchiha Haman and Uchiha Deguang was formed, consisting of 2 guard squads, each led by a Jonin and accompanied by 2 Chunits, designated as the Battlefield Vigilance Force and Strategic Support Reserves in critical moments. After completing the grouping and explaining the responsibilities of each division, the Uchiha expressed unanimous agreement, resolutely supporting Captain Haman and young Lord Deguang's wise decisions, though they found the division based on personal abilities rather novel. Without further ado, Uchiha Deguang, under the command of Uchiha Haman, led the combat teams and tactical drills, while he himself focused on implementing his ideas with the support and security teams. On one side of the Uchiha training grounds, observing the scene of the combat division engaged in rigorous training amidst the forest's flashing blades, Uchiha Deguang turned back to scrutinize those Uchiha clansmen who would be under his direct command. 22 individuals, including 4 Jonin and 18 Chunits, comprised the first cohort of Uchiha Deguang's foundational team. In his previous life as a rational financial analyst, Uchiha Deguang was acutely aware of the adage that one cannot overreach without consequence, fully comprehending that the fate of greed often leads to self-entrapment. Thus, he did not foolishly aspire to seize complete command of the Uchiha ninja army, but rather sought to claim his rightful share within the bounds of his perceived capabilities. Fellow compatriots, might I request you to introduce yourselves? Uchiha Deguang beamed brightly at the 22 subordinates gathered before him. The Uchiha clan members exchanged glances, directing their attention toward the 4 elite Jonin. Uchiha Sinyan, a Jonin of the police force, excelled in fire release and lightning release, as well as the Uchiha swordsmanship. Uchiha Shinjia, a disciple of the Four Seas Elder, specialized in fire release, wind release, and illusion techniques. Uchiha Yongturu, under the tutelage of the Fire Core Elder, was adept in fire release, earth release, and Uchiha swordsmanship. Uchiha Jiashu, a protege of the Jusuk Elder, was skilled in fire release, wind release, lightning release, and illusion techniques. The demeanor of the 4 Jonin was notably humble, having previously participated in the radical faction clan meetings. They recognized that Uchiha Deguang had achieved the evolution to the 3 Tomo Sharingan during the clan assembly. The proud Uchiha Jonin bowed their heads, and naturally, the Chunin did not wish to disrupt the harmonious atmosphere. The 18 Chunin subsequently introduced their respective backgrounds. Uchiha Deguang felt a sense of satisfaction at such a smooth commencement. He then proceeded to elucidate the training plan he had devised. In Uchiha Deguang's design, the responsibility of the medical unit was to provide initial treatment for battlefield injuries and distribute medical supplies, while the sealing unit primarily managed the storage and distribution of various spare ninja tools, along with handling certain special sealing tasks. Despite being labeled as medical and sealing units, they were somewhat hastily assembled, and their skills paled in comparison to those of Konoha's medical and sealing teams. The duties of the guard forces were comparatively straightforward. The 2 guard squads, aside from assuming the vigilance tasks for the commander and the support unit, would also serve as a last resort reserve, ready to intervene on the battlefield during critical moments. Therefore, the focus for the support unit was to enhance their medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques. To this end, Uchiha Deguang meticulously gathered a wealth of ninjutsu materials from the family archives for the support department to study. The guard forces, on the other hand, were mainly tasked with improving their assault capabilities and fostering camaraderie among teammates, aligning closely with the operational force's objectives. Upon detailing the arrangements, Uchiha Deguang discreetly exhaled in relief. The Uchiha assigned were seasoned ninjas, and once they understood their responsibilities, they began to practice independently. With a moment of respite, Uchiha Deguang stepped aside to commence his personal training. Unlike other Uchiha clan members, Uchiha Deguang possessed formidable mental fortitude and advanced chakra manipulation skills, exhibiting no discernible weaknesses in ninjutsu or illusion techniques. After studying in release, he had also developed several unique skills. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Deguang closed his eyes and formed hand seals. Heat sensory technique. This perception ninjutsu, inherited from Elder Shanyan, allowed him to detect the approximate location of enemies by sensing the heat emitted by organic life forms in the vicinity. Many of Uchiha Deguang's developed special ninjutsu were based on this technique. Uchiha Deguang's sensory range for ninjutsu extends approximately 800 meters. Within the confines of his mind's perceptual vision, dozens of agile red figures engage in fierce combat, representing the Uchiha clan members training in the forest. However, on the outskirts of the forest, 3 immobile red figures remain concealed among the trees. Judging by the human silhouettes detected through the heat-sensing technique, they appear to be lying in wait, observing the movements of the Uchiha ninja forces. Are they spies? Or perhaps operatives from the Umbu? Uchiha Deguang muses, likely surmising the identities of these lurking ninjas. Without hesitation, he gestures for Uchiha Senyan and Uchiha Qianjia, 2 Jonin assigned to the security detail, to approach. Uchiha Deguang succinctly outlines the situation and assigns them the task of apprehending the intruders. The 2 Jonin promptly gather their subordinates, forming 2 teams to encircle the direction of the hidden figures. Uchiha Deguang slowly begins to weave hand seals. He intends to test a long-conceived combination ninjutsu, and these intruders serve as the perfect subjects for his experiment. Lightning release, lightning strike. Through his sensory ninjutsu, he identifies the location, guiding his chakra to form a precise ninjutsu technique for long-distance, accurate strikes. With a resounding crash, the lightning release manifests as 3 bolts, striking towards the lurking figures. 1 intruder, caught off guard, is hit. The remaining 2, though unaware of the source of this lightning ninjutsu, realize their cover has been blown and hastily deploy the body flicker technique to escape. Go. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Senyan and Uchiha Qianjia, encircling from the sides, immediately advance to capture them. Caught unaware and facing formidable opponents, the 2 fleeing intruders are swiftly subdued by Uchiha Senyan, who then seals their chakra and binds their limbs to complete the capture. Uchiha Qianjia manages to apprehend the one wounded by Uchiha Deguang's long-range ninjutsu and escorts him before Uchiha Deguang. The commotion naturally draws the attention of Uchiha Homin, who leads the training operations. Fearing for the safety of Uchiha Deguang's prized disciple, he quickly dispatches a portion of his personnel to the capture site, while he himself hastens back to Uchiha Deguang's side for protection. Once Uchiha Senyan and Uchiha Qianjia bring the captured intruders, Uchiha Homin, having listened to Deguang's account, breathes a sigh of relief, marveling at the ingenuity of Uchiha Deguang's combination ninjutsu. Turning back, the Uchiha clan members scrutinize the captured figures with their Sharingan. Clad in tattered black cloaks and wearing masks. They appear to be members of the Umbu. Whispers circulate among the Uchiha. Will they resort to silencing them, or simply let them go? From where do you spies hail? Uchiha Holman demands, branding them with an accusation. The three suspected Umbu operatives tremble under the gaze of the Uchiha Sharingan, yet they remain silent. They still possess some defiance, Uchiha Holman thinks, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. He resolves to employ some methods to break the spirits of these oblivious intruders, starting with removing their masks. Uchiha Deguang spoke, and upon hearing him, Uchiha Holman halted his steps, while Uchiha Sinyan began to remove the masks one by one. Before them stood a middle-aged man and two youths. Observing the intricate patterns on the masks, which bore an eerie and somewhat menacing quality, it was clear they differed from the ordinary masks worn by the Umbu. Are you the rats raised by Danzo? Uchiha Deguang inquired with a tone of derision. The three remained silent. You certainly have sturdy lips. I hope you maintain this demeanor once you enter the police force, Uchiha Deguang chuckled, seemingly unfazed by their attitude. Sinyan, please escort these spies to the police department, with Qianjia accompanying as a guard. Understood, the two replied in unison. Upon realizing they were indeed to be sent to the police department, the two remaining conscious infiltrators began to struggle slightly. Entering the ruthless and illusion-wielding Uchiha police force would leave them with no escape. Uchiha, release me, the middle-aged infiltrator exclaimed, sensing the impending danger. However, before he could finish his words, Uchiha Sinyan seized his chin and with a swift motion dislocated his jaw. Rendered speechless, the man could only mumble incoherently. Take them away. Uchiha Deguang commanded with a wave of his hand, and the two Jonin promptly apprehended the infiltrators for transport to the police department. The rats have been eliminated. Let us resume training. Uchiha Deguang addressed the gathered Uchiha clan members. Yes, they replied in unison, bowing their heads in acknowledgement. Their synchronized response startled a flock of birds in the forest. Through this capture, the Uchiha clan witnessed firsthand Uchiha Deguang's ruthless prowess. No longer daring to underestimate the 8-year-old prodigy, especially after learning of his astonishing long-range combination ninjutsu during discussions with the security forces. After all, for the Uchiha, who were known for their intense pride, the best way to command respect was through strength, allowing one's might to dictate authority. Uchiha Deguang's display of skill had earned him the recognition of this ninja army. As Uchiha Sinyan and Uchiha Qianjia escorted the three suspected infiltrators, possibly affiliated with the Umbu or Root, to the police department, it coincidentally aligned with Uchiha Zhongshuan, Uchiha Deguang's father, who was on duty at the police department. After providing a clear account of the situation to Uchiha Zhongshuan, the two returned to the training ground to continue their tactical exercises. Upon inquiring about the escort situation and learning that the prisoners were under his father's custody, Uchiha Deguang felt reassured and turned his focus back to instructing the Uchiha ninja army in their tactical drills. After thoroughly discussing various contingency plans during the training exercises, the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the participants, who showed signs of fatigue. Consequently, Uchiha Deguang consulted with the nominal commander, Uchiha Holman, to conclude the day's exercises. Uchiha Holman, naturally agreeable, accepted this decision, as his role was primarily to support Uchiha Deguang in a transitional capacity, and such minor matters would not be a hindrance to him. Thus, a gathering was convened to summarize the training exercise of the day. Uchiha Hamura was tasked with reprimanding the proud warriors of the clan, while Uchiha Deguang was responsible for encouragement and commendation, fostering unity among the ranks. Together, they managed to instill a sense of discipline among the Uchiha ninjas, who no longer dared to underestimate the youthful Uchiha Deguang. After indulging in their leadership roles, under Uchiha Deguang's organization, the Uchiha ninja army marched back to the village of Konoha in rows of 3, forming 22 lines. Discipline is a peculiar phenomenon. As the saying goes, without rules, no square can be formed. Typically, ninjas, being primarily skilled in assassination, tend to operate in smaller, dispersed combat units. The Uchiha ninja army, marching in formation, is a rarity, with the notable exception of a Wagakure from the land of Earth, which values unity. Particularly, when the Uchiha, known for their robust physiques and handsome features, assemble, they exude a striking and majestic presence. Leading the formation, Uchiha Deguang held his head high, his left hand resting on the hilt of his katana at his waist, while his right arm swung naturally. Each step he took seemed meticulously measured, precisely 50 centimeters apart. The Uchiha in formation unconsciously mirrored Deguang's demeanor, their expressions composed and focused, stepping in rhythm with his pace. Even Uchiha Hamura, who typically strolled leisurely with his hands behind his back, stood tall and serious, matching the cadence of the march. The ranks grew increasingly synchronized. Clang, clang. The sound of disciplined footsteps echoed as they approached the gates of Konoha, causing a stir among the civilians, merchants, and ninjas queuing to enter the village. Even the Uchiha police stationed on the city walls were taken aback by the sight. The returning Uchiha ninja army marched with unwavering focus, their left hands resting on their blades in a posture of vigilance, while their right hands swung effortlessly, embodying an air of composure. The crowd that had previously blocked the entrance quickly parted, allowing the Uchiha to pass as if the onlookers were invisible. Such was the grandeur of the foremost clan in the ninja world. A merchant visiting Konoha for business was profoundly impressed by the spectacle, murmuring to himself. He resolved to hire Uchiha ninjas as guards on his return journey. Their stature, demeanor, and striking appearances represented justice, while their discipline translated into formidable strength. To have even a handful of Uchiha as personal escorts would undoubtedly elevate his standing beyond that of any lord. The other ninjas nearby, regardless of their origins, were acutely aware of the merchant's sentiments. They felt a mix of admiration and envy towards such formidable might, but remained silent, mindful of the Uchiha ninjas on the walls, knowing that speaking out of turn could lead to dire consequences. As the Uchiha ninja army marched into the village, several figures darted from the surrounding forest towards the Hokage building. The Uchiha ninjas stationed on the city walls paid them little mind. After all, they were part of the Hokage's direct Umbu forces. As long as the protective barrier showed no signs of disturbance, the police department had no authority to intervene. It was evident that their hurried appearance before the masses was intended to report the recent commotion stirred up by the Uchiha clan. The ostentatious Uchiha army returned to their temporarily loyal Konoha with an air of grandeur. At that moment, the third Hokage was in his office discussing the assembly and logistical support for the Rain Country's ninja forces with Midogate in and Nara-Ino-Shika. When an Umbu member rushed in, "Hokage-sama, what brings such urgency?" The third Hokage inquired, frowning slightly, a hint of reproach in his tone. The frantic demeanor of the Umbu was somewhat embarrassing for him as Hokage, especially with the two advisors present. A true ninja must remain unfazed in the face of calamity, and as an Umbu, such composure was even more paramount. The third Hokage, with a stern expression, delivered a reprimand. "Hizashi, perhaps it would be prudent to inquire about the pressing matter." Noticing the third Hokage's mounting fervor, Midogate hastily interjected to prevent any digression from the main topic. Indeed, the third Hokage replied leisurely, retrieving his pipe and igniting it with a flick of his fingers. The Umbu, not daring to be negligent, recounted the disturbances caused by the Uchiha army's return in detail. "Is that all?" the third Hokage remarked with a hint of disinterest. The Uchiha had merely formed a formation and created a bit of a stir. Was this truly worthy of such a special report? Yet he refrained from expressing any further discontent, dismissing the Umbu with a wave of his hand. These Uchiha are certainly capable of stirring up quite the spectacle. Once the Umbu departed, the third Hokage spoke to his advisors with a lighter tone. "Such reckless behavior from the Uchiha will undoubtedly provoke the villagers' resentment." Precisely. Without Kagami present, the Uchiha's actions are akin to weaving their own demise. The two advisors, harboring considerable prejudice against the Uchiha, spoke in a manner that reflected their disdain. The third Hokage, well aware of his old friend's dispositions, brushed it off with a smile and continued discussing the assembly of the ninja forces. However, he could not help but feel a sense of trepidation regarding the Uchiha clan's influence. According to the Umbu's reports, the number of Jonin within this ninja army was likely comparable to that of the newly formed forces composed of other clans. Furthermore, when considering the Chunin among them, they could potentially rival the Umbu. This was merely a fragment of the Uchiha strength. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, found himself increasingly wary of the Uchiha clan, causing him to waver slightly in his earlier decision to leave the police department on standby. Yet, he could not voice his concerns just yet and continued to deliberate the assembly of clan ninjas and rogue ninjas. Hiruzen, just as the three were deeply engrossed in their discussion, Danzo, filled with indignation, burst through the door. "Are you going to let those reckless Uchiha run rampant? How can you call yourself Hokage?" Three individuals furrowed their brows, silently observing the irate and undignified Danzo, feeling a sense of distaste within. Despite their long-standing friendship, was this tone and manner truly befitting of a subordinate in a public setting? Although the Uchiha had stirred some trouble today, it was merely a misguided action born of their own folly, deserving of mild reproach rather than such exaggerated responses. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, gazed at Danzo's furious countenance, taking a deep draw from his pipe before exhaling a cloud of smoke. He needed to remain calm. After all, Danzo was an old friend, a partner, someone he had chosen himself. With another puff, he endeavored to steady his thoughts. Such a significant issue, and you consider it mere unrest? Hiruzen, have you fallen victim to the Uchiha's genjutsu? Danzo's face registered shock. The Uchiha disregarded the village. Their actions were akin to rebellion, and you simply intend to let it slide? Was it merely some disturbance upon entering the village? Had anything else transpired today? Hiruzen felt something amiss. It seemed he and Danzo were not on the same page. They have captured the Umbu. What? Sarutobi, Mito Gate, and Kurai turned in astonishment, their shock palpable. In the past, while the Uchiha had been somewhat unruly, they had not been so brazen, and there had been no reports from the direct Umbu. Which Umbu team? Where were they deployed? Mito Gate hastily inquired. The third Hokage tightened his grip on his pipe, staring intently at Danzo. The atmosphere grew tense. It was my route. Danzo stammered, lowering his voice slightly. Today, the Uchiha unlawfully convened outside the village. I feared their intentions were nefarious, so I dispatched personnel to observe them. They were then apprehended by the Uchiha and falsely accused of being spies, taken to the police department. The Umbu Training Division? Hiruzen was well aware of the so-called route, which Danzo led, based on the Umbu Training Division. They operated in secrecy, lacking ninja identification or village registration. Danzo spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Hiruzen sighed. It was disheartening how easily the Uchiha had seized upon such an opportunity. Send someone to reprimand them, and let the police department deal with the Uchiha who harmed our comrades. I wish to avoid escalating this matter. After all, Danzo is also my old friend, and I must lean towards supporting him rather than being entirely impartial. However, I cannot allow for excessive punishment that might incite Uchiha resentment. Turning the matter over to the police department seems appropriate. If they handle it poorly, it might guide public opinion to criticize the Uchiha's careless regard for authority, further diminishing the clan's standing. Harming the village's comrades is always taboo, yet sending the Umbu to track village comrades is also a grave misstep. Thus, it would be best to let it go. Upon hearing the Hokage's words, Mito Gate discerned his intent and sought to alleviate Danzo's ire. You all, Danzo, upon hearing this, grew increasingly agitated. So weak. Have you forgotten our teacher's teachings? That deranged clan deserves no such leniency. Danzo exclaimed in a frenzy. Enough. The third Hokage's expression darkened as he shouted in anger. As a consultant, how can one command respect with such narrow-mindedness, especially when lacking a ninja identification number? Mito Menon expressed his discontent. You will regret this. With a huff, Danzo stormed off. Danzo, I am the Hokage. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, shouted in anger. Uchiha Deguang led the returning ninja forces, their presence commanding as they traversed the village back to the precinct square at the clan's gate, where they subsequently disbanded. Along the way, villagers, merchants, and fellow ninjas were awed by the Uchiha's imposing aura, and the glances and murmurs of reverence, trepidation, and fear were, in the unique perception of the Uchiha, the highest form of respect. Perhaps for the Uchiha, what they desired was not so much integration into the village or harmonious coexistence. For as a clan that inherently differed from commoners and one of the foremost noble lineages in the ninja world, their perspective on strength and values was inherently distinct from that of the villagers, ordinary ninjas, and even average jutsu users. Just as a feudal lord cannot coexist with common folk on equal footing, and the wealthy are reluctant to dwell alongside the impoverished, it would be an uncomfortable endeavor for a noble clan to mingle with commoners. Reflecting on the class distinctions of his previous life, Uchiha Deguang contemplated this reality. The coexistence of ninjas and civilians was fraught with difficulty. To mitigate harm to civilians and facilitate management, a ninja village must be established, especially for a clan that stood atop the hierarchy of the ninja community. In a world where power resides within oneself, such divisions are to be expected. After disbanding the radical faction of the ninja forces, Uchiha Deguang decided to visit the precinct building, hoping to check in on his father, Uchiha Nakahira. The precinct building's entrance resembled a cat's head, a testament to the Uchiha clan's fondness for felines, as not only did most clan members have contracts with feline summoning beasts, but even their workplace was fashioned in the shape of a cat. Truly, a clan of cat enthusiasts. As Uchiha Deguang mused internally while entering the precinct hall, Uchiha Hashirama followed leisurely behind him, akin to a guardian. "Good evening," Deguang greeted the precinct personnel, who had keenly observed the impressive display of the assembled forces. They recognized this young Uchiha not only as the son of Uchiha Nakahira, one of the most influential captains within the precinct, but also as the designated successor of the radical elder, whose prowess far exceeded that expected of his age. Faced with such an extraordinary individual, even the prideful Uchiha refrained from any mischief. As Uchiha Deguang graciously acknowledged the salutations of his clan members, he made his way toward the precinct's office area, where most of the personnel were Uchiha clan members. While the Uchiha were less stringent about formalities than the Nara clan, they still maintained a standard of respect, particularly towards those who were his seniors in both age and rank. Arriving at the office door adorned with the nameplate of Captain Nakahira, Uchiha Deguang sensed the presence of several individuals inside and gently knocked. "Knock, knock. Come in." As Uchiha Nakajin's voice echoed through the door, he entered the room. "Uchiha Deguang, what brings you here?" Within the space, 3 individuals were seated. Among them, one was Uchiha Fugaku, the son of the clan leader and head of the police department, while the other remained unfamiliar, possessing a gentler, more serene countenance. "Father, I have just completed my training session and thought to pay you a visit." "Oh, your timing is fortuitous. Please recount the circumstances regarding the 3 suspects that Shinyan and Kenji escorted today," Uchiha Nakajin inquired. "At that moment, I was leading a training exercise at the clan's training grounds when I noticed these 3 individuals behaving suspiciously, clearly not from our clan. Therefore, I decided to test them. To my surprise, not only did they refuse to surrender, but they also dared to retaliate," Uchiha Deguang recounted, embellishing the narrative with personal flair. Upon hearing Uchiha Deguang's account, the 3rd Uchiha, whose name was still unknown, appeared increasingly perturbed. Once Deguang concluded his tale, the furrowed brow of the individual deepened as he posed a question. "So, Deguang, did you employ ninjutsu to inflict harm without ascertaining their identities?" "This is Uchiha Kiji, one of the captains in the police department," Uchiha Nakajin introduced. He was also a cousin of Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Homan, seated behind Uchiha Deguang, interjected, "It's true, he is indeed correct." Hearing this, Uchiha Deguang felt a pang of uncertainty. The trio had exhibited furtive behavior at the training ground, displaying chakra fluctuations, and were equipped with various ninja tools, including binoculars, explosive tags, and poisons. Thus, they could be readily deemed enemy spies. Kiji's probing question left Uchiha Deguang somewhat astonished. "Are you not concerned about harming innocents by employing ninjutsu so recklessly within the village?" "That was beyond the village, at the clan's training grounds," Uchiha Deguang corrected. "Regardless, using ninjutsu so hastily, without confirming their identities, that was the clan's training grounds." Uchiha Deguang interrupted. The location they were infiltrating was also within the confines of the clan's training area. Uchiha Fugaku, observing quietly, exchanged glances with Uchiha Homan, who subtly nodded in agreement. "Deguang, you are still young. Do not allow yourself to be consumed by power and act recklessly," Kiji warned. Upon hearing this, the expressions of both Uchiha Nakajin and Uchiha Homan darkened considerably. If there are malefactors lurking within the clan's training grounds, why not apprehend them on the spot? Is it considered reckless to capture spies? Showing restraint by not executing them on the spot is already a sign of mercy, Uchiha Deguang retorted sharply. His resolute response lightened the countenance of Uchiha Nakajin and Uchiha Homan somewhat. "Deguang, the indiscriminate use of a ninja's power is detrimental to the unity and harmony of our clan and village. If a ninja refrains from using their abilities, should they then charge into battle like samurai? They are part of the Umbu. They carried no identification to verify their status. Yet, that does not justify inflicting harm so hastily. What if they were allies? Those with nefarious intentions lurking about are certainly not allies." Thus ensued a verbal sparring match, with Uchiha Deguang standing his ground unwaveringly. Uchiha Kage inhaled deeply. "Dear Deguang, they must be members of the Umbu training division managed by Danzo, and some of them lack identification from the village. How can one prove their allegiance to the village without such proof? By intuition? Or shall we simply concede and allow matters to unfold as they will. The obstinacy displayed by Uchiha Deguang left Uchiha Kage at a loss for words. Deguang, this will only exacerbate the rift between our clan and the village. Does a lion concern itself with the opinions of sheep? Such haughty words elicited subtle nods of agreement from Uchiha Nakujin and Uchiha Haman. Yet, we are indeed a part of the village. Should we not integrate and treat the citizens of Konohagakure with equality? Uchiha Deguang's retort rendered Uchiha Kage speechless. As a shinobi, one cannot utter such nonsense as equality between feudal lords and farmers. By extension, should the shinobi clan then seek equality with commoners? Nakujin, if this continues, it will only deepen the Hokage's suspicion towards our clan, Uchiha Kage remarked, turning to Uchiha Nakujin. Before Nakujin could respond, Uchiha Deguang interjected. The Hokage's suspicion is purely the mark of a petty mind, indicating his incompetence. Deguang, such thoughts are perilous. They will lead our clan into dangerous territory. Uchiha Deguang fixed his gaze on Uchiha Kage, speaking each word with deliberate intensity. How many elite shinobi does the Hokage command? On what grounds does he presume to speak to the Uchiha of equality? If we are to discuss equality, should not the Hokage's office be shared with our clan? Uchiha Kage was rendered speechless with indignation. Uchiha Deguang had no desire to further engage with this naive appeaser. At that moment, a knock sounded at the office door, and someone entered, whispering a few words to Uchiha Nakujin. After listening, Nakujin instructed the individual to withdraw and addressed the recently quarreling parties. Umbu agents have come to retrieve someone. Let us go and see. With that, he rose, and the others followed him out of the office. In the lobby of the police department, 3 masked ninjas clad in Umbu attire stood resolutely, unfazed by the scrutinizing gazes of the Uchiha. Judging by the patterns on their masks, they appeared to belong to the so-called root. Upon the emergence of Uchiha Nakujin, one stepped forward. Captain Nakujin, please hand over the Umbu personnel who were mistakenly injured. At this declaration, the atmosphere in the police department shifted, with some individuals revealing their Sharingan. Fixating intently on the audacious speaker. Are those 3 suspects part of Umbu? Uchiha Nakujin's expression darkened. They are not suspects. They are members of the Umbu training division. Why do they lack identification? The identification of Umbu is irrelevant to your police department. This statement incited outrage among the Uchiha, with some discreetly unsheathing their blades. Do you not carry identification yourself? Uchiha Deguang inquired. Uchiha Nakujin's gaze sharpened. And what of the Hokage's orders? Umbu operates without such mandates. At the forefront, the members of the root organization were resolute, asserting their stance with unwavering firmness. Huh? Uchiha Nakujin scoffed derisively. Do you truly believe you can summon individuals from the police department without a Hokage's decree or proper identification? He further urged the police department to hold accountable the instigators of this incident and to impose severe penalties for their transgressions against the Umbu. The root members remained steadfast. Uchiha Nakujin seized one by the throat, unleashing a surge of lightning chakra that rendered him unconscious. Detain these ruffians. Yes, the Uchiha, long irked by this situation, surged forward like wolves, while Uchiha Kishi attempted to intervene, though his efforts were in vain against the indignant Uchiha clan. The so-called root was merely a faction of the Umbu, a secretive group whose existence was known to few within the village. As unregistered shinobi, they understood their precarious position. When treated with respect, they wielded power akin to the Umbu, yet when disrespected, they found themselves devoid of any means of survival. Coincidentally, the Uchiha, particularly the more radical factions, were not inclined to show them any courtesy. If one were to liken Konoha to a towering tree, then the shinobi clans would undoubtedly represent its strongest branches. Even though the Senju clan, one of the founding families, had faded into obscurity, the legacy of prominent clans such as the Uchiha and Hyuga remained robust, contributing a significant portion of elite shinobi and solidifying Konoha's status as the foremost among the 5 great shinobi villages. Despite the Hokage's deep-seated aversion to the power of the shinobi clans, he could only subtly suppress them and enhance the training efforts within the ninja academy. However, educating the next generation of shinobi was not an endeavor that could yield immediate results, and with the Uchiha clan commandeering the so-called police department as preparatory training school, other clans followed suit, stymieing the academy's influence and leaving the Hokage's faction with limited opportunities to indoctrinate the second generation of those clans. In a world where lineage and bloodlines held paramount importance, relying on the ninja academy to cultivate talents surpassing those of noble lineage from the common populace was an exercise in futility, as not every commoner was fortunate enough to be taken under the wing of a Hokage successor like Orochimaru or Jiraiya. By the time the news reached the Hokage that the Uchiha had detained all root members sent to retrieve their own and accused them of being foreign spies, nearly an hour had passed. Nevertheless, there was little to be done. The root had sought to reclaim their own, while the Umbu, lacking discernment, insisted on following. Furthermore, the Uchiha police department was notorious for being difficult to negotiate with, often seizing opportunities to diminish the Umbu's standing. It was only when the on-duty Umbu captain noticed that the personnel sent to process the situation and enforce punishment on the assailants were delayed in returning that he began to sense something amiss, prompting him to hastily send someone to inquire. Upon uncovering the details, even the seasoned Umbu captain, with a wealth of experience, was left astonished by the Uchiha's brazen arrogance and the root ninja's sheer ignorance. To assert that the Uchiha were audacious was an understatement, as they openly distorted the truth in plain sight, apprehending the root as if they were enemies, despite the fact that these individuals, though lacking Konoha identification, were still members of the Umbu. How could the Uchiha so easily detain them? The root organization, led by Danzo, has become a source of exasperation, particularly given its affiliation with the Uchiha clan, notorious for their arrogance and formidable strength. Their audacity to storm into the Uchiha stronghold at the police department was nothing short of brazen. Even the sagacious third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon learning of this news, felt an increasing headache, not solely from the Uchiha's insufferable demeanor, but also from the sheer folly exhibited by Danzo's subordinates. Understanding his old friend's temperament, Hiruzen anticipated that his tenure as Hokage would soon be plagued by disturbances. As the familiar scene unfolded, Hiruzen gestured for the Umbu captain to withdraw. Although the Umbu were accustomed to his manner of interaction with his old ally, he preferred to keep their disagreements out of the public eye. Danzo, ever the tempestuous presence, stormed in, his fury palpable. The Uchiha clan, with their audacity, seemed to disregard Hiruzen's authority as Hokage entirely. It was outrageous that the brazen Uchiha, notorious for their disregard for the Hokage, had the audacity to detain Umbu personnel, an affront that could not go unpunished. It was only fitting to apprehend the instigator and banish the rest of the clan to the borders as penance. Hiruzen couldn't help but smile, albeit in irritation, at Danzo's loud and senseless outburst. Not only had he squandered a prime opportunity to reprimand the Uchiha, but his lack of discretion had also resulted in a blunder, which he now audaciously attempted to deflect onto others. Danzo, how many elite Jonin does your root organization actually possess? Hiruzen replied pointedly, reminding him that actions must be grounded in strength. As a profession reliant on individual prowess, every ninja, especially the elite Jonin, possesses unwavering resolve. Otherwise, they would not achieve such mastery. Even Jonin of common origin, when faced with issues concerning the Hokage's office, may choose to disregard orders, leaving the Hokage with limited recourse. This was why a Jonin class had been established to mediate and manage affairs. If ordinary Jonin could act thus, it was even more so for the Uchiha clan, known for their strength and arrogance. Danzo's earlier threats against the Uchiha, if heard by other clans, would only serve to diminish both his and Hiruzen's authority, rendering them subjects of ridicule. Although Danzo often acted foolishly in the presence of his old friend, he was not without awareness. Upon reflection, he recognized his earlier words had been excessively harsh. Yet, pride prevented him from conceding directly, and he responded stiffly, Hiruzen, I do this for your own good. The Uchiha's behavior not only displays their arrogance, but also their blatant disregard for your position as Hokage. Hiruzen refrained from a direct response, recognizing that pursuing accountability at this juncture would be futile. Instead, he leisurely refilled his pipe, methodically igniting it as he inhaled deeply, a plume of smoke escaping his lips like an arrow directed at the uncharacteristically composed Danzo. His keen gaze, sharp as ever, glimmered amidst the haze of smoke. Why did you permit unregistered root members to negotiate with the police department? Without mentioning Danzo, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage, felt a heaviness in his chest due to the actions of the Uchiha clan. Regardless of identity, the Umbu are still Umbu, and as the Hokage's direct subordinate, the treatment of the root division was a source of shame for him. The root was already understaffed, with most personnel dispatched to gather intelligence on the rain and lightning countries. Danzo hurriedly lamented the shortage of manpower. The few remaining Jonin and root had been drawn from the Sarutobi clan, and the losses on the front lines were staggering, making it increasingly difficult to sustain operations. If this continued, they would find themselves in dire straits. He proposed selecting young children from the ninja clans to bolster the root's reserve forces, vowing to cultivate them with care. As he spoke, Danzo's conversation veered towards capturing children from the ninja clans to serve as expendable assets for Root, growing more animated by the minute. After all, the children from ninja clans possessed superior potential, and it would also weaken those less favorable clans, especially the Uchiha. The troublesome Uchiha Deguang, now 8 years old, would be an ideal candidate to join Root, allowing him to atone for the sins of his cursed clan. Stop. Danzo's increasingly outlandish suggestions made Hiruzen uncomfortable. Was Konoha's ninja clan merely a field for Danzo to harvest at will? Did he truly think those clans were so easily manipulated? Moreover, the Uchiha clan, which openly rivaled them, should not be underestimated. Attempting to undermine them through underhanded tactics would be tantamount to courting disaster. The ninja clans were the foundation of Konoha's strength, and this matter must not be broached again. Yet these clans also harbored elements that could undermine Konoha, especially the Uchiha, who were particularly untrustworthy. The third Hokage had confined them to the police department precisely to guard against them, and now their reckless actions threatened to bring about calamity. Hiruzen, have you forgotten the teachings of our master? Danzo exclaimed, his face flushed with urgency. Do you know how many Jonin the Uchiha possess? Hiruzen replied, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Danzo. Take the young Uchiha boy, Deguang, for instance. He commands an army of 20 Jonin. How many Jonin does your root have, along with your Sarutobi clan? Moreover, this represents only a fraction of the radical elements within the Uchiha clan. The words of the third Hokage struck Danzo like a frigid winter chill. He found himself at a loss for words, sobered by Hiruzen's piercing analysis. As a longtime friend and classmate of the third Hokage, Danzo had always held himself in high regard, known for his ruthless demeanor in the ninja world. Yet this time, he had received a stark lesson from the Uchiha clan, instigated by an 8-year-old boy. To add insult to injury, the esteemed elder of Konoha found himself with fewer Jonin at his disposal than this young Uchiha. How could he endure such humiliation? Danzo's eyes burned with fury, his teeth clenched. No, he thought, as Hiruzen continued to leisurely puff on his pipe, contemplating the dire situation. The Uchiha clan, being the foremost among the great clans, is deeply rooted and conspicuous. Thus, one must proceed with caution, avoiding haste to prevent counterproductive outcomes. A plume of smoke billowed forth as the third Hokage continued. Fortunate that the clan has historically been discordant, with numerous factions existing within, where radicals and conservatives are in perpetual conflict. The optimal strategy would be to maintain an internal equilibrium, allowing their inherent discord to escalate, possibly leading them to another battle reminiscent of the Netherworld War. During the second Hokage's tenure, he had confined the Uchiha clan within the police force, inciting internal strife that culminated in what the Uchiha referred to as the Netherworld War, a large-scale civil conflict that significantly diminished their power. Ultimately, he took Uchiha Kagami as his disciple, seizing the opportunity to meddle in Uchiha affairs. Yet, even in the aftermath of their devastating civil war, the Uchiha clan remains the preeminent ninja family in the shinobi world, unmatched by any clan outside of the Senju. I intend to summon Uchiha Deguang, the third Hokage suddenly declared. Danzo cast a glance at him, remaining silent. Let him be summoned. What is there to discuss? He thought. His actions may indicate he possesses the qualities of a Hokage. The third Hokage, pipe in mouth, resumed perusing the dossier of Uchiha Deguang. Hizashi, are you aware of the folly you speak? Danzo exclaimed, filled with indignation. I had intended to take him as my apprentice, akin to how my master took Kagami. Kagami is exceptional, he retorted. He is unlike any other Uchiha. This boy, Deguang, however, is the heir of the ancient Shana, the most perilous radical faction. Danzo seethed with fury. How could the title of potential Hokage be bestowed upon an Uchiha? How could the honor of being a Hokage's apprentice be granted to them? His anger was palpable. My 3 disciples, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, are all elite from Konoha, the third Hokage asserted, his gaze sharp. I refuse to believe that I cannot subdue a mere junior of the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, even if it were merely a strategic maneuver, creating a rift between this youth and the Uchiha radicals would be advantageous. The third Hokage's thoughts were sharp and calculated. The title of a Hokage's apprentice, coupled with the esteem of being a potential Hokage, could provide him with the opportunity to intervene in Uchiha matters. What a bargain! Upon hearing the third Hokage reference his mentor, Senju Tobirama's methods, Danzo felt he could not object further and simply turned away in resignation. As his hand grasped the door handle, he glanced back at the third Hokage and warned, "Those who excel in water may drown, and those who play with fire will surely be burned." Danzo, as Hokage, "I have my own considerations," the third Hokage replied. After Danzo departed, the Hokage dispatched the Umbu to summon Uchiha Deguang at the Uchiha compound that very night. By the time Uchiha Deguang and his father returned home, the Uchiha clan leader, having learned of the incident at the police force, felt that treating the subordinates of the village's advisory elder so harshly was somewhat inappropriate. However, procedurally, there was indeed no fault to be found, so he chose to ignore it. Elder Shana, upon receiving the report, smiled broadly and remarked to those around him, "There are successors indeed." Today, the tactics employed by Uchiha Deguang and his father earned them the admiration of the radical Uchiha members, while the conservatives felt an unsettling apprehension. As the Umbu of the Hokage arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory to express their intentions, all eyes in the Uchiha family turned to Uchiha Deguang. When Uchiha Hyuga accompanied the Umbu, who bore a message from the Hokage, to Uchiha Deguang's residence, the Uchiha members, having concluded their day's work, rose in eager anticipation of the ensuing developments. "Hokage has summoned me?" Uchiha Deguang inquired with a furrowed brow, while Uchiha Nakujin and his wife remained silent, allowing Deguang to take the lead. "Indeed, Master Deguang, do not keep Lord Hokage waiting. Let us depart swiftly," urged the Umbu, their impatience palpable. "To the Hokage building?" Uchiha Deguang continued to question, recalling the numerous fanfiction tales where Danzo had deceitfully misrepresented the Hokage's orders to ensnare the protagonist. "Yes, come along without delay," the Umbu replied, barely suppressing their frustration. As a direct subordinate of the Hokage, their standing in the village was elevated, and they had never encountered such laxity in response to a summons from the Hokage. "Oh," Uchiha Deguang acknowledged, then turned to Uchiha Hyuga. "Captain Hyuga, I would appreciate it if you could gather the members of today's assigned guard team." Uchiha Hyuga paused, then a hint of a smile broke across his face. "Very well. Master Deguang, please wait a moment." With that, he vanished in an instant. Uchiha Nakujin maintained his stern demeanor, though his posture relaxed slightly, while Uchiha Kimiko stifled a soft laugh. The Umbu, filled with pent-up frustration, found no outlet for their ire. Though they had heard of the Uchiha's arrogance, they were unprepared for such brazen audacity. Before long, Uchiha Hyuga returned, accompanied by Uchiha Nobuhiko and Uchiha Kenji, along with 6 ninjas from their respective teams. "Uncle Nobuhiko." "Uncle Kenji, I apologize for troubling you at this late hour." Uchiha Deguang greeted the 2 elite ninjas and their subordinates with courtesy. "Young master, you are too kind." "It is our duty," they replied. "Let us proceed to the Hokage building." Uchiha Deguang's gathering of the guard team before heading to the Hokage building acted as a signal, bringing joy to the radical faction of the Uchiha, while tightening the frowns of the conservatives. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, the Umbu instructed Uchiha Deguang and his party to wait, entering to report within. After a brief interval, they summoned Uchiha Deguang for the meeting. Perhaps due to the Umbu's account of their experiences in the Uchiha clan, the Hokage had become aware of Uchiha Deguang's disposition. The entire meeting proceeded without incident, with both host and guest donning smiles. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, highly praised Uchiha Deguang for his diligent training, expressing admiration for his remarkable strength at such a young age, and hoped he would contribute significantly to the village, helping to further the will of fire. Uchiha Deguang humbly responded, asserting that he was merely an inexperienced Uchiha descendant, attributing his achievements to the family's nurturing. He regarded himself as an ordinary junior, relying solely on his efforts, and acknowledged the need to mature swiftly under the family's guidance. The Hokage reiterated his recognition of Uchiha Deguang's accomplishments, suggesting that with such potential at a tender age, his future was boundless, and inquired if he harbored any intentions of joining his ranks in the pursuit of the next Hokage position. Uchiha Deguang asserted that the familial bonds weighed heavily, and no amount of sacrifice could repay them. Matters concerning the Hokage were of great significance, thus requiring the approval of the clan elders, and he dared not act unilaterally. As for the accolades of the Hokage, he humbly dismissed such praise, feeling unworthy. After exchanging pleasantries, both the elder and the youth, like two clever foxes, comprehended each other's intentions, and this remarkably constructive meeting concluded in a cordial and harmonious atmosphere. This youth should not be underestimated. After Uchiha Deguang's departure, the third Hokage continued to smoke his pipe, his gaze contemplative. Regrettably, he was embroiled in the controversy of the police department's forceful apprehension of root personnel. Under the tacit understanding between the Hokage faction and the Uchiha clan, the news did not spread widely. Yet the details regarding the incident's cause and outcome were well known among the ninja clans and senior ninjas. After all, who lacks a source of intelligence? Similarly, as the instigator of the police department's actions against Root, Uchiha Deguang's name began to circulate among the upper echelons of Konoha. Young yet extraordinarily powerful, aloof and proud, he epitomized the archetype of a Uchiha prodigy. For the venerable ninja clans, the emergence of such a youthful genius from the Uchiha was hardly surprising, especially since the tumultuous Warring States period had already validated the Uchiha clan's formidable capabilities. Thus, while ordinary ninjas or younger clansmen might be astonished by his remarkable prowess at such a tender age, the elders of the ninja clans regarded it as a commonplace occurrence. Although often maligned as a cursed clan, for those who pursue immense power and the liberty of choice, the Uchiha serve as a paragon. Despite the discontent that the police department's actions engendered among the Hokage faction and its allied ninja groups, for the clans dedicated to preserving their unique characteristics and independence, the emergence of a powerful Uchiha to confront Danzo and the third Hokage was viewed as a fortuitous development. Danzo had, after all, engaged in numerous unscrupulous acts, forcibly recruiting the scions of declining ninja clans or orphan ninjas into Root, reducing them to mere tools, which had made the clans wary. Yet, even when grievances were brought before the Hokage, they were often dismissed with a biased resolution, couched in platitudes about contributing to Konoha. Over the years, the frustrations of the ninja clans had grown considerable. The Uchiha's display of strength was duly noted by the Hokage, prompting both sides to compromise. Root personnel were released after 3 days of detention, escorted away by the Umbu under the Hokage's orders, with the police department refraining from further complications. The greatest beneficiary of this situation, Uchiha Deguang, garnered the support of the radical faction within the Uchiha clan, and his reputation began to ascend within the upper echelons of Konoha. However, the downside was that his name also appeared on the bounty list of the black market, with a reward of 7 million ryo. The fervor surrounding the incident did not endure for long, primarily due to its limited dissemination within the village's upper circles and the escalating conflicts with the Rain Village. At the border of the Rain Country, the elite Jonin from the Hidden Leaf Village, Mei Village's Yejin, took decisive action after receiving an additional 200 shinobi from the Wind Country. He launched a powerful offensive against the Rain shinobi, annihilating their reconnaissance forces and inciting a wave of resistance from the Rain Country. In retaliation, the Rain shinobi attempted to strike back, but fell into a carefully laid ambush, resulting in their complete rout. Under Yejin's leadership, the Leaf shinobi advanced into the Rain Country, capturing 3 border towns and seizing vast amounts of supplies. This aggressive maneuver prompted Hanzo, the formidable leader of the Rain Country, to take immediate action. According to intelligence from the Root, Hanzo was diligently gathering resources and was expected to mobilize half of the Rain Village's shinobi, forming a force of approximately 1,500 warriors, which he would personally lead against the Leaf. The mere 600-station Leaf shinobi would be insufficient to withstand the impending counterattack from the Rain Country. Thus, the mobilization of the village's forces became imperative. In the Hokage's office, the esteemed Leaf F4 adhered to their tradition of discussing minor matters in large gatherings, while reserving significant issues for smaller, more intimate meetings. "What is the current status of our shinobi organization?" asked the third Hokage as he puffed on his pipe, perusing documents while consulting his advisor, Mitarashi Anko. 1,000 elite shinobi from the clans had been assembled, but only 1,200 of the civilian shinobi had responded. Why is that? The clan shinobi, being the primary defensive forces of their respective families, were relatively concentrated and exhibited better discipline. In contrast, the civilian shinobi were often deployed on missions, with some personnel from the mobilization roster unreachable and others yet to return. "What about our resource procurement?" The third Hokage inquired further, turning to Mido Tobarama. All equipment and military supplies were ready, but the quantity of explosive tags was insufficient, necessitating a diversion from the village's wartime reserves. However, this would deplete the village's emergency supplies. Why? Mito Tobarama sighed. The prices of various materials have surged too rapidly. The Leaf F4 collectively sighed in response. The only resource that had not seen a significant price increase was the Uchiha's explosive tags, yet their supply had drastically diminished. The explosive tags, a fusion of fire release and sealing techniques, are primarily crafted by the Uchiha and Sarutobi clans, with Uchiha tags renowned in the shinobi world for their abundance and quality. Mito Tobarama continued. Perhaps you should travel to the capital and negotiate military funding with the Daimyo? The third Hokage proposed, intending to persuade the Daimyo to allocate additional funds for the military. Tobarama silently nodded in agreement. Since being humiliated by the Uchiha, he had become increasingly taciturn. When can the supporting forces for Mei Village's Jonin depart? The third Hokage inquired further. Based on the current personnel and resource status, the clan forces could depart at any time. However, the civilian shinobi would require about another week. Then let Orochimaru and the others lead the clan forces ahead. The situation is pressing, and we cannot delay, the third Hokage decisively proclaimed. Tobarama, you shall promptly travel to the capital to meet with the Daimyo, and upon completion, return swiftly to lead the remaining civilian shinobi to the Rain Country. The third Hokage continued assigning duties, providing his old friend with the opportunity to command the shinobi forces. Understood, Tobarama replied succinctly. Moreover, the second and third waves of ninja forces must be summoned. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, pondering the unusual movements within the Land of Wind. According to intelligence reports from the Umbu, the mobilization of ninja forces within its territory had become unpredictable. The advisor from the Land of Wind remained silent, for it was indeed one of the 5 great nations, not to be underestimated. The Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning also require attention, although both nations are currently in a standoff. There have been significant activities along the borders of the Fire Country. How many ninjas should we gather for the second and third waves? Asked Tonari Komatsu hesitantly. Let us aim for a scale of 3,000, suggested Danzo. However, this would leave the village's standing forces rather weakened. We could expedite the graduation of a batch of lower-ranked ninjas from the Ninja Academy to bolster our foundational strength, he added. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. It was not yet time for such measures. The children of the Ninja Academy represent the future of the village and should not be moved lightly, he concluded, stating that at least for now, the students from the academy need not be mobilized. What about the ninja clans? Tonari Komatsu inquired, hinting at the urgency of the situation. The third Hokage pondered for a moment. Full mobilization, he stated, taking another puff from his pipe. The categorization of non-registered clan ninjas can be somewhat relaxed. The scale of war may be vast, and the village urgently requires living forces to join. And the Uchiha? Tonari Komatsu pressed further. Treat them equally, the third Hokage replied. His gaze deep. We should endeavor to draw 400 clan ninjas from the Uchiha clan. However, this presents a challenge, Watergate Inazuma thought. 4 non-registered clan ninjas are the foundation of each clan. They are unlikely to relinquish them willingly. And to enlist them under the banner of Konoha will require not only registered ranks, but also substantial financial and material exchanges. Hence, it falls to you, Danzo. The third Hokage turned to Danzo, emphasizing the critical importance of the feudal lord's military funding. It is imperative that this trip to the capital results in a consensus with the feudal lord. Danzo nodded silently in agreement. Regarding the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Takumo continued with their usual pace, leading the clan's ninja forces in various tactical drills to enhance their combat readiness. In addition to the radical faction he commanded, personnel from the clan leader's faction, conservative faction, and police department were also mobilized to form concentrated training units. Thus, approximately 300 elite ninjas from the Uchiha clan were organized. Other smaller clans allied with the Uchiha followed suit, consolidating their family strengths, though their overall power was comparatively limited, resulting in smaller units. Witnessing this, other ninja clans also began recalling their wandering ninjas, actively preparing for battle. In an instant, it seemed as though the number of ninjas in Konoha had doubled overnight. The various clan forces gathered, and ninjas executed agile maneuvers. While the rooftops of Konoha underwent repairs every few days, and the once quiet training grounds teemed with activity, The higher-ups of Konoha felt a mix of joy and concern. They rejoiced at the undeniable potential for war that Konoha possessed, which could withstand an escalation in conflict, yet worried that the aggregation of clan forces, bound by blood ties, could lead to discord, complicating the command structure for Konoha's leaders. Especially in certain inevitable deadlock scenarios, it is unlikely that these assembled clans of shinobi can be deceived. How splendid it would be if all the clans of Konohagakure were as selfless as the Senju clan. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sighed deeply as he reviewed the bureaucratic documents convening the shinobi forces. Regrettably, the once glorious Senju clan suffered devastating losses during the First Shinobi World War, and apart from Tsunade and a small number of her direct descendants, most ordinary Senju members have long since retired during the Second Hokage's era. Blending into various families of Konoha, their whereabouts now difficult to trace. Presently, the predominant clans within Konoha are the Uchiha and Hyuga, both of which are powerful and adhere strictly to tradition, leaving no room for manipulation. The opportunity to weaken the shinobi clans and diminish their status amidst the chaos of war was stillborn before it could even be executed. The higher-ups of Konoha were compelled to gather the representatives of each clan to discuss the matter of mobilizing their familial shinobi. It was during this shinobi conference that Uchiha Tokugawa first encountered the legendary granddaughter of the god of shinobi and the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, Tsunade, renowned for her vast heart and illustrious reputation. The purpose of the Hokage convening the clan representatives was understood by all clan leaders and elders. They were well aware of the difficulties facing Konoha at present. Indeed, the village is in distress, but what does this have to do with the shinobi clans? Each clan possesses registered shinobi serving the village, while those unregistered clan shinobi are essential for preserving the legacy of their clans. Moreover, since the founding of the village, the first Hokage had established clear rules. The village belongs to the village, and the clans belong to their respective families, distinctly separate and uninfluenced by one another. Now, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is evidently attempting to extract the very roots of each clan, which is a grave transgression. Thus, it is imperative to offer compensation. Furthermore, it is not merely financial remuneration that is required. Appropriate ranks and positions for the shinobi must also be ensured, or else the shinobi would prefer to abstain from service. To put it plainly, no rabbit, no hawk. Additionally, with the storm clouds gathering ominously over the shinobi world, no one can predict how future circumstances will unfold or the scale of the impending conflict. Yet, if the dispatched shinobi attain the rank of Jonin and the war concludes before they have seen battle, it would indeed be a fortunate windfall for the clans. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is fully aware of the clan's mindset, as he himself hails from the Sarutobi clan, one of the foremost ninja clans in Konoha. Moreover, during this shinobi conference, he deliberately brought Tsunade forth, hoping that her identity as a direct descendant of the Senju and granddaughter of the first Hokage might persuade those from the Senju's long-standing alliances to show leniency. In the grand conference room of the Hokage building, a long table composed of several desks at the front served as the seats for the Hokage and advisors, while rows of desks and chairs below constituted the seating for the leaders of each clan. The overall layout was rather simple, reminiscent of a classroom in a ninja academy. In the front row of seats, the Uchiha clan and their close allies occupied the left side, while the Hyuga clan and their allies took the right side. In the center sat Tsunade, representing the Senju and other smaller clans. From the seating arrangement, the strength and heritage of each clan were evidently discernible. The Senju clan, despite having fallen into disarray after the ravages of war, has not ceased to integrate into various smaller ninja clans through intermarriage or by establishing new lineages of their own. Even if their former glory has faded, the Senju remain revered as a prominent lineage in the eyes of these smaller clans. In contrast, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans represent a dichotomy of roles. One functions as a law enforcement body, burdened with menial tasks and public scorn, while the other plays the part of a mere scout, diligently serving as a living surveillance device. Both are esteemed as ancient noble houses, yet neither wields substantial power, leading to a sense of quiet frustration, though not entirely lacking in influence. In attendance at this conference from the Uchiha clan were their leader, Uchiha Shikaku, alongside his son, Uchiha Fugaku, as well as representatives from the police department, Uchiha Yusuke, the radical faction, Uchiha Takushu, and the conservative wing, Uchiha Michio. Observing the gathering, It was evident that the Uchiha clan had the largest and most diverse representation at the meeting. As the conference had yet to commence, Uchiha Takushu began to scrutinize the other clan leaders present. First among them was his sworn adversary, Tsunade, the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama. Currently in her late teens, Tsunade bore a striking visage, though lacking the remarkable presence she would later be known for. Apart from her attractive features, she was otherwise quite unremarkable. Perhaps due to Takushu's unabashed gaze, Tsunade shot him a fierce glare before resolutely turning her head away. Unperturbed, Takushu shifted his attention to the right side of the assembly, where he noted 3 members of the Hyuga clan seated in the front row, presumably the current clan leader and his 2 sons. Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Niji, both adorned with the Leaf Village forehead protectors, rendering it difficult to distinguish between them. Further back, Tsunade was flanked by members of the Sarutobi, Shimura, Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, Oil Woman, Inazuka, and Hatake clans, all of Konoha. The Hyuga side was similarly crowded with their subordinate clans. In stark contrast, the Uchiha contingent comprised only a handful of individuals, underscoring the disparity in influence compared to the mainstream Senju and Hokage factions. The aloof Uchiha clan, currently in a position of subjugation, found it particularly challenging to forge alliances with other ninja clans. Uchiha Takushu sighed inwardly, recognizing the long road ahead. As Takushu assessed the others, the remaining clans were equally inquisitive about this prominent young member of the Leaf Village. Notably, the Hyuga clan, possessing Byakugan, maintained a forward gaze, yet could still observe their surroundings with a wide field of vision, albeit from a distance. "Father, his chakra concentration seems to surpass that of many Jonin," whispered one of the Hyuga children to their clan leader. "Hizashi, he must have already awakened his 3 Tomo," replied the Hyuga leader to his heir, his own son. Despite the Uchiha clan being in a notably weakened state, their legacy and renown continued to overshadow that of the Hyuga, indicating that even the next generation held little comparison in terms of strength or reputation. The 8-year-old Sanjo Yagyu of the Hyuga clan sighed inwardly, lamenting the state of his esteemed family, wondering when they would finally surpass the Uchiha and ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja world. While the leaders of various clans engaged in light-hearted banter, the sound of the umbu calling out from outside the door interrupted them, announcing the arrival of the Hokage. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by his advisors Shimura Danzo, Mito Gatika, and Nara-Shikaku, entered the venue. As the Hokage made his entrance, the clan leaders present rose to greet him. Among the Hyuga faction, a few of the allied clan leaders stood to acknowledge him. However, on the left side, within the Uchiha camp, neither the Uchiha nor their vassal clans showed any sign of recognition or response. The 3rd Hokage exchanged pleasantries with each clan leader before ascending to the main stage to take his seat. As customary, he began with formalities, lauding the long-standing contributions and responsibilities of each ninja clan. He praised their noble virtues, asserting that the development and prosperity of Konoha were inextricably linked to the unwavering support of the ninja clans. This routine discourse rendered the Uchiha clan and their vassals drowsy, while the Hyuga faction rested their eyes. Meanwhile, applause occasionally erupted from the Senju faction, who were notably engaged, with the exception of Tsunade, who slumbered with her chin resting in her hand. After discussing past contributions, the Hokage shifted to the current state of affairs, succinctly outlining the present circumstances of the ninja world and offering a preliminary assessment of the potential for a great ninja war. The highlight of the meeting was a proposal, formulated through discussions among the Hokage and his advisory elders, to summon ninjas from each clan and to initiate a ninja evaluation and ranking examination. Should any unregistered ninjas demonstrate adequate strength, they could be directly promoted to the rank of Jonin. Upon hearing this, the representatives of the smaller ninja clans erupted in excitement at the prospect of direct promotion to Jonin. For these clans, eager to expand their influence, this was indeed a momentous occasion. In peacetime, the rank of Jonin, typically reserved for the elite of the village, involved not only assessments of strength and tactical acumen, but also faced annual quota limitations. Many clans harbored unregistered members who had yet to attain the Jonin title. Previously, direct promotions had only reached the Chunin level, which was tolerable, yet the opportunity for direct elevation to Jonin, thus entering the decision-making echelon of the village, bore significant implications. Uchiha Takushin observed the animated discussions among the other clan leaders, including Sarutobi and Shimura, with an amused expression. It was understandable for the other clans to be unaware of this development, but for the two clans with deep ties to Konoha's leadership to be blindsided was laughable. Turning to the Hyuga faction, the vassal clans seated behind the Hyuga father and son merely exchanged glances, which was to be expected. However, looking back at the Uchiha camp, it was reassuring to see that everyone remained undeterred. Upon meeting Uchiha Takushin's gaze, the leaders of the allied clans greeted him with smiles and nods, indicating their steadfastness. The third Hokage maintained a benevolent smile as he surveyed the bustling assembly, while his advisors, including Danzo, continuously scanned the dynamics between the Uchiha and Hyuga factions. Esteemed clan leaders, those among the elite of the shinobi clans who are willing to accept the call to arms may now begin to register. Upon the third Hokage's pronouncement, the first to rise was the representative of the Sarutobi clan. Lord Hokage, the Sarutobi clan shall provide 6 Jonin and 80 Chunin in response to the village's summons. The Nara clan pledged 5 Jonin and 60 Chunin, while the Yamanaka clan and others of the Hokage's lineage also voiced their intentions, spurring additional clans to follow suit. In contrast, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans remained unmoved. After a brief uproar, the shinobi clans in attendance reported their numbers, and a semblance of calm settled over the assembly. All eyes turned to the Uchiha and Hyuga clans flanking the hall. After a moment of contemplation, the head of the Hyuga clan spoke. The Hyuga clan shall allocate 20 Jonin and 80 Chunin to answer the village's call. Following this, the clans behind them began to express their commitments as well. The final pressure now rested with the Uchiha faction. The Uchiha clan leader cast a discerning gaze over his kin, silently inquiring if there were any objections. Uchiha Deguang nodded in affirmation and raised his hand. Lord Hokage, might I inquire about the arrangements for the summoned shinobi? The third Hokage responded with a warm demeanor. This matter is confidential to the village. You have no grounds to question it. Who do you think you are to speak so boldly? Uchiha Deguang retorted, his expression turning grave. As tensions rose with Danzo's ire, the third Hokage signaled for silence. Deguang, do you have any specific demands? The Hokage, eschewing circumlocution, addressed the essence of Deguang's inquiry directly. If the Uchiha clan's shinobi do not wish to be dispersed and mixed with others, is that acceptable, Lord Hokage? Upon the utterance of this declaration, the assembly erupted in astonishment. While they were aware of the Uchiha's prideful nature, they had not anticipated such brazen audacity. Danzo Mitomanyan and Nara-Ino-Shika's countenances darkened further. Although this request was unconventional, it was not entirely without precedent for the Uchiha. Lord Hokage, I do not refer solely to the Uchiha. I mean to ask if the clan shinobi accepting the summons may organize themselves according to their own preferences? In principle, yes. But adjustments may be necessary in the heat of battle, and any team formations must be reported to the village, the third Hokage stated, uninterested in prolonged debate. Very well. We have no further issues, he declared, glancing towards the Uchiha clan leader. The Uchiha Shikaku, burdened by the weight of leadership, sighed inwardly once more. The Uchiha direct line shall allocate 12 Jonin and 72 Chunin to respond to the village's call. The Uchiha Imperial Flame faction shall contribute 10 Jonin and 50 Chunin. This Imperial Flame faction is a designation for the conservative Uchiha elders. The security department will draw 5 Jonin and 30 Chunin from reserve personnel. After a moment's hesitation, the representative of the security department looked to Uchiha Deguang and added, and they shall operate under the command of our young Lord Deguang. Upon the utterance of these words, not only did the faces of the esteemed members of the Hokage F4 darken, but even that of the Uchiha clan leader turned grim. The Noara family dispatched 1 Jonin and 8 Chunin to heed the call under the command of the young Lord Deguang. Following the words of the police department's representative, the vassal ninja clans of the Noara family swiftly aligned themselves. Ultimately, as each allied ninja clan expressed their stance, Uchiha Deguang calculated that an astonishing 17 Jonin and 110 Chunin from the allied clans would join his ranks. The Uchiha, affiliated with the Tiger faction, would summon 22 Jonin and 46 Chunin to respond. The Uchiha faction, known for its radicalism, unveiled a number of Jonin surpassing that of the Hyuga clan, causing a stir within the assembly. Overall, the results of the Ninja Clan Conference proved to be quite fruitful. Although the prowess of the Uchiha clan cast a shadow over the other ninja clans, and despite the burdensome conditions imposed upon the village, as well as their apparent lack of deference towards the Hokage, The pressing external circumstances rendered it unwise for the Hokage to provoke a clan as volatile as the Uchiha. After all, he still relied on the formidable Uchiha clan to lead the charge. Even Danzo, upon witnessing the sheer number of Jonin summoned by the Uchiha, exhibited greater restraint. It was indeed intimidating when the Uchiha representative unveiled 49 Jonin at the conference. It is noteworthy that prior to the war, Konoha had barely 300 active Jonin. The outcomes of the Ninja Clan Conference certainly required careful consideration. In addition to the 20 Jonin and 46 Chunin entrusted to him by the radical faction, Uchiha Deguang also acquired command over the police department's reserve forces and the Uchiha-affiliated ninja clans, amounting to an additional 17 Jonin and 110 Chunin. While not as elite as the directly commanded Uchiha ninja army, their capabilities were nonetheless commendable. Fortuitously, Deguang had been concerned about the insufficient number of Chunin in his core forces, and this development directly addressed that issue. With the acquisition of command, the imperative for integration training arose, necessitating rapid cohesion to form a combat-ready unit. Thus, a formidable ninja army composed of 37 Jonin and 146 Chunin frequently traversed the village, instilling fear among the clans of Konoha. The Hokage faction took note, and even the spies from various nations, clandestinely embedded within the village, became restless, releasing homing pigeons and communication hawks in an attempt to relay intelligence. However, many were apprehended by the police department and the Umbu, subjected to rigorous interrogations, a rather unexpected boon for the village. Thus, a month elapsed. Uchiha Deguang's joint training exercises yielded significant results, markedly enhancing the combat coordination of his forces. Through various means, he successfully instilled a sense of authority as the 8-year-old leader of the family ninja army, showcasing his prowess through the simplest of demonstrations, compelling each individual to submit. The formidable Uchiha Deguang has not only instilled a sense of trepidation among the Hokage lineage, but within the clan itself, his presence has become a source of contention. Faced with this young yet exceptionally powerful junior, even the clan leader's direct faction and the conservative faction regard him as a thorn in their sides. Many clan members view him as a second Uchiha Madara. Within their ranks, opinions are divided. Some hold him in high esteem, while others harbor disdain. Nevertheless, the number of radical supporters continues to rise. Consequently, the clan leader's direct ninja army and the conservative ninja army, under the mediation of high-ranking members, have begun to merge, forming a second faction within the Uchiha clan, led by the clan leader Uchiha Shikaka's confidant, Uchiha Chashin, with the clan leader's own son, Uchiha Fugaku, serving as his deputy. The Uchiha clan appears to be on the brink of division, yet the Hokage lineage is unable to intervene, preoccupied as they are with the rapidly changing tides of war. After the Leaf Village's forces defeated the Rain Village's forward troops at the borders of the Land of Rain, they plundered a border city. However, instead of encountering the much-rumored elite Rain ninja forces, they faced the puppet army of Sunagakure. Following a series of minor skirmishes, neither the Leaf Village nor Sunagakure gained the advantage. With the arrival of the first allied ninja coalition led by Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, Sunagakure swiftly withdrew from the front line. Before the reinforcements could catch their breath, the reorganized Rain Ninja army once again took up positions on the defensive line. Along the borders of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, the Sunagakure forces no longer concealed their movements, appearing frequently and in large numbers across the border. Despite the formidable abilities of the commander, Hatake Tsukumo, his forces were severely outnumbered, and with no formal declaration of war, they found themselves somewhat constrained, leaving the border vulnerable to breaches. Meanwhile, the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning had concluded their own border confrontations, withdrawing their respective forces, and the ninja armies amassed during the standoff had seemingly vanished. The Leaf Village's border troops, wary of crossing into enemy territory for reconnaissance, were compelled to send a request for support back to the village. In the Hokage office, the rapidly evolving situation has left the Leaf Village's F4 overwhelmed, necessitating a complete overhaul of their previous war preparations, particularly regarding intelligence from the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office was as thick with smoke as ever. Danzo was reporting intelligence he had gathered. The Sunagakure troops spotted in the Land of Rain are confirmed to be an elite puppet army led by the Elder Chiyo's son, comprising approximately 60 members. This unit has since withdrawn from the Land of Rain, but their specific mission during their incursion remains unknown. The The Sunagakure forces facing Tsukumo may be commanded by the elder's subordinate, Kuratsuchi. Furthermore, the whereabouts of the Rain Village's leader, Hanzo of the Salamander, remain unclear, as no traces have been found of his troops either on the front lines or within the Rain Village itself. This series of uncertainties and ambiguities has caused the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to furrow his brow in increasing concern. However, he refrains from placing blame. After all, Sunagakure's maneuvers were abrupt and without warning. Attempts to send envoys for inquiries have been rebuffed, but given the current dynamics, a grand conflict appears inevitable. The third Hokage let out a quiet sigh. In the presence of a few old friends, he dared to exhibit such weariness. What about the land of lightning and the land of earth? Mito Menon, noticing the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's silence, continued to inquire. The situation in the land of lightning remains unclear, but the land of earth has already reinforced its garrison troops along the borders of the land of rain. It is known that a detachment of Awagakure's explosive troops has departed for the borders of the land of rain. It seems they are all inclined to make the land of rain their battlefield, lamented Takurai Koharu. Hanzo's expansion has gone too far. Not only have the neighboring small nations suffered, but even the neutral land of iron has faced his aggression. The rain shinobi have also infiltrated the vassal states of the land of wind and the land of earth, the third Hokage slowly remarked while resting his eyes. Ultimately, the catalyst for this war lies with the discontented rain shinobi village, particularly its leader, the illustrious and strategically gifted Hanzo of the Salamander. The territory of the land of rain is encircled by the three great nations of fire, earth, and wind, along with their vassal states, enduring long-term oppression and exploitation. The incessant rainfall hampers agricultural development, forcing the nation to rely on handcrafted goods to trade for food. Yet they are suppressed and exploited by the wealthy merchants of the three great nations. The growing dissatisfaction within the land of rain became increasingly palpable. Following Hanzo's ascendance to power, supported by the Daimyo of the land of rain, he began to actively bolster the military, recklessly expanding and plundering surrounding small nations, which provoked the ire of the three great nations. However, what perplexed the third Hokage was the sequence of events following the rain shinobi's plundering of the land of iron's resources. They first engaged in a border conflict with Sunagakure, only to be repelled. Then, they instigated a confrontation with Konoha, and after Konoha's incursion into the land of rain, Sunagakure's puppet forces appeared to test the waters, followed by the rain shinobi dispatching their troops for a standoff, leading to Sunagakure's unexpected retreat. What was the nature of this coordination, and what schemes lay behind Sunagakure's actions? Why were heavy troops stationed at the Konoha border, in the face of insufficient intelligence? Even the sagacious third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself in a difficult predicament. Humph, Danzo scoffed. That old windbag Hanzo is utterly overestimating himself. Acting with such reckless abandon, akin to the Uchiha, he is undoubtedly courting disaster. Danzo, when alone, never shied away from expressing his malice and distrust towards the Uchiha. To disregard the suffering of the innocent and recklessly instigate war for the selfish ambitions of Hanzo and the daimyo of the land of rain is truly lamentable. Lamented Takurai Koharu, seemingly mourning the plight of the people of the land of rain. This sentiment left the three old friends, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling particularly uneasy. This is not how one feigns sorrow, Mito Menon mused. When can the second batch of reinforcements from the land of rain set out? Ignoring Takurai Koharu's insincerity, the third Hokage directed his question at Mito Menon. The day after tomorrow. Very well, Danzo, I shall entrust you with the command of this contingent of shinobi. Yes, having gained command of the troops, Danzo did not hesitate to express his respect for the Hokage. What about the defense on the side of the land of earth? Mito Menon inquired once more. Mobilize the Uchiha ninja army, the third Hokage said, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a brief moment, he decided to send that brat Tsukumo to lead his forces. I recall there are around 40 to 50 Jonin. The trio had no objections to this. Recently, the Uchiha army under Tsukumo had been causing quite a stir at the training grounds, and their assembly kept everyone on edge, wary of the unpredictable antics of the Uchiha clan. It would be prudent to send them away, especially considering the bloodthirsty nature of the land of earth. Mito Gates Flame was the first to express his support. If we only dispatch the Uchiha to the borders, should we not consider replacing the commander of the border forces of the land of earth? The Woodblade may not be able to contain this group of madmen. Nara-Shikamaru raised a question from a different perspective. We should deploy the wood blade to the borders of the Land of Earth in coordination with Jonin Saku. While leaving the stationed forces intact, the third Hokage took a puff from his pipe. Noting that the ostensible leader of the Uchiha army was not that old man's royal guard captain, Uchiha Haman, he decided to appoint him as the commander of the border forces of the Land of Earth. The cunning third Hokage not only intended for the Uchiha to fill the void in the Land of Earth, but also sought to create some political discomfort for Takumo. Danzo, what are your thoughts? Knowing of Danzo's long-standing aversion to the Uchiha clan, the third Hokage specifically sought his input. No objections, Danzo replied, having just acquired command of a ninja army and preferring to avoid unnecessary disputes. It would be splendid if they could perish together with the rock-headed inhabitants of Awagakure. The third Hokage pretended not to hear Danzo's words and continued. Then let it be executed as such. Issue the orders. Yes. Meanwhile, Uchiha Takumo was exuberantly showcasing the unique prowess of the Uchiha clan at the training grounds. Standing at one end of the arena, he effortlessly suppressed the combined efforts of 3 Uchiha Jonin using various fire release techniques. Waves of flames erupted, igniting brilliant sparks, while the sound of explosions reverberated. The 3 Jonin struggled to defend themselves with their inadequately mastered earth and water techniques. They had never experienced such a suffocating battle. Uchiha battles were typically artistic in nature, initiating with the overwhelming force of fire release to establish dominance, compelling enemies with exceptional manipulation of ninja tools, and then exploiting their weaknesses through the Sharingan and superb taijutsu for decisive kills. When did the Uchiha clan produce a veritable artillery of ninjutsu akin to the Senju? Fire release, great fire annihilation. As the trio found themselves overwhelmed, a torrent of flames erupted from Takumo's mouth, surging toward them. Earth release, earth flow rampart. Just as they were drained of their strength and hadn't yet regained their vigor, they could only feebly defend with earth techniques, preparing to evade using body flicker technique. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Observing the situation, Uchiha Haman quickly unleashed a water technique aimed at Takumo's fire release, hoping to diminish its potency and avert significant injury. Boom. The fusion of fire and water unleashed a cataclysmic explosion, generating a tremendous shockwave that sent the edges of the spectators' garments fluttering. Amidst the clash, although the water dragon bullet lacked the might of the great fire annihilation, it nonetheless diminished a portion of its formidable power. The fire technique, now greatly weakened, broke through the hastily erected earth release, earth flow wall of the 3 individuals, yet they effortlessly evaded it, as if it were the last gasp of a spent bow. Enough, enough, the trio exclaimed, hastily waving their hands in surrender. Lord Deguang's prowess is unparalleled, we concede. The Uchiha clan members present, their Sharingan activated, observed the battle with awe, astounded by the profound mastery of fire techniques exhibited by Uchiha Deguang and the extraordinary chakra reserves he possessed at such a young age. Even the most intricate jinjutsu, which could only be perfected through the passage of time, proved ineffective against Uchiha Deguang's immense ocular power and mental fortitude. After the initial shock, admiration followed. The pursuit of strength and the reverence for the powerful are inherent to the Uchiha bloodline. Even the outliers within the Uchiha clan, those conservative Uchiha who have been unknowingly tainted by the so-called will of fire, tirelessly seek greater power. The Uchiha, dispatched under Elder Shana's command to serve Uchiha Deguang, were all extremists of the clan's radical faction, characterized by their arrogance and pride, fervently devoted to the belief in their own bloodline strength. As Uchiha Deguang showcased his extraordinary abilities, they momentarily forgot the disparity in age, the hierarchy of kinship, and even the presence of the clan leader and elders. Under the stirring influence of the Sharingan, they lowered their once proud heads, bowing in submission at Uchiha Deguang's feet. Likewise, the allied ninja, whether Jonin or Chunin, were equally awed by this cataclysmic display of fire techniques, kneeling on one knee as a gesture of respect, reminiscent of the veneration shown to the ancestors of Uchiha Madara during the Warring States period. The decree summoning the Uchiha ninja army for battle arrived at the residence of the clan leader the following day, accompanied by 2 appointment letters. The directive itself was of little concern, for the Uchiha clan had long anticipated this day since gathering their ninja for military organization. The mutual exploitation between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage's faction had been ongoing for quite some time. However, The content of the appointment letters posed a dilemma for Uchiha Shirfong, the clan leader. Noticing his father's troubled expression, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader's eldest son, disregarded any principles of confidentiality and picked up the decree to read it. His astonishment was palpable. The letter promoted Uchiha Hiromu to the position of commander of the Northwest Border Defense Forces. It also granted Uchiha Deguang the special rank of Jonin and appointed him as the deputy commander of the same forces. This is a deliberate attempt to sow discord within our clan's military. Uchiha Fugaku seethed with anger after reading the decree. Uchiha Hiromu, as the personal guard captain of Elder Shana, was intended to act as a facilitator, aiding the 8-year-old Uchiha Deguang in establishing his authority and winning the hearts of the clan members, a purpose understood by the Uchiha clan and other ninja factions alike. Originally, the leader of the clan's ninja army was to be appointed by the ninja clan itself. However, the Hokage faction not only directly designated a commander, but also appointed Uchiha Haman as a transitional figure. Meanwhile, Uchiha Deguang was granted only the title of Special Jonin. Would this not incite jealousy and discord among those narrow-minded individuals who feel slighted by the favoritism shown to their predecessor? Uchiha Deguang's status was endorsed by Uchiha Shana, a prominent elder of the radical faction, and this endorsement was predicated upon his innate talent and strength. The radical faction regarded him as the future of the clan, often referring to him as the Young Lord. Although there was some dissatisfaction and unease concerning his burgeoning prominence from the clan leader's direct descendants, they would not tolerate such blatant provocation among their kin. Should this decree be dismissed outright? Uchiha Fugaku inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Uchiha, the clan leader, slowly shook his head, suggesting they first summon Tokgog for discussion. Upon Uchiha Deguang's arrival at the clan leader's residence and understanding the reason for the summons, he could not help but smile in amusement. Observing Deguang's nonchalant demeanor, Uchiha Shirfong and his son exchanged glances. Deguang, the Hokage's order seems somewhat provocative. Should we consider returning it for reconsideration? Uchiha Fugaku believed Deguang was unaware of the hidden traps within the decree and thus felt compelled to offer guidance. There is no need for that. Uncle Haman serves as the commander of the Border Defense Forces of the Land of Fire, which is indeed within the Hokage's rightful authority. Deguang emphasized the term Land of Fire. The clan leader Uchiha Shirfong suddenly understood. While the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly form the backbone of the Northwest Border Defense Forces with their deployment, it was essential for a permanent border defense unit to also include other ninjas to establish a comprehensive combat system. Furthermore, Uchiha Haman, as a seasoned Jonin with a reputable past, was a fitting candidate for a commanding role in such a task force, at the very least. He was more credible than Uchiha Deguang. And what about you, Deguang? Me? Uchiha Deguang raised an eyebrow. I shall naturally succeed Uncle Haman as the commander of the Uchiha ninja army. This arrangement seemed quite fitting. Uchiha Shirfong and his son nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Hokage's faction displayed a tendency to prioritize trivial matters over significant principles, focusing on minute details at the expense of greater virtues. Uchiha Deguang glanced once more at the Hokage's decree, a sneer escaping his lips. So, shall we accept this decree? Or should the clan draft a new one to be sent to the Hokage's office for official stamping and announcement? Uchiha Deguang remarked, smacking his lips. Uchiha Shirfong and his son looked at each other, puzzled. If they were unconcerned about the contents of the decree, why then draft a new one? Seeing the confusion on the faces of these political novices, Uchiha Deguang felt a sense of helplessness. According to tradition, the leader of the clan's ninja army was indeed to be appointed by the ninja clan itself, and that was indisputable. Uchiha Deguang raised the decree in his hand. Yet, as this was a public duty of the village, he believed it should be obeyed in principle. However, many among the shinobi army were unregistered ninjas. Although they were being summoned for wartime duties, they were not under the village's command. Only the clan leader could issue orders for them to engage in battle. This matter pertained to fundamental rights and responsibilities. Thus, the decree must be returned for a thorough rewrite to clearly delineate responsibilities, thereby affirming the clan's power and existence. Uchiha Deguang's explanation enlightened both Uchiha Shirfong and Uchiha Fugaku. Deguang internally scoffed. Realizing why the Uchiha clan in the later generations of the original work was manipulated and ultimately met a tragic fate of extinction with such political maneuvering, it was no wonder that those wielding the power of the police department were marginalized to the point of rebellion. After exchanging pleasantries, Uchiha Deguang took his leave. The shinobi army's mobilization entailed a multitude of preparations, and now that the summons had been made clear, it was time to ready themselves according to the plans. After Deguang departed, the clan leader sighed to his heir, acknowledging, "This youth is indeed not to be underestimated." Uchiha Fugaku opened his mouth to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. As the heir of the main branch of the clan, he should possess the capacity to embrace others. Only through inclusivity could he balance the various branches of the family and lead the clan to regain its former glory. Clan leader Uchiha Shifeng understood that his son still bore some resentment within. The clan's legacy was predetermined, not solely assessed by strength. He paused, reflecting that the clan could no longer endure another battle akin to the tragic conflict of Naruto and Huangquan. This weighed heavily on Uchiha Fugaku, who nodded in agreement. Upon returning home, Uchiha Deguang informed his parents of the village's summons. Despite her resolute spirit, his mother, Himiko, felt a pang of anxiety at the thought of her 8-year-old child being thrust into battle. Overcome with emotion, she wept, and both Deguang and his father, Uchiha Zhongshuan, quickly offered comfort. Once her emotions settled, Deguang departed for Elder Shana's residence to report the matter. Elder Shana had already been informed of the summons. Upon Deguang's arrival, he spared no pretense, instead offering crucial advice and insights that a leader of the shinobi army ought to know, to which Deguang listened with humility. Subsequently, Elder Shana summoned Uchiha Huomen, imparting further instructions. "This battle is pivotal for our clan's prestige. We must achieve resounding success." Elder Shana stated gravely, "The Uchiha clan is ultimately a clan of warriors. Being mired in the village's internal management and dealing with trivial matters is, without a doubt, a drain on our will and offers no benefit to the clan's strength. However, the Uchiha youth are the future of our clan during wartime. We must ensure their comprehensive care and avoid unnecessary risks." Uchiha Deguang and Uchiha Huomen readily accepted this counsel. Once Elder Shana concluded, Uchiha Deguang solemnly bowed in gratitude. Observing the respectful and courteous demeanor of Deguang, Elder Shana felt a profound sense of appreciation. For the elder, who places family above all, witnessing the younger generation of his kin thriving at an extraordinary pace is undoubtedly a source of immense satisfaction. However, entrusting an 8-year-old boy with the heavy responsibilities of leading the ninja army raises questions. While the intention is to expedite Uchiha Deguang's growth through the crucible of war, one cannot help but wonder whether this constitutes a healthy encouragement or an act of premature advancement. After all, the battlefield is ever-changing. Uncertainty is a luxury that none can afford. Gently stroking Uchiha Deguang's soft hair, the elder bid farewell to his own reluctance. "Go forth. A majestic eagle must soar alone." The mobilization of an army is invariably a chaotic affair, a truth that transcends dimensions. This is Uchiha Deguang's inaugural role as the leader of the ninja army, where he must personally oversee various matters. He meticulously applies for an array of ninja tools, rations, and medical supplies in accordance with the army's distribution standards, personally inspecting each item. Although the Hokage's office harbored dissatisfaction regarding the Uchiha clan's demand for a revised edict, the urgency to deploy them to fill the void in the Earth country mitigated any obstruction. Consequently, Uchiha Deguang's reasonable requests were accommodated, and supplies were preferentially allocated to avoid providing the Uchiha with any grounds for delay. On the third day after receiving the dispatch order, precisely on May 3rd, 35th year of Konoha, Uchiha Deguang led the Uchiha ninja army into their first battle. The third Hokage personally bid farewell to the departing Uchiha forces, commending their audacity to lead the charge for Konoha, and seized the opportunity to deliver a lengthy oration on the will of fire, which elicited rounds of applause from the gathered villagers. As Uchiha Deguang listened to the Hokage's speech, he felt himself drifting into slumber. His previous life experiences had already instilled a bias against the third Hokage, and the vacuous notion of the will of fire held no allure for him. A product of the information age, the contingent for this mission comprised 39 Jonin and 146 Chunin from the Uchiha clan and their allied ninja families, alongside an additional 300 registered ninjas temporarily allocated from the village to reinforce the border defense against the Earth country. However, upon casually perusing the profiles of the newly assigned ninjas, Uchiha Deguang couldn't help but sigh. The 300 ninjas were predominantly seasoned genin and newly promoted chunin, with only 3 jonin, who were appointed as team leaders. The squad leaders, comprising both Chunin and Jinin, showcased a stark disparity in skill levels. And the hastily assembled nature of the group, lacking prior training and mutual familiarity, rendered any potential for coordination nearly non-existent. Uchiha Deguang mused that even with his eyes closed, selecting 50 Uchiha Chunin would likely suffice to obliterate this so-called ninja army. The three team leaders were named Shimura Takamu, Nakagawa Tsugoshi, and Nagashima Daigo. Aside from Shimura Takamu, who hailed from a ninja family and was of the Shimura clan, the latter two were commoners, having risen through the ranks during the second Hokage's administration after graduating from the Ninja Academy, possessing no remarkable prowess to distinguish them. Uchiha Deguang, known as the deputy commander, is, in essence, the leader of the Uchiha ninja army. After reviewing the intelligence, he could hardly muster any interest in what he perceived to be a ragtag group of ineffectual soldiers. However, as Uchiha Hyman, the commander of the troops, it was imperative for him to engage in discussions to gain insight. He allocated personnel from the allied ninja clans to this motley crew, aiming to swiftly grasp the dynamics of the unit. For this expedition, the Uchiha radicals mobilized 20 elite Jonin and 46 Chunin, while the police department contributed 5 elite Jonin and 30 Chunin. Including Uchiha Deguang himself, the Uchiha clan boasted a total of 26 elite Jonin. The allied clans dispatched 12 elite Jonin and 80 Chunin. After deliberating with Uchiha Hyman, Deguang decided to integrate all of them into the border defense forces, establishing a robust core. Consequently, a formidable ninja army comprising 485 personnel was officially formed. Yet, apart from the Uchiha ninjas directly commanded by Deguang, the combat prowess of the remaining ninjas could only be described as mediocre at best. Once the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, concluded his impassioned address, Uchiha Hyman, the commander, offered a few lackluster remarks before gesturing grandly for the ninja army to commence their march. The assembly and march of the ninja army diverged from that of the samurai of the Daimyo. Being adept in high-flying maneuvers, the ninjas did not maintain a rigid formation. Nonetheless, they were generally organized into front, middle, and rear divisions, along with reconnaissance units. The three interim squad leaders, despite their lackluster abilities, were seasoned ninjas with years of experience. In the face of the overwhelming strength of the Uchiha ninja army, they exhibited no inclination to resist orders. Every arrangement made by Uchiha Hyman and the reorganization of his subordinate ninjas were executed flawlessly, with no errors whatsoever. This left Uchiha Deguang, who harbored a desire for an opportunity to showcase his strength, feeling somewhat disappointed. Alas, there seemed to be no chance to exercise his superiority. These nameless background ninjas were far too compliant, rendering the experience rather dull. Observing the seamless execution of Hy's commands, Deguang could not help but ponder. The march was inherently tedious, as the flames of war had yet to encroach upon the land of fire, and no formal declaration of war had been made against the land of earth. The journey proceeded largely without incident. Uchiha Hyman maintained vigilance, avoiding cities and crowds, moving stealthily both day and night. The reconnaissance and concealment were executed with precision. And throughout the march, he took the time to assess the status of his subordinate ninjas, integrating those from outside the Uchiha ninja army and utilizing the march for cooperative training. His methods of fostering camaraderie and restructuring left Uchiha Deguang in admiration. Although the Uchiha clan may have faltered in political maneuvering, their elite members certainly demonstrated prowess in leading military operations. The journey unfolded without turbulence, at a measured pace. What would normally require only 2 days for a ninja to traverse took a full 5 days under Uchiha Hyman's command. Although the march was slow, it proved to be remarkably effective. The mixed forces of the shinobi gradually calmed the tension of rushing to the battlefield as they traversed the terrain, leading to a burgeoning familiarity among the troops. The execution of various reconnaissance, cover, and camp establishment tasks during the march deepened their mutual understanding, transforming the entire morale and spirit of the unit from what it was at the outset. On the 5th day, reinforcements led by Uchiha Hyman and Uchiha Deguang arrived at the main camp of the Northwest Border Defense stationed in the Land of Grass. The commander of this location, Mokumi Gondo, had long been eagerly awaiting their arrival. Mokumi Gondo, a so-called shinobi from the Hidden Leaf Village, was among the elite of the first generation of ninjas trained since the village's inception. While his fame and prowess may not have reached the heights of Kakashi Hatake, he was nonetheless a rare and exceptional Jonin. The traits of the Hidden Leaf's shinobi were distinctly apparent. As a member of the first generation, they held a profound reverence for the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, regarding him as a living deity who ended the era of conflict. They viewed the Hidden Leaf as their most cherished treasure, placing great emphasis on individual will, believing that only independent consciousness can forge true strength. Their respect for the Hokage was somewhat superficial, prioritizing the bonds with their comrades instead. In summary, Mukumi Gando was a first-generation leaf ninja molded by the will of fire. A philosophy rooted in the ideals of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, which has since evolved under the reinterpretation of the third Hokage. Mukumi Gando had already received orders from the third Hokage, aware that members of the Uchiha clan would be arriving to bolster the border defense forces. However, he had anticipated that the Uchiha would only dispatch a handful of ninjas, supplemented by a multitude of village recruits. He was astonished to find that the Uchiha clan had sent such a formidable force. Hamon's leadership of the Uchiha clan certainly justified their status as the foremost noble family. With the arrival of their powerful shinobi, the northwest border would undoubtedly be as steadfast as a mountain. The sheer might of this elite force left Mukumi Gando in awe, especially upon learning that the leader of the Uchiha contingent was the remarkably young Uchiha Deguang, a mere 8 years old. His adeptness at managing various affairs at such a tender age truly exemplified the prodigious talent that the Uchiha clan was known for, excelling not only in combat, but also in administrative matters. Within the central tent of the northwest border defense camp, the flap was lifted as Uchiha Hamon and Mukumi Gando engaged in light conversation over tea. Mukumi Gando had meticulously organized all relevant documents and unresolved issues, presenting them to Uchiha Hamon. However, as a figure of command, it was always beneficial to exchange a few more words with a colleague, especially as there were matters and individuals in need of assistance. The Northwest Border Defense Force was one of the 4 major defensive units dispatched by the Hidden Leaf, primarily tasked with monitoring the rock-hidden village of the Land of Earth. The nominal strength was around 1,200 personnel. However, due to prolonged conflicts and frequent personnel transfers, the actual numbers had dwindled to approximately 1,000, maintaining a state of understrength. Additionally, these border units often rotated personnel to support other areas. Prior to the outbreak of conflicts in the Land of Rain, around 200 ninjas had already been assigned to assist the Western Border Defense Unit, led by Baiyun Zhaojin, and had yet to return. Currently, the defensive forces stationed at the northwest border comprise merely around 800 ninjas, among whom several are injured and others are due for rotation back to their village after lengthy service. Within the task management tent of the garrison, Uchiha Deguang examined the rotation list with a sense of astonishment. Among the approximately 200 names on the list, it was evident that a significant number of those returning to the village were members of prominent ninja clans. The names of Sarutobi, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Inazuka, Takagi, Ise, and Tsukikage were all present, alongside the Hyuga clan. It was somewhat acceptable that a Hyuga ninja was injured. After all, it seems the second most prestigious clan in Konoha still values its reputation. Should one commend the ninjas for their far-reaching influence or their keen sense of the prevailing circumstances? Although the Uchiha clan is also part of the ninja clans and holds the title of the most powerful, the sarcasm of Uchiha Deguang was unrelenting. The 3 nominal team leaders, Shimizu Takamu, Nakagawa Tsugashichi, and Nagashima Daigo, stood silently beneath the tent, while the scribe from the Northwest Border Defense Forces trembled in the corner, unsure how to respond. Shimizu Takamu, being of ninja clan descent and a member of the family despised by Uchiha, Danzo, might be burdened with a secretive task, and it was fortunate for him to avoid any unpleasant repercussions. Although Nakagawa Tsugashichi and Nagashima Daigo were of the Jonin rank, their humble origins meant they were not in a position to challenge the names mentioned by Uchiha Deguang. Noticing their silence, Uchiha Deguang turned to his companions, Uchiha Nobuhira and Uchiha Kenji, and inquired, "Are we truly the strongest ninja clan?" He waved the list in his hand, noting that there was not a single member of their clan among the border forces, especially as tensions mounted towards potential warfare. Surely, the Hokage ought to bestow upon them several tons of gold medals for their expedited arrival from the village. Uchiha Deguang's jest left the solemn Uchiha Nobuhira and Uchiha Kenji somewhat unsettled. Uchiha Nobuhira inclined his body slightly and replied, "My lord, our clan primarily serves in the police force. Thus, our numbers in the standing ninja army are naturally limited. Indeed, The police force does not wield the same advantages as the usual border defense forces, particularly in times of imminent conflict. Uchiha Deguang's remarks caused Shimizu Takamu, Nakagawa Tsugushich, and Nagashima Daigo to lower their heads even further. Observing their meek demeanor, Uchiha Deguang chose not to dwell on their silence, deciding to call in the rotation ninjas in batches. I am quite accommodating after all, being a pillar of the Konoha ninja clan. It is always preferable to minimize casualties. Understood. The three promptly exited the tent, hastening to summon the returning ninjas and process their paperwork according to the list. Uchiha Deguang meticulously verified names, physical characteristics, and task statuses, refraining from making any mocking remarks about the unscathed clan ninjas, efficiently issuing return certificates to the rotating ninjas. He made it clear that any unauthorized return to the village without the proper pass from the garrison would be treated as an act of defection, punishable by death. Uchiha Nobuhira and Uchiha Kyosuke were both astonished to witness Uchiha Takuko skillfully managing official duties. It is one thing to possess formidable strength, historically. The Uchiha clan has produced numerous prodigies who, at a tender age, wielded immense power, but to adeptly handle administrative affairs at such a young age, exhibiting clarity in both public and private matters, raises the question of how such a talent for governance was cultivated. For Uchiha Takuko, having once been a managerial-level employee in a previous life, the foundational skills of management and various clerical tasks were certainly not lacking, allowing him to navigate these clearly defined bureaucratic documents with remarkable ease. The verification and issuance of identities for each rotating ninja were completed in under a minute, nonetheless. Takuko took over 3 hours to finalize the rotation paperwork. Oh, what a torment it was, more exhausting than training itself. After completing the rotation duties, Uchiha Takuko stretched languidly. Next, he prepared to arrange the subsequent tasks. Uchiha Haman was still engaged in casual conversation with Konoha's Kanai, while Uchiha Takuko had already concluded the rotation matters and was ready to conduct an inventory of supplies. The storehouse at the garrison was brimming with materials, indicating that Konoha's Kanai, the chief overseer, maintained a commendable level of organization. However, upon further inspection, it became evident that while various ninja tools and large equipment were plentiful, the medical supplies and food rations, particularly explosive tags, were in short supply. Inquiring further revealed that a significant portion of the supplies had been taken by the dispatched ninja forces sent to assist the Land of Rivers. Takuko promptly wrote to the village, requesting threefold the base quantity of supplies. He addressed Nara Yukihira, who held the position of advisor. The Nara clan, known for their sharp intellect and strategic prowess, often served in advisory roles across various units. Yet, Nara Yukihira appeared troubled. Is there an issue? Takuko inquired, regarding him with a piercing gaze. The allocation of supplies within the village is predetermined, and requests for excess quantities are rather delicate, Yukihira responded, his tone circumspect. This is a time of imminent conflict, Takuko reprimanded. While the villagers may typically be ineffectual, with tensions mounting and war on the horizon, should they remain so incompetent and inflexible, I shall unhesitatingly send their kin to the front lines to fill the trenches. Nara Yukihira was left speechless, fully aware of the Uchiha clan's notorious arrogance, yet he was taken aback by such audacity. Quickly, send the correspondence. Demand that the village allocate more supplies. Reluctantly, Nara Yukihira returned to the tent, gnawing on his pen as he racked his brain for justifications to request additional provisions from the village. Currently, both Konoha and the entire ninja world largely overlooked medical matters, resulting in a significant scarcity of medical ninjas. Typically, when a ninja sustained injuries, they relied on rear units for assistance and were then treated with basic medications. However, severe injuries necessitated the arduous task of transporting individuals back to the village for treatment. Within the entire defensive force stationed at the northwest border, there were merely 5 medical ninjas and 21 lower-ranked ninjas acting as caregivers. As for the proficiency of these medical ninjas, opinions varied. In any case, they were not adept at saving lives. In order for this situation to improve, it was necessary to await the post-war medical ninja training program proposed by Tsunade, which would demonstrate to Konoha the immense enhancement of sustained combat capability that timely recovery of injured personnel could bring to the village. Only then did Konoha begin to place significant emphasis on nurturing medical ninjas, prompting other ninja villages to follow suit. With the current predicament unresolved, efforts were made to mitigate the deficiencies. Uchiha Deguang sought discussions with the medical team and medical ninjas to comprehend their work dynamics and insights regarding medical affairs. After a thorough exchange, Deguang expressed approval of the medical captain's suggestion to increase the distribution of trauma-related medical supplies to frontline combat units. Furthermore, he advocated for the organization of basic first aid training for the station ninjas to minimize secondary injuries post-wounding. Additionally, he proposed the establishment of a battlefield rescuer position, dedicated to aiding injured ninjas from the battlefield, providing bandaging for the lightly wounded to remain at their posts, while transporting the severely injured to the rear for urgent care. Drawing upon his prior knowledge and experiences, Deguang eloquently articulated his ideas, much to the medical captain's approval, who nodded in agreement. After speaking until his throat grew parched, Deguang reluctantly concluded his discourse, realizing the joy in guiding those with expertise. It was no wonder that Hokage favored giving speeches. Following the visit to the medical department, the administrative duties at the garrison camp were essentially complete. Uchiha Hyuga had just bid farewell to the long-discussed Kumokoto, when Uchiha Deguang hurriedly approached to report on various matters. Upon learning that personnel rotations, inventory checks, and logistical support had been successfully completed, Uchiha Hyuga was taken aback. Historically, the Uchiha clan, renowned for its prodigious talents, had been notably deficient in civil administration. Elder Shauna's training had not encompassed detailed civil affairs. Thus, Deguang's political acumen transcended mere aptitude, reaching a level of extraordinary innate brilliance. Uchiha Hyuga was effusive in his praise, as he had anticipated spending an entire day sorting through administrative tasks, only to discover that Deguang had alleviated a substantial portion of his workload. Consequently, the most pressing concern loomed ahead: the training of the entire border defense force, crucial to their combat effectiveness. The integration of the ninja army with the original border defense force was a key factor affecting the overall combat prowess. The consolidation proved relatively straightforward, especially after the former commander of the Northwest Border Defense Force, Kumokoto, promptly relinquished his post, allowing both Uchiha Hyuga and Kumokoto to exhale in relief. Although Uchiha Hyuga was a seasoned Jonin, leading independently was a first for him, as the Uchiha clan had historically been unable to secure authority beyond the police department. Kumokoto, on the other hand, was at last free from the burdens of the northwest border and could accompany his good friend, Kikisukumo. At the border of the land of Waterfall, both parties were satisfied with this outcome, resulting in a harmonious conclusion to the proceedings. The reorganization and integration of the ninja forces is executed by Uchiha Hyuga, as he is the legitimate commander. In the eyes of outsiders, Uchiha Deku is merely an 8-year-old boy with the ludicrous title of Special Jonin. While the strength of the border defense troops may be acknowledged by some, given that the Uchiha clan is reputed to be the foremost noble family in the ninja world, especially in this era of the Senju's retreat, it is undeniable. However, entrusting him with the reorganization of the border defense troops would necessitate a shift to a more dubious justification. Uchiha Hyuga employs no innovation, adhering to traditional methods in restructuring the various divisions of the border defense forces. Primarily, he integrates the reinforcements into the border troops by dispersing them as if they were sand, while also reallocating a portion of personnel from the family ninja forces under Uchiha Deku to serve as captains in the grassroots teams. The original border defense force comprised approximately 1,000 ninjas, but 200 had already been dispatched a month prior to support the western border defense led by the esteemed Jonin from the Land of Rivers, with an additional 200 undergoing rotation. Consequently, only around 600 original border troops remained, and with the arrival of 486 reinforcements, the total force reached just over 1,000, still lacking more than 100 to be fully staffed. Indeed, Sarutobi Monkey is nothing more than a self-serving individual. His words sweet but insincere. After the inventory, it became evident that even with the integration of the supporting ninja forces, the border defense troops remained understaffed, a fact that left Uchiha Hyuga grumbling. Some of the captains under his command were newly promoted Uchiha Jonin, who naturally paid little heed to such grumbling. The captains who retained their positions were already regarded as unremarkable within the village, otherwise they would not have been relegated to guard the border, and thus they feigned ignorance toward Uchiha Hyuga's complaints. Post-reorganization, Uchiha Hyuga commanded a total of 10 divisions, each comprising around 100 ninjas, including 6 combat divisions, 2 reserve divisions, 1 logistical support division, and 1 strategic support division, the latter being the family ninja forces led by Uchiha Deku. After reassembling the border forces, Uchiha Hamura began to dispatch various ninja units for patrols, entrusting the camp's defense and training to Uchiha Deku, who was granted authority over all camp affairs. While Hamura focused on leading the divisions in their patrols and exterminations, Uchiha Deku relished the opportunity, finding the management of over 1,000 individuals to be quite manageable, provided he focused on the significant matters. As long as he retained decision-making power over critical affairs such as merit records, promotions, and logistical resources, he could delegate the mundane tasks to his advisor, Nara-Ino-Shika, and the division captains. In this world where might reigns supreme, strength is paramount. All conspiracies and schemes are futile in the face of overwhelming power. As long as the Uchiha ninja forces remained under his command, no one could stir up any trouble. While Uchiha Deku comfortably oversaw the camp and Uchiha Hamura purged the surroundings, turmoil erupted once more from the direction of the Land of Rain. The forces that invaded the border city of the Grass Country were led by the elite shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village, including the renowned shinobi of the Beautiful Village, Yekio, and the 3 disciples of the 3rd Hokage, commanding a coalition of 1,000 ninjas. Following them were 2,000 ninjas under the command of Danzo, making this contingent the most formidable among the various factions of Konoha. The Rain Village, deploying a formidable 3,000 ninjas, although not to be underestimated, found themselves at a disadvantage against the Konoha forces. However, leveraging their geographical advantages, they managed to engage in a back-and-forth battle. Yet, in terms of elite combat power, the renowned shinobi of Konoha were effectively neutralized by Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Rain Village, resulting in a stalemate in the conflict. The inability of the Konoha forces to break through and conclude the battle left the Hokage's faction facing considerable embarrassment. Despite the presence of established elite ninjas like Danzo and Yekio, as well as the Hokage's 3 disciples, their inability to decisively overcome a single leader from the Rain Village was a significant blow to their reputation. Nonetheless, those within the ranks understood the challenges they faced. The leaders of the Rain Village also bore the weight of their struggles, primarily due to the overwhelming nature of Hanzo's ninjutsu. His techniques were akin to a harvesting tool for lesser opponents, not to mention his water-style jutsu that rivaled that of the 2nd Hokage and his unparalleled swordsmanship. The pervasive poison released by him and his summoned beast effectively eliminated any numerical advantage the Konoha forces might have had. The Konoha contingent, composed of elite ninjas and civilian shinobi, found that a direct assault on Hanzo would result in catastrophic casualties, leading to unrest among their ranks and threatening the very foundation of the Hokage's authority. Thus, the Konoha forces resorted to small team tactics, engaging in infiltration and decapitation operations, mutually bleeding each other with the Rain ninjas, preventing the organization of a large-scale offensive. The Rain ninjas, familiar with the terrain and adept at fighting in the rain, managed to hold their ground despite their relatively lower quality, exchanging blows with the Konoha ninjas with a certain degree of enjoyment. In contrast, the Northwest Border Defense Forces, though smaller in number, were significantly bolstered by the Uchiha clan, achieving a dominant position against the Earth Country's border troops. Under the leadership of Uchiha Hamura, the Konoha Northwest forces successfully eradicated various infiltrators within the Grass Country, securing numerous decapitations. Meanwhile, the Iwagakure, having suffered unexpected losses, attempted to organize ambush counterattacks but found themselves unable to conceal their strength, instead engaging in a positional battle against Uchiha Hamura, who was subsequently flanked and encircled by Uchiha Takushin's strategic support team, leading to their complete annihilation. Ultimately, the Iwagakure border forces were left in disarray, fleeing with over 200 corpses in their wake. Victory in battle serves as the foundation for authority. The Uchiha clan, taking command of the shinobi forces for the first time, achieved results befitting their illustrious reputation as the foremost clan in the shinobi world, naturally filling them with pride and ambition. Conversely, Danzo, the commander of the forces facing the Rain Country, appeared quite inept, in a fit of frustration coercing the Konoha shinobi to launch a large-scale offensive against the defenses of the Rain Country. Yet, as predicted by Nara's prior analysis, the endeavor ended in a disastrous and bloody failure, consistent with the assessments made before the conflict. 2 battles of modest scale yielded starkly contrasting outcomes. Despite the unwavering support and guidance from the Hokage, which fueled the morale of the Konoha ninja forces to triumph over the ambitions of the Rain and Earth countries, The results do not deceive. One campaign swept across 4 realms, while the other suffered significant losses. Even the foundational clans of ninjas are aware of the true circumstances. And the great nations are certainly not oblivious to the realities of the conflict. Thus, when 2 reports arrived simultaneously on the Hokage's desk, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, felt a deep sense of concern. Dispatching the Uchiha into battle seemed to be a blunder of considerable magnitude. Such sentiments could only be expressed in the confines of the Hokage's office, where a few individuals gathered behind closed doors. Sarutobi continued to puff on his pipe, while Mito Kazan and Tsunade Kobayashi furrowed their brows in contemplation. Danzo, adept in intelligence work, was leading the ninja forces for the first time, and Mito offered some defense for him. It marked the Uchiha's inaugural command of the ninja army. Sarutobi grappled with an air of dissatisfaction. Should he recall Danzo and allow him to resume his intelligence duties? Tsunade suggested. That would be inappropriate. Sarutobi pondered briefly before shaking his head in rejection of the proposal. To withdraw Danzo following a setback would only solidify the perception of his failure, and in doing so, not only would Danzo lose face, but the Hokage's reputation would also significantly diminish. What if we diverted the forces of Shikumo to provide support? Tsunade proposed again, suggesting that since the Uchiha had already eradicated the infiltrators from the grass country within the borders of the earth country, the defensive capabilities of the northwest border forces could withstand any probing attacks from a Wagakure. Thus, it seemed a waste to leave Shikumo's mobile forces idle at the border of the Land of Water, and it would be more prudent to send them to assist Danzo. However, this would create a vulnerability in the defenses of the Land of Lightning. Mito shook his head once more. Regardless of how these 2 reports were handled, the matter of troop deployment remained undecided. Sarutobi raised the 2 reports from the Rain and Earth countries. As for rewards and punishments, they would proceed according to the law. Mito carefully articulated that while the material requirements of the Northwest Border Forces could be entirely met, it was currently impossible to spare any ninjas for additional support to the villages. However, they could issue a decree to summon volunteers willing to participate in the battle. Volunteers? Sarutobi's interest was piqued. This notion was indeed intriguing. Traditionally, the assembly of the ninja forces relied on compulsory summons from the Hokage, and he had never heard of volunteers stepping forward to fight. If given the opportunity, ninjas would prefer to undertake missions for profit rather than engage in life-and-death struggles on the battlefield. Indeed, let us issue a recruitment task to seek volunteers for the Northwest Border Defense Forces. This idea is commendable. It not only alleviates the burden on the village, but also addresses the Uchiha's demands. Tsunade understood her old friend's intention. Very well, let us proceed accordingly. Sarutobi declared as he tossed the reports back onto the desk, rubbing his temples. What of the reinforcements Danzo requested? Tsunade inquired further. We shall reallocate 200 ninjas from the Western Border Defense Forces of the Land of Rivers to the Land of Fire, drawing them from the Northwest Border Defense Forces. Sarutobi recognized the complexity of the situation. He was left only with the option of robbing Peter to pay Paul. Additionally, let us assign 2 squads from the Umbu Training Department to assist Danzo. However, this would render the village's defense forces inadequate. Both Tezuki Kamaru and Mito Menka vehemently opposed the idea of reallocating the Umbu at this critical juncture. The responsibility of safeguarding the village falls under the jurisdiction of the police department. Daylight. Tezuki Kamaru and Mito Menka expressed their dissatisfaction with the third Hokage's lackadaisical attitude. Do you not grasp our concerns? Reassigning the Umbu would compromise the balance of power against the Uchiha. Who knows what mischief that group of Uchiha might unleash? Moreover, the Uchiha have a contingent of shinobi stationed within the village. Perhaps we should transfer the Uchiha to Danzo? Tezuki Kamaru and Mito Menka exchanged suggestions, yet none proved satisfactory. The third Hokage contemplated for a moment, shaking his head. Danzo and the Uchiha have always been at odds, and such a move would only invite calamity. Instead, let us draw upon some of the shinobi from the elite Jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village. Mito Menka, the strategist, would take action. Stabilizing the front lines in the Land of Rain comes first. Tezuki Kamaru nodded in agreement. Danzo's failure in his offensive had also stirred the ambitions of other great nations. As Mito Menka perused additional intelligence, a sense of anxiety gripped him regarding the repercussions of Danzo's misstep. Sighing, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Lastly, what rewards await the Uchiha commanders, Uchiha Hamura and Uchiha Deku, stationed at the northwestern border? Uchiha Deku shall be promoted to special Jonin, while Uchiha Hamura will receive commendation, whether in jutsu or monetary form. Tezuki Kamaru, with a twinkle in his eye, proposed a notion. Suppressing the Uchiha has been a long-standing tradition of the second Hokage, and the Konoha F4 naturally followed suit, albeit through varying methods. What of the Uchiha shinobi in the village? Tezuki Kamaru returned to the topic of the Uchiha. Let us reassign them to the Northern Border Defense Forces. As the Land of Lightning has always been watchful, and it is prudent to bolster our border troops before considering the deployment of mobile units to assist elsewhere. Mito Minka continued, What say you, Hiruzen? Very well. Observing his two old friends' unified desire to extract the Uchiha shinobi from the village, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen felt it unwise to voice further objections. The Land of Lightning had initially confronted the smaller nations and the Land of Earth, and now, following Danzo's setbacks in his offensive against the Land of Rain, they began mobilizing their shinobi southward towards the borders of Konoha. The strategic support unit devised by Uchiha Deku was indeed an intriguing concept. Mito Minka picked up the battle report from the table. In fact, Jonin Tsukumo was best suited for strategic support, and it would be a waste to have him stationed. Let us allow him to form such a unit. The third Hokage decisively declared that Tsukumo should return and gather personnel to establish a new shinobi force. I am confident that with Tsukumo's prowess, the strategic support unit will excel. What about the personnel stationed at the borders? Let us summon another 500 shinobi to the village. The third Hokage felt somewhat constrained, as the village's permanent shinobi were already stretched thin to meet mission demands, making it difficult to reassign troops. The leadership would fall to the elite Jonin of the Kato clan, whose transformation techniques are well suited for the border environment, while the remaining border forces would be commanded by Mikomo Toko. Understood. In the Land of Grass, on the expansive Fushimi grassland, a gentle breeze stirs the verdant waves, carrying the fragrant scent of wildflowers. Here, in a tapestry of red, orange, blue, violet, and the white of chive blossoms, it is recorded in the annals of the Uchiha clan that prior to the Warring States period, this region was once a formidable power. The warriors of the Land of Grass, mounted on their proud steeds and wielding curved blades, traversed the nations, breaching cities and casting their gaze upon the world, their martial prowess peaking in renown. However, with the rise of ninjas, the warrior profession was relegated to the annals of history, and as the great nations waged continuous warfare, the Land of Grass fell into decline, losing its valiant spirit. Especially after the establishment of the 5 great nations, the Land of Grass became more renowned for its songs and dances, embracing a culture of hospitality. Have you located them? Uchiha Deguang inquired of the sensing ninja beside him. I have detected the chakra signatures and am confirming their exact location. The sensing ninja, drenched in sweat, felt overwhelmed. With your presence, my lord, those scoundrels cannot escape. The subservient ninjas from Grass Ninja Village repeatedly flattered, yet their crude flattery only deepened the disdain felt by others. I found them. The sensing ninja exhaled in relief. 310 meters to the northwest, there is a hill. They are hiding in a cave behind it. Good. Uchiha Deguang replied succinctly, instantly teleporting ahead, prompting the 3 accompanying squads to spring into action. The tedium of administrative duties often led Deguang to occasionally lead his team on hunting expeditions, indulging in brief respites. The target of their pursuit had been reported by Grass Ninja Village, claiming that several unidentified powerful ninjas had been active in the Fushimi grassland, causing the Grass Ninjas to flee while they sent intelligence to the defense forces at the northwest border of Konoha in exchange for money. A distance of 310 meters was but a breath away for ninjas, and Uchiha Deguang swiftly guided his subordinates to the cave as indicated by the sensing ninja. Closing his eyes, he carefully sensed within, confirming the presence of 3 chakra signatures. Without hesitation, he nodded to his fellow Uchiha clan members and began to form seals. Barrier, steel lockdown. The 3 Uchiha ninjas united to execute a sealing technique. This technique was straightforward, hardening the ground like steel to prevent any escape through earth-based ninjutsu within the sealed area. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A formidable dragon of flames erupted from Uchiha Deguang's mouth, its massive head crashing into the cave and surging forward under his chakra control. Boom. The dragon exploded only upon contact with living beings. Sense. Yes. The sensing ninja promptly continued to form seals for further investigation. My lord, there are no signs of life remaining. Uchiha Deguang slightly lifted his chin, and 6 Uchiha ninjas understood the cue and entered the cave to search. Before long, they emerged with 3 charred corpses and various items. It appeared these unidentified ninjas had used the cave as a living quarters. The Uchihas, skilled in their craft, searched the bodies, retrieving item after item from their charred and tattered battle attire. Next time, I should opt for a less destructive jutsu. Otherwise, examining the corpses becomes quite troublesome, Uchiha mused inwardly. Lord Deguang, from the attire and accessories, it can be initially deduced that he belongs to a Wagakure. And he may even be part of their Umbu. Umbu? Is a Wagakure's Umbu truly so incompetent that they could be annihilated by a single dragonfire technique? Uchiha Deguang raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. The other Uchiha remained silent, inwardly expressing their disdain. Indeed, the Uchiha clan has a tendency toward arrogance. Yet they had never encountered anyone as naturally haughty as Lord Deguang. Certainly, although the clothing was mostly charred, the design and material distinctly indicated its Wagakure origins. And the specially crafted kunai were forged from the unique steel of the land of earth, heavier, longer, and sharper than standard kunai. Let us investigate further. Several Uchiha exchanged glances, lifted the corpse, and moved aside to meticulously dissect it in search of clues regarding its identity. Turning back, the Uchiha scrutinized the subservient grass ninja beside them. My lord, the trembling grass ninja struggled to discern Lord Deguang's intentions, fearing he might be incinerated on a whim. You have done well. Thank you, my lord. It is our honor to serve the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, the grass ninja felt as though a great pardon had been bestowed upon him, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. I have preserved my life. The grass ninja exhaled in relief. For this intelligence, consider it a B-rank mission reward. Return to the main camp to collect your bounty. After uttering these words, Uchiha Deguang summoned an attendant to draft a scroll detailing the mission and reward, which he then tossed to the grass ninja. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. The grass ninja expressed his gratitude profusely, bowing deeply. Perform your duties well, and you shall be rewarded. Uchiha Deguang waved his hand impatiently, signaling for him to depart. Yes. Yes. The cheerful grass ninja bowed and retreated. Once the grass ninja had left, one Uchiha inquired perplexedly, My lord, why bestow a B-rank mission reward upon such a despicable grass ninja, a worthless creature akin to swine or dogs? Even the worthless have their uses, Uchiha Deguang replied thoughtfully. Despite their shortcomings, they are locals, familiar with the terrain, and can serve as auxiliary scouts, saving us precious manpower for reconnaissance. Moreover, the grass village has over 3,000 registered ninjas. Regardless of their weakness, we can utilize their chunin as jonin. But the grass ninja are notoriously unreliable, often selling information to both sides. I am somewhat uneasy. Fear not, this time it is a show of grace. Once this fool collects his reward and boasts, it may incite envy in the grass village, prompting them to assist in gathering intelligence. Then, we can find a pretext to eliminate a number of them for leaking Konoha's secrets, Uchiha Deguang said with indifference. Should we not first control a portion of the grass ninja to facilitate future accusations? No need for such complexities. At that time, we shall simply eliminate 1/10 of the grass ninja. Regardless of evidence, they will never admit to selling information, will they? The Uchiha exchanged glances, each reflecting their bewilderment. What a remarkable instance of deceit, a tactic so treacherous that even the most radical members of the Uchiha clan would be astounded. While the Uchiha are indeed known for their bloodthirsty and combative nature, the ferocity displayed by Uchiha Deguang is quite rare. Deguang, feeling rather disinterested, perceives these background figures as nothing more than mere NPCs, with their fates subject to his whims. Thus, since leading the shinobi army into battle, devoid of familial ties from this lifetime, his demeanor has grown increasingly cold and devoid of humanity. To the other Uchiha, particularly the radicals, Lord Deguang has become increasingly emblematic of the Uchiha essence, resembling a reincarnation of a demonic figure from the shinobi world, and their reverence for him has only intensified. Lord Deguang has made a new discovery, exclaimed an Uchiha who had rushed over from a nearby dissection. My lord, please take a look. Uchiha Deguang accepted a sticky piece of paper and a small vial from him. What is this? He inquired. The paper appeared to be a coded message, extracted from the corpse's abdomen, revealing only the character for Taki. With a scornful glare, Deguang realized that this sticky substance was the result of the gruesome work. Examine it closely, and transcribe a copy to send back to the village. Yes, my lord. And what about this? The Uchiha shook the stone-carved vial, which emitted a soft rustling sound, likely containing a powdered substance. This vial was found within a hollowed-out finger of a corpse, which had been ingeniously modified. Preliminary analysis suggests it is poison from Sunagakure. Gong felt a pang of confusion. Was this not the puppet brigade of Sunagakure? Your insight is commendable, my lord. But the corpse bore no signs of carrying any mechanical puppets, nor were there any scrolls for sealing them. Strangely, the individual from Sunagakure's elite puppet masters was dressed in the attire of a Wagakure's umbu and possessed a coded letter bearing the character for Taki. Gong expressed his astonishment. Is this truly the mindless fervor of the shinobi world? How has it devolved into such intricate espionage? Anku, you shall draft the report, Gong directed a fellow Uchiha, insisting that the details be relayed accurately to the village, allowing the strategists to wrestle with the implications. Yes, my lord, responded a bespectacled Uchiha with solemnity. Secure the battlefield. Retreat to the camp. Understood. Upon returning to the encampment of the border defense forces, Gong sought out Uchiha Hiruzen, who remained at the main camp, and summoned advisor Nara-Ino-Shika to recount the events. However, due to the scant clues available and the absence of any members from the Yamashiro clan within the camp, they were unable to probe for further intelligence. Even Nara-Ino-Shika, known for his sharp intellect, found it impossible to derive any coherent insights from the limited information at hand. Well, I have already instructed Anku to prepare the task report. Let the village's code team wrestle with the headache, Gong resolved, preparing to take his leave and seek some much-needed rest. Lord Deguang, the poison you mentioned can indeed be partially transferred to Lady Tsunade for examination. Nara-Ino-Shika hesitated for a moment, recognizing that Lady Tsunade is the finest medical ninja in the village. Her analysis should yield insights into the specific composition of the poison, thus determining the affiliation of the deceased. Lady Tsunade, Uchiha Deguang contemplated briefly. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. I am not well acquainted with Tsunade. With that, he extracted a scroll from his pocket and tossed it to Nara-Ino-Shika. The poison is contained herein. Please take a portion and send it to Lady Tsunade, the Jonin. Understood, Nara-Ino-Shika replied, bowing his head. The ninja of the grass village excelled not only in trading intelligence and engaging in various nefarious deeds, such as trafficking bloodline heirs, but also in the study, application, and deconstruction of foreign ninjutsu. Although the ninja world lacks stringent intellectual property laws regarding ninjutsu, the grass village is notorious for its widespread appropriation and theft of techniques from other villages. Even the Uchiha clan, renowned for their ability to replicate others' techniques using the Sharingan, harbors no fondness for the grass ninjas. Thus, when the Uchiha sought to employ the grass ninjas with the lure of mission rewards, the leaf ninjas found it perplexing, since when did the grass ninjas require payment for their labor? In the past, whether it be the leaf or rock villages, the approach to utilizing grass ninjas was remarkably uniform. They were invariably tasked with menial labor and occasionally conscripted to fill trenches. The unscrupulous grass ninjas, upon encountering injured and isolated ninjas, would indiscriminately kill and plunder, regardless of the victim's alliance. As a small nation sandwiched between great powers, the grass country inherently served as a buffer zone. Whenever war erupted between the land of fire and the land of earth, this petite nation would become a battlefield, with both great ninja villages treating it as their playground, freely deploying their forces across its territory. At this moment, the Leaf's border defense troops had directly stationed themselves in the grass country, commencing a widespread purge of spies and intelligence networks from various nations. The grass ninjas could only tremble in fear, watching as the two formidable factions ravaged their homeland, praying for the swift conclusion of the conflict. Truly, Lord Uchiha Deguang is benevolent. He treats the grass ninjas with equity and rewards those who demonstrate merit. Consequently, once news of his generosity spread, the grass ninjas began to wander like hounds throughout their territory, hoping to uncover clues that would allow them to exchange information for bounties from the Uchiha. Driven by self-interest, over 1,000 grass ninjas mobilized to scour their land, unearthing numerous underground hideouts. The Leaf's border defense forces responded by dispatching corresponding combat units based on the intelligence gathered. In the short span of a month, the Leaf's encampment in the grass country issued 73 A-rank missions, 87 B-rank missions, and 220 C-rank missions, with the majority of the B and C-rank missions being exchanged for intelligence by the grass ninjas. Although Uchiha Deguang settled the tasks for the grass shinobi based on the lowest standard of task grade, with a minimum reward of 50,000 Ryo for B-rank missions and various seized ninja tools counted as part of the compensation under the guise of depreciation. The reported bounty for B-rank tasks to the village varied between 10 million to 15 million Ryo. Through the brazen act of drinking the blood of shinobi and receiving kickbacks, Uchiha Deguang, Uchiha Homin, and Nara-Ino-Shika profited immensely, while the subordinate ninja forces, whether from the Uchiha clan or the organized border defense ninjas, also received their share. Lord Deguang is truly a paragon of virtue in the ninja world. Both the Konoha ninjas and those from the grass village sang praises for Uchiha Deguang. For Deguang, as the bounties were settled by the village, everything was manageable as long as it fell within the established standards. And the grass shinobi could not possibly seek redress at the Hokage Tower in Konoha. Thus, he leisurely reaped financial rewards for a month. With the Uchiha clan fully comprehending the adage that a cannon's roar brings forth golden rewards, each member eagerly engaging in the enterprise of generating revenue and efficiency. The various monsters and spirits of the land of grass were entirely eradicated, and under the covert suggestion of Uchiha Deguang, the leader of the grass shinobi persuaded the daimyo of the land of grass to express gratitude to the Konoha garrison, thus allowing everyone to reap another substantial profit. The land of grass, surviving in the narrow crevices between great nations, persisted as tenaciously as wild grass. Lacking ninjutsu, the ninja village resorted to thievery and imitation. In the absence of missions, they undertook the dirty and laborious tasks subcontracted by the 5 great ninja villages, relying on the exchange of information between the land of fire, earth, and wind to earn meager rewards while enduring various deductions. Although the diplomatic prowess of the land of grass was deemed unscrupulous by the great nations, it was the helplessness of a small country under the system of the 5 great nations. Thus, the land of grass had no choice but to skillfully navigate and utilize information from various countries to secure opportunities for survival and development. Lord Homin, Lord Deguang, we are immensely grateful for your support and assistance to the land of grass, expressed the small country's ninjas in the garrison camp, where a lively and harmonious banquet was underway. As the leader of the grass shinobi, Mang articulated flattery far more eloquently than the ordinary grass shinobi, continuously adorning the Uchihas with praise. Even the proud Uchihas, who held considerable bias against the land of grass, could not help but revel in the accolades. Leader Mang, you are too modest. As a responsible great nation, the land of fire naturally has both the obligation and capability to uphold peace in the ninja world, Uchiha Deguang proclaimed, delivering a string of bureaucratic platitudes. As a founding family of Konoha, the Uchiha clan consistently regarded the maintenance of peace and stability for their nation and village as their highest standard of action, steadfastly supporting and bolstering their friendly allies. However, amidst Deguang's rhetoric, the land of fire and Uchiha were incessantly mentioned, while Konoha and the Hokage remained conspicuously unspoken. Nara-Ino-Shika, seated at the banquet, felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, yet having been drawn into the fray by Uchiha Deguang, he had no choice but to remain silent. The other members of the Uchiha clan expressed their profound agreement with Uchiha Deguang's remarks, believing that as the heir to the radical faction, Uchiha Deguang truly embodies the unparalleled genius of the Uchiha lineage. Not only does he possess formidable strength, but he also articulates political rhetoric with remarkable eloquence, indicating that the revival of the Uchiha clan is imminent. Just as the conversation flourished, an Uchiha ninja entered the tent and exchanged a knowing glance with Uchiha Homin, who promptly seized the opportunity to take his leave, being a perceptive leader of the grass village. What is the matter? Uchiha Homin inquired. Lord Homin, young Master Deguang. The Uchiha ninja approached, handing a scroll to Uchiha Homin before greeting the two. According to reports from the intelligence unit, Iwagakure has mobilized approximately 3,000 shinobi towards the land of grass, expected to reach the border by tomorrow afternoon. Is this information reliable? Uchiha Homin asked, his brow furrowed. This intelligence has been verified by the Nikko clan, the ninja responded. Where did this information originate? Uchiha Deguang interjected. It was first detected by our reconnaissance division, came the reply. TSK. Uchiha Deguang wore a look of disdain, seemingly unimpressed. It appeared that the village's dark forces were utterly inept, failing to acquire such crucial intelligence regarding enemy troop movements in advance. One could hardly fathom the purpose of maintaining such an organization. Yashikata, Uchiha Deguang turned to Nara-Ino-Shika. Please relay this information back to the village, so they can prepare adequately. Yes. Nara-Ino-Shika replied promptly, not daring to add further. Additionally, due to the exigencies of war, we urgently require the Byakugan ninjas from the Hyuga clan to join the reconnaissance unit in order to swiftly grasp the situation and developments of the conflict. Let the village mobilize personnel for support, Uchiha Deguang added after a moment's contemplation. The bureaucrats of the dark forces are utterly incompetent. We must rely more on ourselves. Gather all types of supplies at a threefold rate. Understood. Uchiha Deguang turned his gaze towards Uchiha Huomen, who shook his head, signaling there were no further matters to address. With a wave, he dismissed Nara-Ino-Shika. Deguang-kun, Uchiha Huomen's expression gradually morphed into one of ferocity and thirst for blood. It seems the holiday for the land of grass is about to conclude. Are you prepared? I have long anticipated this war, Uchiha Deguang replied. His demeanor as cold as ever, though the malice in his eyes was unmistakable. However, it appears that a Wagakure has only deployed 37 Jonin on the surface, with the majority of their forces consisting of Chunin and Jonin, indicating an overall average strength. Uchiha Huomen handed the intelligence scroll to Uchiha Deguang, who began to examine it. Even the number of a Wagakure's troops and the specific list of Jonin deployed are detailed here, Uchiha Deguang remarked, somewhat astonished by the capabilities of the Nikko clan. Our alliance with the Nikko clan has endured since the Warring States period. While their overall strength is relatively modest, their intelligence-gathering prowess may surpass that of other summoning beast clans. Furthermore, our family's arms trade is conducted through the Nikko clan. Then, Uncle Huomen, is your summoning beast also a Nikko? Uchiha Deguang inquired with newfound interest. Indeed, Uchiha Huomen acknowledged, sensing Uchiha Deguang's curiosity. Would you like to see? Uchiha Deguang nodded eagerly. Although the prowess of the Nikkonin may be rather ordinary, they are, after all, cats, adorable and charming. Who among the Uchiha would not be fond of them? Very well. Uchiha Hiruzen, with a hint of reluctance, began to form hand seals. Summoning technique. With a resounding bang, a cloud of smoke erupted, accompanied by an energetic meow, as a white cat leaped onto Uchiha Hiruzen's shoulder. Master Hiruzen, you finally remembered me. The white cat nuzzled against him incessantly, demanding dried fish and wood lavender. Uchiha Deguang observed this scene of the Nikkonin being affectionate, somewhat stupefied. Hey, someone is still here, don't be disruptive. Uchiha Hiruzen awkwardly pried off the clingy Nikkonin. Deguang-kun, allow me to introduce my contracted Nikkonin. A white cat named Hanajiri. Uchiha Deguang found it somewhat amusing, his hands itching to pet the cat. As the spirit of cat-loving began to awaken within him, Deguang-kun, I have long admired your name. At this moment, the Nikkonin Hanajiri, having leaped off Uchiha Hiruzen, now appeared dignified, a stark contrast to her previous clingy demeanor. Hello, Hanajiri, Uchiha Deguang responded. I am one of the 12 Nikkonin of the clan, serving under Master Hiruzen. I look forward to your guidance in the future. The elegant Nikkonin Hanajiri bowed respectfully to Uchiha Deguang. No need for formality. Allies should certainly support one another. This was Uchiha Deguang's first encounter with a talking animal. While the ninja world is filled with wonders, he had yet to meet a high-level summoning beast that could speak during his time in the village, and he couldn't help but feel curious. Deguang-kun, I presume you have not yet contracted a summoning beast? Uchiha Hiruzen inquired, noticing Uchiha Deguang's keen interest. Do you intend to establish a summoning contract with the Nikkonin clan? Absolutely. This sentiment resonated perfectly with Uchiha Deguang. Hanajiri, please return and inform the cat matriarch to prepare the summoning scroll. Uchiha Hiruzen affectionately ruffled the Nikkonin's head. Meow? Hanajiri purred contentedly, then transformed into a cloud of smoke and vanished. The Nikkonin clan is known for their extensive network of information, and Hanajiri had just mentioned that a Wagakure's recent military movements were not concealed. The deployment of their Jonin had been publicly announced within the village. When did Hanajiri mention that? Uchiha Deguang asked, surprised. In close proximity, Hanajiri can transmit thoughts over distances with great discretion. Nikkonin often possess diverse special abilities. Oh, but if the deployment was public, how could our village not have received this intelligence beforehand? Instead, we learned of it first. Merely trivial matters. The Hokage's faction has limited capabilities. Uchiha Hiruzen scoffed. Nonetheless, it is an opportunity to showcase our clan's strength to the monkeys. As the information of a Wagakure's mass movement southward reached Konohagakure, the village's response was swift. Supplies were immediately allocated to the border defense forces, and the Byakugan-wielding Hyuga ninjas requested reinforcements, accompanied by an order from the Hokage. Do not engage in hostilities without authorization? What does the third Hokage mean by this? Uchiha Deguang glared at the messenger from the Umbu, frustrated that after 2 days since the intelligence was relayed, such a vague response was all they received. The Hokage's decree was made public to the Jonin, prompting Uchiha Deguang to convene the Jonin of the Northwest Border Defense Forces within the central tent of the garrison to collectively heed the proclamation. The contents of the Hokage's decree, however, were astonishing. The implication of forbidding any provocation at the borders raised troubling questions. Did this mean allowing a Wagakure to provoke without retaliation? Were they expected to endure blows without striking back? Commanding the forces, Deguang, a special Jonin, asserted that this decree was issued by the Hokage himself and must be executed accordingly. The Umbu, unperturbed by Deguang's inquiries, brusquely responded, intending to terminate the discussion. Inside the spacious central tent, Uchiha Haman, Uchiha Deguang, and Nara-Ino-Shika occupied the main seats, flanked by 3 Umbu and 6 supporting Hyuga ninjas standing at the center. Surrounding them were over 40 Jonin from the Border Defense Forces, seated in a circle. The Jonin exchanged glances, the decree's content leaving an unsettling impression. While the usual bureaucratic jargon could be overlooked, the phrase forbidding provocation at the borders was particularly disconcerting. When had the proud Leaf ninjas, members of the foremost shinobi village, ever endured such indignities? When could they ever accept such humiliation? Especially among the Uchiha Jonin. Expressions of indignation were evident as they fixated on the 3 Umbu relaying the message, their left thumbs already poised on their blades, ready for a lethal strike. Haman commanded, and Deguang, the special Jonin, remained resolute. The Umbu, undaunted, reiterated their earlier statement, requesting the 2 commanders to accept the document and execute it accordingly. Anger surged within Uchiha Deguang, his temper flaring not only at the vague and potentially blameworthy decree, but also at the Umbu's blatant disregard. Repeatedly addressing him as a special Jonin. What division of the Umbu do you belong to? Uchiha Deguang spat each word with a menacing glare. The Umbu, maintaining their composure, replied, the affiliations of Umbu personnel are classified. It would be prudent for you, special Jonin Deguang, not to pry. The 30-odd Uchiha Jonin within the tent had firmly locked onto the Umbu's presence. Should either Uchiha Deguang or Uchiha Haman give the command, they would undoubtedly strike down the messengers without hesitation. The civilian ninjas present felt a sense of helplessness, unsure of how to proceed. Uchiha Deguang scoffed. Can the Hokage truly retreat without battle? Where exactly is this so-called border? The northern region of the Land of Grass? The estate of the Daimyo? Or shall we abandon the Land of Grass and retreat within our territory? The tent erupted in commotion. Deputy Commander Deguang, this is the Hokage's decree, and it is beyond our Umbu's jurisdiction, they replied calmly, urging him to accept and execute the order. This is madness. Uchiha Deguang suddenly erupted in fury. His 3-tomo Sharingan activated, fixating on the Umbu. Is Sarutobi Hiruzen intent on dooming this border defense force? His chilling tone and the blood-red 3-tomo exuded an aura of icy menace, revealing a side of Uchiha Deguang starkly different from his usual demeanor, embodying a fierce and formidable presence. The civilian elite shinobi within the command tent lowered their gazes, refraining from making direct eye contact. The envoy from the Umbu, maintaining an unwavering tone, proclaimed, "We are unaware of the intricate details and the arrangements made by Lord Hokage. Please return in accordance with the decree." He continued, "Take this decree back with you and request a clear explanation from Lord Hokage regarding the task, its content, and specific measures. Furthermore, why has the Umbu Intelligence Bureau failed to intercept the information regarding the Iwagakure's troop movements? Are we to believe that the Umbu has become a haven for incompetence, wasting resources and leaving us understaffed?" Uchiha Hamura, who had been silent for some time, interjected with a reproachful tone. The envoy from the Umbu surveyed the tent, noting the Uchiha clan's predatory stares filled with lethal intent, while the civilian shinobi either scowled or averted their eyes. "Kyuinara, do you also intend to defy Lord Hokage's decree?" The envoy directed his attention towards the silent Nara-Ino-Shika. Although Kyuhei opened his mouth to respond, he found himself at a loss for words. As the advisor, he should wield considerable influence within the border forces. Yet the peculiar situation of the Northwest Border Defense had seen an influx of over 40 elite Uchiha shinobi, while a significant number of the original border defense ninjas had been withdrawn. This shift had rendered Kyuhei's position as an advisor nearly obsolete, stripping him of any authority to contend with the commanding officers. QEI was acutely aware that should he dare to voice dissent against the Uchiha's will, while immediate execution might not befall him, he would certainly find himself ambushed during a patrol the following day, meeting a grim fate. While Lord Hokage's decree may carry deeper implications, the ever-shifting tides of battle intelligence necessitate that the Umbu report back to Lord Hokage. I humbly request clarification on our strategic planning regarding a Wagakure, lest we falter in execution, QEI stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Observing Uchiha Deguang's expression soften slightly at his words, QEI felt a surge of relief. Recognizing this as a unanimous decision from the Northwest Border Defense Forces, he resolved to convey the message to Lord Hokage. The envoy from the Umbu bowed slightly, stating, "These 6 individuals have been dispatched by Lord Hokage to support border reconnaissance. They will now be integrated into your unit." This Umbu envoy displayed a certain finesse, adhering to principles while remaining adaptable, skillfully balancing authority with diplomacy, a notable talent indeed. Suppressing his irritation, Uchiha Deguang regarded the envoy with keen interest before shifting his gaze to the 6 elite Hyuga shinobi present. "Welcome, esteemed members of the Hyuga clan." Deguang greeted courteously. "By the command of Lord Hokage and our clan leader, we are here to join the Northwest Border Defense Forces." The reports were made by Jonin Hyuga Junshu, Jonin Hyuga Seiji, Chunin Hyuga Kyuichi, Chunin Hyuga Keiichi, Chunin Hyuga Mirai, Chunin Hyuga Junya. The addition of these 2 Jonin and 4 Chunin from the illustrious Hyuga clan significantly bolstered the combat effectiveness and reconnaissance capabilities of the Northwest Border Defense Forces. However, what garnered the utmost recognition from Uchiha Deguang and the Uchiha clan was the courteous gestures from the Hyuga clan. The arrival of the esteemed Hyuga elites is indeed a moment of great joy for our defense forces stationed at the northwestern border, with the assistance of your Byakugan elite. Even the subterranean rodents of a Wagakure shall find no refuge henceforth. After exchanging pleasantries within the tent, the meeting was adjourned, allowing everyone to return to their respective duties. The Umbu hastily made their way back to the village to report on the disregard of Uchiha orders. Uchiha Deguang, however, retained the newly assigned Hyuga Junshu and others to deliberate on tactics and operational plans. Based on current intelligence, the vanguard of the Wagakure shinobi forces has reached the northern border of the Land of Grass, with the main body expected to arrive by noon tomorrow. Therefore, it is imperative to strike decisively against this vanguard before the main force arrives. Doing so would undoubtedly diminish a Wagakure's arrogance and deter any future provocations. Uchiha Homan exclaimed with great fervor. "Homan command, what tasks do you require us to undertake?" Hyuga Junshu astutely inquired. "I plan to mobilize 3 combat teams and a support unit, approximately 320 ninjas, to infiltrate the northern border of the Land of Grass, poised to annihilate the Wagakure vanguard at dawn. However, our current reconnaissance capabilities are limited to 3 sensory ninjas, whose range and detail cannot compare to the Byakugan of your esteemed clan. Hence, despite your recent arrival, I must trouble you to undertake the reconnaissance responsibilities for this operation." Uchiha Deguang elucidated. The Hokage's decree has been dismissed, indicating that the defense forces at the northwestern border remain in a state of readiness. Regardless of the schemes devised by Uchiha Deguang and his comrades, advancement is contingent upon avoiding defeat. Commander Deguang, our assignment to the northwestern border defense forces signifies our allegiance to your command. Executing tasks is only natural. Very well, let us proceed accordingly. Uchiha Deguang expressed his satisfaction, as the addition of the Hyuga Byakugan effectively addressed the reconnaissance deficiencies of the border defense forces. Kohei, please guide Junshu and the esteemed Hyuga elites to their respective encampments. They should rest this morning and prepare to depart in the afternoon. Understood. Thank you, Commander Deguang. Nara Kohei and Hyuga Junshu received their orders and departed to arrange accommodations and operational supplies. Commander Deguang's solo expedition against a Wagakure elicited some apprehension from Uchiha Homan. As an elder, Uncle Homan, there is no need for concern, Uchiha Deguang replied with a confident smile. Moreover, one cannot nurture an eagle destined to soar the skies within a cage. Without experiencing the true trials of shinobi warfare, one can never evolve into a formidable force. Very well, exercise utmost caution on the battlefield. Unlike past campaigns against various villages where spies were planted in the Land of Grass, Uchiha Homan maintained a cautious demeanor, his expression tinged with tension. With the Hyuga Byakugan overseeing reconnaissance and concealing our movements, There shall be no peril, Uchiha Deguang reassured, exuding unwavering confidence. Very well. Allow me to elucidate the pivotal points regarding the command deployment of the shinobi forces during their march and tactical raids. It appears that Uchiha Deguang has no intention of adhering to the orders issued by the Hokage. Although Uchiha Hamura has dismissed the decree on the grounds of insufficient justification, demanding an explanation from the Hokage regarding its contents, it is evident that the Uchiha clan, known for their audacity, has disregarded the decree from the very outset. The Hokage's edict prohibits any unilateral provocations, yet should one achieve victory through independent action, all transgressions may be brushed aside with a mere toast. Ultimately, this stems from the governance system of Konohagakure, which operates under a system of senior ninja republicanism. In theory, the senior ninja holds the highest title within the village, with the Hokage being one among them. Each senior ninja possesses the right to vote in the election of the Hokage and the power to impeach. To ensure the smooth operation of the ninja village, these senior ninjas have relinquished a portion of their authority to the village, selecting individuals among themselves to wield that power. However, in practice, this authority exists only as a theoretical possibility. The appointments of the second and third Hokage were not directly nominated by the Council of Senior Ninjas, but rather determined through a method akin to the designation of heirs. The electoral system for the Hokage has been effectively undermined, with the electoral provisions and the rights of the senior ninjas relegated to obscurity. Thus, the ninja clans, which contribute the vast majority of senior ninja seats, find themselves discontented. In the execution of village decisions, these clans, while not all daring to confront the Hokage's faction as openly as the Uchiha clan, routinely engage in duplicity. As the foremost clan in Konoha and the ninja world, it is a rarity for the Uchiha to obediently heed the Hokage's directives, seizing the initiative, leading 4 battalions of shinobi swiftly towards the northern borders of the Land of Grass. Uchiha Deguang maintained a serene exterior, concealing the tempest within. This marks his inaugural independent expedition commanding the shinobi forces. While Uchiha Hamura generously imparted his knowledge regarding the operational experiences and key points of the shinobi army, theory must be tested through practice. The target of this practical application is, of course, the imminent advance party of Iwagakure. In order to achieve a decisive annihilation, 2 of the 4 battalions summoned by Uchiha Deguang are comprised of elite shinobi from the Uchiha clan, while another battalion consists of seasoned members from the border defense forces, strategically embedded with Uchiha and allied clan ninjas to ensure firm control. The final battalion serves logistical support, responsible for supplies and medical care on the battlefield. In total, these 4 battalions comprise over 400 middle-ranking ninjas, including 6 Hyuga ninjas who are alternatingly activating their Byakugan for reconnaissance, ensuring the movements of the shinobi forces remain undetected. Under Deguang's command, they are approximately 20 kilometers from the border mountain fortress, with an estimated time of arrival in just 20 minutes. Hinata Toshiki, responsible for reconnaissance, reports back to Uchiha Deguang. Despite the long-standing rivalries and tensions between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans within the village, they now stand as comrades in arms on the battlefield, reliant upon one another for survival, thus treating the matter with utmost seriousness. Indeed, Uchiha Deguang nodded, addressing his guard, the senior ninja Uchiha Nabahiko. Relay the order to conceal our positions immediately. Uchiha Shinhiko nodded steadily, retrieving a whistle with his right hand and placing it between his lips. A sharp, piercing sound echoed through the forest, followed shortly by a chorus of birdsong as the various ninja squads successfully concealed themselves. At this moment, the only figures visibly present in the forest were Uchiha Deguang and his 2 Uchiha guards, alongside 2 Hinata reconnaissance teams. Uchiha Deguang surveyed the surroundings. The concealment of the squads was commendable, as there were no glaring blunders of neglect. Uchiha Kankai, Hyuga Seiji, Uchiha Deguang directed his gaze towards the accompanying ninjas. I command you to lead your respective teams as the forward unit to the border mountain city for reconnaissance. If the city is secure, notify us promptly. If any anomalies arise, dispatch a member to report back. Understood. According to intelligence pilfered by the Nikko clan, among the 3,000 ninja assembled by Iwagakure, approximately 200 had been designated as an advanced detachment, responsible for paving the way and seizing the border mountain city of the Land of Grass. Based on the marching speed of the Iwagakure advance unit and their main force, there was an estimated half-day difference in travel time. This meant that Uchiha Deguang's forces needed to swiftly annihilate the Iwagakure advance team and retreat within that time frame. To avoid alarming the enemy, Uchiha Deguang planned to position his troops 15 kilometers outside the border mountain city, lying in wait until the Iwagakure entered before closing in to within 3 kilometers to launch their attack. Although this would consume considerable time for stealthy advancement, a gradually tightening encirclement would better sever the information flow from the Iwagakure advance unit, enabling a silent and decisive strike. The forest lay in tranquil stillness as the Leaf Ninja patiently waited in concealment. Uchiha Deguang, though aware that no blunders would occur now, felt a twinge of tension. At that moment, 3 sharp eagle cries resounded from the direction of the mountain city. Confirming safety at the mountain city, Uchiha Shinhiko listened intently, translating the signal from the messenger eagle. Good. Uchiha Deguang nodded. All squad leaders, assemble. With a rush, 4 figures emerged from the forest, kneeling before Uchiha Deguang. Commander Deguang, please give your orders. Uchiha Deguang took a deep breath. Uchiha First Squad, proceed to the eastern flank of the mountain city to conceal yourselves. Order First Squad, head to the western flank for concealment. Yes. The 2 squad leaders exchanged coded signals, and the corresponding ninjas hastily set off to their designated hiding spots. Support Squad, prepare the purification barrier. Once the Iwagakure forces enter the city, we will execute the technique. Medical team, establish an emergency medical point and be ready for rescue operations. Understood. Uchiha Second Squad, follow me to the southern flank of the mountain city for concealment. At your command. All deployments adhere to the pre-battle plans. Surveying his surroundings, Uchiha Deguang noted the varied expressions among his comrades, some excited, some anxious, some indifferent. A great battle loomed, confronting life and death. None could truly remain at ease. Friends, Uchiha Deguang paused. Here's to our victory. Yes, the waiting period in concealment was always arduous, particularly while nestled in earthen hides. Uchiha Deguang, like his subordinate ninja forces, suppressed his inner turmoil, patiently awaiting the arrival of Iwagakure. He commanded the front lines, relaying the message, Iwagakure has arrived. Beside him, Hyuga Tashiki, with his Byakugan activated, attentively observed the signaling gestures ahead. With a distance of 15 kilometers remaining to the city, the Byakugan could not provide direct observation. Thus, intelligence was relayed through multiple Hyuga ninjas in a chain of communication. Patience is key, Deguang mused, licking his lips as he forcefully restrained the urge to activate his Sharingan. Has Iwagakure entered the city? The front lines were verifying the details. Good. Deguang responded succinctly. Iwagakure has indeed entered the city. Confirmation that no significant figures accompany them. Furthermore, the city walls remain unfortified. Hyuga Tashiki relayed the frontline intelligence. Relay the order. All divisions are to stealthily advance 12 kilometers in 10 minutes. Awaiting my command to launch the attack. Deguang instructed Uchiha Nabahiko. Yes, the guard unit dispersed, notifying the concealed forces in the east and west. Soon, the sound of chirping insects echoed back in response. Deguang commanded, all divisions have acknowledged. Upon checking his pocket watch, Deguang noted the timing was perfect. Stealthily advance. Yes. Is the void barrier prepared? Deguang commanded, the sealing unit is ready. Good. Proceed to the designated location and await my signal. Yes. What of the medical unit? Deguang inquired. The battlefield hospital has been established and personnel are in position, with the rescue team also prepared. Excellent. As each division stealthily advanced, a symphony of chirping insects resonated, serving as a covert means of communication. Deguang declared, all divisions have reached their predetermined locations. Listening intently, Uchiha Nabahiko analyzed the insect signals. Good. Deguang could no longer contain the activation of his Sharingan. 3 tomo emerging from his pupils, spinning increasingly faster. The world of the Sharingan was drenched in crimson, and at that moment, Uchiha Deguang felt an overwhelming restlessness, yearning for a bloodbath to release his pent-up energy. Launch the attack in 10 minutes. Deguang inhaled deeply, commencing the stealthy advance towards the designated location. Yes, a ninja hawk shot into the sky from the underbrush like an arrow, its urgent cry piercing the air. Attack! Uchiha Deguang was the first to leap from the concealed position, charging towards the marketplace 3 kilometers away. Uchiha! Victory! The ninjas of the second Uchiha squad echoed in unison, rising to charge forward. As a Jonin of the guard unit, Uchiha Nabahiko closely followed Deguang, a whistle clenched between his teeth. Void barrier. A blue canopy enveloped the mountain city. The void barrier, while somewhat ineffective as a sealing technique, primarily served to impede the takeoff of birds within its confines. It bore no offensive capabilities and could not control large flying beasts. However, under specific conditions, it could effectively sever the transmission of intelligence via ninja hawks. Deploying ninja tools for cover. The sharp sound of a copper whistle rang out in rapid succession. Following this, a cloud of shuriken and kunai soared towards the mountain city. Wind release. Great wind break. The attacking ninja forces unleashed their ninjutsu simultaneously, enhancing the range of the thrown weapons. The ninjas moved swiftly. Now only 15 kilometers from the mountain city, the rock dwellers of the mountain city were caught off guard by the sudden assault, resulting in a chaotic frenzy. Some climbed the city walls in an attempt to engage the enemy, while others unleashed their ninja hawks, only to find their flight hindered by the barrier. Attempts to form seals and cast techniques were interrupted by the flying ninja tools. Earth style, earth flow wall. Walls of earth erupted from the ground, stacking up against the city walls. Earth style, earth spear. The rock dwellers inside the city endeavored to thwart the advance of the Konoha ninja army, but their summoned earth spears were swiftly disrupted by the elite Jonin leading the charge. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. Uchiha Deguang unleashed a fire technique towards the nearby city wall, where 5 panicked rock dwellers were frantically preparing to form seals. Boom. The fierce explosion from the fire technique shattered the formation of the rock dwellers. Kill. In the eastern and southern parts of the mountain city, the ferocious Uchiha ninjas had successfully scaled the walls, while the western assault team engaged in a fierce exchange of jutsu. Having breached the walls, it was now the chaotic battleground that the Uchiha favored. Uchiha Deguang utilized the body flicker technique to appear before a rock dweller. The startled rock dweller raised a kunai in futile resistance, but in an instant, the crimson glow of Deguang's Sharingan flashed. Illusion technique. Bewildering abyss. A simple genjutsu ensnared the rock dweller momentarily, and before any sign of panic could manifest, Deguang's blade severed the colossal head from its body. Surveying the surroundings, the Uchiha advanced with indomitable momentum, effortlessly slicing through the disorganized rock dwellers. The border defense team attacking the western city wall also successfully ascended. Uchiha Deguang's strategy employed the tactic of surrounding the enemy, with squads attacking from the east, west, and south, while the north remained unguarded, serving as an escape route for the disoriented rock dwellers, hastening their collapse. In the face of a sudden attack bolstered by numerical superiority, should the assault succeed without the interference of a top-tier expert, the outcome of the battle was effectively sealed. Uchiha Deguang wiped the blood from his blade and continued the offensive. His strategy was straightforward: capitalize on intelligence to exploit opportunities for overwhelming the opponent. Through meticulous planning and the assembly of elite forces, he aimed to deliver a sudden, explosive output that would dismantle the enemy's resistance in a brief span. Yet, this seemingly simple plan bore several high demands. First, intelligence must be precise. Otherwise, it was akin to a wolf entering a tiger's den. Second, the strength of the assaulting force must be formidable, or they would falter in breaching the enemy swiftly. Third, information must be effectively sealed to prevent the enemy from signaling for reinforcements. Just like in this moment, with keen foresight, the Uchiha executed a strategy of numbers against the few. The barrier above sealed the airspace, while the Konoha ninja army launched a fierce attack from the southeast and west, leaving the rock dwellers unsteady and without a moment to breathe, bewildered by the sudden onslaught. The tactic of surrounding the enemy left the disoriented rock dwellers with an instinctive direction to flee, inadvertently weakening their resolve to fight to the death. Thus, the advanced rock dweller unit was utterly routed. Uchiha Deguang stood atop the highest point of the mountain city, on the roof of the castle, watching as the relentless Konoha defense forces captured and eliminated the panicked rock dwellers one by one. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, and within the city, a cacophony of explosions erupted from the detonating tags of ninjutsu, each one following the other in rapid succession. From a vantage point, it appeared as though the dark clouds were brewing a tempest, and the thunderous roars resonated like the mournful wails of lost souls, low and filled with malice. Boom. To the north, a detonating tag ignited a vibrant orange mushroom cloud. A group of Awagakure shinobi attempting to flee from the north was intercepted by the Uchiha, marking the commencement of battle. The Uchiha launched detonating tags with reckless abandon, as if they were of no cost, sending forth brilliant sparks that illuminated the Iwagakure formations. The carefully arranged ranks of Iwagakure were thrown into disarray. In a reflexive attempt to evade the blasts, they utilized the body flicker technique, only to forget that the Uchiha were poised nearby, leading to the grim fate of being struck down by a Uchiha's blade immediately after dodging the explosive tags. The anguished cries and curses of the Iwagakure were gradually drowned out by the relentless explosions of the detonating tags. Earth Style, Earth Flow River. Earth Style, Earth Spear. These were the ninjutsu attacks from two Iwagakure Jonin. They first transformed the ground within the city into a viscous swamp, then summoned a barrage of earthen spears directed at the ensnared leaf shinobi. Some leaf shinobi, unable to escape with the body flicker technique before the technique was cast, found themselves impaled, becoming mere bloodied husks. This marked Iwagakure's first counterattack since the onset of the assault. Truly, Iwagakure, renowned for its mastery of earth style, exhibited a remarkable proficiency in combined ninjutsu attacks, skillfully reshaping the terrain to better suit their earth-based combat. Uchiha Deguang expressed admiration for the potency of Iwagakure's combined ninjutsu attacks. It was evident that the shinobi of Iwagakure, supported by the will of stone, were indeed the most united and cooperative. Deguang, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, spoke in an ostensibly appreciative tone to the Jonin standing beside him, Hyuga Junshu. Yet, despite the semblance of amusement in his words, the spinning tomo in his eyes quickened, betraying an impatience and a burgeoning wrath. "It's the first squad of the border defense," Hyuga Junshu observed with his Byakugan, responding seemingly without coherence. "Oh, they are not Uchiha," Deguang noted with understanding. "Deguang, should we go lend support?" cautiously suggested another middle-aged ninja, an esteemed member of the first squad of the border defense. As a seasoned leaf border ninja, he felt a deep sense of shame at the plight of his subordinates. Deguang regarded him with a measured glance, neither affirming nor denying the proposal. After a moment, the distant leaf shinobi clashed once more with Iwagakure. "Qianjia, Jonin," Deguang called to Uchiha Qianjia of the guard squad. "Lead your subordinates to provide support. Not a single one must escape." "Understood." Qianjia nodded silently, forming a hand seal with his right hand before invoking the body flicker technique. In the next instant, the three members of Uchiha Qianjia's squad appeared on the battlefield simultaneously, instinctively arranging themselves into an assault formation centered around Qianjia, with two Chunin flanking him on either side. As the rock-hidden ninjas found themselves locked in a fierce struggle against the Leaf Village ninjas, they were taken aback and hastily attempted to distance themselves. After narrowly evading a barrage of ninja tools, they hurriedly began forming hand seals to unleash their jutsu. However, before their earth release technique could take shape, two Chunin from the Uchiha clan pierced through their chests with their blades. Illusion of the binding gold. Uchiha Kenji, with a look of disdain, formed hand seals. The sight of an enemy unwittingly ensnared in Jinjutsu, rendered powerless even under the gaze of the Sharingan, was simply pitiful. Observing the disdainful demeanor of Uchiha Kenji, the rock-hidden Jonin slowly withdrew the blades strapped to his waist. If the rock-hidden ninjas were lacking in strength, he might as well take this opportunity to hone his swordsmanship. The one-sided situation of the rock-hidden's advance team showed no signs of improvement. Although there were sporadic fierce resistances, they were quickly detected by Uchiha Deguang, who stood at a vantage point, and reinforcements were swiftly dispatched to eliminate them. 26 minutes. Uchiha Deguang remarked, glancing at his pocket watch. Since the onset of the assault, a total of 26 minutes had elapsed. His tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. From the battlefield's performance, it was evident that while the rock-hidden had succumbed, they were primarily caught off guard by the sudden attack and, due to the numerical advantage of the Leaf, could not exhibit their traditional cohesive combat tactics. Nevertheless, this battle also unveiled several issues within the Leaf ninja forces. The conventional ninja army, composed mainly of commoners, displayed commendable resilience and combat awareness, yet it was conspicuously lacking in offensive capabilities, resulting in insufficient striking power and an inability to quickly establish a jutsu suppression, as evidenced by the initial assault on the western city wall by the first squad at the border. On the other hand, the clan army comprised of Uchiha ninjas, while undeniably strong, exhibited deficiencies in large-scale tactical coordination. The Uchiha Jonin tended to favor individual combat, emphasizing strength to vanquish foes, employing intricate jutsu and illusionary arts alongside their formidable taijutsu and kenjutsu to dispatch enemies. Tactical collaboration appeared limited to small three-man teams throughout the battlefield. There were no instances of cooperation involving more than 2 Jonin to eliminate adversaries. Although the conflict concluded with a victory for the Uchiha ninjas, it still left a sense of inadequacy. Shinyan Jonin, our clan members still prefer to engage in solitary combat, Uchiha Deguang remarked with a hint of resignation to Uchiha Shinyan. Uchiha Shinyan nodded silently, understanding the sentiment of Uchiha Deguang, yet internally grappling with the idea that there was nothing inherently wrong with their approach. Encouraging the Uchihas to collaborate felt akin to undermining their prowess or being mistaken for lacking strength, an intolerable notion for the proud Uchiha ninjas. However, Uchiha Shinyan would not foolishly dismiss Uchiha Deguang's observations. Perhaps the clan members had grown accustomed to the squad combat model of the police department, failing to adapt their combat mindset in the context of the ninja army. Uchiha Shinyan attempted to offer a simple defense. The surrounding commoner ninjas, hearing this, felt somewhat disheartened. Though each one prided themselves as battle-hardened veteran Jonin and Shunin, when facing their crimson-eyed Uchiha counterparts, the sight of those blood-red, murderous Sharingan made them feel like the weak and helpless genin they once were. Indeed, their commander, Lord Uchiha Deguang, appeared to harbor dissatisfaction. The common ninjas murmured quietly among themselves. You should also descend and assist in clearing the battlefield, Uchiha Deguang instructed the ninjas beside him. Capture a few live ones if possible, but leave no injured Awagakure shinobi behind. His voice carried an undercurrent of inexorable bloodlust. Understood. The ninjas on the castle tower felt as if they had received a reprieve, and after bowing, they departed the rooftop, rushing towards the various areas within the city still engulfed in combat. What a tedious battle it was. As Konoha was the attacking force, they possessed a numerical advantage, and their superior shinobi outnumbered Awagakure's vanguard considerably. Consequently, the siege did not endure for long. After Uchiha Deguang dispatched 3 Awagakure shinobi, he found himself at a loss for further engagement. It should be about time, Hinata Junshu, who continued to observe the battles within the city with his Byakugan, reported to Uchiha Deguang, who silently nodded in acknowledgement. Truly, the esteemed Hinata clan displayed remarkable discernment. Although he personally felt the skirmish was somewhat lacking, the results were undoubtedly fruitful, as a resounding victory to relay back to the village, regardless of the initial intent behind the Hokage's decree against unwarranted conflict. The success of this assault would be acknowledged and rewarded appropriately. Otherwise, not only the Uchiha clan, but also the other shinobi clans and the common ninjas of the village would not acquiesce. The proud ninjas of Konoha, accustomed to the glory of being the foremost ninja village, could hardly bear the constraints of a prohibition against initiating conflict. As the dust settled, the battle came to an end. The Uchiha first unit had killed 77 enemies and captured 6, with a total of 16 casualties among their ranks. Following the conclusion of the operation, each unit leader reported back to the castle to relay their achievements. The Uchiha second unit had slain 61 foes and captured 3, suffering 9 injuries. The border defense first unit had accounted for 69 enemies killed, 12 captured, 11 dead, and 22 injured. Indeed, the most grievous losses were sustained by the border defense first unit, composed primarily of ordinary ninjas. Uchiha Deguang sighed softly, recognizing the significant imbalance in strength among the divisions. What of the injured comrades? Uchiha Deguang inquired. They have all been transported by the battlefield rescue team to the field hospital for emergency medical assistance. None are in life-threatening condition, replied the captain of the support unit, the elderly medical ninja Doi Taisen, hastily. Excellent. While the outcome may not have been perfect, awarding oneself a score of 95 was certainly justifiable. Uchiha Deguang expressed satisfaction with the reported results. However, he mused that if the sealing team could be further strengthened, it would have been preferable, for many Awagakure shinobi likely escaped using techniques akin to the Earth Release, subterranean voyage, leaving a slight blemish on an otherwise commendable performance. Uchiha Deguang commented with a hint of self-reflection, then shifted the conversation. Nevertheless, no one can deny that this was indeed a glorious victory. A complete victory. The ninjas present cheered in unison. A complete victory. The Konoha shinobi cleaning the battlefield within the city echoed the sentiment, joining in the celebration. Thus, the Battle of the Mountain City at the border of the Land of Grass concluded amidst the smoke of conflict. In this battle, the defense forces stationed at the northwestern border of Konoha took the initiative to launch an offensive, striking at the moment when a Wagakure was still unsteady. With nearly double the total troop strength and almost 10 times the number of elite ninjas, they swiftly overwhelmed the advanced troops of a Wagakure, achieving a remarkable record of 207 enemy kills and 21 captures, while Konoha suffered only 11 fatalities and 47 injuries. Among the injured, merely 9 sustained severe disabilities. The remaining wounded are expected to return to combat within 3 months following urgent medical treatment. Currently, Konoha faces 2 primary hotspots of conflict. The first lies in the direction of the Land of Rain, where they engage in a protracted battle against the Rain Ninja village led by Hanzo of the Salamander. Yet the front line remains stagnant. The second is the Northwest Border Defense Unit commanded by Uchiha Deguang, stationed in the Land of Grass, which has not only swiftly dismantled various underground organizations within the land, but also decisively annihilated the regular ninja forces of a Wagakure. The achievements of Uchiha Deguang are arguably the most significant victories in the tumultuous battles along the border of the Land of Fire since the 30th year of Konoha's founding. Regardless of the past arrogance displayed by Uchiha Hyuga and Uchiha Deguang, or the considerations behind the Hokage's decree forbidding any provocations along the border, and irrespective of the potential repercussions that Deguang's annihilation of the Wagakure advance team may have on their subsequent maneuvers, a victory is a victory. Even for Konoha, which prides itself on justice, it is the victors who wield the authority of discourse. Those who triumph are beyond reproach. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed at the splendidly embellished battle report compiled by Uchiha Deguang, and with a sigh of resignation, addressed his advisors, Mitomian and Tajitsunoten. However, as a ninja of Konoha, his open defiance of the Hokage's orders and his unilateral provocation of war with a Wagakure may result in the loss of countless lives among our ninjas in the potential conflict that looms ahead. Mitomian furrowed his brow, offering an alternative perspective. Hiruzen, as Danzo pointed out, the Uchiha clan is indeed a difficult faction to trust. Tajitsunoten took the floor, noting the immense pressure of war the village faces. Currently, Danzo's forces are struggling to advance in the Land of Rain. If we allow the Uchiha to continue clashing with the Wagakure, the scale of the war may spiral beyond our control. The third Hokage shook his head, remaining silent. We must recall Uchiha Hyuga and Uchiha Deguang back to the village and assign new personnel to lead the Northwest Border Defense. Otherwise, our stationed forces may adopt similar reckless behaviors, with consequences that could be dire. Customarily, the third Hokage retrieved his pipe, meticulously filling it with tobacco. Mitomian and Tajitsunoten, aware that this was a habitual precursor to Hiruzen's contemplation, remained silent, patiently awaiting his thoughts. With a deep breath, a plume of smoke shot forth like an arrow, dissipating into the air as wisps of cloud. What was our original intention in deploying the Uchiha to the Land of Grass? He mused. Furthermore, if the village continues to deplete its ninja forces for combat, our remaining strength will inevitably reach a critical void, with the Uchiha emerging as the most destabilizing factor. He then fixed his gaze upon his advisors. Now, have we accomplished our initial objectives? This inquiry left Mitomian and Tajitsunoten exchanging glances, reflecting their shared uncertainty. Despite her reservations, Torin-Shoka could not voice her dissent. The third Hokage raised his hand to interrupt her. Furthermore, the Land of Grass is directly confronted by the Land of Earth's Iwagakure, while the southern region is the very source of conflict, the Land of Rain. The concentration of Uchiha clan ninjas at this border aims to deplete their strength, the third Hokage stated candidly. Both Mitomian and Torin-Shoka felt somewhat embarrassed. Although this was the underlying sentiment, the bluntness with which it was articulated was unbecoming for an advisor. Currently, the main forces of the Northwest Border Defense have largely been withdrawn during the last rotation, leaving only a little over 1,000 personnel, half of whom are Uchiha and their affiliated clan ninjas. Under such circumstances, what purpose would a change in command serve? Who could possibly lead the Uchiha clan's ninjas? The third Hokage flipped through the battle reports again, then irritably tossed them back onto the table. Let us see what the Uchiha have written. The saying, strike first to avoid 100 retaliatory blows, has already spread throughout the village. So, in light of this situation, will you take command of the stationed troops? Or shall I? Mitomian and Torin-Shoka fell silent. The intent behind the rotation and withdrawal of the main forces from the northwest border was simple: to weaken the military strength under Uchiha control. and to prevent the Uchiha's more reckless members from sending their kin to their deaths. Those remaining in the northwest border defense are either discarded ninjas or mediocre civilian ninjas who are not well regarded, making it difficult to find competent pieces for the game. Maintain the status quo? Torin Shoka pondered for a moment before softly stating, maintain the status quo. The third Hokage emphasized this and proceeded to distribute rewards according to the battle reports. The two advisors exchanged glances, rendered speechless. With Danzo absent, there was no one to challenge the authority of the Hokage. Rewards, ninja tools, and medicines were all allocated in full as requested. The third Hokage then reviewed the requests for assistance in the reports. Mito Gate and found himself in a difficult position. The border defense forces were requesting an excessive amount of supplies, and if fully allocated, it would jeopardize the village's reserves. Should any urgent situation arise, it would be problematic. Allocate in batches. The third Hokage fixed his gaze on Mito Gate and then decided to distribute the supplies accordingly. Mito Gate understood. The goal was still to control the actions of the Northwest Border Defense Forces, and the rationale for the batch allocation was both sound and astute. Additionally, according to Danzo's intelligence, while Awagakure was reinforcing its troops at the border of the Land of Grass, it was also amassing a heavy military presence in the northern region of the Land of Rain, with reconnaissance ninjas already infiltrating the interior of the Land of Rain. Their specific intentions remaining unclear. The third Hokage retrieved a dossier from his drawer and handed it to the two advisors. Currently, Awagakure has deployed 3,000 troops at the border of the Land of Grass. Furthermore, in the direction of the Land of Rain, Awagakure has mobilized approximately 4,000 troops stationed at the border, totaling 7,000 ninjas. Mito Gate contemplated this information. Currently, Konoha has stationed nearly 4,000 shinobi in the Land of Rain, with over 1,000 deployed in both the Land of River and the Land of Grass. Although outnumbered, Konoha possesses a slight advantage in terms of the quality and combat capabilities of its ninjas. Additionally, Sunagakure has begun to transfer a contingent of shinobi to the Land of Rain, though the exact strength and personnel allocation remain unclear. The Umbu estimates that this force comprises around 3,000, including Sunagakure's elite puppet brigade. It appears they intend to engage in a grand formation battle in the Land of Rain, lamented Torian Komaru. Hanzo has gone too far. The daimyos can no longer tolerate him, remarked the third Hokage, puffing on his pipe. In the expansion of the Rain Ninja's influence, not only are they seizing the resources of smaller nations, but they are also extorting and kidnapping the daimyos and lords of these lands. A blatant challenge to the secular authority of the daimyos and aristocrats. Enough of distant matters, the third Hokage said, tapping his pipe to discard the ashes. Are there any issues regarding the rewards for the Northwest Border Defense troops? Mito Gate and Torian Komaru exchanged glances, both in agreement. Then let us proceed with the issuance. In the Grass Country's main camp, Uchiha Tokage celebrated a resounding victory, returning triumphantly and subsequently focused on rigorous training for the shinobi forces, enhancing their coordination and camaraderie to strengthen combat capabilities in the shortest possible time. As for the northern mountain fortress of the Grass Country, only a few reconnaissance units were discreetly stationed outside the city to maintain the flow of intelligence. After the news of the annihilation of the vanguard troops reached the main forces of Awagakure, perhaps due to the uncertainty regarding Konoha's intentions, they camped along the borders of the Land of Earth and set up fortifications, appearing to firmly secure their territory. Achievements are the most compelling form of authority. Under Uchiha Tokage's command, the shinobi forces achieved tremendous victories, further enhancing his prestige within the military. Currently, the proud Uchiha clan has become a formidable and reliable ally in the eyes of the common shinobi within the border defense forces, despite their somewhat eccentric disposition, proving unexpectedly dependable on the battlefield. Upon returning to the camp, Uchiha Tokage delegated administrative duties to Uchiha Haman and Nara-Yukihira, focusing solely on the organization and training of the shinobi forces. As for the captured Awagakure prisoners, after being hypnotized by the Sharingan, their intelligence was easily extracted before their chakra was sealed, confining them in a temporary prison. Besides training, Uchiha Tokage did not neglect to win over the grass shinobi, occasionally assigning special missions for them to carry out, not for any other reason than to financially incentivize them to foster animosity against Awagakure, attempting to bind the grass village to the Uchiha's cause. Meanwhile, Awagakure, after a brief period of calm following the battle at the northern mountain fortress, began sending combat teams to infiltrate the land of grass for reconnaissance and sabotage. Uchiha Tokake's countermeasure was to issue missions to the grass village to eliminate Wagakure's infiltrating squads. These grass shinobi were, quite frankly, woefully inadequate. Nara-Yukihira reviewed the documents in the main tent, where all information pertaining to the grass shinobi had been compiled. According to statistics, in executing the tasks issued by the Konoha garrison, the ninjas from the land of grass are considerably weaker than those from Wagakure. Reports indicate that it often requires 6 to 9 ninjas of equal rank from the grass to surround and defeat a single ninja from the rock. Even the elite dispatched from Wagakure for covert reconnaissance in the land of grass display a rather lackluster combat prowess. Indeed, there exists a significant disparity between the ninjas of great nations and those of smaller realms. Having returned from training, Uchiha Deku entered the central command tent. The personnel within the tent greeted him warmly, to which he nodded in acknowledgement. If the grass ninjas possessed the strength of the rain ninjas, then the wars among the 3 great nations, fire, earth, and wind, would likely be fought on the battlegrounds of the land of grass. While there are numerous conflicts among the 5 great nations and their respective villages, there exists a tacit understanding when it comes to suppressing the smaller countries. Deku, the village's envoy is expected to arrive in the afternoon. I hope you can spare some time, Nara-Kohei whispered. I am aware. I have already perused the message from the Ninja Eagle, Uchiha Deku replied, pausing momentarily. I will also be at the camp this afternoon. The envoy from Konoha is set to bring rewards for the recent battle in the mountainous region of the grass and a portion of supplies needed for the defense forces stationed at the northwest border. This information was relayed through the Uchiha clan via the Ninja Cat. Moreover, the village's intelligence system, perhaps born out of caution to prevent the Uchiha from discerning Konoha's intelligence framework, has not yielded any substantial content for Uchiha Deku. Even the intelligence regarding the southern advance of the Wagakure forces was reported proactively by the Ninja Cat, corroborated by evidence from the grass ninjas. Notably, the activities of the Umbu in the land of grass and the land of earth have not been communicated to Uchiha Haman and Uchiha Deku, the commanding duo, indicating a profound rift between the Uchiha clan and the village. Hence, Uchiha Deku harbored little concern for the impending envoy, viewing him merely as a messenger. He intended to accept the rewards if they were satisfactory. Otherwise, he would withhold the supplies and reject the decree. Naturally, this plan had been discussed and agreed upon with Uchiha Haman and other high-ranking ninjas, as they all share the status of elite ninjas. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan has a long-standing tradition of convening clan meetings, and now that Uchiha Deku is leading his forces, the establishment of a council among the elite is both reasonable and justifiable. Consequently, treating the village envoy as a mere tool, he did not feel inclined to extend excessive warmth or perform any superficial gestures, such as welcoming the envoy from miles away. Although the village's message indicated an afternoon arrival, the camp continued its regular activities without any additional preparations. Despite Nara-Kohei's subtle suggestions as a strategist, Uchiha Haman remained indifferent, leaving him in a state of unease. Thus, when Akimichi Torikes, the envoy for pacification, arrived at the Konoha garrison, the first greeting he received was a shuriken from a patrolling ninja. Who goes there? Dare to trespass into the forbidden zone of Konoha. Atop the treetops, the Uchiha Jonin, tasked with leading the patrol, cast a cold gaze upon the assembly of Konoha's Umbu and the surrounded Akimichi Torikes. His pair of 3-tomo Sharingan spun slowly, emanating a fierce and unrestrained killing intent towards the crowd. The Uchiha ninjas of the patrol team exhibited a similar air of vigilance, each one adjusting the sheaths of their swords with their left thumbs, while the other ordinary ninjas maintained an indifferent demeanor. Boldness. One Umbu stepped forward, poised to reprimand. However, Akimichi Torikes raised a hand to halt the Umbu's actions. We are envoys appointed by Lord Hokage. Here is the decree and identification. He produced the credentials and tossed them towards the patrol team. After inspection, they were permitted to proceed. Lord Torikes, this group of Uchiha is excessively arrogant, one Umbu remarked, visibly displeased. No need to dwell on that, Torikes interjected, curbing the Umbu's grievances. Ninjas are known for their keen perception, and given the Uchiha's unpleasant demeanor, further discourse might only stir up unnecessary trouble. The journey from the patrol zone to the main camp took roughly 10 minutes, during which the patrol team led the way in silence, devoid of any interaction with the envoy. The Umbu, brimming with frustration, could do nothing but endure. Upon arrival at the camp entrance, there was no welcoming ceremony. Only Nara-Sakai, accompanied by several clerks, awaited their arrival. Lord Torikase, Nara-Sakai greeted with a smile. You've been doing well lately. Torikase, a venerable elder among the Ino-Shika trio and a disciple of the second Hokage, held a particularly esteemed position, prompting Sakai to show utmost respect. The command of the border forces lies with Uchiha Hamura and Deguang, correct? They have performed admirably, Torikase remarked, unreservedly acknowledging their efforts. As a peer of Uchiha Kagami, Torikase did not hesitate to discuss the Uchiha's achievements, noting that the battle at the northern mountain city of the Land of Grass marked their most significant victory since the onset of hostilities. Indeed, all credit goes to Commander Uchiha Hamura and Commander Deguang, Nara-Sakai replied with great deference. It is said that the vice commander, Uchiha Deguang, is not yet 10 years old, is that so? Torikase inquired pointedly. Yes, Vice Commander Deguang is an extraordinary talent of the Uchiha clan, excelling in both strength and strategy. Sakai answered cautiously, aware that while Torikase's stature rendered him impervious to idle gossip, he still had to consider the opinions of the Uchiha ninjas within their domain. Understanding the implication behind Sakai's words, Torikase chose not to delve further into Uchiha matters, instead expressing his approval of the camp's arrangements. Inside the central military tent, Uchiha Hamura, Uchiha Deguang, and several squad leaders awaited the arrival of Torikase and his entourage. Under Hamura's lead, they approached to pay their respects. The Hokage's decree, aside from the customary formalities, included commendations for the battle in the mountain city of the Land of Grass. As the camp commander, Uchiha Hamura received a third-class merit certificate, granting him the privilege to request ninjutsu materials or rare items from the village based on his merits. Likewise, the participating ninjas would receive rewards in ninjutsu or monetary compensation commensurate with their achievements in combat. Uchiha Deguang, as the actual commander of the battle, ascended from the rank of Special Jonin to Jonin, thereby officially becoming the youngest member of the Jonin class in Konoha and the youngest Jonin among the 5 great shinobi nations. As one of the representatives of the Uchiha clan among the disciples of the second Hokage, Akimichi Tsufing maintained a consistently affable demeanor, fostering harmonious relations with various clans. After reading the edict, he engaged in conversation with the attendees, creating a warm atmosphere within the tent. Simultaneously, Akimichi Tsufing expressed his full endorsement of Uchiha Deguang's establishment of a support unit for on-site supply and rescue, deeming it a reliable and effective initiative. And thus he showered praises upon Uchiha Deguang. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Akimichi Tsufing exclaimed, the Uchiha clan deserves its reputation as the foremost lineage in the shinobi world. Your talents at such a young age are indeed humbling for us. Lord Tsufing, you flatter me. You are the esteemed elder of our village, and as juniors, we ought to learn from you, Uchiha Deguang replied, naturally lowering his posture. Konoha, as the beacon of the shinobi world, requires young individuals like you to bear significant responsibilities. The future must see new branches grow to support this great tree. Akimichi Tsufing continued to praise with a cheerful demeanor. Your humility is commendable, for you are truly the pillar of the shinobi village. Throughout this exchange, Akimichi Tsufing discreetly observed the expressions of the other Jonin in the tent. Noticing their acceptance of Uchiha Deguang's commendations, he discerned that Uchiha Deguang had indeed earned the respect and allegiance of this assembly of Jonin. The youth are formidable. Akimichi Tsufing mused inwardly. As one of the 6 disciples of the second Hokage and the representative of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, he had not held any significant position within the village for various reasons, one being the Hokage's suppression of the influence of the shinobi clans. Now, witnessing an 8-year-old rise to Jonin and assume command, he could not help but feel a tumult of mixed emotions. Our Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans also have some talented youths. Though they may not compare to Commander Deguang in youth and capability, they possess some merit. If possible, I hope they could train under the Northwest Border Defense Forces. What do you think, Commander Deguang? Upon hearing Akimichi Tsufing's proposal, everyone present was taken aback. It was well known that the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans had always been staunch supporters of the Hokage's faction. The willingness to send their members to join a unit led by the Uchiha clan was indeed a matter for contemplation. Even Nara-Kohei, a self-aware outcast of his family, found it hard to believe, struggling to find words. The accompanying Umbu could not help but cast sidelong glances, yet refrained from voicing their thoughts. The illustrious Inazukanara Kimichi trio held great renown in the shinobi world. The addition of their talented youths would undoubtedly be a boon for the unit. Uchiha Deguang, confident in the complete control of the Northwest Border Defense Forces by the Uchiha clan, had no objections. With the conversation drawing to a close and after the distribution of rewards and supplies, Akimichi Tsufeng did not linger and promptly departed with the others. Uchiha Deguang made no pretense of retaining his companions. After bidding farewell, he commenced the formulation of a new military strategy. The Wagakure had ceased its advance southward, and thus the war could not escalate. However, Uchiha Deguang was not inclined to remain idle. In his perspective, a conflict with the Wagakure was inevitable, and rather than awaiting the enemy's assault, he deemed it wiser to take the initiative and endeavor to weaken the opposing shinobi forces. The following day, Uchiha Deguang corresponded with the leader of Kyuzugakure, Mang, requesting the dispatch of over 500 grass ninjas to assist the 5 detachments of the Northwest Border Defense Troops in a concerted sweep through the Land of Grass. Simultaneously, he sent a missive to the Daimyo of the Land of Grass, expressing concern regarding the current crisis while pivoting to emphasize the enduring support of the Konoha Border Defense Forces for the Land of Grass. He insisted that the Daimyo take action against the illegal factions undermining peace, thereby applying dual pressure on the Grass Ninjas. Faced with Uchiha Deguang's demands, the Daimyo of the Land of Grass acquiesced, issuing a decree to summon the ninja forces in coordination with the Konoha shinobi. Under the combined duress of Uchiha Deguang and the Daimyo, Mang had no choice but to comply with the decree, conscripting 600 grass ninjas to be placed under Uchiha Deguang's command. Thus, the indecisive grass ninjas were forcibly drawn into the fray. After a 3-day training period at the Konoha encampment, a formidable coalition of over 1,000 ninjas embarked on a sweeping campaign from south to north, systematically dismantling the remnants of underground factions within the Land of Grass, uprooting them entirely. The united forces set their sights on the northern borders of the Land of Grass, with intentions directed towards the Wagakure border forces. In warfare, courage is paramount. A few poignant lines from the ancient texts Zhuan, specifically from Chao Gui on warfare, encapsulate the essence of military success. Courage forms the foundation of combat. Throughout the annals of history, whether in ancient China or the nations of the West, or among the nomadic tribes of the steppes, the valor of warfare has consistently underpinned their rise. This holds true even within the ninja world, encompassing both samurai and shinobi. The battle for the mountain fortress in the northern region of the Land of Grass, led by Uchiha Deguang, was executed under conditions of numerical disadvantage. By leveraging intelligence superiority, he assembled a substantial core of forces and swiftly dispatched the ninja army to annihilate the advance contingent of a Wagakure, halting their southern incursion at the borders of the Land of Grass, thereby achieving his strategic objectives. One must strike with vigor. The initial surge is crucial, yet subsequent efforts may wane. Presently, the Wagakure finds itself in a state of decline, with over 200 members of their advance team obliterated. The shock reverberated throughout their ranks, causing the remaining forces to pause at the northern borders, seeking tactical guidance while fortifying their defenses, as if resigned to a prolonged siege. In contrast, Uchiha Deguang's commanding ninja forces were emboldened, brimming with fighting spirit. Even the grass ninjas, who had previously displayed subservience before the might of great nations, shed much of their cunning and malice after successfully eradicating several underground factions under Uchiha's leadership, embracing a newfound fierceness and readiness for battle. Uchiha Deguang led a coalition formed by the elite Konoha Uchiha and a motley assortment of grass ninjas, positioning 1,000 warriors at the northern border of the Land of Grass, standing in opposition to over 2,000 ninjas from a Wagakure. The nature of ninja combat seldom lends itself to large-scale direct confrontations. Instead, the predominant theme of ninja warfare revolves around continuous small unit skirmishes, infiltration, rapid assaults, assassination, and strangulation. After all, the tactics employed by ninjas primarily rely on individual hit-and-run engagements. Even the Wagakure ninjas, united under the will of the earth and adept at large-scale earth-style ninjutsu, prefer the chaos of small unit clashes. Uchiha Deguang's strategy remained characteristically straightforward: to fortify their position with defensive constructions and traps, establishing a robust stronghold for a prolonged standoff with the Wagakure. He then assembled elite teams of Jonin, dispatching them to infiltrate the Iwagakure supply lines within the Land of Earth for surprise assaults intended to deplete the enemy's viable forces. This tactical approach was founded on the fact that among the over 1,000 ninjas under Uchiha Deguang's command, there were as many as 51 Jonin, significantly outnumbering Iwagakure's 39. Furthermore, the grass ninjas generally exhibited inferior capabilities, and their lackluster strategies would falter against the seasoned ninjas from major nations. Thus, their formation consisted of him and several Konoha ninjas serving as the defensive force, prepared for any potential counterattacks from Iwagakure. The effects of their behind-enemy operations proved quite notable. Within 7 days, Uchiha Deguang dispatched a total of 17 teams to engage in warfare around the large encampment of the Land of Earth or along the supply lines, achieving the commendable feat of decapitating 89 ninjas of Chunin rank or higher. This achievement stirred disquiet among the Iwagakure forces, even prompting the seasoned Jonin, Hokage Tsuchibara, to feel the pressure, as he was acutely aware of the mediocrity of the Southern Expeditionary Force under his command. The fact that even the vanguard could be effortlessly annihilated by Uchiha Deguang's warriors illustrated the inadequacy of their strength. However, there was little to be done. The main forces of Iwagakure, under the directive of the Land of Earth's Daimyo, had been maneuvered by Tsuchikage Inoki into the Land of Rain, aiming to encircle the Rain ninjas led by Hanzo the Salamander. Although over 3,000 ninjas were dispatched towards the Land of Grass, they were merely a smokescreen. With a relatively average caliber of ninjas assigned to this contingent, not only did they lack elite demolition teams, a hallmark of Iwagakure, but also the ranks were filled with unremarkable Jonin, leaving their mid-level commanders equally mediocre. In such circumstances, facing the illustrious Uchiha clan instilled a sense of unease in Tsuchibara. Damn Uchiha! Are they aiming to ignite a war within the ninja world with such fervor? Clutching the latest casualty report, Tsuchibara trembled with rage. Why was he always the one to suffer? As an antiquated survivor from the Warring States period, Tsuchibara possessed considerable strength. However, his advanced age had naturally led to a decline in prowess compared to his younger days. Moreover, he had grown accustomed to a life of relative luxury within the village, diminishing his once fierce willingness to engage in desperate battles. 50 elite Jonin, among whom nearly 30 were renowned Uchiha with their 3-tomo Sharingan, gazed upon the intelligence compiled by the Iwagakure Umbu, and Tokyo could not help but emit a mournful wail. Among the ranks of ordinary ninjas, while Iwagakure had not summoned their most formidable forces, Tokyo held a semblance of confidence in engaging with Konoha. However, the ratio of ninja clans within the opposing army was alarmingly high, particularly with the illustrious Uchiha clan leading the charge. He found himself devoid of the courage to launch a large-scale counteroffensive, fearing that the true strength of his subordinates would be revealed in combat, inciting Uchiha Deguang to devise a sinister plan and mount a significant assault, at which point it would be too late to turn back. Conversely, Uchiha Deguang continued to dispatch elite Jonin squads to relentlessly attack the rear of Iwagakure, seeking to sever their supply lines and inflict substantial damage upon the living forces of the Iwagakure ninja army. Although Konoha's elite squads, comprised of Jonin, achieved frequent successes, Uchiha Deguang felt a swell of pride, yet simultaneously sensed that something was amiss. Perhaps Iwagakure was concocting some nefarious scheme aimed at dismantling the Konoha ninjas. Thus, the border conflict in the northern region of the Land of Grass gradually intensified amidst mutual caution and skirmishes founded on small squad tactics. Fire style, great fire extinguish. With the tiger seal firmly clasped, Uchiha Deguang puffed out his cheeks and unleashed a torrent of flames upon the unsuspecting Iwagakure patrol unit. The roaring inferno swiftly engulfed 5 Iwagakure ninjas, who could only emit a final, desperate wail before their souls departed this world. The remaining 8 Iwagakure ninjas met a swift demise at the hands of the Uchiha Jonin's coordinated assault. This is unusual. Uchiha Deguang furrowed his brow as he surveyed the Iwagakure patrol unit that he had easily encircled and annihilated. The lifeless bodies of Iwagakure ninjas lay haphazardly scattered across the ground, and an unsettling feeling gnawed at him, as though an ominous plot were looming over him. It is indeed peculiar, his companion, Hinata Tashiki, concurred. It was far too effortless. Although this was merely a patrol unit, the ease with which we decimated them is troubling. Furthermore, Iwagakure has shown no indication of deploying a larger force for retaliation, even though Uchiha Deguang led an elite reconnaissance team composed of 8 Jonin. It is extraordinary to have wiped out several Iwagakure units without any response from their main camp. If Iwagakure possesses such combat prowess, how do they maintain their stature alongside Konoha as one of the 5 great shinobi villages? Uchiha Deguang felt a growing agitation. Toshiki, have you managed to observe the conditions of the Iwagakure camp? Not yet. The distance remains too great. At that moment, an Uchiha Jonin retrieved a map from his ninja tool pouch, and after a brief comparison, identified their location. Lord Deguang, we are approximately 5 kilometers away from the Iwagakure camp. 5 kilometers is not a significant distance for a ninja. With such a commotion from the ninjutsu, Iwagakure had no reason to be unaware of the attack. Uchiha Deguang scrutinized the map, his brow furrowing even deeper. Shall we continue our reconnaissance? Hinata Toshiki timidly inquired. Perhaps not, Uchiha Deguang contemplated, deeming it unnecessary to risk falling into Iwagakure's trap. Uchiha Deguang gazed in the direction of the Iwagakure camp, acutely aware that perceptive ninjas were employing secret techniques to probe the situation here. However, he lacked any means to counteract their sensory ninjutsu. Perhaps Iwagakure was deliberately sending out expendable forces to test the intelligence of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Deguang felt as though he had stumbled upon a hint of clarity. Even the typically carefree and impassioned Uchiha were beginning to sense something amiss, finding Iwagakure's tactics rather perplexing. When would the ninja from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi trio arrive? Uchiha Deguang pinned his hopes on the Inuzuka clan, wishing they could utilize the corpses of Iwagakure's fallen to extract memories from the deceased's minds through their secret techniques. They were expected to arrive around noon the day after tomorrow, as reported by the Uchiha ninja responsible for communications. Very well, ensure the bodies are preserved. Once they arrive, we shall entrust the task of memory extraction to the Inuzuka clan, and then we will ascertain Iwagakure's strategic layout. Meanwhile, at the Iwagakure camp, the leader of the Iwagakure ninja army, Tsuchido, glared in the direction of Uchiha Deguang, his teeth clenched in frustration. As an external ninja force, they certainly had no shortage of sensory ninjas. Uchiha's forces had penetrated 5 kilometers into the camp, systematically eliminating patrols, while he, as their commander, felt utterly powerless to quell the turmoil. Ultimately, it came down to the issue of combat prowess. The ninja army he commanded was indeed composed of mediocre ninjas from the village, their combat capabilities rather ordinary. However, it was imperative that Uchiha Deguang remained unaware of the underlying circumstances. Otherwise, should the Konoha ninja army be inspired to act, the fate of his Iwagakure forces would be dire. My lord Tsuchido, the Uchiha have retreated, reported the sensory ninja, his voice trembling as he conveyed his findings. Although his abilities were modest, his heightened senses allowed him to perceive that the young boy in the distance, whose chakra response was notably strong, had clearly detected his probing and had scrutinized his position for quite some time, leaving him in a state of panic. Deploy personnel and clear the battlefield, Tsuchido commanded. As an experienced Jonin who had survived since the Warring States period, he suddenly realized how aged he had become. To be confronted by a younger generation and find himself utterly powerless, forced to stand by and watch as his subordinates were slain. How humiliating. Let them depart before we act, he muttered, his back further hunched in resignation. Uchiha Deguang stood atop a hill 3 kilometers from the Iwagakure camp, gazing towards the distant stronghold. Though the distance was considerable, the enhancement in vision granted by his Sharingan, albeit inferior to that of the Byakugan, allowed him to discern the vague silhouettes of Iwagakure ninjas in the distance. Akimichi Torike's had not let him down. Just yesterday, 9 ninjas from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi trio had reported to the Northwest Border Defense Forces under a Konoha directive and were promptly assigned to the front lines alongside Uchiha Deguang by Uchiha Hiruzen. The ninjas from the Inuzuka clan acted decisively. Following Uchiha Deguang's orders, they forcefully invaded the minds of the captured, resulting in 3 severely incapacitated individuals, from whom they successfully extracted the necessary intelligence. This Iwagakure unit was merely a decoy, a secondary force meant to mislead. The truly elite Iwagakure forces stand poised at the western borders of the Land of Earth, confronting the hidden cloud ninjas, while simultaneously maintaining a clandestine presence in the Land of Rain, preparing to launch an assault on the Rain Shinobi village. In light of this situation, the decision to continue the offensive against Iwagakure has become a complex dilemma. The reasoning is straightforward. The main encampment of the Iwagakure shinobi remains within the territory of the Land of Earth. Conducting large-scale cross-border military operations differs significantly from executing precision strikes by elite teams. In the latter scenario, ensuring no survivors or captured operatives results in a standard conflict between ninja villages. However, if hundreds or even thousands of Leaf Shinobi were to breach the borders and assault the Iwagakure encampment, regardless of the outcome, both the Land of Earth and Iwagakure would be compelled to regard it as an act of war, responding with all their might, a line that cannot be crossed. For ninjas, the initiation of war is a prerogative reserved for the Kage and the Daimyo. Instigating conflict unilaterally is not merely a slight against the Hokage's authority. Among the newly assigned 3 teams, the combination of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi includes a particularly insightful Jonin from the Nara clan, Nara-Ino-Shika, who articulates this analysis. Uchiha Deguang, however, finds himself in a predicament. Under ordinary circumstances, he might disregard the Hokage's authority, but when it comes to national warfare, caution is paramount. After all, he commands merely 1,000 shinobi, a majority of whom are from the Uchiha clan. Although intelligence suggests that defeating the current Iwagakure forces should not pose a significant challenge, a large-scale assault on their encampment would undoubtedly qualify as an act of war, exceeding the commander's jurisdiction over border operations. Uchiha Deguang remains discontented. Based on recent skirmishes and assessments, coupled with comprehensive intelligence analysis, the Iwagakure forces clearly represent a weaker contingent. Yet, to have such a prime opportunity presented before him, only to remain passive, is a torment to a ravenous cat. The Uchiha clan, known for their affinity for felines, shares this sentiment. Many Uchiha shinobi accompanying him have approached Deguang, eagerly offering to be the first to charge into the fray, wielding blades, ninjutsu, and the Sharingan to deliver a profound lesson to Iwagakure. Deguang has resolutely declined their fervent requests. While the ordinary Uchiha may lack political acumen, as the designated successor of the radical faction, he cannot afford such a luxury. The distinctions between border skirmishes and invasions are starkly different concepts. Nevertheless, while he does not authorize a direct assault on the Iwagakure encampment within the Land of Earth, he sees no reason to halt the ongoing precision strikes against Iwagakure scouts and communication ninjas. He himself approaches the Iwagakure lines, harboring thoughts of luring the enemy into a counterattack. However, Iwagakure adopts a defensive posture, erecting formidable earthen walls. Whenever Uchiha Deguang displays signs of advancing, they respond with low to mid-tier ninjutsu such as earth bullets and earth spikes to disrupt his movements, employing earth wall techniques to alter the terrain and impede encirclement, all while a contingent of ninjas collectively defends, leaving Deguang and his fellow Uchiha Jonin bereft of opportunities for a strike. Let us withdraw. Uchiha Deguang turns to his accompanying Jonin and states, confronted with the seemingly impenetrable fortress of Iwagakure, the opportunity for a decisive strike remained elusive, rendering further delay meaningless. The assembly of Uchiha ninjas found themselves bereft of viable alternatives, as they faced a military force comprising the 5 great nations. Even if it were merely a secondary unit, the absence of large-scale coordinated jutsu assaults rendered it impossible for a handful of elite shinobi to make any significant impact. Has there been no response from the village? Hinata Junshu inquired, his heart filled with frustration. To achieve great deeds yet be denied recognition is a bitter pill to swallow. And even the usually composed and noble Hinata clan felt a stir of discontent. The bureaucrats in the village are utterly ridiculous. Such critical intelligence should not be delayed. Uchiha Kenji, a Jonin escorting the group, lamented with palpable annoyance. The others, however, chose to ignore his grievances. For disparaging the Hokage's administration was merely a quotidian affair for the Uchiha clan, hardly warranting discretion. The uncertainty lingered. Would Iwagakure dispatch reinforcements? Timely intelligence could have allowed for a strategy of encirclement and distraction. Although Uchiha Tokugawa shared the sentiment of frustration, he recognized the futility of recklessly assaulting the well-fortified Iwagakure encampment. Each Uchiha ninja was a cherished asset, too precious to squander in a futile attack against fortified defenses. Nara-Kohei carefully considered his words. Based on past experiences, it was generally unwise to mount an offensive against Iwagakure without a numerical advantage of at least 2-1. Uchiha Tokugawa was acutely aware of Iwagakure's defensive prowess, bolstered by their disciplined ranks. Arguably the most formidable among the 5 great shinobi villages, having previously overwhelmed the third Raikage through sheer numbers. Of course, I am aware of this, Uchiha Tokugawa replied, his restraint evident. Yet, the absence of an opportunity to confront a Wagakure directly was indeed a source of regret. If only we could provoke them into revealing their hand. The Uchiha clan unanimously agreed. They had not been idle during the past few days, attempting to infiltrate the Wagakure camp to sow chaos. However, they were met with a barrage of earth-style ninjutsu before they could even approach the perimeter, forcing a hasty retreat. Let us not dwell on this. After all, the lives of Konoha's ninjas are far more valuable than those of a Wagakure. It is not worth the needless sacrifice. Uchiha Tokugawa consoled his comrades, and the Jonin nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office back in Konoha, a heated debate erupted over the frontline reports. Arrogant. Uchiha is utterly reckless. Mito Gate Inazuma seethed, incensed that Uchiha Tokugawa had dared to disregard orders and launch an incursion into a Wagakure. Did he not fear inciting war between the nations? As the one overseeing diplomatic relations with other ninja villages, Mito viewed Tokugawa's actions as a calculated provocation towards conflict. Indeed, Hiruzen, this impudent youth must be reprimanded, Tsunade Koharu insisted, asserting that the Uchiha clan were incorrigible warmongers whose actions had dire repercussions. But how shall we punish him? For winning against a Wagakure? Or for cleansing the underground forces of the Land of Grass only after securing the Daimyo's consent? Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, remained focused on the matter at hand. You cannot show bias towards him. Mito Minyan expressed his discontent, stating that the Uchiha clan dispatched ninjas to ambush and eliminate the rock-hidden ninjas within the Land of Earth. Should Inoki rise in anger, the two great ninja villages could declare war, resulting in an unknown number of casualties among our shinobi. Moreover, they have blatantly disregarded the imperial edict. Sakuchiru then interjected, asserting that such provocative actions are designed to drag the village into the mire of war, and those who act so recklessly must face severe punishment. The third Hokage found himself at a loss for words. Have you forgotten? The first imperial edict was already rejected by the Fire Gate's Jonin descent. Humph. The Uchiha clan clearly lacks respect for others. Sakuchiru continued to fume. Enough. There is no need to be angry with the Uchiha. The third Hokage sighed in resignation, noting how these two advisors had become so radical in the absence of Danzo. The pressing issue remains. Is a Wagakure inclined towards war or peace? We must swiftly devise a countermeasure. The village's operational forces have already been significantly depleted. Should we engage in battle with a Wagakure, we would need to regroup the shinobi forces. Sakuchiru furrowed her brow, troubled by the additional requirement to summon clan ninjas to participate, which entails a considerable financial burden. As the Hokage, the third also found himself troubled by monetary concerns. The saying goes, when the cannon sounds, a fortune is required. This adage holds true for the shinobi army as well. From the assembly of ninja forces to the supply of equipment, procurement of medicinal supplies, and treatment, substantial financial investment is necessary. Yen, if you have the time, could you perhaps visit the capital to meet with the daimyo and request additional funds? After much contemplation, it seems we must rely on the wealthy to contribute gold. Very well. Mito Minyan nodded steadily. Now, back to the main topic. The third Hokage surveyed the two, asking, are we to pursue war or peace with a Wagakure? Let us command the Uchiha to withdraw. After a moment of contemplation, Sakuchiru concluded that even if we were to defeat the Wagakure's border forces, the village would lack the capacity to further reinforce our army and expand our victories. It would be wiser to retreat to avoid further losses in our ranks. The third Hokage and Mito Minyan agreed that this was the only viable course of action. Furthermore, the Fire Gate has requested to allocate the shinobi army for a so-called strategic counterattack against a Wagakure, along with a requisition list of supplies. The third Hokage handed the information to Mito Minyan. So many demands from the Uchiha? Mito Minyan glanced at the requisition list, feeling a headache coming on. We cannot dispatch any more shinobi. We must make it clear that we will hold our position in the Land of Grass. Sakuchiru continued, at least regarding the supplies. We should wait for the daimyo's allocation before discussing material resources. Indeed, the situation from the direction of the Land of Rain is the most perilous. Mito Minyan concurred with Sakuchiru's assessment. The border forces of a Wagakure are merely a smokescreen, and not only a Wagakure, but even Tsunagekyure's elite puppet troops have appeared in large numbers in the Land of Rain, where the conflict is of greater significance. We cannot afford to lose sight of the larger picture due to minor skirmishes. In that case, let us send a reply ordering Uchiha Deguang to withdraw back into the land of grass. After a moment's reflection, the third Hokage too deemed the battlefield in the land of rain to be of greater importance. The young Deguang, despite his youth, has indeed shown remarkable capability in leading the shinobi army to defeat a portion of a Wagakure. He should not be underestimated. Mito Minyen felt a sense of nostalgia. The Uchiha truly embodies a sense of ancient valor. The two advisors fell silent. Aside from the Warring States period, there has never been a case of someone commanding a ninja army at such a young age since the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages. This is strikingly reminiscent of the youthful demeanor of Uchiha Madara. The war against a Wagakure could not continue. At the very least, a proactive assault was out of the question. The ceasefire decree from the Hokage was conveyed through a summoned beast, first relayed to the front line of the Konoha forces stationed in the land of rain. Jiraiya, a student of the Hokage, hastily made his way to the main camp of the defense forces stationed at the northwest border of the land of grass. Tasked with delivering the order to recall Uchiha Deguang and his subordinates, who were preparing for a cross-border offensive in the northern territories of the land of grass. Uchiha Hamura found himself in a somewhat helpless position, confronted with the authoritative presence of Jiraiya, the bearer of the Hokage's decree. He could not resort to the underhanded tactics typically employed against the Umbu. Reluctantly, he dispatched a messenger to accompany Jiraiya to the northern front line where Uchiha Deguang was stationed. Withdraw? Are you certain this is not a decree from the Tsuchikage? Uchiha Deguang raised an eyebrow, glaring with his 3-tomo Sharingan at the youthful Jiraiya, visibly displeased. At that moment, Uchiha Deguang was situated on a hill within the borders of the Land of Earth, approximately 10 kilometers from the Iwagakure camp. Having just established his frontline command post there, he received such a decree, which naturally fueled his ire. Frustrated, he spoke somewhat rudely. The southern forces of Iwagakure remained steadfast, and without a formal declaration of war, the majority of the ninja army could not launch a large-scale offensive across the border. Despite leading his elite Jonin in provocations, he had achieved little, suffering instead at the hands of Iwagakure's combined earth techniques. At this juncture, rather than issuing a declaration of war to organize a large-scale assault to decisively defeat Iwagakure, the emergency order to retreat was perplexing. Was the Hokage's true identity that of the Tsuchikage? Commander Deguang, Jiraiya felt quite uncomfortable under Deguang's 3-tomo gaze. There was no doubt that this was the Hokage's decree. The order had been transmitted directly from the Hokage's office to the border troops via a summoned beast, its authenticity beyond question. Oh, so the border troops have summoned beasts that can directly receive orders from the Hokage's office, Uchiha Deguang remarked with a hint of sarcasm. I was under the impression that communication between the village and various divisions relied on our border defense forces using the wings of ninja eagles and the legs of the messenger Umbu. Every border unit has such capabilities. If your unit is lacking personnel, you may directly request reinforcements from the Hokage. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing crimson. Well, I certainly do not wish to be inundated with trivial orders, such as instructing a certain low-ranking ninja to advance 50 meters from the front line. Uchiha Deguang unabashedly expressed his discontent. It was well known that the Uchiha clan harbored grievances against the Hokage lineage, and as the heir of the Uchiha radicals, he felt no need to be overly courteous to Jiraiya, a student of the Hokage. Commander Deguang, the Hokage is the leader of Konoha. Please adjust your attitude and maintain the necessary respect, Jiraiya said, his dissatisfaction palpable. May I ask, Jiraiya, do you truly believe this decree is justified? Not only Uchiha Deguang, but also the surrounding Uchiha Jonin cast unfriendly glances at Jiraiya. Among the foreign ninja clans, the Uchiha supporters also expressed their dissatisfaction, while the Hyuga clan maintained their stoic expressions, and the commoners kept their heads down in silence, with the Inuzuka clan displaying evident apprehension. Deguang commanded that the Hokage possesses reliable intelligence to assess the situation, and as ninjas of Konoha, we simply need to follow orders. Jiraiya took a deep breath to calm his tumultuous emotions. You are still young. If you cannot manage the chaos of a great nation-s war, it is best to heed the Hokage's words. However, before he could finish, Uchiha Deguang suddenly drew his sword, striking at Jiraiya with lightning speed. The abruptness of the attack caught Jiraiya off guard, forcing him to retreat just in time to avoid the blade's edge. Though the fabric of his Jonin vest was nonetheless torn, he narrowly evaded a grievous injury. Do you realize the grave sin of attacking a comrade from our village? Jiraiya exclaimed, both startled and enraged. Are you truly willing to defy the village's decree? The surrounding Jonin stirred restlessly, yet none stepped forward to dissuade Uchiha Deguang. Instead, the Uchiha clan's Jonin readied their blades, their left thumbs deftly maneuvering the hilt in preparation for combat. I speak to you kindly, yet steel does not show mercy. Uchiha Deguang remarked with a smile. Jiraiya Jonin, do you believe I can be restrained? Jiraiya gasped, incredulous. Is this truly the reason for drawing blades against a fellow villager? At merely 8 years old, having awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Deguang, despite his youthful beauty and tall stature, exuded a chilling aura of lethal intent that even seasoned Jonin like Jiraiya found unsettling. Are you certain you wish to defy the Hokage's decree? Jiraiya's expression grew serious. His gaze averted from Deguang's eyes. To oppose the Hokage's order is to be deemed a rogue ninja by regulation. Once more, the Jonin around them stirred, yet none intervened, leaving Jiraiya astonished. He had not anticipated such a strong grasp of the ninja forces from the young Uchiha Deguang. TSK, Uchiha Deguang scoffed, indeed. The Hokage's decree is a favored tactic of those in his circle. Since the Hokage's ceasefire proclamation has been expedited, we have no choice but to comply. He sheathed his sword, adding, however, I must remind you, Jiraiya Jonin, that we, as Jonin, possess the right to dispute the Hokage's commands. Moreover, in our military roles, we hold significant independent command authority to safeguard the interests of our troops and the overall situation. It is said that a general in the field is not bound by the Shadow's orders. I trust Jiraiya Jonin is aware of this. Jiraiya was taken aback, while the other Jonin nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his words. The rights of Jonin had always been a contentious topic within the ninja village. As the highest rank among ninjas, Jonin naturally formed part of the village's decision-making body. Significant resolutions required deliberation and approval through the Jonin Council and the Ninja Clan Council before implementation, ensuring the greatest possible unity of purpose within the village. The distinction between Jonin and Chunin is significant. The transition from Jinin to Chunin necessitates passing the Chunin exams. However, the criteria for ascending to Jonin are markedly more stringent. Not only must candidates demonstrate specific prowess in combat, but they are also required to secure endorsements from at least 3 Jonin and obtain the Hokage's consent. Furthermore, a broader perspective and command capabilities are essential. Thus, prior to the conflict, the Hokage, in an effort to maintain power and balance the influence of the clans with that of common ninjas, intentionally tightened the allocation of Jonin ranks, favoring those from the Ninja Academy, thereby capping the number of Jonin at approximately 300. Consequently, many formidable clan ninjas were unable to attain the Jonin title. However, since the onset of war, the insufficient number of newly promoted common ninjas, especially Jonin, compelled the opening of Jonin evaluations, allowing a significant number of strong clan ninjas to be promoted to Jonin to bolster troop strength. Among them, Uchiha Deku was directly elevated to Special Jonin due to his achievements in leading the eradication of underground forces within the Land of Grass, subsequently advancing to Jonin through his commendable feats. The perspectives regarding the rights of Jonin differ markedly between clan ninjas and common ninjas. Clan Jonin place considerable importance on these rights, while common ninjas exhibit a lack of concern, a disparity often linked to the varying stakes involved. Regardless, when faced with an urgent decree from the Hokage, even the most high-ranking commanders of the ninja army must comply, with any objections being reserved for discussion at Jonin meetings. The Jonin acted with remarkable efficiency, and the frontline command post within the Land of Earth was minimally organized. After securing essential documents and personal belongings within sealing scrolls, they incinerated tents and other items with a few fireball techniques, marking the conclusion of their operations within the territory. During the retreat, Uchiha Deku displayed signs of discontent, while the accompanying Jonin, whether of the Uchiha clan or common ninjas, remained focused solely on their journey. Jiraiya attempted to initiate conversation but received no response. Thus he resigned to silence and continued on. Lord Deku. The returning figures from the direction of the Land of Earth were swiftly spotted by the border forces stationed at the northern mountain city. After confirmation through the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan that it was the commanding officer, a contingent of ninjas hastily assembled to offer their assistance. Yes, it is I. Uchiha Deku produced a seal from his robes and tossed it to the leading Jonin, Uchiha Choshin, instructing him to relay a message back to headquarters convening the Jonin. Understood. Uchiha Choshin accepted the seal, drafted an official document on the spot, affixed the seal, and handed it to a messenger ninja before returning the seal to Uchiha Deku. Lord Deku, Uchiha Choshin inquired with an air of trepidation, as Jiraiya had proceeded directly to the front line from the encampment in the Land of Grass. The garrison ninjas in the mountain city were yet unaware of the withdrawal. The Hokage has ordered a retreat, Uchiha Deku stated matter-of-factly. Uchiha Choshin expressed surprise. But our forces were fully prepared. Why the withdrawal? The Hokage possesses his own calculations. As members of Konoha, we shall adhere to his edict, Jiraiya interjected, his brow furrowed in concern. The warlike demeanor exhibited by the Uchiha ninjas, particularly those under the command of Uchiha Deguang, instilled a profound discontent within him regarding their blatant disregard for the Hokage. Lord Deguang, we have already uncovered intelligence on the Iwagakure ninja army. Uchiha Shoshin, in a state of agitation, argued fervently with Uchiha Deguang, dismissing Jiraiya's words, lamenting the squandered achievements. With a sigh, Uchiha Deguang acknowledged that there was no point in further discussion at this juncture. The ninjas of the Border Defense Unit exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain whether the order originated from the Hokage or the Tsuchikage. With a curt remark, Uchiha Deguang rose and set off towards the mountain castle. Jiraiya, his face alternating between shades of red and white in frustration, had no choice but to follow closely behind Uchiha Deguang. For the vice commander of the Northwest Border Defense had yet to sign the formal order for the ninja army's withdrawal, leaving Jiraiya unable to fulfill his responsibilities. Within the castle's main keep, a gathering of Jonin, summoned by a notice, hastily returned from various front lines, engaged in hushed discussions. The sudden summoning of the commander, who had been orchestrating frontline raids within the Land of Earth, left them bewildered. Upon Uchiha Deguang's return with his assembly, the previously murmuring Jonin rose in unison, bowing in respect. We have received a decree from the Hokage. Henceforth, our unit shall cease all offensive actions against Iwagakure, Uchiha Deguang declared without preamble, taking his seat. Aside from the 1st Border Unit, both the Uchiha contingent and the Grass Ninja Alliance shall withdraw immediately. A shocked silence enveloped the room as his proclamation resonated. The Grass Ninja Jonin present, seated at the end of the assembly, was particularly alarmed. Lord Deguang, you cannot forsake the Land of Grass, he protested. This is the Hokage's decree, and we are left with no choice. Uchiha Deguang replied with indifference, we shall not abandon our allies. We are merely adhering to the decree by refraining from initiating further hostilities against Iwagakure. The Grass Ninja Jonin, frantic as a fly in a hot pan, was not so much concerned with the Hokage's order as he was with the impending withdrawal, which would severely jeopardize his prospects for accolades and rewards. He had painstakingly secured his position through a web of interests within the Grass Ninja village, and to withdraw before reaping the benefits would be a tremendous loss. Enough words. Uchiha Deguang's sharp command silenced the previously raucous meeting hall, leaving the Jonin in a state of subdued compliance. This display of authority left Jiraiya, who had been observing with detached interest, silently astounded. He had not anticipated that a Uchiha youth, not yet 10 years old, could wield such influence, with a single command. Dozens of Jonin bowed in submission. Initially, he had presumed Uchiha Deguang's strength lay solely in his prowess. But it became clear that his standing within the ninja ranks was remarkably elevated. The Northwest Border Defense had indeed become the Uchiha's domain, Jiraiya mused with a sigh. As a student of the Hokage, he enjoyed numerous privileges, yet despite his exceptional promotions, he had only attained the rank of a commander within the Rain Country's dispatched forces. In terms of prestige, he realized, he could scarcely compare to Uchiha Deguang's dominance in the Northwest Border Defense. This distinction highlights the differences between the clan ninjas and the civilian ninjas. Clan ninjas possess their own troops, while prominent clans can even field their own armies. The authority and the ease of acquiring military achievements are significantly greater for clan ninjas compared to their civilian counterparts, particularly in the defense forces of the Northwest Border. Over half of the ninjas are from the Uchiha clan and their affiliated clan ninjas. Despite his youth, Uchiha Deguang carries the prestige of a great clan and possesses exceptional strength, having awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan. He is regarded as the rightful leader among the Uchiha, especially within the more radical factions. His capabilities in strategic deployment before battles, his valor during combat, and his management of post-war compensations are all commendable. With multiple advantages stacking in his favor, his control over the ninja army surpasses that of other border commanders. A decree has been issued, and there should be no doubt among you all. Uchiha Deguang raised the war cessation decree issued by the Hokage, the highest-level urgent edict. Even if we were to invoke the dissenting rights of the Jonin, we could not immediately countermand it, so we shall proceed accordingly. The Jonin reluctantly bowed their heads in compliance. The relationship between the clans and the Kage resembles that of shareholders and professional managers. Meetings concerning the interests of the elite clans are akin to shareholder meetings, while important decision-making gatherings of Jonin resemble executive board meetings. The establishment of Konoha should be viewed not merely as the birth of a regime, but rather as the formation of a military conglomerate. During the tenures of the first and second generations of Hokage, the practical affairs were managed by the two major stakeholders in the founding of Konoha, the Senju and Uchiha clans. Among them, the Senju clan was the most formidable, holding absolute control at the time, thus securing the positions of Hokage for both generations, akin to simultaneously serving as both chairman and chief executive officer. During the First Shinobi World War, the Senju clan valiantly engaged in all battles, facing relentless attrition, which severely depleted their ranks. Consequently, the youthful ninjas of the Senju were few, and their strength was considerably diminished. In contrast, the Uchiha clan remained largely suppressed within the village. Apart from the Uchiha Kagami branch, the other members endured a prolonged period in the police force, which allowed them to conserve their clan's vitality. The ascension of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was both the legacy of the second Hokage and a result of the clan's compromise. The Uchiha clan, having preserved its strength intact, posed a significant threat, especially in the absence of the Senju to restrain them. Should the Uchiha produce a Hokage, Konoha would almost entirely reflect the Uchiha's influence. Uchiha Deguang's rapid rise from a clan youth to a commander of a border unit was not solely attributed to his family's delegation of authority, but also to the ongoing efforts of the village's upper echelons to diminish the power of the elite clans. However, it is likely that neither the Hokage nor the advisors anticipated that, despite the most dire circumstances and the stark power disparity faced by the Northwest Border Defense Forces, the reinforcements from the Uchiha clan would embolden them to decisively eliminate the unrest in the Land of Grass and even advance into the Land of Earth, compelling Iwagakure to remain on the defensive. This scenario is akin to a professional manager who initially intended for the naive heir of a shareholder to take over a nearly bankrupt subsidiary, merely to witness the shareholder's financial embarrassment. Unexpectedly, the young master showcases remarkable prowess, turning losses into profits, leaving the corporate management in a state of dismay with no recourse. Upon retreating from the front lines back to the garrison, Uchiha Deguang entrusted all administrative matters to his aide, Nara-Ino-Shika, while he began to contemplate the intricacies of ninjutsu training. From a young age, Uchiha Deguang was guided by Elder Shana, receiving a standard education befitting a member of the Uchiha clan. As a prestigious lineage with a rich history spanning millennia, the Uchiha clan possessed a plethora of training resources. Moreover, as a radical heir of the next generation, almost all ninjutsu manuals were accessible to him. Coupled with his extraordinary spiritual energy and the insights from his previous life, his progress in ninjutsu was rapid, far surpassing that of his peers. The Uchiha clan's mastery of ninjutsu is undeniably profound, particularly in their expertise with fire release techniques, which are as vast as the clouds. However, this presents a dilemma. Should he strictly adhere to the Uchiha clan's traditional training path, Uchiha Deguang's accomplishments would likely only reach the level of Uchiha Azuna, the younger brother of Uchiha Madara, as he lacks the enhancement provided by Indra's chakra. Uchiha Deguang's primary strength lies in his absolute control over chakra and his exceptionally vast spiritual energy. However, his physical capabilities are not markedly different from those of an ordinary Uchiha, and since chakra is derived from the amalgamation of physical prowess and spiritual energy, his relatively average physical attributes naturally limit his chakra capacity. His research direction is clear: to conceptualize a ninjutsu system based on fire release. The attributes of fire release typically manifest in high temperatures and explosive attacks. However, Uchiha Deguang envisions infusing it with a process of refinement and sublimation. It resembles the cultivation of a practitioner from his previous life's Immortal Tales, where the essence of fire serves as the foundational alchemical fire for honing the golden elixir, continuously elevating oneself. First and foremost, one must possess a golden elixir. Uchiha Deguang's concept, albeit fantastical, is not without merit, for fire release is the Uchiha clan's forte, and any peculiarities he conjures can ultimately be salvaged. The notion of the golden elixir, as depicted in various records from his past life, is abundant with interpretations. Yet a common thread emerges. The golden elixir is one of the manifestations of dual cultivation of life and spirit. The term gold signifies immortality, while elixir denotes completeness, thus coining the term golden elixir. The immortal completeness is precisely Uchiha Deguang's aspiration in this life. As he gradually reminisces through the scenes of his past and peruses the ninjutsu materials, the advantage of his formidable spiritual energy becomes apparent. His memory is exceptionally acute, allowing him to recall nearly everything he has diligently studied. The golden elixir is indeed the fruition of dual cultivation of life and spirit. Accordingly, within Uchiha Deguang, it may manifest as fire release chakra, shadow release chakra, and the synergy of these energies representing the union of physical prowess and spiritual essence. While shadow release chakra epitomizes the ultimate elevation of spiritual energy, essentially, life itself, he cautiously began to channel the chakra within his body. The concept of the dantian perplexed Uchiha Deguang as he pondered its whereabouts. Although he had encountered the terminology of dantian and the Rin and Du meridians numerous times, the quest for their precise location proved to be a formidable challenge. Disregarding his confusion, he resolved to channel his chakra to the heart, given that in his previous life, the center of the 5 elements, specifically the heart, was associated with fire. As the chakra coalesced, Uchiha Deguang distinctly felt his heartbeat quickening and his blood surging, as though he had been injected with a dose of adrenaline, followed by a rapid rise in body temperature. He hastily refined the yin release chakra from his head and directed it to his heart. This yin release chakra acted like a coolant, exerting control to suppress the volatile nature of the fire release chakra, which was prone to instability. With meticulous focus, Uchiha Deguang gradually adjusted the ratio of fire release to yin release chakra. Under the influence of these 2 elemental chakras, he sensed the once furious fire release chakra becoming increasingly docile, beginning to manifest the desired attributes in accordance with his inner vision. Ultimately, the ratio of fire to yin release chakra stabilized at approximately 2:1. The sound of his heartbeat intensified and quickened, yet his body temperature remained steady. Subsequently, the chakra circulation began to stabilize, aligning his heartbeat with a steady rhythm. Within the confines of Uchiha Deguang's mental vision, the red fire release chakra and the black yin release chakra whirled together in a harmonious dance, merging to produce a new purple energy. He mused upon whether this combination of elemental chakras constituted a form of golden core power or a bloodline limit. The manifestations of bloodline limits typically included the fusion of 2 chakra natures to create a new ninjutsu, such as scorch release, which combined fire and wind release, or ice release, which melded water and wind release. Alternatively, they could grant unique abilities to specific organs, as seen in the Uchiha clan's Sharingan or the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. As for the fusion of yin and fire release chakra, should it be termed yin fire release? The name seemed somewhat cumbersome. Perhaps flame release would be more appealing. Intrigued by this nascent chakra power born from exploration, Uchiha Deguang disregarded any potential repercussions on his body from his experimental endeavors with chakra. He further experimented with the fusion of fire and yin release chakra in other parts of his body, only to discover that the efficiency paled in comparison to that achieved at the heart. Perhaps this was related to the elemental properties of the internal organs. The pressing question remained: how to sustain this cycle? Uchiha Deguang found himself in a quandary. The current chakra operation relied on conscious control during meditation, and maintaining this chakra circulation posed the greatest challenge. After all, the newly formed flame release chakra was still quite feeble, its only apparent function being the enhancement of blood circulation, lacking any distinctive techniques. After much contemplation, and drawing upon the ninjutsu literature he had read in this life, as well as the eclectic lore from his past, Uchiha Deguang conceived an approach to sustain the flame release cycle through the use of sealing techniques. Thus, he turned his thoughts to the art of sealing. To address the issue effectively, the most suitable approach would undoubtedly be the yin sealing technique mastered by Tsunade. However, it is regrettable that the Uchiha clan cannot possess the profound sealing arts of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Therefore, Uchiha Deguang has no choice but to sift through the sealing technique literature he has perused in search of a fitting jutsu. After much contemplation and in light of his own circumstances, Uchiha Deguang discovered a potentially suitable sealing technique known as the four-symbol sealing. This technique involves the cyclical interplay of four elemental attributes to create a binding chain for sealing foreign powers. It is worth noting that the fire release is, in essence, a fusion of yin release and fire release. Thus, he aimed to simplify the four-symbol sealing in order to achieve a cycle using only two types of chakra. Through a series of endeavors, Uchiha Deguang devised a streamlined version of the four-symbol sealing. Since it involves the harmonious operation of two types of chakra, he aptly named it the two-instrument sealing. Gradually, Uchiha Deguang began to form hand seals while attuning himself to the changes within his chakra. After meticulous adjustments, he successfully completed a total of 7 hand seals for the newly formed two-instrument sealing. With a final gesture of bringing his palms together, he extracted and converged the dual chakra energies from within, directing them to his heart, where they manifested through his blood vessels into his palms. The fire release chakra coalesced into a fiery orb in his left hand, while the yin release chakra materialized as a dark mist in his right hand. In this position, the two manifested chakras began to clash and merge under the influence of his mental prowess and sealing technique, ultimately coalescing into a violet sphere of light in his palms. Success. Uchiha Deguang felt an exhilarating thrill. He was immensely satisfied with this outcome. As an ordinary individual without a research background, the ability to successfully create a new ninjutsu by integrating the imaginative concepts from his past life with the ninjutsu literature of this life is truly commendable. Especially since this newly devised sealing technique could establish an efficient chakra cyclical system, it was nothing short of perfection. Upon releasing his hands, he observed that each palm bore a tomo. The left hand's fire release manifested as a red tomo, while the right hand's yin release appeared as a black tomo. Even when his hands were apart, he could still sense an enigmatic connection between the chakras in his palms, sustaining the cyclical operation of the fire release chakra in his heart. Moreover, when his hands were joined, by simply gathering chakra in each hand, the stimulus from the fire release chakra in his heart, combined with the effect of the two types of chakra in his palms, would naturally lead to the external manifestation of the fire release chakra. In essence, if Uchiha Deguang could refine a technique based on this fire release power, he would essentially be able to achieve a jutsu akin to the exclusive mastery of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, where with a clap of his hands, he could summon whatever he desired. Eager to explore the practical application of the fire release power, Uchiha Deguang retrieved a bottle of military rations from his ninja tool pouch, uncapped it, and poured its contents directly into his mouth without a moment's hesitation, disregarding any potential side effects. What he yearned to delve into most was the specific application of the fire release power, which necessitated a substantial chakra supply. After the military grain pill is ingested, the chakra begins to digest its nutritional components in conjunction with the peristalsis of the intestines, generating a substantial amount of chakra energy. With a clap, Uchiha Deguang brings his hands together in prayer, and a sphere of purple light slowly emanates from his palms. Under the control of his mental energy, the purple light gradually takes on a flame-like form, and the chakra no longer dissipates into the external world. Gradually, the violet flame spreads from his palms, yet it does not scorch his clothing. The purple flames envelop his wrists, head, chest, waist, and legs, and soon, Uchiha Deguang is entirely cloaked in this violet aura. He reaches down and casually touches the ground. Hiss! The earth is swiftly burned away, creating a hole, the edges of which take on a glass-like sheen. Uchiha Deguang cannot help but marvel at this fortuitously acquired chakra energy. He is quite pleased with its destructive power, which is undeniably extraordinary, at least from his personal experience. The attribute damage of the fire-style chakra remains controllable. When released externally, it manifests as an aura of flame surrounding his body, causing no harm to his possessions and imparting a warm, comfortable sensation. However, with a relaxation of the mental control over the fire-style power, a unique combination of burning and explosive attributes can be formed. It can melt the gravel of the ground, with an instantaneous temperature explosion reaching approximately 2,000 to 3,000 degrees, far exceeding that of ordinary fire-style techniques. Uchiha Deguang is quite satisfied with this result, envisioning numerous applications. such as forming fireballs in a scorching style to turn enemies to ash in an instant. The future holds great promise. At this moment, Uchiha Deguang beams with delight. His usual composure completely forgotten. Surrounded by the violet flames, he conjures 2 fireballs that dance around him, an unstoppable force against gods and demons alike. The aura around him resembles that of a super scion. Suddenly, Uchiha Deguang is struck by a thought, raising his hands to observe the undulating purple flames, pondering deeply. Should this state be termed Super Uchiha Mode or Firestyle Chakra Mode? After withdrawing his troops from the border of the Land of Earth, Uchiha Deguang set aside his administrative duties to seek a tranquil place for cultivation. Meanwhile, the special envoy from the Hokage, Jiraiya, after obtaining the signed return document from Uchiha Deguang, transmitted the document back to Konoha via a summoning beast. However, he did not rush to leave. Instead, he lingered at the camp of the defense forces in the northwest border. As one of the 3 disciples of the Hokage and a strong envoy, Jiraiya, who is said to have received the legacy from one of the legendary summoning beasts of Mount Myaboku, finds his status as a Jonin somewhat overshadowed by the accumulation of buffs. Thus, he remains in the camp, much to the chagrin of Uchiha Hiruzen, Uchiha Deguang, and the strategist Nara-Ino-Shika, who reluctantly have to find him a place to stay as he roams about freely. Uchiha Deguang harbored no ill feelings towards Jiraiya. After all, based on the knowledge from his past life and his current interactions, he found little to dislike about the man. On the contrary, despite Jiraiya's humble origins, his unwavering spirit and chivalrous demeanor were commendable, although some held reservations due to Jiraiya's role as a messenger for the withdrawal order. His presence in the camp over the past few days, engaging with the various ninjas, had alleviated much of the dissatisfaction regarding the Hokage's decree. After several days of solitary contemplation in the mountains, Uchiha Deguang reached a bottleneck in his pursuit of the Super Uchiha Fire-style Chakra Mode. Moreover, the extensive consumption of chakra had depleted his training supplies, leaving him weary and fatigued. Consequently, he decided to conclude his training and return to the camp with his security detail. Within and around the camp, the patrols operated in an orderly fashion, and the medical and logistical teams fulfilled their respective duties, which greatly satisfied Uchiha Deguang. Regardless of his past or present, this marked his inaugural experience in leading a contingent, commanding an extraordinary army, and having them heed his orders filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. Upon arriving at the center of the camp, he was drawn to a commotion on one side, and, out of curiosity, approached to witness the spectacle, only to find his expression darkening. It transpired that Jiraiya was embroiled in a heated dispute with the logistical team and the Uchiha clansmen responsible for financial and material management, seemingly over issues regarding the disbursement of bounties. How could he tolerate such a scene? Uchiha Deguang felt his temper flare. The thought of his clansmen withholding bounties from the civilian ninjas, or the latter causing unrest, was intolerable. His suddenly sour mood rendered his chakra unstable, and a chilling, murderous aura began to permeate the air. Lord Deguang, Commander Deguang. The ninjas sensed Uchiha Deguang's menacing presence and bowed in respect. What is the cause of this uproar? Uchiha Deguang inquired coldly. Deguang, your clansmen are acting unjustly. They must be taught a lesson. Jiraiya exclaimed loudly. Uchiha Deguang's anger intensified. Being perceived as a child due to his youth was particularly galling to him. I ask you again, what is the cause of this uproar? Uchiha Deguang struggled to rein in the fury bubbling within, his voice dripping with malice. Does my camp have no regulations? The senior ninja Jiraiya claims that our military achievements and bounties are distributed unfairly, which has incited this disturbance, replied one of the Uchiha clansmen responsible for finances in haste. What is unjust? Have your achievements been withheld, or have your compensations been lost? Uchiha Deguang directed his gaze towards the group of civilian ninjas gathered behind Jiraiya. 12 individuals. Uchiha Deguang silently counted them, internally condemning them to a dire fate. The bounties for Uchiha ninjas are double those of others. This is unfair, Jiraiya stated defiantly, his head held high. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Deguang's fury surged further, his Sharingan unable to remain dormant. Is it for this reason? Indeed. As the commander of the Uchiha forces, one must administer rewards and punishments with fairness to garner respect. The position of commander is not a mere plaything for the Uchiha clan's power. Uchiha Deguang was incensed, his teeth grinding in frustration. Where is the commander of the Fire Gate? Lord Fire Gate, at the invitation of the Daimyo of the Land of Grass, has led a contingent of our clan out. An Uchiha ninja hurriedly responded. And what of Shinping? Summon him. Yes. A Uchiha ninja promptly bowed and swiftly departed to find the advisor. Jiraiya, the Jonin. Are you here to sow discord among our ranks? Uchiha Deguang remarked with a stern visage, his tone laced with menace. Are you not aware that the double bounty for Uchiha ninjas is an additional expenditure sanctioned by our clan? Deguang, you young rascal. The village has established a system of rewards and punishments that cannot be altered at will. Can clan ninjas receive special treatment? Jiraiya continued to protest vehemently. Take that matter to the old thief, Sarutobi. Uchiha Deguang dismissed him with a wave, issuing a direct command. Capture them. Should they dare to resist, execute them on the spot. Yes. The Uchiha ninjas, already simmering with anger, stepped forward, pairing off. One stood guard with a sword while the other produced chakra-binding ropes to restrain the troublemakers. The civilian ninjas, who had accompanied Jiraiya to incite chaos, were now too intimidated to move, casting pleading glances in Jiraiya's direction. How dare you? Jiraiya exclaimed, his face flushed with rage, pointing an accusing finger at Uchiha Deguang. Do you intend to harm the comrades of the village? The Uchiha ninjas paid him no heed, proceeding to bind and apprehend the disruptive ninjas. Jiraiya, I implore you to choose your words carefully. Nara-Ino-Shika, who had rushed over, was instantly terrified by Jiraiya's words and called out urgently. My apologies for my tardiness. Lord Deguang. Nara-Ino-Shika, drenched in sweat, bowed respectfully to Uchiha Deguang. Shinping, have I ever withheld the bounties or resources of the main force? Uchiha Deguang's cold Sharingan eyes focused on Nara-Ino-Shika. Never. Shinping wiped the cold sweat from his brow, knowing that Lord Deguang was always just in his dealings. Then why is the bounty for Uchiha ninjas doubled? Jiraiya interjected again. Nara-Shinping's inner thoughts were rife with expletives. Jiraiya. The bounty for Uchiha ninjas is an additional war allowance provided by the Uchiha clan, not from village funds. This practice is customary for clans when recruiting their ninjas for battle. Why then? Is the family allowance dispensed by the finance department of the Uchiha clan, while others are not? Each ninja clan has its own leader responsible for distribution. The camp or village does not interfere. The Uchiha clan has a larger number of ninjas deployed, and the finance officer is also an Uchiha ninja, hence this arrangement. Jiraiya was taken aback, glancing around to find the other observing ninjas watching with detached indifference. Hey, you, from the Hyuga clan. Jiraiya called out to the nearby Hyuga Jonin. Hyuga Seiji. Hyuga Seiji merely shot him a disdainful glance and ignored him. Take them away and confine them. Uchiha Deguang commanded the crowd to escort the disruptive ninja away. His gaze fixed on Jiraiya. Jiraiya, the esteemed Jonin, I shall temporarily overlook your indiscretion today. But I urge you to be mindful of your words and actions in the future. Should there be any further instances of indiscriminate disturbance that disrupts the morale of the troops, I will not hesitate to enact severe retribution. Additionally, I request that you vacate the headquarters by tomorrow. With that, he departed, leaving Jiraiya in an uncomfortable silence. Upon returning to his tent, Jiraiya sought an audience, persistently demanding entry to speak with Uchiha Deguang. Reluctantly, Uchiha Deguang permitted him to enter. Jiraiya, esteemed Jonin, what brings you here? Uchiha Deguang maintained his stern demeanor. I acknowledge my fault in today's events. My impulsive actions arose from a lack of understanding, Jiraiya said as he entered, bowing in apology. This matter is indeed my oversight, and I hope you will command the appropriate disciplinary measures. You are not under my command, and thus the responsibility of punishment does not fall upon me, Uchiha Deguang replied, his expression still unyielding. However, I shall report your reckless behavior back to the village and seek an explanation from your teacher. What of the detained ninjas? Can they be forgiven? Jiraiya inquired. They will be incorporated into the assault team, and if they survive the subsequent 3 battles, this matter will be considered resolved, Uchiha Deguang stated coldly. Of course, if the village issues orders for their removal, that is a different matter altogether. If they remain under my command, there shall be no possibility of additional clemency. Jiraiya sighed softly, realizing that someone had deliberately instigated him to cause trouble. Then, Commander Deguang, how do you perceive the village? The village is merely the village. What is there to admire? Uchiha Deguang's impatience grew with such vague inquiries. Commander Deguang, do you harbor discontent towards Lord Hokage? Jiraiya's eyes gleamed with intensity. Could you enlighten me as to why? All clans whose interests have been compromised harbor dissatisfaction, not just I, Uchiha Deguang replied, frowning. The clans chose Konoha because it safeguards their interests. They are willing to contribute to the village, but must receive commensurate returns. Yet, the common ninjas of the village have also made substantial contributions. Why have the extra allowances for the clans not benefited them? Distributing the clan's funds to the common ninjas? Uchiha Deguang chuckled in disbelief. Does Sarutobi believe the clan's resources are inexhaustible, or is he merely attempting to curry favor? Moreover, why should I concern myself with those outside my clan? Jiraiya hesitated, torn. The clan ninjas were not part of the village's ninja system. They fought for the village only upon summons from their families. In this context, the clans established their own combat allowances to care for their own, which was separate from the village's affairs. But that is not fair. Is it fair to distribute the clan's resources to others? Uchiha Deguang retorted bluntly. Esteemed Jonin Jiraiya, if you believe the rewards for accomplishments are inadequate, take it up with the Hokage yourself. However, do not presume to meddle in clan matters. Not even the Hokage dares to interfere. Isn't the Hokage the supreme leader of the village? The Hokage merely represents the interests of the village, not those of the clans. Please understand this distinction. Uchiha Deguang glared at Jiraiya, enunciating each word with a deliberate cadence. Our ninja clan has endured for a millennium, and we possess our own customs. No external party has the right to interfere with our actions. Jiraiya's expression was complex as he pondered the strained relationship between the Uchiha and the village. You, as a high-ranking ninja, are rather naive, Deguang criticized mercilessly. If you truly possess the ability, then go persuade the Hyuga clan to abolish their caged bird seal. Otherwise, do not engage me in this discourse. Jiraiya sighed heavily. What about the ninja clans and the civilian ninjas? Deguang retorted. In your eyes, what do they represent? Be it from a ninja clan or a civilian background. A ninja is a ninja, strength is paramount. Deguang's gaze was icy as he regarded the dejected Jiraiya. Strength is the foundation of dialogue and the essence of equality. I trust, Jiraiya, that you grasp this principle. But cannot there be a modicum of understanding for the village's comrades? Understanding? What sort of understanding are you speaking of? Should the ninja clan squander its wealth or allow its very existence to be divided and conquered? Deguang, your stance is excessively extreme. This is not extremism. I have stated. The ninja clan has its own position. We are not the village's plunderable sheep. There is no need for you to instruct the clan on how to conduct its affairs. Yet, as a prestigious family in the ninja world, should not the Uchiha bear a greater share of responsibility? Responsibility must correspond with rights. I believe our clan has exceeded the privileges we possess. Deguang, your perspective remains too narrow. The Senju clan is also a part of the ninja world. Yet the Senju now teeters on the brink of extinction. Deguang's expression remained impassive. Jiraiya's countenance morphed into one of peculiar bemusement. He opened his mouth, eager to articulate his thoughts yet unsure of where to begin, embodying a state of indecision. An awkward silence enveloped the tent as Deguang repeatedly offered tea to signal the end of the meeting, but Jiraiya remained lost in thought, oblivious to the gestures. Just as Deguang contemplated whether Jiraiya was unaware of the etiquette of tea service and was about to vocalize his desire for him to leave, Jiraiya straightened his face and resumed. Deguang, what if the interests of the ninja clan clash with those of the village? How should one navigate such a dilemma? You ought to consult your teacher. He is also the clan leader, Deguang replied, reluctant to provide a direct answer. I wish to hear your perspective, Jiraiya persisted, undeterred. After a prolonged exchange, Deguang's patience wore thin. Jiraiya, do you truly understand what the ninja clan represents? Jiraiya nodded, hesitating momentarily before shaking his head. The ninja clan is a sanctuary for its warriors, a vessel for the lineage of our bloodline, a nurturing ground for the offspring of the clan. Do you not find it absurd to pose such a question to me? And what of the village? Let me be straightforward, Jiraiya. When the interests of the ninja clan and the village are at odds, one must weigh the two and choose the lesser evil. Do you comprehend this? Jiraiya fell silent, rendered speechless. Thus, the conversation concluded on an unsatisfactory note. The leaders of the ninja villages are designated as shadows, with the leader of the Hidden Leaf Village known as the Hokage. In the Hidden Leaf Village, the title of Hokage is attributed to two differing narratives. One interpretation suggests that it symbolizes the collaboration between the Hidden Leaf and the Land of Fire. The other asserts that when the Senju and Uchiha clans united to establish the village, Hashirama Senju named the leader Hokage, while Madara Uchiha designated the village as the Hidden Leaf Village, each drawing from their own strengths. However, Following Madara Uchiha's departure from the village and his subsequent defeat by the first Hokage during an assault, the village's portrayal of the Hokage's title has overwhelmingly leaned towards the first explanation. The historical alliance between the Senju and Uchiha clans has gradually faded into obscurity. Buried beneath layers of old parchment, and aside from a few Uchiha clan members, it is seldom mentioned. This has also fueled the Uchiha clan's resentment towards the Hokage lineage. As one of the founding clans of the village, the Uchiha clan, after the Senju's withdrawal, was undoubtedly the foremost clan in both power and prestige within the Hidden Leaf and the broader shinobi world. In the eyes of most Uchiha, the position of Hokage was rightfully theirs. During the era of the second Hokage, there was still hope among the Uchiha clan for their member, Uchiha Kagami, to ascend to the Hokage position, especially with the presence of the second Hokage. Yet, following the second Hokage's untimely demise, his disciple, Hiruzen Sarutobi, ascended to the role based on a dubious will. Uchiha Kagami, once filled with promise, fell during the First Great Ninja War, leaving the Uchiha clan without representation in the upper echelons of the Hidden Leaf, relegated to the police force with little advancement. Fortunately, with the outbreak of large-scale border conflicts and the Hokage's misjudgment of the situation, believing that war was imminent and eager to diminish the Uchiha clan's strength, an entire defensive force from the northwestern border was entrusted to the Uchiha clan. Unbeknownst to them, this allowed the Uchiha to break free from their constraints, seizing the entire border force and nearly transforming the Land of Grass into their domain. The feudal lord of the Land of Grass invited Uchiha Hamura to lead a contingent to the capital, seeking to leverage their influence. The aging and ailing lord, with a young heir, wished to avoid court turmoil, and thus requested Uchiha Hamura's clan to protect the heir during his ceremonial elevation. After consulting with Elder Shinai, Uchiha Hamura accepted this long-term task. So, are the clan members now guardians of the feudal lord's heir in the Land of Grass? Upon returning from the Land of Grass, Uchiha Hamura spoke to Uchiha Deku about his recent endeavors. It seems so, especially since 12 clan members remained in the capital of the Land of Grass. Uchiha Deku expressed his astonishment, pondering aloud, hasn't the Land of Grass always supported the Grass Village? Why have they suddenly entrusted our clan with such a protective mission? Perhaps it is precisely because Kyuzugaku is supported by the Land of Grass that they seek our assistance. After all, our clan lacks any foundational ties or vested interests in the Land of Grass, and accepting the task of protection would undoubtedly reassure the current daimyo. Uchiha Deguang shares this sentiment, for the Uchiha clan is renowned and has recently achieved unparalleled dominance in the Land of Grass, even forcing the Iwagakure forces of the Land of Earth into a defensive posture. Were he the daimyo, he would certainly prefer to hire Uchiha ninjas at a premium rather than rely on those infamous and indecisive Kyuzugaku shinobi. Speaking of which, Uncle Hirumaru, Uchiha Deguang inquired with a hint of confusion, what is the reason for the continued existence of nobles such as daimyo and landowners? What do you mean by that? Uchiha Hirumaru was taken aback. Given the power wielded by daimyo, it pales in comparison to that of ninjas. Why has no ninja sought to usurp them? This question had perplexed Uchiha Deguang for quite some time. As a group endowed with extraordinary power, ninjas have not utilized their strength to attain overt supremacy. Rather, they are constrained by daimyo through missions, funding, and other means, leaving Uchiha Deguang utterly bewildered. What you describe is akin to the situation during the Warring States period. Uchiha Hirumaru, being a figure from the twilight of that era, is somewhat versed in its history. Do you know that during the Warring States, the ninja clans were indeed part of the nobility? This time it was Uchiha Deguang who was astonished. Our clan was once a grand noble spanning the lands of fire and lightning, much like the Senju and Hyuga clans, who have held prominence for millennia, Uchiha Hirumaru lamented. So why, during the strife of the Warring States, did every clan face such uncertainty, not only the secular nobility, but also our ninja clans? Uchiha Hirumaru's expression grew serious. In an era where allies could betray at any moment, where one might face treachery from supposed comrades while engaging in battle, it is only natural that all would yearn for a peaceful existence, whether they be secular nobles or ninja clans, compared to the tranquility of a stable settlement. The fleeting fame of the secular world becomes insignificant. Uchiha Deguang remained somewhat perplexed. Uchiha Hirumaru perceived the confusion in his expression. A ninja village serves as a haven, a sanctuary where one can entrust their families and descendants, allowing ninjas to embark on missions without the anxiety of betrayal from so-called allies. That alone is sufficient. Uchiha Hiromaru sighed, and this is precisely why Lord Hashirama is revered as the god of shinobi. He brought an end to the chaotic era and established the system of one nation, one village, thereby restoring order to the ninja world and making peace attainable. However, the scale of the ninja world wars far exceeds that of the conflicts during the warring states. Uchiha Deguang raised a pertinent point. Indeed, that is true. But what of the common people? Uchiha Hiromaru poured himself a cup of tea, savoring it slowly. The common people? Uchiha Deguang was once again taken aback. All along, he had regarded even unfamiliar ninjas as inconsequential, let alone the seemingly insignificant commoners. During the warring states, commoners were like weeds. At least now they can survive. Uchiha Hiromaru's countenance turned serious. The greatness of Senju Hashirama lies in his re-establishment of order. Even if that order is flawed or unreasonable, it is still preferable to the chaos and indiscriminate slaughter of the warring states era. Uchiha Deguang fell silent. The illustrious secular nobility, though lacking the formidable martial prowess of the ninjas, managed to govern the mundane realm during the era when the noble clans surrendered to the hidden villages, relying on bureaucrats, samurai, and monks. We ninjas merely needed to secure our sustenance through missions, which explains why the ninja clans willingly relinquished their secular status to join the hidden villages. However, it is evident that the interests of the ninja clans have been significantly eroded by the village. Uchiha Deguang pointed out a crucial issue. This began with the second Hokage, Tobirama, who believed that the excessive power of the ninja clans was detrimental to the so-called will of fire, thus seeking to suppress them while supporting the commoners. Uchiha Hiroman displayed a look of disdain, having once orchestrated the farce of the Senju clan's retreat, dispersing much of their family power. Coupled with the toll of the ninja world war, the once mighty Senju clan was left on the brink of extinction, a far cry from the esteemed Hashirama. The secular belongs to the nobility, while the extraordinary belongs to the ninjas. Uchiha Deguang raised an eyebrow, lamenting that only the ninja clans were unfortunate. Indeed, Deguang-kun is a true Uchiha. Hearing this, Uchiha Hiroman was delighted, noting that not only our clan but also other ninja clans expressed dissatisfaction with the likes of Sarutobi. Is it merely a matter of powerlessness? Yes, and moreover, we are too formidable. Uchiha Hiroman's expression turned somewhat smug, asserting that our clan is undoubtedly the foremost ninja clan in the realm, which naturally incited a degree of caution from that monkey Sarutobi. Uchiha Deguang found himself at a loss for words. What was there to be proud of? The foundation of a ninja lies in strength. Fame is but a fleeting illusion. I must say, Deguang-kun, your thoughts closely resemble those of Lord Madara. Uchiha Hiroman poured himself another cup of tea, savoring it leisurely. The duty of the Hokage is to safeguard the village's interests, providing a secure sanctuary for the prosperity of the ninja clans. However, since the demise of Lord Hashirama, and throughout Tobirama's tenure to the present day, they have deviated from this foundational purpose, instead pursuing the elusive will of fire. Uchiha Hiroman meticulously organized his thoughts, articulating that our clan's discontent with the Hokage lineage stems from this, not merely because our family lacks access to the Hokage position, but because they treat it as a personal possession, bestowing it privately among their apprentices. Uchiha Deguang was once again taken aback. This perspective differed significantly from his previous understandings. Fear not, Deguang-kun, you shall come to comprehend this in due time. Uchiha Hiroman chuckled heartily before rising to depart. Having exhausted the tidbits he had gleaned from the clan elders, prolonging the conversation would only reveal too much. Thus he hurried away. Alone in his tent, Uchiha Deguang pondered the implications of Hiroman's words. The relationship among the ninja clans, the commoners, and the Hokage resembles a triangle, with each vertex independent, yet mutually constraining. As the higher authority, the Hokage lineage naturally harbors ambitions to expand its power and control over the village, while the self-sufficient ninja clans will not miss opportunities to fortify their own strength and benefit their kin. Consequently, the struggle between the ninja clans and the Hokage is inevitable. What a wretched world it is. After much contemplation, Uchiha Deguang shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. It seems that only strength embodies truth. Uchiha Deguang extended his left hand, a vibrant purple chakra flame dancing within, which transformed into the forms of fire cats and fire crows at his will. The notion of a village and a nation, which he deemed exceedingly juvenile, or rather an order, astonishingly persisted even after the demise of Senju Hashirama. One cannot deny that the title of God of Shinobi, conferred upon Hashirama due to his prowess and renown, is indeed well-deserved. Although Uchiha Homin's remarks were somewhat unexpected, upon reflection, they aligned with common sense. Just as those who have lived in a relatively peaceful environment throughout their lives find it challenging to comprehend the longing for peace held by those who have endured chaos. He, as an only child in his previous life, sometimes struggles to grasp the sacrifices made for family interests over personal desires. However, in this life, as a member of the Uchiha clan, particularly as the most formidable and audacious among them, he must align himself with the Uchiha, irrespective of right or wrong. It is simply a matter of allegiance, devoid of moral implications. Much like his debate with Jiraiya yesterday, he, as a shinobi, must contemplate issues from the perspective of his clan, if he could still be swayed by the so-called Hokage mentality after living 2 lives. It would be better for him to meet an untimely end. Sinyan-kun, Uchiha Deguang summoned Uchiha Sinyan, who was in charge of today's guard duties. I have a letter I wish to send back to my clan. Can your ninja cat deliver it? That is certainly no problem, Lord Deguang. Uchiha Sinyan replied with utmost respect. Uchiha Deguang intended to meticulously document his observations, thoughts, and recent training experiences, particularly regarding his explorations of the so-called fire release, and communicate with his father, Uchiha Zhongshuan, and Elder Shana. Perhaps through such correspondence, he might glean new insights. Just as Uchiha Deguang commenced the careful selection of words for his letter, the Hokage building's F3 was engulfed in distress over the loss of authority of the forces stationed at the northwestern border. Meanwhile, the Rain Country, an undeniable powder keg within the shinobi world, was launching a new offensive. Following several skirmishes with Konoha, the leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo the Salamander, along with his subordinates, began an assault on the Sand Village forces stationed along the western border of the Rain Country. At the same time, the Iwagakure of the Earth Country, strategically positioned in the northern region of the Rain Country, seized the opportunity to march southward, engaging in rampant plundering within the Rain Country's territory, sparing neither nobles nor commoners from their malice. In an instant, the border areas of the Rain Country descended into chaos. The 3 major shinobi villages, Konoha, Suna, and Iwa, established large military camps within the Rain Country and occupied several border cities. As these 3 villages continuously reinforced their presence, the situation within the Rain Country grew increasingly dire. The attention of the shinobi world was inevitably drawn to this perpetually rain-soaked and unfortunate land. In contrast, the defense forces of the northwest border, dominated by the Uchiha clan, along with the Land of Grass and the Grass Ninja Village, have, under the influence of the Hokage's decree, effectively subdued underground forces and asserted dominance over Iwagakure. Consequently, the Northwest Border Defense Troops have emerged as the most formidable gathering of ninjas in the Land of Grass, where the rules and will of the Uchiha clan have begun to take root in both the Land of Grass and the northwestern region of the Land of Fire. The letters sent back by Uchiha Deguang to his village wielded a far greater influence than he had anticipated. On the 3rd day after the letters were dispatched to Konohagakure, a notification regarding the rotation of ninjas in the Northwest Border Defense Forces was issued to the camp of the Ninja Army, with Uchiha Deguang's name prominently at the top. Concurrently, responses from his father, Uchiha Zhongshuan, and Elder Shanshu arrived, both emphasizing one crucial matter. Strict confidentiality must be maintained regarding Uchiha Deguang's exploration of the Super Uchiha Fire Release Chakra mode, and no information should be disclosed to anyone. Additionally, 9 Uchiha Jonin accompanied the second batch of Uchiha ninja forces to the Northwest Border Defense Troops, serving as Uchiha Deguang's direct guardians on his return journey, ensuring his safe passage back to Konoha. Was this not overly extravagant? 9 Jonin acting as protectors, and they were elite members of the Uchiha clan with the Sharingan's 3 Tomo, which indeed seemed ostentatious. Elder Shanshu and Captain Zhongshuan had given special instructions. You need not worry. The leading Jonin, Uchiha Chongjing, responded somewhat evasively. The implication was clear. There was nothing to be concerned about, as the clan's higher-ups had already made arrangements, so it would be best to acquiesce. Uchiha Deguang, who originally had 2 security teams, felt that this was somewhat indicative of a lack of trust in both his abilities and his direct security detail. Young Master Deguang, The matters you are reporting are of utmost importance. Exercising caution is never excessive, Uchiha Changjing remarked, revealing an understanding of the contents of Uchiha Deguang's letter. Have you attempted it? Uchiha Deguang inquired seemingly without context. Uchiha Changjing remained silent, extending his left hand and quietly channeling chakra, forming a sphere of purple flames in his palm. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Deguang raised an eyebrow in surprise, realizing that his own haphazard explorations of the so-called Super Uchiha Fire Release Chakra mode had indeed been replicated by a clansman. However, he acknowledged that his chakra control was still significantly inferior to that of Deguang, as he was unable to envelop his entire body in flames. How many members of the clan have mastered it? Uchiha Deguang asked with keen interest. Currently, there are 17 Jonin in the clan who have reached the threshold for learning fire release, and 3 who have grasped the basics of chakra fusion. Uchiha Changjing replied with utmost respect. Only 3. Uchiha Deguang expressed disappointment. He had hoped that more clan members would master this rudimentary fire release mode to engage in the optimization and application of ninjutsu. However, upon reflection, he recognized the reasonableness of the situation, considering that only 3 days had passed since the letter was sent back to the clan, and in a state of confidentiality without widespread promotion. Having 3 ninjas already exploring the rudimentary form of the so-called fire release was a testament to the Uchiha clan's exceptional strength and profound heritage in the ninja world. Such profound strength raises the question, how could the Uchiha clan fall to the hands of Itachi Uchiha alone? Uchiha Tokugawa found himself perplexed. Indeed, among the clan's elite shinobi, few possessed the unparalleled mental fortitude and chakra control akin to that of young Tokugawa. That said, he lacked a certain resilience against flattery, particularly from his kin, which was far inferior to his prowess in ninjutsu. Nonetheless, it was time to arrange the rotation of personnel according to the list. They needed to hasten their return to the village. The journey back was remarkably smooth, devoid of the anticipated ambushes from enemy ninjas or the interference of rude operatives masquerading as messengers from the Hokage. Accompanying Uchiha Tokugawa were 2 of his guards, a total of 6, along with 8 elite shinobi who had accompanied Uchiha Nagakage, and nearly 100 members of the Northwest Border Defense Force, all of whom were also on rotation. Together, they formed a grand procession of shinobi that returned to Konoha without incident. Awaiting them at the village entrance were Tokugawa's parents, Uchiha Nakujin and Uchiha Emiko, along with Elder Shana. Upon spotting her son from a distance, Emiko could not contain her excitement and called out joyfully. Despite feeling a touch of embarrassment, Tokugawa obediently performed the body flicker technique to his mother's side, where he was warmly embraced, receiving affectionate kisses on his cheek and playful ruffles of his hair. After all, regardless of the talent and wisdom he had displayed, he remained, at heart, merely a boy nearing 9 years of age. Having been away at the Northwest Front for nearly 4 months, Emiko, as a mother, had endured an agonizing period of longing and worry. Thus, seeing her beloved son return unscathed stirred a torrent of emotions within her. Allowing her feelings to spill forth, Tokugawa, albeit somewhat flustered, greeted his father, Uchiha Nakujin, and Elder Shana with courtesy. All right, Emiko, let us head back now. Young Tokugawa must be weary after his long journey. Nakujin wore a smile, not only from the joy of reunion, but also from his satisfaction with Tokugawa's performance on the front lines. All right. Emiko clung tightly to her precious son, yet eventually acquiesced and returned with the others to the village. After nearly 4 months of living in the desolate wilderness of the Land of Grass, stepping back into the lively streets of Konoha felt like a revelation to Tokugawa. The once mundane commercial district now appeared vibrantly prosperous. The smiles on the faces of passers-by seemed far more serene than those of the inhabitants from the Land of Grass and the towns of the Land of Fire. In the tranquility of this peaceful existence, Tokugawa suddenly comprehended the choice of the shinobi clan spoken of by Uchiha Hyuga. Once the returning shinobi dispersed throughout the village, they indulged in shopping along the commercial streets. The freshly returned Uchiha ninjas meandered through the streets without inciting panic or hostility from villagers and merchants alike, while vendors exhibited a degree of restraint and humility in bargaining with the Uchiha. It was more a reflection of the palpable aura of battlefield bloodshed surrounding them rather than disdain. This was a notable contrast to Tokugawa's previous impressions. In the past, he remained indifferent to those peripheral figures, believing that the reputation of the Uchiha clan in Konoha was quite poor. However, Upon witnessing the present circumstances, he was surprised to find it was not as dismal as he had imagined. It appears that Kishimoto indeed possesses a limited understanding of the role of Hokage. Uchiha Deguang's gaze roamed thoughtfully over the happenings along the street. Suddenly, he sensed a peculiar gaze enveloping him, yet upon scanning his surroundings, he detected nothing amiss. It must be that monkey lurking in the Hokage building. Just as Uchiha Deguang prepared to employ sensory ninjutsu to discern the situation, Elder Shana spoke up, evoking thoughts of the so-called voyeuristic crystal ball technique. That monkey merely relishes hiding in its cage, spying on others, so there is no need to concern ourselves with it. Uchiha Zhongshuan maintained an impassive expression, conversing as he walked. That monkey is limited in its capabilities, yet it matters not. Upon returning to the clan grounds, the barrier will obscure its view. Uchiha Huamaizi, too, remained unfazed, gently stroking Uchiha Deguang's silky hair with a serene smile. The clan member's attitude toward the Hokage was thus laid bare. Even the other Uchiha gathered around paid no heed to the trio's words, continuing their steady stride without distraction. Uchiha Deguang found it hard to believe that these perceptive ninjas had not overheard the previous exchange. The hostility and disdain of the Uchiha radicals toward the Hokage were nearly transparent. Upon returning to the clan grounds, the unsettling sensation of being watched indeed vanished without a trace. You all may head home now. Young Deguang should rest well, Elder Shana said cheerfully to Uchiha Deguang's family. But I will require your presence again this evening. Very well, thank you, Elder Shana. Upon reaching home, Huamaizi, like most mothers, hurriedly prepared an abundance of food, anxious that her long-absent child might be famished. The warmth of the household enveloped Uchiha Deguang, instilling him with a profound sense of ease. It was the familial bonds of this life that convinced him of the tangible reality of this world. Everything before him was indeed unfolding in vivid existence. The love of family, the concerns of kin, and the unrestrained slaughter on the battlefield served as the conduits affirming the world's authenticity. Meanwhile, Uchiha Zhongshuan, having been overlooked by Huamaizi, quietly sipped a cup of barley tea. After Uchiha Deguang finally consumed his fill, his father leisurely began to speak. What did you mean in your letter regarding the study of fire release? I was merely contemplating the fusion of chakra to create a new bloodline ability. And to my surprise, it succeeded, Uchiha Deguang replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed. It is indeed an excellent approach, Uchiha Zhongshuan remarked, pursing his lips. The clan had long inherited yin release and fire release for over a millennium, yet no one had ventured to explore the fusion of these two chakra attributes. You are the sole successful instance. Why is that? Uchiha Deguang pondered, feeling perplexed. He did not perceive his thoughts or abilities as surpassing those of a family that had produced exceptional talents for centuries. No one has ever considered it. And your chakra control indeed exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Uchiha Nakujin spoke with a hint of melancholy, remarking that the secret techniques of their clan were as vast as the clouds, and even a lifetime would not suffice to master them all. Consequently, it was only natural that breakthroughs and innovations were scarce. Uchiha Deko remained silent, perhaps contemplating what was termed the obstacle of knowledge. Very well, little Deko. You should take a rest. We must visit the elder later. Miko, emerging from the kitchen, urged Uchiha Deko to retreat to his room. Deko nodded obediently, but as he reached the stairs, he suddenly turned back to his father, Uchiha Nakujin, and inquired, Father, have you mastered the chakra fusion of the fire release? I have not, but Miko has, Uchiha Nakujin replied, his face flushed and his words stumbling. Laughter, akin to the chime of silver bells, echoed from the kitchen. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Uchiha Deko touched his nose and hurried back to his room upstairs. After a prolonged absence, returning to his small sanctuary was immensely relieving. The tension that had gripped him dissipated as he lay on his bed, swiftly drifting into slumber. The more one knows, the more one realizes the vastness of the unknown. What exactly is chakra? The standard response defines it as the amalgamation of physical energy and mental prowess, the very essence upon which a ninja's existence hinges, and the source from which techniques are executed. Yet, what can chakra accomplish? The answers are manifold. Ninjas can wield chakra to perform jutsu. Warriors can unleash sword energy through it. Jiraiya exploits chakra for espionage, and Orochimaru employs it to delve into biotechnology. Thus, chakra is akin to a brick. It can be utilized wherever there is need. Uchiha Deko's exploration of the fusion of yin release and fire release represents a discovery for the Uchiha clan. akin to opening the door to a new realm. The Uchiha clan is remarkably formidable, especially in this era where their age-old rival, the Senju clan, has faded into obscurity, leaving them nearly unchallenged. Based on the evolutionary path of the Sharingan and the study of fire release, an ordinary Uchiha who awakens the Sharingan, provided they possess decent talent, can learn techniques from various family archives that align with their temperament and preferences, with a touch more talent and a certain degree of diligence. Mastering unique secret techniques can pave a path toward becoming a powerful shinobi. Although most Uchiha ninjas toil throughout their lives, often achieving no more than the rank of Chunin, even those of Chunin status from the Uchiha lineage stand out as formidable within their ranks. In a world where extraordinary power manifests, the chakra possessed by ninjas is nothing short of a miracle. To confine its application solely to combat techniques would be a grievous waste. After dinner, the Uchiha family made their way to Elder Shana's residence. As night fell, the once tranquil streets of the Uchiha territory were now patrolled by fully armed Uchiha ninjas, standing vigilant at the intersections. Upon seeing Uchiha Nakujin and his entourage, they all offered respectful salutes, which Nakujin acknowledged with calm indifference. Is something troubling, father? Uchiha Deko pondered, a sense of confusion washing over him. Uchiha Nakujin simply ruffled his hair without uttering a word. The village has recently suffered an attack, prompting both the police department and the Umbu to investigate the perpetrators. Kwamaizi responded to Uchiha Deguang's inquiries, yet refrained from elaborating on the specifics of the incident. Observing her reticence, Deguang felt compelled to suppress his burgeoning curiosity. The Deguang residence is in close proximity to Elder Shana's estate, and after a brief walk, he arrived at his destination. The usually tranquil entrance to the Elder's estate was now surrounded by a considerable number of Uchiha ninjas on high alert, evidently the guards of various clan elders. Uchiha Zhongshuan's remark confirmed Deguang's assessment. All the elders had indeed gathered. Has little Deguang arrived? As he approached the gate, the voice of Elder Shana resonated from within. The spirited Elder Shana emerged from the inner hall, a warm smile gracing his face as he gazed at Uchiha Deguang. Elder. Deguang greeted him with a solemn expression. Come in, come in. Elder Shana beckoned warmly to the trio. Kwamaizi, do hurry inside. It has been far too long since you last visited my humble abode. Upon entering the inner hall, Deguang found it occupied by elders from the Uchiha radical faction, all of whom, despite their advanced age, had once been formidable figures in their youth. As Uchiha Deguang and his family entered alongside Elder Shana, every pair of eyes turned towards him. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Deguang's heart quivered slightly. Yet his countenance remained composed as he respectfully greeted each elder as introduced by Elder Shana. The inner hall was arranged in accordance with tradition, with Elder Shana occupying the prominent seat at the head. The others were seated to the left and right. Deguang scanned the room and spotted a familiar face, Uchiha Changjing, the captain of the elite guard who had escorted him back from the land of grass. Changjing nodded in acknowledgement, and Deguang returned the gesture politely, though his curiosity was piqued by a Uchiha girl sitting behind him. This was the first time he had encountered a young female clansman at a radical faction gathering. Zhongshuan-kun, please come forward and take your seat. Elder Shana invited Deguang and his family to sit, before returning to his prominent position. The elders, who had been whispering and discreetly studying Deguang, fell silent upon seeing Elder Shana settle into his seat, and an air of tranquility enveloped the hall. Esteemed elders, Elder Shana began gravely. Tonight's matters have been previously communicated. It pertains to the fiery techniques that our clansman, Uchiha Deguang, has been exploring. Once again, the collective attention of the assembly shifted to Deguang. Although this technique was still in its nascent stages, 3 individuals had successfully merged their chakra into both yin and fire release through internal family trials. They are Uchiha Kwamaizi, Uchiha Changjing, and Uchiha Makoto. As Elder Shana named each, the 3 raised their hands, conjuring a sphere of violet flames within their palms. Deguang noticed that the girl seated behind Uchiha Changjing also summoned a flame of fire release chakra. Uchiha Makoto, Deguang raised an eyebrow in intrigue. For millennia, our Uchiha clan has never witnessed such a form of ninjutsu. The explorations of Lord Deguang will bestow upon our lineage a new bloodline limit, the significance of which is akin to the discovery of the Sharingan's secret techniques by our ancestors. This is indeed a weighty commendation. Uchiha Deguang could feel the gravity of these words. In light of Lord Deguang's prodigious talents, I hereby formally designate him as my successor, entrusting him with the leadership of the shinobi under the Tiger faction. After my century-long tenure, he shall inherit the position of chief of our clan. Deguang, do you accept this honor? The elder Shana gazed solemnly at Uchiha Deguang, who appeared taken aback. With a deep breath, Uchiha Deguang bowed respectfully. The assembly, regardless of age, inclined their heads in reverence to Uchiha Deguang. Congratulations, young lord. The title of leader of the shinobi relates to the chief of the Uchiha's radical faction's covert operatives. This position not only commands the shadow ninjas, but also represents the de facto highest-ranking shinobi within the radical faction, wielding power equivalent to that of a captain in Konoha's elite. As the crowd chorused their congratulations, Uchiha Deguang straightened himself. The significance of the fire release cannot be overstated. Once everyone resumed their stance, Elder Shana spoke once more. Our clan has been mired in tradition for far too long. There was a hint of melancholy in his tone. While our heritage is undoubtedly illustrious, without innovation, we risk being overshadowed by the endless talents of the younger generations. Though we pride ourselves as the foremost clan in the shinobi world, it has been many years since we have produced a strength rivaling that of the five Kage. Even the Sarutobi clan boasts monkeys who surpass our strongest. The gravity of Elder Shana's words rendered the other elders silent and contemplative. In the past, I could not discern the cause, merely sensing that our peaceful environment was ill-suited for our kin. Without the crucible of war, true strength cannot be forged. However, I have come to realize that our greatest affliction lies within our traditions. I can scarcely recall how many years have passed since we ventured beyond our familial legacy to explore new paths in ninjutsu. Uchiha Deguang felt a stirring within his heart. While the Uchihas are formidable, clinging to tradition and indulging in the glorification of the Sharingan may limit our potential to the heights once reached by Uchiha Madara. Lord Deguang's fire release heralds a new avenue for our clan's ninjutsu. Elder Shana, filled with emotion, illuminated a new path for our kin who have struggled to advance. The assembly nodded in agreement. Chonkai, it has been nearly 10 years since you awakened your three-tomo Sharingan and ascended to the rank of Jonin, has it not? Elder Shana directed his attention to Uchiha Chonkai. Indeed, Elder, it has been almost 11 years, Uchiha Chonkai replied with a respectful bow. In these 11 years, to what extent do you believe your strength has grown? Not much, Uchiha Chonkai sighed slightly. My chakra has increased, my ninjutsu and jinjutsu have become more refined, and my combat experience has expanded. Yet, I have not undergone any transformative breakthroughs until I encountered Lord Deguang's path of fire release. Indeed, there once existed exceptionally gifted clansmen who found themselves ensnared in this plight, squandering precious time with little progress, ultimately consumed by their obsession with power, leading them down an irretrievable path of malevolence. The elders present sighed in unison. Uchiha Deku, witnessing this, felt a stirring within his heart. The conflict of Naruto and Huangquan had drained the vitality of the clans significantly. Their strength had, in essence, plummeted to its weakest state since the Warring States period. The words of Elder Shana resonated with gravity. Though to outsiders the Uchiha clan appeared as the unrivaled aristocracy of the shinobi world, to Elder Shana, it was merely a facade of splendor concealing a reality of peril. I propose we henceforth prohibit the path of Izanagi. What do the esteemed elders think? Uchiha Deku, somewhat perplexed, pondered the gravity of such a request. To his understanding, Izanagi and Izanami were two forbidden techniques of the Uchiha clan. Yet he questioned why such a solemn decree was necessary. His inquiring gaze turned towards Uchiha Nakujin. It is the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Uchiha Nakujin comprehended the implication without hesitation and, after a moment's contemplation, responded with a hint of melancholy. His wife, Keiko, remained silent, gently entwined with his arm. After a brief reflection, Uchiha Deku grasped the meaning. The so-called path of Izanagi likely referenced the legendary method of awakening the kaleidoscopic Sharingan through the act of fratricide. From this day forth, should any clansman dare to defy this prohibition in pursuit of the path of Izanagi, we shall spare no effort to eliminate them. What do you all think? Agreed. Approved. The elders responded decisively. With the emergence of the more feasible path of strength enhancement through flame release, the prohibition against seeking the kaleidoscopic techniques through fratricide seemed to bear no detriment. Dekukuin, please demonstrate flame release for everyone. Elder Shana instructed Uchiha Deku. Understood. Uchiha Deku rose from his seat, and positioned himself in the center of the inner hall. He formed a single hand seal. A purple aura emanated from his palm, enveloping his entire being. Then, drawing a small dagger from his waist, he caressed the blade with his left hand, allowing the purple flame to extend to its edge. With a casual flick, a beam of purple light was unleashed, slicing through the air for approximately 5 meters before gradually dissipating. Next, he gathered a compressed ball of flame chakra in his left hand and pressed it down towards the ground. With a resounding thud, a semicircular pit approximately 50 centimeters in diameter appeared, the wooden floor and earth beneath reduced to ash. Uchiha Deguang's application of flame release chakra included 3 aspects: the protective aura surrounding him, the application of flame chakra on weaponry to create formidable flame-infused sword techniques, and the conceptualization of a flame release spiral technique, reminiscent of the future Rasengan by Minato Namikaze. Though the demonstrated techniques were relatively simple, they sufficed to earn the respect and belief of the elders from various clans. The elders skilled in swordsmanship recognized the potential for extending Uchiha-style sword techniques from the flame-infused attacks, while the flame release spiral represented the potential applications of flame chakra and ninjutsu. The elders and Jonin present, seasoned experts in chakra manipulation, naturally understood the promising future of this nascent shinobi path. An elder sighed in astonishment, expressing disbelief at the profound significance of the fire release technique for the Uchiha clan, a value that is truly immeasurable. As a fusion of Yin release and fire release, it is inherently an extension of the Uchiha clan's signature skills. The mastery of chakra control, a fundamental skill for any ninja, had previously been approached with a mindset of mere sufficiency, lacking deeper exploration. However, the Uchiha clan possesses a wealth of effective methods for honing chakra control. I propose that we bestow upon Lord Deguang the title of imparting the legacy. Another elder respectfully inclined his head toward Elder Shana. The elders exchanged glances, all nodding in agreement. The title of imparting the legacy signifies the status of a lineage master, implying that Uchiha Deguang can henceforth establish a new branch within the clan, creating a distinct sect of ninjutsu. Elders, esteemed seniors, upon hearing this, Uchiha Deguang promptly interjected. I am unworthy of such an honor as the title of imparting the legacy. The fire release is merely in its infancy. It requires the collaborative study and refinement of my esteemed predecessors, so that our entire clan may progress together. I am but a junior member and dare not claim such an esteemed title. Since you express it thus, we shall let it rest. Elder Shana contemplated for a moment before nodding in acquiescence. However, may I propose that the fire release be made accessible to the clan's elite ninjas? Would that be agreeable? That would indeed be preferable, Uchiha Deguang responded eagerly, for it is said that one's skills are limited without the support and discourse of the clan's esteemed predecessors. Without their assistance, the methods of the fire release may take an undetermined time to perfect. Elder Shana and all present nodded in approval. Uchiha Nakujin and Imiko were highly satisfied with their precious son's tact. Seated behind Uchiha Chenkyo, Uchiha Makoto gazed at Uchiha Deguang with eyes that sparkled with a unique brilliance. The role of the leader of the guard, originating from the military governors of the Warring States period, was one of the significant positions within the shogunate, responsible for the security of the lord's domain and the shogun's residence. The Uchiha clan, having long served as loyal guardians, retained this title within their internal shadow guard organization. This illustrates the Uchiha clan's long-standing engagement in law enforcement, endowed with a rich historical foundation and technical expertise. The establishment of the police force by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, under the Uchiha clan's management, is a testament to the principle of utilizing individuals to their fullest potential. The radical clan meeting held at Elder Shana's residence extended for 3 hours, during which Elder Shana and the heads of various families passionately articulated their thoughts. Each elder delivered significant speeches regarding the conceptualization of fire release and its profound implications for the future of the Uchiha clan. After a session filled with eloquent yet tedious discourse, Uchiha Deguang felt dizzy, recognizing the elders' oratory skills rivaled that of a general manager. The same content could be approached from multiple angles, returning to the same point through intricate verbal pathways, showcasing a level of rhetoric befitting elite Jonin. Finally, upon Elder Shana announcing the conclusion of the radical clan meeting, Uchiha Deguang exhaled deeply, feeling an immediate alleviation of his earlier discomfort, rejuvenated and invigorated. However, he could not leave just yet. as the position of the attendant was one of substantial responsibility. He had to at least accompany Elder Shana to familiarize himself with the individuals involved. Uchiha Nakajin and Imiko understood the necessity of this procedural duty. Little Tokiyuki, we shall take our leave for now. We will prepare a late-night meal for you. Do remember to eat if you return too late, they said. Elder Shana, aware of Nakajin and Imiko's underlying message, smiled and assured them, it won't take long. I will ensure Tayuki returns home promptly this evening. The Nakajin couple, recognizing Elder Shana's clear intent, merely chuckled lightly before bidding farewell. Come along, Tokiyuki. After the others departed, Elder Shana beckoned Uchiha Tayuki to accompany him to the Dark Guard base, followed closely by Uchiha Nagakage and Uchiha Makoto. Tokiyuki glanced at them. Though he did not voice his inquiry, he understood that the two were undoubtedly connected to the family's Dark Guards. Nagakage is the captain of the family's Dark Guards. He will be your subordinate in the future, Elder Shana remarked without turning back, accurately surmising Tokiyuki's thoughts. Makoto is a medical ninja nurtured by the family, proficient in fire release techniques and puppet jutsu as well. Makoto's cheeks flushed slightly, tinged with shyness as she timidly said, Lord Tayuki, I look forward to your guidance. Uchiha Tayuki felt somewhat uneasy under the fervent gaze of the young girl, responding with a flustered nod. He was at a loss for words in such a situation. Although Elder Shana did not look back, his keen perception allowed him to detect the slight commotion behind him. The flustered demeanor of Uchiha Tayuki and the sudden quickening of his heartbeat were unlike his usual calm demeanor, bringing a subtle smile to Elder Shana's lips. Lord Tokiyuki, may I inquire how you developed your fire release technique? Uchiha Makoto's large eyes fixated on Tokiyuki's face, her ears turning slightly red, yet she maintained her gaze. Uchiha Tokiyuki's heart raced even faster. Makoto was likely around 14 or 15, considerably older than him at 9. Yet her directness was rather surprising. Were all shinobi so forthright? He pondered, feeling a sense of urgency for answers. I stumbled upon it while practicing combined ninjutsu. Initially, I intended to incorporate the in release attribute into the fire release chakra to enhance the jutsu's potency, Tokiyuki replied, half-truthfully. He certainly could not disclose that the inspiration stemmed from an array of diverse online literature from his previous life. Lord Tokiyuki, you are truly remarkably intelligent, Makoto exclaimed, her flushed face and sparkling eyes suggesting an intensity that seemed to cause her pupils to constrict, a precursor to awakening the Sharingan. What kind of individuals am I surrounded by? Uchiha Tokiyuki mused inwardly. Though he felt somewhat uneasy with the girl's fervor, a small part of him reveled in the attention. Your control over chakra must be exceptional. Lord Tokiyuki, she continued, I also completed the synthesis of fire release chakra based on your ninjutsu manual, but I found it quite challenging. It seems to demand a high level of chakra control. Are you well? Uchiha Deguang replied ambiguously. However, upon reflection, he deemed it insufficiently engaging and continued. The essence of fire release chakra lies in the simultaneous refinement and fusion of fire and in release chakra in a ratio of 2:1. Nonetheless, Sister Makoto's mastery of in release is quite impressive. Has she awakened her Sharingan? Indeed, came the response. As Uchiha Deguang's words echoed, Makoto's pupils abruptly contracted, revealing a pair of eagerly manifesting double Tomo Sharingan. Observing this, Uchiha Deguang instinctively arched an eyebrow. At the tender age of 14 or 15, possessing double Tomo Sharingan is a remarkable feat, even among the Uchiha clan. Yet, it remains a mystery what trials the young Makoto endured to awaken such power, as most Sharingan awaken under intense emotional stimuli. Ahead, Elder Shana's smile grew ever broader with the interaction between Deguang and Makoto. The covert base of the Umbu was situated near the Uchiha Shrine in the southern Hechuan region. Though beyond the village, the group traversed the clan's southern gate, guarded by Uchiha ninjas, and reached the entrance of the Umbu base without hindrance. Before them stood an unremarkable stone edifice, seemingly a mere annex of the Uchiha Shrine. Elder Shana halted at the entrance, forming hand seals, and silently, a hidden passage appeared in the ground, with blue stone steps leading down into the unfathomable depths below. However, Uchiha Deguang, through his chakra sensing, perceived that the underground staircase concealed further mysteries. Elder Shana took the lead, and Uchiha Deguang and his companions followed suit. After descending approximately 30 steps, Elder Shana paused once more, performing another set of seals, and pressed against the stone wall on the right, causing a concealed door to open. This is the place. Elder Shana welcomed them with a smile. Beyond the hidden door lay another staircase, leading deeper down to a subterranean hall of about 200 square meters. At this moment, nearly 30 Uchiha ninjas were lined up, awaiting their arrival. Uchiha Deguang surveyed the assembly. All were clad in identical attire, wearing the Uchiha clan's emblematic cloak over light abdominal armor, armed with a great sword slung across their backs. Their tool pouches bulging at their waists, arm guards encasing their forearms, and shin guards adorning their legs. Their garb evoked a sense of ancient elegance, reminiscent not of contemporary ninja attire, but rather of the elite guards from the Warring States period. The Umbu served as the clan's clandestine unit, originally established as guards for the Uchiha's military forces during the Warring States era. With a hint of nostalgia, Elder Shana remarked, "However, since our clan joined Konoha, many of our clansmen have been relegated to the police force, making it increasingly difficult to command independent military operations, thus rendering the role of the guards less significant." Uchiha Deguang felt a twinge of disappointment, having initially believed that the Uchiha Umbu was akin to a specialized assassination unit, only to discover it was a protective force. Yet, Elder Shana turned to Uchiha Deguang with a solemn expression, stating, "However, you are different. Though the Sarutobi clan's monkey has appointed you as the vice commander of the ninja army with the intent to undermine our clan, you have performed admirably." Uchiha Deguang inclined his body in respect, preparing to express his humility. "Do not be too modest. Lord Shana has relayed everything to me," remarked Elder Shana, interrupting Uchiha Deguang before he could speak. "Though you are young, your actions are remarkably prudent, far surpassing those of your kin. Therefore, even without the contributions of fire release, I intend to entrust the dark guards to you." Elder Shana's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Deguang. "However, once you truly accept the position of head of the guards, you can no longer contend for the role of clan leader. Are you willing to accept this?" Although taken aback by the suddenness of the offer, Uchiha Deguang nodded silently. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not refuse the elder who had provided him with guidance and mentorship. "Forgive me, Deguang," Elder Shana sighed softly. "The position of clan leader has traditionally passed down through the main branch. In the wake of Lord Madara's departure, it has merely been nominally altered to a competition among the clan's elite shinobi. However, our family can no longer endure the heavy consequences of another brutal civil war akin to the recent conflicts. Thus, I must impose this duty upon you." Uchiha Deguang resolutely nodded, replying, "Elder, I am not only willing but feel deeply honored to be bestowed with the role of head of the guards." Elder Shana affectionately ruffled Uchiha Deguang's hair. "A good child." He then straightened his posture, commanding, "By the order of the Uchiha clan leader, I hereby appoint Uchiha Deguang as the head of the guards. All members of the squadron, pay your respects." With a resounding clatter of armor, the Uchiha ninjas knelt in unison, bowing their heads in deference. Beside him, Uchiha Nagakage and Uchiha Makoto also inclined their bodies in reverence. "We salute the head." Their resounding voices echoed within the dimly lit stone chamber. Even though he had once commanded ninja armies, Uchiha Deguang felt a tumultuous surge of emotions at this moment. Elder Shana produced a folding fan from his robes, presenting it solemnly with both hands to Uchiha Deguang. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Deguang bent slightly to accept the fan with both hands. Crafted entirely of iron, the fan shimmered with a ghostly blue luminescence, seemingly infused with a special chakra metal. Upon opening, one side bore the In inscription, while the other displayed the Yang, representing the rare military fan of the contemporary ninja world, originating from the Warring States period. The military fan symbolized the authority of the warrior leaders under the Daimyo. Elder Shana continued, "Deguang, I have always known you to be wise beyond your years, possessing a maturity uncommon for your age. The sole martial position of the Uchiha clan is now entrusted to you. May you lead the Dark Guards and restore the dignity of the Uchiha clan." "I accept the command," Uchiha Deguang replied solemnly, bowing deeply. The following day, Uchiha Deguang indulged in an unusual luxury of sleeping in, a first since he began his tutelage with Elder Shana. To be frank, the sensation of sleeping in was quite delightful. After lingering until nearly noon, he finally arose, sluggishly changing clothes and washing up. As he descended the stairs while yawning, he encountered his mother and a young girl engaged in cheerful conversation in the living room. It was Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Deguang felt a sudden tightening in his chest at the sight, caught off guard by the situation. "Little Deguang, You and Makoto-chan should go out for a stroll. Just make sure to return for lunch, his mother suggested. Uchiha Deguang opened his mouth, hesitating for a moment before managing to stammer out a single word, okay. Two individuals strolled leisurely down the street, engaging in casual conversation. At noon, the pedestrians hurried along the thoroughfare, while the overcast sky loomed ominously, shrouded in a layer of leaden rain clouds. The atmosphere of the clan grounds felt somewhat oppressive. Uchiha Deku admired the surroundings as he walked, exchanging idle remarks. In contrast to the clan grounds, the ambience of Konohagakure appeared vibrant. The streets buzzed with activity, filled with bustling vendors and passers-by. The rules of the large family were stringent. Uchiha Makoto's large eyes sparkled with joy, curving into crescent moons as she clung closely to Uchiha Deku. However, things had improved considerably. The only downside was that the police department was short-staffed after 2 units of shinobi had been dispatched. The girl's smile was charming, her bright eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, revealing a set of 8 pearly teeth. Uchiha Makoto's voice was light and cheerful, devoid of any trace of worry. The Uchiha clan wielded considerable power within the police department of Konohagakure, and offending others was regarded as a mere triviality. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan was rather indifferent to the opinions of commoners and ordinary ninjas. Suddenly, Uchiha Deku's expression shifted, and he came to a halt. Uchiha Makoto, initially taken aback, quickly sensed the change and reacted. In a swift motion, a dozen shuriken flew from the nearby shops towards the two of them. Uchiha Deku formed a hand seal and swiftly struck the ground. Earth-style, earth flow wall. A massive wall of rock erupted from the ground, intercepting the shuriken. Boom. Boom. The explosive tags affixed to the shuriken detonated, leaving the earth wall riddled with craters. Who could these assailants be? Uchiha Deku pondered, perplexed. To dare launch an attack within Konohagakure was to reveal a desperate intent to die. He drew the katana from his waist, its cold blade reflecting a foreboding glimmer. Makoto-chan, how long do you think it will take me to deal with them? Uchiha Deku inquired, turning to Uchiha Makoto. She paused for a moment, then felt a surge of elation. If it's you, probably around 3 minutes, she replied. You have such confidence in me, Makoto-chan. Her smile grew ever brighter. Buoyed by the prospect of Deku taking action himself, Uchiha Deku raised an eyebrow habitually, gripping his katana in his right hand while forming seals with his left to activate the body flicker technique. Inside the shop, 5 unremarkable spies prepared to launch their attack. To their astonishment, Uchiha Deku appeared instantaneously. Uchiha Blade Slash. A crimson wave of energy surged from the edge of his katana, cleaving 2 of them in half. The piercing screams sent chills through the remaining 3. Lightning Release. Lightning Strike. Seizing the moment of their shock, Uchiha Deku rapidly formed seals, summoning a lightning ninjutsu. Boom. One of the remaining assailants was charred blackened, yet still alive. It would suffice to capture one alive. Uchiha Deguang's right hand moved incessantly, continuing to swing his katana toward the last 2 adversaries. One attempted to block Deguang's blade with a kunai, while the other maneuvered to the side, aiming to encircle him from both directions. Uchiha's sword Flame Slash. The fire-style chakra enveloped the blade, severing the kunai meant for defense and decapitating its wielder. The remaining assailant, witnessing this gruesome display, felt a surge of terror and was about to retreat when Uchiha Deguang swiftly advanced, delivering a fatal blow that cleaved his head from his shoulders. A stir arose outdoors. 3 members of the Uchiha police force rushed over. The diminutive Uchiha Deguang stood amidst the pool of blood, gripping his katana. His pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan exuding a sinister yet detached aura. Lord Deguang. The 3 members of the police force promptly bowed in respect upon seeing him. Deguang acknowledged them with a cold nod, and in the blink of an eye, he closed his Sharingan. His previously menacing presence transformed into that of an indifferent youth. At that moment, 6 figures flashed into the room. As they came to a halt, it was revealed to be 6 members of the Umbu. The gruesome scene within startled even the Umbu. What on earth are you Uchiha doing? One of them admonished sharply. Using ninjutsu so recklessly in the village, your clan has become exceedingly audacious. Another Umbu stepped forward, expressing his ire. Hearing this, Uchiha Deguang and the 3 police force members silently drew their sheathed katana once more, activating their Sharingan and fixing their gaze on the Umbu. Uchiha Makoto, who had just entered from outside, also brandished a kunai, poised for action. The Uchiha stance was unmistakable. Outside, A commotion erupted as a large contingent from the police force and Umbu arrived. The newly arrived members, taken aback by the standoff within, quickly unsheathed their weapons in response. The clattering of unsheathing blades escalated the tension. Those who arrived later, lacking an understanding of the situation, drew their weapons, further highlighting the deteriorating relationship between the Uchiha police force and the Umbu. Hey, is this how you treat comrades of the village? A languid voice interjected as a figure clad in Jonin attire with silver hair strolled in, presenting an appearance that seemed entirely ordinary, devoid of the sharpness typically associated with a Jonin. Lord Tsukumo. The Umbu members immediately bowed and sheathed their weapons upon seeing him. The Uchiha police force exchanged glances and nodded to one another, also returning their katana to their sheaths. That's more like it. We are all comrades of the village. So why create discord? The silver-haired man, none other than Hatake Tsukumo, remarked in his relaxed tone. He then bent down to examine the assailant slain by Uchiha Deguang. The words of Hatake Tsukumo, a member of the Iwagakure assassination unit, carried a hint of surprise as he looked up at Uchiha Deguang. Did you dispatch all these individuals? Uchiha Deguang nodded slightly in affirmation. Hatake Tsukumo clicked his tongue in amazement. Within the Hokage tower, Hatake Tsukumo presented a report to the third Hokage concerning the incident involving the infiltration of Iwagakure spies. The third Hokage, with a pipe in his mouth, meticulously perused the practical report. Its content was succinct and to the point, and the resolution bore an efficiency akin to the skillful precision of a master swordsman, decisive and unambiguous. Excellent work, Shikamaru-kun. The third Hokage expressed his satisfaction with Hatake Shikamaru's handling of the incident. Truly, he is the most outstanding Jonin of the village. Your actions instill great confidence in me. Your praise is excessive, Hokage-sama. Shikamaru replied with a hint of humility. The village is replete with talent. I merely have had more opportunities to showcase my abilities. Ah, Shikamaru-kun, your humility is as consistent as ever. The third Hokage chuckled, shaking his head. Your accomplishments are evident to all. There is no need for such modesty. Shikamaru smiled, not wishing to elaborate further. What is your opinion of Uchiha Deguang? The third Hokage shifted the topic. His strength is undoubtedly formidable, Shikamaru remarked. It was their first encounter. He single-handedly defeated the 5 assailants, 4 of whom fell to his swordsmanship, with 3 being severed in a single stroke. His methods were rather ruthless. Yet, this also demonstrated his considerable skill and abundant power. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cleave his enemies in 2. Moreover, he has awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan. For someone of his age, he is indeed a prodigious talent. The third Hokage remained non-committal regarding Shikamaru's assessment. However, Deguang seems to harbor a significant rift with the village, Shikamaru continued. I inquired with my colleagues in the Umbu. While it is true that the Umbu made an initial misstep, Uchiha's aggression is ultimately rooted in Uchiha Deguang. He is the heir of Uchiha Shun. The third Hokage took several deep puffs from his pipe. Uchiha Shun, the radical faction's figurehead. How surprising. Has he not retired? The old fox may have withdrawn physically. Yet his spirit remains unyielding, the third Hokage scoffed. Regardless of the circumstances, he has been quick to accuse the radical faction. The Uchiha clan's current plight is largely due to the actions of these radicals. Shikamaru chose to remain silent on this matter. Shikamaru-kun, you truly embody the virtues of an upright gentleman, the third Hokage remarked with a sigh. In your opinion, how should responsibility for this incident be addressed? The infiltration of spies reveals a grave deficiency in the Umbu's counterintelligence efforts. The police department also bears an undeniable responsibility for failing to detect the infiltrators in a timely manner. Shikamaru responded without hesitation. The third Hokage nodded in approval. Indeed, Shikamaru-kun, your approach is consistently fair. Then let us proceed as you suggest. The third Hokage took up a pen and swiftly inscribed Shikamaru's recommendations on the incident report, affixing the Hokage's seal. I entrust this matter to your capable hands. He handed the report to Shikamaru. This will also give you an opportunity to familiarize yourself with the personnel of the police department. I imagine no one in the village would wish to associate with the police department, Shikamaru quipped, accepting the document. The third Hokage paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. After a brief interval following Shikamaru's departure, Mitomen and Toranchouchun entered the room. The third generation exchanged a brief greeting with 2 old friends before returning to their tasks. Yamazuki, Have you entrusted the handling of the attack incident to Tsukumo? Indeed, replied the third, leaning back in his chair and taking a deep draw from his pipe. Tsukumo-kun is a man of integrity. Everyone is willing to comply with his decisions regarding incidents. The smoke that wafted from his pipe cast a shifting shadow across his face. Mito-In and Torin Komatsu exchanged glances, and then Torin Komatsu remarked, though Tsukumo is a person of principle, his heart is delicate and tender, filled with affection for the village and his comrades. We must also protect him from the darker aspects of life. Torin Komatsu's words, though somewhat indirect, were unequivocal in their intent. The third generation, engrossed in his pipe, offered no response to his friend's concerns. Seeing this, Mito-In and Torin Komatsu felt it prudent to take their leave without further delay. The third merely waved his hand in farewell. When Hatake Tsukumo arrived at the police department, Uchiha Tokikage was animatedly boasting about various exploits of the border forces to a large group of police officers, while Uchiha Makoto stood timidly to the side, clutching the hem of Tokikage's garment. Upon the entrance of Uchiha Nakahira and Tsukumo, Tokikage could not help but jest, "Little Tokikage, do refrain from bragging. The police department is already short-staffed, and we certainly cannot afford to have you poach any more personnel." Tokikage simply laughed, knowing well that he could not refute his father. This is Tsukumo-kun, who has come at the behest of the Hokage to address the espionage incident. Aside from the matter at hand, he is also eager to meet you, young one, Uchiha Nakahira introduced with a smile. Tsukumo-kun is indeed one of the most upright individuals in the village. "Greetings, Tsukumo, esteemed Jonin," Tokikage said, his demeanor suddenly serious. "There's no need for formality, Tokikage." Tsukumo replied, scratching his head. "There's really nothing much to discuss, but since you were directly involved in the incident, I thought we might chat." "Please, go ahead, Tsukumo." "Jonin," Tokikage replied courteously, "I will speak freely about your inquiries." Tsukumo nodded slightly, then proceeded to ask about the details of the incident and how Tokikage had dealt with the assailant. After a back-and-forth exchange, Tsukumo closed his notebook with a smile, saying, "Thank you, Tokikage, for your support in my endeavors." "You're too kind, Tsukumo." "Jonin," Tokikage quickly responded. "You are the most renowned Jonin in the village. It is only fitting that we younger generations learn from you." Internally, Uchiha Tokikage was filled with curiosity regarding the enigmatic and tragic figure of Hatake Tsukumo. He could not fathom what kind of rumors could bring down such a formidable Jonin, compelling a steadfast individual to take his own life. Nor could he comprehend why the Hokage's faction allowed such rumors to proliferate. Did they not understand the damage it could inflict on a principled Jonin who was deeply devoted to the village? Tokikage, Uchiha Tokikage, lost in thought, was brought back to reality by Tsukumo's voice. "Are you listening to me?" "Oh, my apologies." Uchiha Deguang regained his composure and offered an awkward smile. "Please, Shikumo-san, go ahead." "Well, it's not a significant matter," Shikumo, the senior ninja, replied while stroking his chin. "I merely wish to inquire about your intended return to the border troops." "How about we journey together then?" "That would be splendid," Uchiha Deguang exclaimed with delight. He had long heard of Shikumo's formidable prowess, and accompanying him would provide an excellent opportunity for learning. "I plan to return to the Northwest border troops in 3 days, though I may have quite a few companions with me. I hope that doesn't bother you, Shikumo-san." "Not at all. That sounds perfect," Shikumo said with a smile. "This way, I won't have to endure the hardships of travel alone, and I can indulge in some of the comforts afforded to the Uchiha." "Shikumo-san is far too modest," Deguang replied. All right, Shikumo waved his hand dismissively. "Your little girlfriend has already expressed considerable discontent, so I want to add to your troubles." His words elicited light laughter from the group. Uchiha Makoto's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe peach. Yet she clutched the hem of Uchiha Deguang's garment without loosening her grip. Shikumo certainly enjoyed great popularity in the village. When Uchiha Deguang recounted his conversation with Shikumo to Elder Shana, along with Shikumo's proposal to team up for the return journey, he received enthusiastic praise from the elder. Shana referred to Shikumo as the true inheritor of Konoha's will of fire, a powerful and righteous ninja, and one of the most distinguished figures in Konoha. The accolades left Deguang questioning the reliability of his own ears. The reason was simple. Shikumo never abandoned his teammates nor forsook his comrades. He was a man of his word, and his actions bore fruit. Thus, his reputation and esteem steadily grew. A few ninjas from the Uchiha clan had briefly teamed up with Shikumo in the past, and their assessments were consistently high. Should we consider supporting him in his bid for the position of Hokage? Uchiha Deguang ventured, his heart filled with trepidation. The Hokage position was an obsession and a shadow for the Uchiha clan. However, in Deguang's view, unless the clan produced one or two individuals of comparable strength to Hokage, they had little chance unless some unforeseen event occurred in Konoha's narrative. No amount of elite Jonin could rival the weight of a Kage-level ninja. Such a qualitative disparity could not be compensated for by quantity. Particularly since the demise of the second Hokage due to treachery, the various villages had become exceedingly vigilant in their defensive strategies. As for Fugaku, relying on him seemed less promising than hoping for a successful uprising from the Uchiha clan. Elder Shana remained silent in response to Deguang's words. After a considerable pause, he shook his head, stating, "No, Shikumo is a man of integrity, and running for Hokage could lead to his downfall." Uchiha Deguang found himself equally at a loss for words. After several days of rest, he prepared for departure. This time, in addition to the 6 guards accompanying him, he had 12 members from the Uchiha Umbu as attendants, along with 42 Uchiha ninjas returning to the village for rest and family visits. A total of 60 ninjas from the Uchiha clan made for a rather impressive entourage, as Uchiha Deguang stood at the entrance of Konoha village, preparing his troops. He was greeted from behind by the signature languid voice of Hatake Tsukumo. "Good morning, Tsukumo-senpai." Given Tsukumo's esteemed reputation within the village, Deguang showed him the utmost respect, especially as the latter's demeanor towards the Uchiha clan was notably amicable, devoid of any arrogance typical of a powerful shinobi. Indeed, young Lord Deguang holds a position of considerable influence. Tsukumo jested lightly. Commanding such a multitude of ninja troops truly puts this seasoned shinobi to shame. "You flatter me, Tsukumo-senpai." Deguang replied politely. "Your accomplishments are well known, and for someone of your caliber, numbers hold little significance." After exchanging pleasantries, the two prepared to depart. Yet the process of exiting the village revealed a marked contrast between them. The procedures for Deguang and his contingent were managed by Uchiha ninjas on duty at the police department, while Tsukumo personally handled the registration of his subordinates, cheerfully engaging in light-hearted banter with several chunin at the gate. Is this the so-called Hatake Tsukumo? A man of unwavering resolve, yet possessing a heart of compassion beneath his seemingly stoic exterior? Deguang pondered silently. He felt that merely relying on a superficial understanding of the narrative to evaluate a living ninja's achievements and future was insufficient to truly comprehend a person. Especially a formidable figure like Hatake Tsukumo, one must engage in close interaction and dialogue. Thus far, he had yet to witness the reputedly cold and efficient Tsukumo. It was indeed disheartening to consider that a seasoned shinobi, who had rendered countless services to Konoha, could meet a tragic end due to the absurdities of political strife. Deguang could hardly believe that a powerhouse like Tsukumo would succumb to despair following a single mission's failure, if that were the case. Every ninja with a task completion rate below 100% would be doomed, effectively depleting the ranks of Konoha. On this occasion, Tsukumo was accompanied by only 8 ninja, who, despite their unassuming appearances, exuded an air of sharpness and competence. Disguised, they could easily blend into a crowd, suggesting they were elite shinobi skilled in stealth. "Apologies for the wait, Deguang-senpai. Let us set forth without delay," Tsukumo said, his radiant smile inviting everyone to begin their journey. Without a word, Deguang raised his hand, and 60 Uchiha ninjas moved in unison, arranging themselves into 5 divisions to flank both Deguang and Tsukumo as they officially commenced their expedition. "Lord Deguang, may I pose a question? I am uncertain if it is appropriate," Tsukumo ventured, walking alongside Deguang as their subordinates maintained a strategic distance, prepared for any potential confrontation, thus providing ample space for their conversation. "Given that you have already inquired, how could I possibly decline?" Deguang responded. "Why has the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village become so strained?" "This is a long story," Tsukumo replied. "Then let us keep it brief," Deguang suggested. "Shwomo, the esteemed Jonin, do you recognize Uchiha Madara?" Uchiha Tokikawa turned to gaze steadily at Hatake Shwomo. Indeed, although Hatake Shwomo hesitates to speak further, Lord Madara, alongside Lord Hashirama, once established Konoha, only to later betray the village due to ideological differences. Uchiha Tokikawa pondered his words carefully. Subsequently, Lord Madara orchestrated an assault on the village with the 9 tails, yet he was ultimately defeated by Lord Hashirama and perished. Not long after, Lord Hashirama also succumbed to injuries. These events, you are likely familiar with? Hatake Shwomo nodded silently. When Lord Madara departed from the village, he summoned his clansmen to join him. Yet the Uchiha clan had grown weary of the incessant battles and bloodshed, yearning instead to savor the long-sought peace of the Warring States period. In essence, all, including our clan, forsook Lord Madara. However, this did not imply that the village had faith in our clan. In the eyes of some, the Uchiha clan carries an original sin. Regardless of our actions, we are scrutinized through a distorted lens, thus earning the label of a malevolent clan. Even our specially formed police force, which appears to wield great power, is, in truth, a cage that confines the Uchiha clan, preventing any advancement. Hatake Shwomo remained silent, absorbing the words. Even our pride, the Sharingan. Uchiha Tokikawa indicated his eyes. Shwomo, are you aware of the conditions required for awakening the Sharingan? Hesitantly, Hatake Shwomo responded. Is it through intense emotional turmoil? Indeed. Uchiha Tokikawa reflected. The strength of the Sharingan is cultivated through the blood and despair of the Uchiha, which is why many of us, myself included, often experience such profound emotional fluctuations that we seem almost deranged. This is precisely why the Sharingan is referred to as the cursed eye. Then why not relinquish the Sharingan in pursuit of other paths? Hatake Shwomo inquired, unable to restrain himself. Shwomo, it is not the sin of guilt that is frightening, but rather the sin of weakness. Uchiha Tokikawa replied softly. If we were to abandon the Sharingan, how could the Uchiha clan still boast such a multitude of Jonin? How could we maintain even the scant power of our police force? How could we stand in the ninja world, or rather, in Konoha? Hatake Shwomo found himself at a loss for words. Power brings fairness, strength embodies justice, Uchiha Tokikawa stated, gazing ahead. Shwomo, how do you perceive this statement? Can I interpret it as an unyielding pursuit of power? Hatake Shwomo hesitated in his response. It is of little consequence. The Uchiha, as a clan that has endured for a millennium during the Warring States period, possess certain traits that cannot be altered overnight. The villagers simply fail to comprehend this. Uchiha Tokikawa mused internally, understanding or not, power will ultimately elucidate everything. Sighing, Hatake Shwomo lamented, has the Uchiha clan not endeavored to effect change? Change. Indeed, Uchiha Tokikawa exclaimed. Uchiha Kagami is an example, yet he is no longer with us. Hatake Shwomo's eyelids flickered. The circumstances surrounding Kagami's death were indeed suspicious, but ultimately, it matters little. Uchiha Deguang's tone was as indifferent as if he were discussing a complete stranger. Following the death of Senior Jing, the relationship between the clan and the Hokage's faction had completely soured. In the wake of oppression, clan members naturally gravitated towards the radical faction, which, while gaining strength, simultaneously strained their ties with the village. Is the radical faction where you belong, Deguang-kun? Indeed, Uchiha Deguang replied with certainty. However, for the Uchiha, whether radical or conservative, or labeled with any other descriptor such as hawks or doves, it mattered little. All were merely vying for positions commensurate with their strength, nothing more. Deguang-kun, you are quite frank, Hatake Tsukumo remarked, surprised by Uchiha Deguang's candor. It's nothing. Even our radical faction's Elder Shana holds you in high regard. What did Elder Shana say? Hatake Tsukumo inquired, intrigued. Well, he said you are a good person, Uchiha Deguang replied succinctly. Hatake Tsukumo felt as though he had been struck unexpectedly. Haha, just joking, Uchiha Deguang chuckled. Elder Shana's exact words were that Tsukumo-kun is the true heir of the Will of Fire, a powerful and upright ninja, the most principled force within Konoha. Uchiha Deguang recounted Elder Shana's words with enthusiasm. Thanks to Elder Shana for his esteem, Hatake Tsukumo mused, surprised to discover such a reputation within the Uchiha clan. For the Uchiha, strength is worthy of respect and must be respected, Uchiha Deguang remarked, blinking. After all, power brings fairness. To be strong is to be just, is it not? But what if one day, someone possesses strength greater than that of the Uchiha clan? Would the Uchiha submit to him? Hatake Tsukumo could not help but pose a pointed question. Certainly, Uchiha Deguang replied candidly, a straightforwardness that left Hatake Tsukumo taken aback. Tsukumo-senpai, although the Uchiha are radical, they are not without discernment, Uchiha continued directly. The only one capable of subduing the Uchiha clan through strength is Lord Hashirama. After all, we could abandon our own Uchiha Madara for Lord Hashirama. Though Uchiha Deguang's words carried an element of conceptual shift, Hatake Tsukumo found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. But why has the relationship between the Uchiha and the village deteriorated to the point of drawing swords? Hatake Tsukumo inquired, referencing recent confrontations. Because we refuse to accept it. Uchiha Deguang replied. Refuse to accept it? Tsukumo-senpai, the position of Hokage is, in principle, elected through a vote by the Jonin Council, is it not? Yes, Hatake Tsukumo was about to respond decisively, but faltered. Do you understand now? Uchiha Deguang glanced at him. Alas, Hatake Tsukumo sighed, feeling that he had sighed more in this conversation than in an entire month. According to the village's initial system, the Hokage position was indeed to be elected by a vote of the Jonin Council. This system was originally established by Senju Tobarama to exclude the powerful yet unpopular Uchiha Madara. However, in later times, even the second and third Hokage were not appointed through this mechanism. Thus, this system has practically become a mere formality. I once suggested to Elder Shana that perhaps he could support your candidacy for Hokage. But do you know what the elder said? That would only lead to your demise. The words piqued the curiosity of Kakashi Hatake. Elder Shana remarked that the Uchiha clan does not ask for much. Uchiha Tokugawa's tone remained ever composed, merely seeking fairness and respect. Is that truly so difficult to obtain? The village, after all, holds considerable trust in the Uchiha clan. After all, it is unprecedented for someone of your age, like Tokugawa, to command the border forces in Konoha and the ninja world. Kakashi Hatake. The majority of the border defense forces in the northwest, after adjustments, consists mainly of Uchiha clan ninjas or their relatives. Uchiha Tokugawa articulated deliberately. The position of command in the border forces was not acquired through my abilities or experience. It is merely a representation supported by the strength of our clan. Furthermore, the village's intention to weaken Uchiha's power is what allowed us to stand alone. Though the village did not foresee that a Wagakure's strategic objectives lay far beyond the land of grass. So, Tokugawa, do you not have faith in my candidacy for Hokage? Kakashi Hatake sought to steer the conversation elsewhere. As the saying goes in the martial world, countless bones lie beneath a general's success, Kakashi stated. But I do not concur with this notion. Uchiha Tokugawa replied earnestly. I believe that one must possess the determination to sever all ties if one chooses to run. The outcome of life and death must be determined by oneself. However, are you truly prepared mentally? Do you genuinely dare to accept the overt support of the Uchiha clan? Kakashi Hatake continued his journey in silence, neither confirming nor denying. After a moment, he quietly expressed, "Thank you, Tokugawa." Uchiha Tokugawa was somewhat taken aback. Though our ideologies differ, I appreciate your candor. It's nothing. We seek common ground while preserving our differences. Tokugawa responded straightforwardly, for the Uchiha clan has never sought to persuade others with mere words. Kakashi Hatake pondered the deeper meaning behind seeking common ground while preserving differences. Tokugawa chose not to elaborate further and continued on the path. A throng of ninjas swiftly traversed the forest, leaving numerous shadows behind. Beneath the setting sun, the mountains appeared as an ocean, and the twilight glowed crimson. Despite their disagreements, Kakashi Hatake and Uchiha Tokugawa's bond, forged through years, progressed under the premise of seeking common ground while embracing their differences. Thus, when Kakashi proposed a visit to the Northwest Border Defense Forces for observation and learning, Uchiha Tokugawa readily agreed, dispatching Uchiha Kenji to hasten back to the camp and prepare the base for their arrival. Upon entering the borders of the Land of Grass, Kakashi Hatake slowed his pace, carefully observing the villages, towns, and the natural landscapes of the Land of Grass along the way. Although each settlement appears relatively desolate compared to the Land of Fire, it is evident that the inhabitants no longer bear the anxiety of precarious existence that once haunted their faces. The marketplace has witnessed a notable increase in trade activity compared to the past. Furthermore, the remote mountains and forests are devoid of bandit hideouts. Lord Deku. It is said that previously, the village of Grass Ninja would collaborate with bandits to raid towns and merchants. Is such a situation still prevalent? I recall that it indeed was, but since the Fire Gate Command received orders from the Daimyo of the Land of Grass to purge the territory, nearly all underground organizations have been eradicated. The once numerous rogue ninja teams and spies have been virtually obliterated. The Grass Ninjas who allied with the bandits have all been dealt with. Thus, while the Land of Grass remains impoverished, it can at least be considered relatively stable among the smaller nations. Do the Grass Ninjas of the village oppose the execution of traitorous bandits? The esteemed Shikaku was somewhat puzzled. The grass ninjas, both high and low, are quite pragmatic and realistic, replied Uchiha Deku with a confident smile. By issuing tasks to the grass ninja village, the bounty offered amounts to twice the entire village's income. What could the grass ninja possibly use to resist us? Therefore, essentially, without our intervention, the grass ninja will apprehend their own rogue ninjas to claim the reward. Shikaku found this quite astonishing. Initially, I was skeptical, but considering it is the grass ninja, it seems reasonable, he remarked earnestly. Spending money is an art form in itself. By financially incentivizing the grass ninja to purge their ranks, we can create discord within their ranks, thereby undermining their leader's authority. In due time, a fragmented grass ninja will become easy prey. Yet, what utility does a fragmented grass ninja serve? Shikaku pondered, as they would hardly be able to assist in defending against a Wagakure. Relying on the grass ninja for defense against a Wagakure? That would indeed place the garrison of the land of grass in peril. Uchiha Deku laughed heartily, adding that transferring a disjointed grass ninja directly under the command of Konoha ninja would be far superior to their independent formation. At least they could engage in favorable battles. That makes sense. The two conversed as they approached the garrison of the Northwest Defense Forces. Lord Deku, we have made contact with the patrol team ahead, reported a ninja from the advancing unit. Excellent. Instruct the patrol team to continue their duties without delay, Uchiha Deku commanded. He then turned to Shikaku, saying, Shikaku, the camp is not far ahead. Let us proceed directly into the garrison. Shikaku naturally had no objections. Returning to the main camp felt quite pleasant. The atmosphere was warm and welcoming, with numerous ninjas, free of tasks, rushing to meet their idol, shaking hands, and seeking autographs. Meanwhile, the 8 accompanying ninjas of Shikaku discreetly entered the camp under the cover of Uchiha ninjas. Uchiha Deguang invited Hatake Tsukumo to rest in the main tent, where Uchiha Haman had arranged a feast featuring the specialties of the land of grass, and summoned the elite shinobi of the camp to welcome Deguang and Tsukumo. Once the banquet concluded and the guests took their leave, Uchiha Deguang turned to Hatake Tsukumo and said, Tsukumo-san, please feel free to express any assistance you might require for your mission. Indeed, you are quite perceptive, Deguang-kun, Tsukumo replied, somewhat hesitantly. There are indeed matters where I require assistance. I just hope it does not inconvenience you. Uchiha Deguang remained silent, merely smiling and gazing at him. Tsukumo, with a resigned smile, retrieved a scroll from his robe and handed it to Uchiha Deguang, indicating for him to peruse its contents. It was a mission document issued by the Hokage, which called for an infiltration into the land of waterfalls to gather intelligence regarding recent clandestine meetings between a Wagakure and Kumogakure, granting Tsukumo the authority to mobilize stationed shinobi forces for support. Uchiha Deguang fell into contemplation. From the document, it appeared to be a straightforward intelligence mission, and the 8 accompanying ninjas under Tsukumo's command were seasoned experts in covert operations, making them theoretically adequate for mere reconnaissance. Tsukumo-san, could you elaborate on the true nature of the mission? Uchiha Deguang inquired, stroking his chin with a hint of hesitation. According to the intelligence from the Umbu, the long-standing adversaries of Wagakure and Kumogakure are secretly convening somewhere within the land of waterfalls, and the participants are high-ranking officials from both villages. Our village fears the potential conspiracies they might be discussing, hence the need for thorough investigation, Tsukumo explained, somewhat helpless. An intelligence mission involving 2 major shinobi villages, especially in a foreign land, with an unclear precise location. Where to begin? Uchiha Deguang pondered. I believe the relationship between our village and the land of waterfalls is one of alliance, is it not? That may be the case, but the land of waterfalls has always maintained a closed-off stance, rarely engaging with the outside world. It would be challenging to establish contact in a timely manner, Tsukumo admitted, feeling somewhat exasperated. And we cannot ascertain the stance of the land of waterfalls in this matter, can we? Uchiha Deguang remarked with a gentle shake of his head. Indeed. Tsukumo sighed. How may I enlist your cooperation? If possible, please allocate a contingent of shinobi to covertly mobilize to the borders of the land of waterfalls for reconnaissance. If necessary, they can assist in surrounding the participants of the meeting between the 2 villages based on intelligence relayed to the target location, Uchiha Deguang suggested, finding the rationale for deploying troops from the Northwest Border Defense Units quite logical, as the land of grass shares a border with the land of waterfalls. What number of personnel do you anticipate needing? Uchiha Deguang inquired, having already made up his mind. Approximately 100, with a preference for more Jonin. We can forego the Jonin, as they would be of little use, Tsukumo replied, his eyes brightening at the prospect. How about 30 Jonin and 60 Chunin? Uchiha Deguang estimated the camp's personnel and proposed a robust team composition, perfectly aligning with the 30 Jonin squads, all experienced in cooperative operations, which should meet Tsukumo's requirements. That would be splendid, Tsukumo nodded in satisfaction. And the timeline for this operation? According to intelligence from the dark factions, the Wagakure and Kumogakure are scheduled to reconvene in approximately 3 days, potentially with higher-ranking officials in attendance. At that time, I will lead a team to stealthily track and ascertain the meeting location, while also attempting to eavesdrop on any pertinent information. Kakashi Hitaki produced a map from his pocket, elaborating on the task assignment to Uchiha Tokukes. How shall we communicate to confirm the signal instructions? Uchiha Tokukes inquired. Particularly if the meeting venue is situated far from the borders of the land of grass, making it challenging to remain inconspicuous during our approach. My subordinates include a pair of twin brothers who possess a family heirloom technique of telepathy, enabling them to achieve long-distance sensory location between one another. I will leave one with your supporting ninja forces to guide you when the time comes. Such a technique exists? Uchiha Tokukes expressed intrigue. Furthermore, as an additional precaution, Kakashi Hitaki formed hand seals to summon a black ninja dog resembling a bulldog. This is Basha, one of my contracted ninja dogs, capable of relaying messages between us. Kakashi leaned down to whisper to the ninja dog for a brief moment, after which the dog nodded repeatedly and began to speak. Lord Kakashi, I comprehend. Please rest assured. Lord Tokukes, I shall do my utmost to ensure the mission's success. Uchiha Tokukes was somewhat astonished. It was his second encounter with a speaking summoning beast. The first being the cat named Hanamaki from Uchiha Hamura. He had not anticipated that Kakashi would also possess such an articulate summoning creature. Well then, I have no further concerns, Uchiha Tokukes remarked, suppressing the urge to pet the dog. However, Kakashi-senpai, when do you plan to depart? I shall set off tonight. I will leave a shadow clone at the camp, and I kindly ask you, Tokukes-kun, to have the shadow clone move around various locations outside the camp tomorrow. The clone will then head south towards the land of rain, creating the illusion of an alternate destination. Uchiha Tokukes nodded slightly, acknowledging the meticulousness of this arrangement. He found no fault in it. Then I shall lead my forces to stealthily approach the border of the land of water tomorrow night. After a brief moment of contemplation, he provided a timeline. Recognizing that coordinating 30 squads would be no small feat, a swift mobilization would indeed be challenging to conceal, making tomorrow night the most suitable option. Then I entrust the matter to you, Tokukes-kun. Kakashi replied courteously. Not at all. I am equally eager to fight alongside you. Uchiha Tokukes beamed brightly. Do you intend to personally lead the ninja forces into battle? Kakashi was taken aback upon realizing this. Yes. I wish to confront the elites of Kumogakure and Wagakure as well. Uchiha Tokukes expressed a sense of eager anticipation. Kakashi hesitated, wondering if this was overly audacious. Isn't that too risky? After all, you are responsible for the command of the base operations. That is of no concern. Uncle Hamura will be present. Uchiha Tokukes waved dismissively. Moreover, I have selected only the elites of the radical Uchiha faction. Others may not be able to command them effectively, and any delays in seizing the opportunity could be detrimental. Kakashi found this reasoning sound. With so many Uchiha ninja present, apart from the uniquely positioned Uchiha Tokukes, it was uncertain if anyone else could maintain control. Rest assured, Kakashi-senpai. Uchiha Deguang, brimming with confidence, alongside you and I, totals 32 elite shinobi. The opposing side must be significantly outnumbered, thus we possess a clear advantage in both the quantity and quality of our ninja forces. Unless the likes of Inoki or Reikage personally intervene, I am certain they will return empty-handed. Hitaki Tsukumo led his subordinates on a night departure. Uchiha Deguang lingered for an additional day, orchestrating a ruse with the shadow clone left behind by Hitaki Tsukumo before finally returning to the camp to inspect personnel. In response to Uchiha Deguang's proactive engagement in battle, Uchiha Hyuga expressed his concerns in a gentle manner and suggested reinforcing the accompanying ninja. Uchiha Deguang graciously accepted this wise counsel from his elder. Consequently, Uchiha Deguang augmented the original battle force of 30 elite shinobi and 60 chunin to 33 elite shinobi and 69 chunin, in addition to Uchiha ninjas. He also summoned the Byakugan team led by Hyuga Tashiki and further allocated 2 medical squads. Once the battle-ready personnel were prepared, Uchiha Deguang dispatched each unit under the guise of a mission. After converging at a predetermined location under the cover of night, the contingent of shinobi stealthily infiltrated the borders of the land of waterfalls. Being a ninja demands an abundance of patience, particularly in covert operations or assassination missions. It is not uncommon to remain motionless at a designated spot for days and nights, enduring hunger and silence. Fortunately, Uchiha Deguang's concealment at the border was somewhat bearable, as he had a cave to shelter in and a rather foolish yet fierce, albeit endearing, ninja dog to alleviate his boredom. The wait for intelligence was tedious. Uchiha Deguang, in his ennui, gathered fire-release chakra in his palm, shaping it into various forms as his thoughts wandered. With the other hand, he relentlessly petted the ninja dog, Basha. The dog, in silent acquiescence, submitted to Uchiha Deguang's affections, not due to a lack of temperament, but rather because the chakra emanating from Uchiha Deguang was quite formidable, leaving it little choice but to comply. Suddenly, Basha's body stiffened. The sensation in his hand felt amiss. Uchiha Deguang glanced down at the ninja dog, wondering what was amiss. Did a message from Tsukumo-senpai arrive? Indeed, Lord Deguang. The ninja dog nodded vigorously. May I rise to greet the messenger? Oh. Uchiha Deguang withdrew his hand from the incessant petting. The ninja dog stood upright and expelled a small scroll from its mouth. Upon unfurling it, Basha pressed a paw onto the rune array within. With a loud pop, a small cloud of smoke erupted in the cave. A ninja dog appeared, clutching a message in its mouth. The new ninja dog released the letter and bowed to both Uchiha Deguang and Basha before vanishing in another puff of smoke. Your companion exhibits a modicum of politeness, albeit limited, Uchiha Deguang remarked as he picked up the letter, glancing down at Basha, who, frightened, lay on the ground, wagging his tail in nervous laughter. Upon opening the letter, Uchiha Deguang's eyelids twitched at its contents. A significant catch has been made. His initial reaction to the message was a euphoric sense of having struck gold. Kakashi Tsukumo meticulously tracked the movements of a Wagakure and Kyomogakure, ultimately discerning that their clandestine meeting was to take place at a location in the northern region of Takigakure known as Lake Shikatsu. The most significant targets identified were the assistant to the Tsuchikage of a Wagakure and the secretary to the Reikage of Kyomogakure, accompanied by 15 ninjas garbed in the attire of the Umbu. However, the content of their discussion remained undisclosed in the correspondence, leaving us to ponder whether this was due to confidentiality or simply a lack of intelligence. In terms of personnel comparison, even if all the accompanying ninjas were seasoned Jonin, the total would not exceed 30, which would equate to the number of elite ninjas led by Uchiha Takushu, augmented by dozens of chunin for support. While this does not guarantee success, it at least suggests a favorable position. Nevertheless, eliminating these two individuals would undoubtedly escalate tensions with both the Wagakure and Kyomogakure. Yet, having already made a commitment to Kakashi Tsukumo, overthinking was futile. Thus, Uchiha Takushu promptly signaled to assemble the Jonin. After deliberating on their strategy, the group set forth towards their target location, Tsukumo-san. Approximately 50 kilometers from Lake Shikatsu, Uchiha Takushu and his forces successfully rendezvoused with Kakashi Tsukumo. Takushu-kun, I appreciate your assistance, Tsukumo remarked, appearing somewhat fatigued. Such formalities are unnecessary. Takushu waved dismissively. What is the situation on your end? 32 in total, approximately 12 of whom are Jonin. Tsukumo replied straightforwardly. Their defenses are quite robust, likely including sensory ninjas, thus rendering stealthy reconnaissance improbable. And your subordinates? Uchiha Takushu inquired, noticing that Tsukumo was alone. Two individuals disguised as wandering ninjas were positioned a kilometer from the target site, but they were swiftly neutralized. The others are stationed on the periphery for surveillance, Tsukumo explained. Pausing briefly, there are members of an explosive unit among the Wagakure ninjas. Then an all-out assault is the only option? Takushu pressed. At this juncture, that appears to be the case, Tsukumo nodded. Although the discussions between a Wagakure and Kyomogakure remained a mystery, disrupting their meeting was undoubtedly imperative. Very well, Uchiha Takushu acquiesced. Commencing the deployment of forces. Uchiha Taiji, you will lead 30 men to infiltrate the northern part of Lake Shikatsu within 30 minutes and await the signal to commence the attack. You will also be responsible for establishing the battlefield barrier. Understood. A middle-aged Uchiha ninja stepped forward, responding with confidence. Uchiha Aishi, You shall lead 30 men to the western part of Lake Shikatsu within 30 minutes, awaiting orders. After launching your attack, ensure 2 teams remain to guard against any fleeing adversaries. Yes, Uchiha Kazushige, you will guide 20 men along the waterways for a preliminary probing assault. Affirmative. The remainder will join me and Tsukumo-san for a frontal assault. Move out. With that command, dozens of figures sprang into action, weaving gracefully through the forest. A net of encirclement was cast towards the meeting of Awagakure and Kumogakure by the lakeside. Takushikuin, your command over the troops is remarkable, Tsukumo remarked with admiration. Merely a trivial tactic, Uchiha Takushu replied nonchalantly. Are there any notable adversaries among them? None have been identified thus far. Kakashi Shigemura contemplated the situation. Their accompanying ninjas were all disguised as members of their respective nations Zanbu, making it difficult to distinguish them. Nevertheless, the odds of 3-1 in favor of the ninjas assured victory. After engaging in casual conversation, Uchiha Takushin glanced at his pocket watch, sensing that the encircling teams should soon be in position, and nodded at Uchiha Ko. Upon receiving the signal, Uchiha Ko promptly rallied the selected ninjas to leap into the river, swiftly submerging towards the distant lake. Shigemura, let us set forth as well, Uchiha Takushin invited. Turning to Kakashi Shigemura, with a steady nod, Shigemura unsheathed the short blade secured at his back. The moment he drew his sword, Kakashi Shigemura emanated an aura starkly different from his usual amiable demeanor. His murderous intent was subtly concealed, yet palpable, embodying the quintessential characteristics of a top-tier swordsman. Uchiha Takushin also unsheathed his katana, discarding the scabbard onto the ground without a second thought, knowing he could retrieve it after their victory. With a flick of his left hand across the blade, a violet flame of fire release enveloped the sword. The two exchanged a knowing smile and advanced to initiate their assault. Who goes there? A member of Awagakure Zanbu, stationed near the lake, sensed unusual activity on the water's surface and drew his kunai, moving cautiously toward the lakeside. Suddenly, 5 colossal water dragons erupted from the depths, charging toward the encampment by the lake. This formidable assault was a coordinated effort, employing multiple ninjas to perform the water release, water dragon bullet technique. In quick succession, 20 figures emerged from the water's surface, swiftly weaving hand signs. Earth release, multiple earth flow walls. Though taken by surprise, it was evident that the Awagakure Zanbu were elite, as they promptly cast their ninjutsu to counter the water dragon assault. Fire release, great breakthrough. Fire dragon flame bullet. A barrage of large-scale fire release techniques unleashed by several Uchiha ninjas surged toward the Awagakure forces. Earth release, earth flow wall. Lightning release, false darkness. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. In an instant, a fierce exchange of ninjutsu erupted at close quarters. Uchiha Takushin produced a whistle, inhaled sharply, and blew a piercing note. Who? The hidden forces in the north and west responded, surging ferociously toward the lakeside. Everyone, follow my lead into battle, Uchiha Takushin bellowed, brandishing his blade as he charged forth. Kill! Echoed the accompanying Uchiha ninjas, rushing towards the enemy forces by the lake. Kakashi Shigemura, however, moved even faster, employing the body flicker technique to dart into the enemy ranks like a bolt of lightning. With his ferocious swordsmanship and remarkable speed, Shigemura swiftly felled 2 adversaries before being intercepted by 5 Awagakure Zanbu working in tandem. The name White Fang indeed lived up to its reputation. Uchiha Takushin began to wonder if he had overestimated the situation by summoning so many. Prepare for a combined ninjutsu. Now that they were engaged, their offensive techniques could not be wasted. Fire release, great tornado, grand fire extinguishment. A series of combined fire and wind release techniques surged violently toward the Awagakure forces. Caught off guard, the Awagakure and Kumogakure ninjas scrambled to deploy their techniques. While they managed to mitigate this round of ninjutsu attacks, their formation was thoroughly disrupted, allowing the numerically superior Uchiha to swiftly encircle and overwhelm them. After employing ninjutsu to disrupt the enemy formation, the most effective and direct method for the numerically superior side is to engage in close combat, leveraging their numerical advantage to besiege the adversary. The battlefield is now a chaotic melee, and Uchiha Deguang, wielding a great sword, seeks an opportunity to charge, but finds himself unable to do so, as the shadowy ninja bodyguards flanking him prevent any engagement. The only cohesive enemy force remains with its Tsuchikage's assistant and the Raikage secretary, consisting of 7 individuals. Yet they are encircled by the ambushing units led by Uchiha Taiji and Uchiha Hoshi. Suddenly, amidst the surrounded enemy, a cloud ninja abruptly tore off his mask and unleashed a torrent of dense blue fireballs from his mouth, directed towards the encircling Uchiha ninjas. Although the Uchiha attempted to thwart the advancing fireballs with their respective techniques, the eerie blue flames unexpectedly broke through their defenses, causing considerable trouble for them. While the encirclement remained intact, it loosened momentarily. "Curse it!" exclaimed the cloud ninja in a loud voice. Uchiha Deguang, taken aback, realized that the Uchiha clan was historically adept at manipulating fire. Thus, it was perplexing that their defenses could be breached so easily. However, the blue flames and the peculiar name of the ninjutsu stirred a memory within him. The blue flames and the strange fireballs, Uchiha Deguang mused, suddenly recalling something. And he shouted urgently, "Be cautious. That individual is a Jinchuriki of the two tails." The tailed beasts, known for their boundless chakra, are widely regarded within the ninja world as harbingers of disaster. Although the extent of this unknown Jinchuriki's control over the beast remained uncertain, the ability to utilize the signature ninjutsu of the two tails should not be underestimated. "Do not hold back. Eliminate them swiftly," Uchiha Deguang commanded sternly. "Leave no survivors. We must not allow the Jinchuriki the chance to unleash the tailed beast's power." Initially, the Uchiha forces had entertained the notion of capturing the Tsuchikage's assistant and the Raikage secretary, but with the revelation of the Jinchuriki's identity, lethality became imperative. Should the Jinchuriki intentionally release the sealing restraints, the consequences would be dire. Assist in the extermination of the enemy. Uchiha Deguang instructed his shadowy bodyguards. "Let us resolve this swiftly, and then collectively hunt down this Jinchuriki." Understood. The shadowy ninjas, cognizant of the urgency, wasted no time and swiftly advanced towards various battle groups. It seemed a desperate struggle was imminent. Uchiha Deguang took a deep breath, forcefully extracting and refining chakra within his body. A purple aura erupted from his hands, enveloping his entire being, and he promptly formed the hand seals to activate the body flicker technique, joining the fray. Uchiha Sword Flame Slash. A beam of violet sword energy surged towards the two tails Jinchuriki, who was aggressively pressing 3 Uchiha elite ninjas. With a resounding crash, the Jinchuriki was caught off guard and struck directly, propelled several meters away before executing a somersault in midair, landing gracefully on all fours, akin to an enraged wildcat. Fixating its gaze on Uchiha Deguang, the chakra from the tailed beast radiated increasingly, manifesting intricate and ominous patterns within the solid blue chakra. Surveying the surroundings, it was evident that the forces of a Wagakure and Kumobikure were incapable of withstanding the onslaught. In a mere moment, the majority of the battle groups had concluded their skirmishes and commenced encircling the Jinchuriki to hunt him down. A feral roar erupted from the Jinchuriki's throat as he lunged toward Uchiha Deguang. The Uchiha, wielding his blade, executed a flurry of 3 swift strikes. Yet the Jinchuriki adeptly evaded each one. A massive hand, enveloped in azure chakra and resembling a feline paw, descended upon Uchiha Deguang. Caught off guard, he had no choice but to firmly grasp the hilt of his sword and attempt to parry, but the overwhelming force drove his feet deep into the earth. Though he managed to block the Jinchuriki's assault, his hands were left tingling from the impact. In that instant, the Jinchuriki swung his other hand toward Deguang's midsection. With both hands occupied with his weapon, Deguang took a calculated risk to retract his sword and evade. Just as he dodged the Jinchuriki's claws, a torrent of blue flames surged toward him, engulfing him in a blazing inferno. Deguang, the surrounding Uchiha Jonin, witnessing the peril, rushed forward heedlessly, abandoning their formation. "I am unharmed." Uchiha Deguang's body erupted with violet flames, consuming the tailed beast's chakra. Observing his comrades charging at the Jinchuriki only to be violently repelled, he felt a surge of frustration. "What purpose do your Sharingan Jinjutsu serve?" The Uchiha Jonin, realizing their oversight, swiftly readied their 3-tomo Sharingan to ensnare the two tails in an illusion. "Deguang, are you alright?" Shikamaru, having dispatched his opponent, approached to engage the two tails alongside him. "I am fine for now," Uchiha Deguang replied, promptly organizing their formations as the Chunin retreated to establish a perimeter. "Jonin, prepare for Jinjutsu and barrier techniques." Understood. Among the throng of ninja, the numerous yet comparatively weaker Chunin began to withdraw from the battlefield. "Umbu, Ready the Uchiha Fire Formation. Affirmative. The 12 Umbu split into groups of 3, positioning themselves at the corners of the battlefield to commence forming seals for the barrier. Shikamaru, shall we join the fray? Indeed. Even the Uchiha's Sharingan Jinjutsu could not fully restrain the Jinchuriki's rampage. The collective assault merely stilled him for a fleeting moment before he broke free. Shikamaru's blade struck with the swiftness of lightning, aiming for the Jinchuriki's neck from an unexpected angle. Clang! The Jinchuriki raised his arm to block, the clash of weaponry resonating like a thunderous bell. Though the blade pierced flesh, it ultimately met resistance against bone. Shikamaru, taken aback, swiftly withdrew his blade to evade another swipe from the Jinchuriki. Binding technique. The coordinated Jinjutsu from the Uchiha Jonin temporarily immobilized the Jinchuriki. A barrage of fire release techniques rained down upon him, but proved futile. Some lesser fire jutsu were entirely consumed by the azure chakra surrounding the Jinchuriki. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Jinchuriki's momentary rigidity, Uchiha Deguang leapt into the air, wielding his katana inverted, channeling his momentum to drive the blade into the creature's back. Subsequently, Uchiha Deguang released the hilt of his sword, and with both hands, he concentrated his fire release chakra to form a continuously rotating spiral chakra sphere, which he struck forcefully against the waist of the Jinchuriki. A howl of agony erupted from the Jinchuriki, who, in a fit of rage and pain, disregarded the blade on his back and Uchiha Deguang, scrambling with all limbs towards an unoccupied direction in a desperate bid for escape. Uchiha Flame Formation. The Uchiha Jonin, who had been poised at the 4 corners, recognized the Jinchuriki's intent to flee and swiftly enacted the long-prepared barrier. Solid walls of flame materialized on all sides, effectively blocking the escape route of the Jinchuriki. Frustrated and increasingly frantic, the Jinchuriki let out a series of inhuman roars, his features elongating and his pupils transforming into those resembling a wildcat. Uchiha Deguang maintained a firm grip on the Jinchuriki's neck, fervently channeling fire release chakra to incinerate the blue chakra enveloping the Jinchuriki's exterior. It was evident that the combined forces of Yin release and fire release chakra exerted a restraining influence on the two-tailed beast's blue chakra. Moreover, as the fire chakra continued to scorch, Uchiha Deguang perceived that the fire release chakra was not depleting, rather, it was slightly amplifying. The power of the tailed beast acted as a fertilizer, nurturing the fire release chakra. With renewed vigor, Uchiha Deguang intensified the transformation of chakra, augmenting the potency of the fire release. The Jinchuriki became rigid, trembling in place. Kakashi Tsukumo and a cadre of Uchiha Jonin hastened forward to assist, well-versed in sealing techniques. The Uchiha Jonin began forming hand seals in an attempt to seal the Jinchuriki's power. However, their sealing efforts proved futile against the tailed beast's coat. Those adept in illusion techniques fixed their Sharingan upon the Jinchuriki's eyes, casting one illusion after another. But these two were swiftly dispelled by the interference of the Jinchuriki's own chakra and that of the tailed beast. Meanwhile, Kakashi Tsukumo, wielding a short blade like a seasoned lumberjack, stood firm, relentlessly striking at the Jinchuriki's neck. As Uchiha Deguang continued the relentless incineration, the Jinchurikis began to wane, and the predatory nature of the fire release against the tailed beast's chakra incited a fierce counterattack. With a roar, the last vestige of humanity flickered from the Jinchuriki's eyes, yielding entirely to the beast within. A tail composed of blue chakra sprouted from the Jinchuriki's lower back and lashed out toward Uchiha Deguang. Just as Uchiha Deguang was engulfed in the fervor of his fire release, the chakra tail ensnared him. The massive appendage constricted around Uchiha Deguang's form, exerting immense pressure in an attempt to strangle him. The protective aura surrounding Uchiha Deguang diminished to a mere wisp. Kakashi Tsukumo's blade moved with increased speed, sending sparks flying with each strike. Meanwhile, the ensnared Uchiha Deguang felt a formidable consciousness, akin to that of a feline, attempting to draw his will into the Jinchuriki's body. Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Deguang concentrated his mental fortitude to resist, while the fire release chakra continued its relentless incineration. "Let us initiate the 4-symbol seal," the surrounding Jonin exclaimed, rallying to commence a new attempt to seal the Jinchuriki's limbs. Others joined in to employ the illusionary chain technique. Uchiha Deguang gritted his teeth, exclaiming that the Jinchuriki was struggling fiercely, and he was on the verge of succumbing under the pressure of external forces. A voice, unlike any human utterance, resonated within Uchiha Deguang's mind. Is that you, Two Tails? Indeed, came the thunderous reply. Greetings, Two Tails. Uchiha Deguang acknowledged, though there was no sign of his fire release chakra diminishing. From where do your powers originate? I have cultivated this fire release on my own. Is that so astonishing? Fire release is a fusion of yin release and fire release, is it not? The voice of Two Tails appeared calm and unhurried. You are a member of the Uchiha clan, correct? Yes, Uchiha Deguang responded, somewhat perplexed. I have a proposal that could yield substantial benefits for you. Would you be inclined to accept? The voice of Two Tails took on a slightly ethereal tone, laced with a barely perceptible allure. Humph. Uchiha Deguang sneered, gritting his teeth. Enough of your tricks. Illusions and temptations have no effect on the Uchiha. Two Tails mused for a moment. Though I am unsure how you know my name. Do you not wish to hear my suggestion? Speak, Uchiha Deguang replied, simultaneously managing the voice of Two Tails in his mind while intensifying the burning power of his fire release. During this brief period, Uchiha Deguang distinctly felt his chakra becoming more substantial after absorbing the tailed beast's chakra through the burning process, seemingly acquiring a sticky and continuously burning damage attribute. This indicated that the targets subjected to the flames of his fire release could have their powers and characteristics absorbed. Why not use your strength to help me eliminate this Jinchuriki? Two Tails' voice echoed once more in Uchiha Deguang's mind. What? Uchiha Deguang was somewhat taken aback. If the Jinchuriki perishes, will you not also face death? No. On the contrary, I will be liberated. The voice of Two Tails resonated again. Tailed beasts are immortal. I shall be reborn in the future and live anew. Then why do you not retract your external chakra? Uchiha Deguang inquired. Why not simply have someone sever the Jinchuriki's head? It is his will that forcibly commands a fraction of my insignificant power. Two Tails' voice carried a tone of annoyance. I do not believe your words. Two Tails, Uchiha Deguang mused internally. Moreover, what benefit would killing you provide me? It would be far more prudent to seal this Jinchuriki and return to the village, extracting you to find a new host. I can grant you a portion of my power. Two Tails' voice hastened, offering the tailed beast strength without conscious interference. Uchiha Deguang felt a stirring in his heart. He surveyed the surroundings, noting that several Uchiha Jonin had firmly restrained the Jinchuriki's limbs and were directing the sealing technique towards the tailed beast seal on the Jinchuriki's abdomen. Meanwhile, Hatake Tsukumo had sheathed his blade, ceasing his attempts to sever the neck. How can I directly kill the Jinchuriki? Uchiha Deguang inquired of Two Tails in his mind. Even he felt a tinge of embarrassment at the question. Quite simply, Two Tails' voice was noticeably cheerful. You merely need to simultaneously concentrate your chakra to burn both the Jinchuriki's head and heart, and I shall perish alongside him. To feel such elation at the prospect of death is indeed the lament of the tailed beasts. But what of the power bestowed upon me? You may directly refine the chakra of the tail. I shall not impede you. Uchiha Deguang, somewhat skeptical, directed the flames of his fire-release chakra toward the massive chakra tail, entwining him. To his surprise, the flames swiftly engulfed it, transforming the grand chakra tail into a blazing sphere of fire-release chakra. Subsequently, he harnessed the momentum of the fiery chakra orb, channeling his hands heavily toward the Jinchuriki. With a roar, Uchiha Deguang's chakra struck with great force, rendering the Jinchuriki's body utterly rigid, as the tailed beast's power within began to dissipate. No mishaps occurred. Uchiha Deguang breathed a sigh of relief. The elite Uchiha shinobi felt a twinge of regret, sensing they had missed an extraordinary opportunity to control the tailed beast. Meanwhile, the expression of Kakashi Shumo was rather complex, particularly after Uchiha Deguang discreetly eliminated the Jinchuriki. The entire conflict persisted for nearly an hour. With a decisive advantage in numbers and combat prowess, even the elite Umbu of the Rock and Cloud villages were no match. The most time-consuming aspect was the assault on this nameless Jinchuriki. As the Jinchuriki perished, the traces of the tailed beast gradually faded, revealing a once handsome visage. Surveying the surroundings, the Uchiha forces were engaged in clearing the battlefield alongside the recalled subordinates of Shumo. Deguang approached Kakashi Shumo, harboring inexplicable emotions, and inquired, why was it necessary to kill this Jinchuriki? If we were to capture him alive, how would the village handle him? Would he be retained within our Uchiha clan, or would he be taken to the Umbu research facility? Essentially, he would spend the remainder of his life in the Umbu research facility. Kakashi Shumo pondered for a moment, recognizing the Jinchuriki's unique status. The village would never reveal his identity even if they sheltered him. Indeed, Uchiha Deguang lamented. The tailed beast distribution policy is a crucial element of the 5 great nations balance established by Lord Hashirama. It must not be disrupted. But how does this relate to his death? Shumo remained somewhat perplexed, reasoning that even if he were brought back to the village's research facility, it would benefit the village. Suddenly, Kakashi Shumo hesitated, coming to a realization. It seems, Shumo, that you have grasped the situation. Uchiha Deguang remarked solemnly. Sometimes the interests of the village do not align with those of the Uchiha clan. For our clan, refraining from actively harming the village's interests is the utmost restraint. Yet, the village's actions often perpetually undermine the interests of the Uchiha clan and, by extension, the majority of the shinobi. Kakashi Shumo could only shake his head in resignation. Hurry and clear the battlefield. We must expedite our retreat, Uchiha Deguang called out to the busy crowd. And do not forget to retrieve my sword sheath. Additionally, Junshu. Uchiha Deguang turned to Hinata Junshu. Have you detected any traces of the Takegakure shinobi? None. There are no signs of other ninjas within a 5-kilometer radius, Hinata Junshu replied. Scanning the surroundings with his Byakugan, the Rock and Cloud villages have indeed chosen a favorable location. Uchiha Deguang nodded slightly, contemplating that allowing them to perish here might be a fitting end. I dare say they probably never anticipated meeting their demise in this place. Hatake Tsukumo found the situation both amusing and absurd. That is of no concern to me, Uchiha Deguang replied nonchalantly. My sole responsibility is to escort them to their end. However, given the urgency of the situation, having eliminated all the targets, would this be considered a failure of the mission? Uchiha Deguang suddenly pondered whether the village would place any blame on Tsukumo for this. Unlikely, Hatake Tsukumo shook his head. The mere loss of the Tsuchikage's aide in the Raikage secretary constitutes a significant achievement, and coupled with the record of eliminating the Jinchuriki, the intelligence aspect pales in comparison. Is that so? Uchiha Deguang stroked his chin, lost in thought. Lord Deguang, the battlefield has been secured. A Uchiha Umbu ninja appeared beside him in an instant. Kneeling on one knee to report. Please give your orders. What is the casualty report? Uchiha Deguang inquired. 5 Jonin sustained minor injuries, all inflicted by the Jinchuriki. But they have been treated by medical ninjas and are fit for action, the Umbu ninja reported. 7 Chunin perished in battle, 1 was severely injured, and 21 sustained minor injuries. All have received medical attention and are not in life-threatening condition. The news of 7 deaths left Uchiha Deguang feeling melancholic. Although he understood the inevitability of casualties in battle, the toll always weighed heavily on his heart. After all, regardless of how distant they might seem in daily life, the fallen were ultimately his kin, blood relatives tied by bonds that transcended even the most distant connections. Lord Deguang, dying in battle is the fate of the Uchiha. The Umbu ninja consoled him. To perish in warfare, akin to a fleeting bloom that blossoms and withers in combat, is the finest conclusion for us Uchiha. You need not feel guilt. Sighing, Uchiha Deguang found himself at a loss for words. Tsukumo, how do you suggest we retreat? He inquired, attempting to shake off the somber mood. Hatake Tsukumo contemplated briefly. What if we withdraw from the remote areas along the borders of the land of Earth? Agreed. Uchiha Deguang replied promptly, but I would require your guidance for the route. Certainly, Hatake Tsukumo responded readily. Although I would need to ask Hinata Junshu to assist in scouting the situation along the way. That is acceptable, Uchiha Deguang called for Hinata Junshu. Junshu, when we retreat, Tsukumo intends to slip back through the borders of the land of Earth. Please keep an eye on the route to avoid any encounters with the Iwagakure patrols. Understood. It is my duty to oversee this matter, Hinata Junshu replied, maintaining an air of elegance despite having also endured a fierce battle. Hatake Tsukumo pulled out a map, meticulously plotting the route and explaining the key points of caution to the commanding ninjas during the retreat and border crossing. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Deguang could not help but admire Hatake Tsukumo's meticulous planning. From the vanguard scouting team to the middle army escorting the wounded, and then to the elite units stationed at the rear, Shikamaru had meticulously assigned each task, achieving a balance between maximizing dispersion to minimize detection probability and ensuring effective communication and support among the units. This was indeed a skillful endeavor. Deguang-kun, everything is arranged. You may give the order, Shikamaru said, turning to Uchiha Deguang after organizing the retreat of the shinobi. Uchiha Deguang nodded slightly. adding another commendation to Shikamaru's virtues, a profound sense of boundaries and self-restraint. This was a model of a perfect leaf ninja. Any superior would yearn for subordinates as exemplary as Shikamaru. Everyone, retreat as instructed. Uchiha Deguang commanded. With that, figure shot forth, swiftly darting towards the land of earth. Deguang-kun, why do you harbor such a heavy sense of vigilance towards the village? Shikamaru hesitated to inquire on their return journey. You are so young, one would think. It is because I am a scion of the shinobi clan, Uchiha Deguang replied without hesitation. The Uchiha are not merely Uchiha. We are the largest shinobi clan in the village. For the shinobi clan, the instinct to guard against the encroachment and interference of village power upon clan authority was innate. Shikamaru felt a tinge of melancholy at Deguang's words regarding clan authority. He was a man who truly embodied the will of fire as his personal creed. Uchiha Deguang held a considerable trust and respect for Shikamaru's character, yet this did not diminish his inherent vigilance towards the village. Shikamaru-senpai. The village's history spans merely 30 years, while the shinobi clans have histories reaching hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Uchiha Deguang continued. Clans like Uchiha, Hyuga, and Senju boast lineages exceeding a millennium. Throughout this extensive history, the shinobi have endured countless tribulations and perilous upheavals, yet they have persevered. It is not so simple to change the fabric of the clans. Shikamaru understood this sentiment, yet he could not help but feel a sense of sorrow. I did not expect that even a generation as young as yours, Deguang-kun, would place family above the village. Shikamaru sighed. Certainly, family is important, but is the village not significant as well? The village is indeed important, but family holds greater weight. Uchiha Deguang mirrored Shikamaru's words, even for the Uchiha clan, who may harbor considerable grievances against the Hokage lineage. We still fight with all our might for the village. While fighting for the village, is it not reasonable to critique some of its more irrational decisions? Uchiha Deguang continued his discourse. If we delve deeper, who truly represents the village? Is it the Senju clan, which is on the brink of extinction? Is it the current ruling Sarutobi quartet? Is it the Uchiha, the Hyuga, the shinobi clans? Or the common shinobi? The representation of the shinobi village lies within every individual of the village, Uchiha Deguang stated, not waiting for Shikamaru's response. The shinobi clans are also part of the village. When they harbor grievances, has the Hokage ever attempted to alleviate them? The majority of the village's ninjas are commoners. Has the village ever truly cared for their voices? Shikamaru found himself at a loss for an answer. He is a sincere ninja, renowned for his numerous achievements in battle and his illustrious reputation. Having commanded countless ninjas, he is undoubtedly aware of the subtle machinations and underlying conflicts within the various factions of Konoha. Yet what of it? No matter how formidable Hatake Tsukumo may be, he is not the Hokage, nor does he possess the authority to effect any change. For instance, the preparatory training academy established by our Uchiha clan's police department far surpasses the village's ninja school in both faculty and curriculum. Why is this so? Uchiha Deguang, emboldened, continued to speak, asserting that our Uchiha clan genuinely allows students at the academy to learn various D-rank and above ninjutsu. Provided the students are diligent and gifted, they can master multiple C-rank chakra techniques of the 5 elemental natures. This signifies that those who graduate from the preparatory academy possess strength that greatly exceeds that of the lower ninjas engaged in mere games at the village's ninja school. Hatake Tsukumo found himself at a loss for words. A host of ninja troops leapt silently through the forest, discreetly retreating towards their destination. For a time, both Uchiha Deguang and Hatake Tsukumo remained silent, focusing solely on their journey. After a while, Hatake Tsukumo initiated a conversation. Deguang-kun, if you were the Hokage, what would you attempt to accomplish? Me? Uchiha Deguang paused, taken aback. He had never contemplated such a question. Throughout his youth, owing to his tender age and limited voice in family matters, Uchiha Deguang had been perceived as a taciturn yet undeniably talented prodigy. Proposals such as establishing the police department's preparatory academy or developing the fire release mode had arisen spontaneously, lacking any substantial personal planning. I have not given this matter much thought. The title of Hokage feels exceedingly distant to me, Uchiha Deguang eventually replied. From my bedroom window, all I can see is the police department building, so my considerations have been limited to its affairs. The police department has indeed performed admirably, Hatake Tsukumo remarked, offering an objective assessment of its accomplishments. Yet, its methods have consistently been rather brutish, Uchiha Deguang added nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Hatake Tsukumo turned to Uchiha Deguang, and the two shared a hearty laugh. Each understood the other's sentiments, rendering further words unnecessary. It should still take another decade, Hatake Tsukumo commented somewhat cryptically. About that. Provided you manage to survive until then, Uchiha Deguang replied with subtle implication. Nevertheless, I must say, your contributions this time, Deguang-kun, are quite significant. Hatake Tsukumo shifted the topic, asking, have you considered what sort of reward you might receive? Well, nothing particularly special, Uchiha Deguang mused. Most likely a record of special merit without public announcement. And perhaps a monetary reward. Do you not wish to glimpse the techniques inscribed within the Book of Seals? Hatake Tsukumo inquired with curiosity. Tsukumo-senpai, do you truly believe that is possible? Uchiha Deguang raised an eyebrow in response. Would the Hokage's faction be willing to allow the Uchiha clan access to the catalog of such so-called secret techniques? Likely not. Kakashi Hatake raised an eyebrow, noting that the first jutsu in the Book of Seals was the multiple shadow clone technique, which is, after all, one of the forbidden arts. Have you perused the contents of the sealing techniques, Shikaku? Uchiha Tokuyu inquired with curiosity. Previously, due to his accumulated merits, the Hokage had considered allowing me to select several secret techniques that align with my affinities from the sealing arts. Kakashi replied, albeit I declined the offer. Why? Because it does not align with my ninja way, Kakashi answered proudly. I firmly believe that through the mastery of my own blade and the inherited sword techniques, I can attain the pinnacle of a ninja's accomplishments. Uchiha Tokuyu was deeply impressed by this pure, fearless, and powerful conviction, remarking that he was indeed worthy of the illustrious title of Konoha's White Fang. Haha, you jest, Tokuyu, Kakashi humbly responded. I am but a novice, merely honing my blade. Unlike you, Tokuyu, the power you wielded when you vanquished the Two-Tails Jinchuriki must surely belong to the realm of bloodline limits, if I am not mistaken. Just a half-formed notion, merely a fortunate coincidence that I stumbled upon a glimmer of potential, Uchiha Tokuyu modestly replied. Currently, it remains a simple fusion of chakra. Its application in ninjutsu still requires insights from other clan elders who have mastered chakra fusion. That is indeed remarkable, considering it is a self-created bloodline power. In the forest, their voices echoed as the ninja army retreated, and a black, carnivorous plant-like entity emerged from the ground, staring blankly in the direction where Tokuyu had departed. Upon returning to the main camp in the land of grass from the land of waterfalls, Uchiha Tokuyu's first order of business was to impose a gag order on all the participating ninjas, striving to eliminate any potential leaks of information. After all, a single battle that claimed the lives of the Tsuchikage's assistant and the Reikage secretary, along with the Jinchuriki, yielded a glorious yet perilous record, especially after the assassination of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. One could only imagine how the already brash and reckless Kumogakure would react upon discovering the disappearance of both their high-ranking officials and the Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hatake and his subordinates, after resting for a night in the camp, hurried back to Konoha despite Tokuyu's attempts to persuade them to stay. Truly, Kakashi is a paragon of a Konoha ninja, earning the universally acknowledged title of the inheritor of the Will of Fire. After bidding farewell, Tokuyu expressed to Uchiha Hiruzen, who had come to see them off, that the village thrives because of individuals like them. Uchiha Hiruzen offered a high commendation in return. Is that so? Tokuyu raised an eyebrow, somewhat skeptical, lamenting that reality often allows the unscrupulous to revel unchecked, while the virtuous perish without recognition. Kakashi Hatake gazed at the distant figure that had long vanished from sight. He was too noble. Uchiha Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. With nothing weighing him down, Tokuyu continued to delegate the mundane affairs to the beleaguered advisor, Nara-Sakura, while he sought a quiet place to reflect on the gains from the battle in the land of waterfalls. The most significant acquisition, of course, was the chakra traits obtained from refining the power of the Two-Tails through the use of fire release, characterized by its stickiness and sustained combustion. The concept of stickiness is quite comprehensible. It refers to the chakra of Uchiha Deguang becoming increasingly dense when an opponent is struck by his ninjutsu. The elemental attributes, such as the burning heat of fire release, persistently affix themselves to the target. In other words, Uchiha Deguang's attacks are not merely singular strikes. They also possess a lingering damage effect. The aspect of continuous burning is particularly insidious, as it consumes the chakra of the afflicted, meaning that if Uchiha Deguang's ninjutsu damage is not promptly healed or dispelled, the victim will succumb to the relentless torment of burning pain and chakra depletion. Moreover, through experimentation with fire release techniques, Uchiha Deguang discovered that the increased density of chakra enhanced his control over it. Now, the ninjutsu he casts even incorporates an ambiguous tracking function. Even if an adversary manages to evade the direct assault of the technique momentarily, he can, with a mere thought, cause the ninjutsu to detonate precisely at the moment the opponent has just dodged. What is this? Uchiha Deguang mused to himself. A form of guided fire release ninjutsu with a timed strike, accompanied by the lethal effects of white phosphorus, under the amalgamation of various attributes. Uchiha Deguang's fire release techniques have grown particularly vicious. The effects of his ninjutsu guarantee the death of the primary target, while even those nearby are subjected to the torment of continuous burning damage. This is undoubtedly the optimal characteristic for battlefield ninjutsu. With a sense of delight, Uchiha Deguang unleashed various fire release techniques into the surrounding open space. It was evident that after absorbing the chakra of the two tails, he not only acquired new chakra attributes, but also significantly increased his chakra reserves. While not as boundless as that of a tailed beast, it could still be considered a doubling compared to before. This larger foundational chakra implies that the fire release chakra he fuses post-attribute transformation has also grown substantially. Tailed beasts truly serve as a panacea. After executing several high-level fire release techniques, Uchiha Deguang, panting, gazed with satisfaction at the fiery devastation he had wrought. The Uchiha Guard unit and the shadow ninja responsible for surveillance observed the might of Uchiha Deguang's ninjutsu from a distance, their spirits captivated. After extinguishing the remaining flames of his fire release techniques with several water release jutsu, Uchiha Deguang leapt back onto a tree to refine his chakra anew. Regarding his current personal strength, Uchiha Deguang felt quite content. Although he had yet to surpass the traditional bounds of the Uchiha clan in terms of power, he was certainly among the elite of the contemporary Uchiha family, especially with his three-tomo Sharingan, perhaps due to his exceptionally vast mental prowess. His ocular abilities surpassed those of other elite shinobi within his clan. This, along with his chakra control, can be regarded as one of the benefits or advantages bestowed upon him in this life. Though lacking inexplicable system assistance, Uchiha Deguang remained very pleased with the strength he had achieved in this incarnation. The sole dilemma lies in transcending the inherent power template of the Uchiha clan, aspiring to reach or even surpass the heights of Uchiha Madara. Throughout the illustrious history of the Uchiha clan, there have been formidable figures akin to Madara. However, in terms of sheer perseverance, Madara far surpasses his predecessors. Particularly remarkable is his ability to defy death, returning from the abyss, a feat that eclipses the accomplishments of many Uchiha ancestors. Yet, the strength of Uchiha Madara is not solely attributed to his extraordinary talents. A significant portion of his prowess stems from his reincarnation as Indra. The tumultuous relationship between Indra and Asura, two brothers entwined in a millennia-old rivalry, has led to endless conflicts throughout the ages under the stewardship of the Sage of Six Paths, culminating in a narrative rife with bloodshed. In this era, their tumultuous saga seems poised to reach its inevitable conclusion. But where lies the path of transcendence for the ordinary Uchiha? Uchiha Deguang currently posits that the answer is in the art of fire release. However, this so-called fire release merely establishes a foundational aspect of ninjutsu. The subsequent branches and various applications require the collaborative efforts of the Uchiha clan to develop and refine. Uchiha Deguang closes his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve into his mind as he silently begins to harness his ocular power. The conventional explanation of the Sharingan suggests it awakens after a Uchiha ninja undergoes immense suffering, where intense sorrow surges through their chakra, triggering a transformation in their visual nerves, thus granting them the ability to reflect their inner thoughts. However, this explanation is not entirely accurate, as a few Uchiha, including Deguang, have awakened the Sharingan without the provocation of grief or other negative emotions. Therefore, Deguang perceives the Sharingan as a manifestation of ancestral traits, with high-intensity emotional stimuli perhaps serving as merely one key to unlocking its latent potential. Consequently, Uchiha Deguang has experimented with various methods to link his ocular power without activating the Sharingan, discovering that the most effective technique involves infusing his eyes with in-release chakra for nurturing. The optic nerves, being a branch of the trigeminal nerve, are sensory nerves primarily governing the eyeball, tear glands, conjunctiva, nasal mucosa, and the skin of the forehead and nose. As the finest of the trigeminal branches, even the slightest touch can elicit significant pain. Thus, injecting chakra into this area naturally incurs considerable discomfort. Yet, this remains the only viable method he has found to effectively nurture his ocular power at the 3-tomo stage. The chilling in-release chakra flows through his eyes like icy water, simultaneously inducing waves of sharp pain while strengthening the ocular nerves. Moreover, Uchiha Deguang distinctly senses that the latent ocular power within his eyes is becoming more refined and concentrated under the nurturing of the in-release chakra, akin to the process of purifying impurities from steel through relentless forging. Although this process appears exceedingly slow, Uchiha Deguang remains steadfast on this path of evolution he deems correct. His training persisted for 5 days, returning to the camp only as night fell. Upon returning to the camp, still in disarray, Nara-Ino-Shika approached with urgency. Breathing heavily from his hurried pace, he relayed, "The village's secret messaging unit arrived yesterday, bearing a new decree from Lord Hokage meant for you." Yesterday? Uchiha Deguang raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "Why did you not send someone to find me? Such delays could jeopardize urgent matters." Nara-Ino-Shika chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Even if he wished to seek Deguang, he would have to navigate through numerous layers of security. "Do you know the content of Lord Hokage's decree?" Deguang set down his belongings, neglecting to tidy up, and stepped out of the tent. "Unfortunately, I am unaware," Nara-Ino-Shika replied with a grimace. "The decree was transmitted to the deputy commander of the border forces by the Hokage's direct messaging unit, a matter beyond my responsibilities as a mere aide." "What of Lord Kamen?" Deguang strolled leisurely towards the central command tent. "Did he receive his decree?" "Lord Kamen was awarded a commendation from Lord Hokage," Nara-Ino-Shika quickly answered. "Oh," Deguang mused thoughtfully. Upon settling into the central command tent, he instructed Nara-Ino-Shika to summon the messaging unit while he perused the intelligence documents. During his brief absence, Takinen village had seemingly gone on a rampage within its borders, frequently crossing into the land of grass. Nara-Ino-Shika suggested in the documents that vigilance be maintained and border patrols increased. Deguang readily endorsed this recommendation. He then picked up several intelligence reports detailing recent developments in the land of Rain. The leader of the Rain village, Hanzo the Salamander, had engaged in several skirmishes with the Sand village's forces, resulting in mutual victories and defeats. Hanzo could not secure a favorable outcome against the seasoned advisor Chiyo of the Sand village, leading to a tactical retreat by the Rain ninja. Consequently, the Sand village established a foothold along the Rain country's border. Thus, the foreign ninja forces within the Rain country comprised Konoha, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure, all of which had stationed large encampments at the border, serving a diminutive Rain country, a rather peculiar fortune indeed. As Deguang perused another report regarding Iwagakure, he noted the frequent mobilization of elite explosive units and unusual activity at their northern border encampment, suggesting a potential incursion. After reviewing the intelligence, he deemed it lacking in significant value and set aside the stack of documents. At that moment, Nara-Ino-Shika returned, accompanied by 3 members of the messaging unit. "Commander Deguang." Nara-Ino-Shika bowed respectfully. "The Hokage's secret messaging unit has arrived." The 3 members of the messaging unit similarly bowed to Deguang. Surprised by their courtesy, Deguang responded, "Greetings. Commander Deguang, by the orders of Lord Hokage, we have come to deliver a special decree." The leader of the unit stepped forward, producing a scroll to present to Uchiha Deguang. Upon opening it, he discovered that it pertained to the previous battle in the Land of Waterfalls, wherein he and Kakashi Hatake had jointly eliminated the Tsuchikige's assistant, the Kumogakure secretary, and the host of the Two Tails. In acknowledgement of these actions, the Hokage lavishly praised him in the scroll, offering high commendations. However, due to the significant implications of the matter, the Hokage insisted on utmost confidentiality, and the village was to refrain from publicly announcing the achievements. Uchiha Deku expressed his understanding. He too preferred not to publicize the affair, lest the disgraced Tsuchikage come seeking retribution, which he could hardly withstand, particularly since the host from Kumogakure had perished, and it would take years for the tailed beast to be reborn. During this interval, if Kumogakure were to remain oblivious to the host's demise, it would undoubtedly lead to turmoil and chaos. If this provoked the savage Kumogakure, the Uchiha forces from the land of grass would find themselves in dire straits. Was it solely due to this incident? Uchiha Deku raised the scroll in his hand, perplexed. If this were the only matter at hand, why would the Umbu need to linger here for days awaiting my presence? Speak plainly, is there more to this? The three Umbu exchanged glances. Indeed, there was another pressing issue, yet it pertained to sensitive matters, so they glanced at Nara-Shohei, who stood to the side. It felt cryptic. Uchiha Deku internally questioned their secrecy, but waved for Nara-Shohei to step outside first. Deku commanded, "The Hokage has issued specific instructions requiring your immediate response." The Umbu approached once more, presenting another scroll. Uchiha Deku accepted it and opened it, surprised by its contents. The special report mandated that Uchiha Deku return to Konohagakure at the earliest opportunity to provide a situation report regarding the battle in the land of waterfalls and the movements of Awagakure, along with a discussion of rewards for his contributions. However, this hardly seemed like a matter of utmost secrecy. Why the need for discretion? Deku commanded. The Hokage has additional directives. The Umbu, sensing Uchiha Deku's confusion, began to explain that this special report involved adjustments to the operational zones and objectives of various shinobi forces. Apart from the defensive troops stationed at the northwestern border, all other border and station forces would receive orders to return to the village to confer on military matters. Uchiha Deku raised an eyebrow. Very well, I understand. The Umbu remained motionless. What? Is there more? Deku inquired, given the gravity of the matter. When do you intend to depart for the village? It would be prudent for us to relay the information promptly. Tomorrow, Uchiha Deku pondered. There was little of significance occurring at the encampment recently, so he might as well return to the village early for a brief respite. Then I shall take my leave. With Uchiha Deku's response, the three Umbu, discerning the moment, bid farewell and departed. After the Umbu left, Uchiha Deku sought out Uchiha Hiruzen to discuss the matter further. They deliberated on this so-called special report multiple times, ultimately reaching a series of agreements and strategies. Intuition told Uchiha Deku that this special report was likely not as simple as it appeared, given that it involved commanders from various defensive zones. It was certainly more than a mere perfunctory report, and a battle of wits and words was inevitable. Currently, through the defenses of the northwest border, the Uchiha clan's ninja have extended their influence to encompass the entirety of the land of grass. By manipulating trade, task assignments, and the flow of funds within this region, they have amassed considerable wealth, essentially monopolizing the resources of the entire nation. Such immense profits are enough to provoke envy from outsiders, especially given the Uchiha clan's firm grip on the grass ninja village, which has incited jealousy among a select few with ulterior motives. Under the leadership of Uchiha Haman, the clan's upper echelons have dispatched ninjas as guardians for the Daimyo of the land of grass, thereby breaching the village's sacred taboos. In light of the vast fortunes at stake, the Uchiha clan's contributions to the land of grass hardly seem remarkable. At this juncture, it appears that those in the village's higher echelons will not rest until they either covertly seize the fruits of the Uchiha clan's labor or carve out a share of the nation's wealth for themselves. After a long journey, Uchiha Deguang returned to his temporarily loyal Konoha village. Today marks a special occasion. The atmosphere within the village is particularly vibrant, with various koi flags fluttering in the wind. The once stern police department ninjas turn a blind eye to these potential signals that could be exploited by spies, primarily because the most significant New Year celebration for Konoha is approaching. Even the most diligent law enforcers exhibit remarkable leniency during this festive time. After dutifully processing his return at the village gates, Uchiha Deguang strolled leisurely down the streets towards the Hokage building. Prior to his return, he had already communicated with Uchiha Haman regarding this matter, so upon arriving in the village, he felt no urgency to return home, instead opting to report directly to the Hokage building. As Uchiha and his entourage walked through the streets, merchants and pedestrians sidestepped them. Yet there was no overt sign of hostility. Deguang-kun, a familiar voice called out. Uchiha Deguang turned to see his old acquaintance, Kakashi Shikaku, greeting him from a second-floor window. The cheerful silver-haired youth maintained his usual tidy appearance, clad in the standard Konoha Jonin vest, a short blade slung across his back, and a bulging ninja tool pouch. Ready for battle at a moment's notice. Back so soon. Kakashi leaped down from the second-floor window and landed deftly beside Uchiha Deguang. Are you heading straight to the Hokage building? Indeed, Uchiha Deguang replied amiably. Have you been resting lately? The village has been quite active. Kakashi's response was somewhat evasive. I'm looking forward to another opportunity to fight alongside you, Deguang. Uchiha Deguang felt a stir of interest. It appeared that Kakashi had risen in rank, brimming with enthusiasm. The situation in the ninja world has been quite turbulent of late, and as a member of the village, one must remain relatively busy. Is it concerning the Land of Frost? Uchiha Deguang inquired, referring indirectly to the conflict involving the Land of Water. In the Land of Rivers, a recent truce has been established between the Sand-Hidden Village and the Rain-Hidden Village, creating quite a stir. As they walked through the bustling streets, the two could not openly discuss matters, instead relying on their mutual understanding to subtly exchange information. After a brief conversation, they arrived before the Hokage building, which resembled a massive red bucket. Very well, I shall not delay you any further, Deguang. Kuin, said Kakashi Tsukumo, coming to a halt. The Hokage must be waiting, so you should proceed with your report. We can catch up later. Uchiha Deguang nodded in silence, watching as Kakashi Tsukumo departed before stepping into the Hokage building. Guided by the Umbu guards, Uchiha Deguang made his way to the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, he greeted politely upon entering. I, the Jonin Uchiha Deguang, am here to report as instructed. As he surveyed the office, he noted the presence of two advisors, Mito Gate and Toko Komura, seated nearby. Although the room appeared empty aside from the Hokage, Deguang sensed several discreet gazes lingering around him, likely from the Umbu responsible for the Hokage's protection. Deguang-kun, you have had quite the journey. The warm and benevolent third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, greeted him enthusiastically. Please, have a seat while I finish this document. The third Hokage treated every ninja with such kindness, his smile both gentle and authoritative. It was this dignified demeanor that garnered him the admiration of many within the village and the Land of Fire. Nodding in acknowledgement, Uchiha Deguang found a chair and sat down, disregarding the scrutinizing looks from the two advisors. After a moment, the third Hokage set aside his documents and signed them, placing them into a box as an Umbu stepped in quietly to retrieve them. At that moment, Deguang felt the lingering gazes dissipate. The main course has arrived. Deguang straightened in his seat. I have reviewed your experiences with the defense forces at the northwest border, and you have performed admirably, the third Hokage remarked with a smile. Leisurely packing his pipe with tobacco, Deguang inclined his head slightly, choosing to remain silent for the time being, as he was uncertain of the Hokage's intentions. From the border cleansing operations to battles against the rock-hidden village's forces, and finally to collaborating with Tsukumo on the mission in the Land of Waterfalls. The third Hokage continued to commend Deguang for his accomplishments in leading the Northwest Border Defense Forces. You have indeed lived up to the Uchiha clan's reputation for genius. It is all thanks to the unwavering support from my predecessors and my comrades in the village, Deguang replied cautiously, offering a modest yet unremarkable response. Your contributions will not go unnoticed by the village, the third Hokage assured him. Based on your achievements, particularly the elimination of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki from the Cloud-Hidden Village, you are entitled to exchange for 2 jutsu from the village's sealed scrolls. Deguang-kun, would you like to make an exchange? Deguang was taken aback by this revelation. When had the Uchiha clan gained access to the sealed scrolls? A glance at the two advisors seated nearby revealed their unflinching demeanor, suggesting they had likely discussed this matter beforehand. The techniques contained within the Book of Seals are the aspirations of every Leaf Village ninja, and I am naturally willing to comply, responded Uchiha Deguang. However, the forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals are the village's closely guarded secrets. To gain access, one must impose a confidentiality seal within their mind to prevent any leaks. Suddenly, Mito Minion interjected, Deguang-kun, is this something you can accept? Then it is settled. Uchiha Deguang immediately rejected the idea upon hearing of the mental seal. While the ninjutsu in the Book of Seals is indeed precious, it pales in comparison to an unknown and potentially dangerous seal embedded within one's mind. That need not apply to you, Deguang-kun, as you are an exception. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, cheerfully mediated. Being one of the founding clans of Konoha, the Uchiha clan is entitled to certain privileges, and I trust that the loyal Uchiha will not divulge the village's secrets. Wouldn't you agree, Deguang-kun? With such words spoken, Uchiha Deguang had little to argue. I appreciate the trust, Hokage-sama, he said, bowing slightly in acknowledgement. In that case, you may choose a day to select your ninjutsu. The third Hokage handed him a seal, saying, this is the credential for the secret repository. You may select 2 techniques of your liking. After receiving the credential, Uchiha Deguang bowed once more and resumed his seat. Additionally, regarding the matter of the 2 tails Jinchuriki, the 3rd Hokage's expression grew serious as he addressed Uchiha Deguang. I would like to hear your report. The 2 advisors also fixated their keen gazes upon him. Thus, the details of the battle were recounted once more. Of course, the dealings with the 2 tails for mutual benefit could not be disclosed. Given that the Jinchuriki had been subdued and sealing had commenced, why resort to lethal measures? Asked Torian Koharu suddenly. The situation was indeed urgent. Although we temporarily restrained the Jinchuriki's movements, the transformation into a tailed beast had not ceased. To prevent irreparable damage from the beast's rampage, we had no choice but to eliminate it, Uchiha Deguang replied with reasoned justification. And what of the large-scale employment of grass ninjas for missions? What is the rationale behind that? Mito Minyan continued to interrogate. It is quite economical to enlist the grass village ninjas for our endeavors. A modest sum can bind them to our cause, making it more advantageous than oppressing them and pushing them into the rock village's camp, Uchiha Deguang responded, maintaining his composure. Ninja affairs are not solely about combat. They also involve social intricacies. Cultivating alliances is far preferable to exploiting the grass ninjas, he asserted. Nonetheless, it seems you have overstepped, Torian Koharu remarked, her gaze fixed on the documents, with a hint of foreboding. Especially concerning your unauthorized communications with the Daimyo of the grass country. What is your intent, Uchiha Deguang? The information from the advisor must be outdated, Uchiha Deguang replied without hesitation. The Daimyo of the grass country trusts the esteemed reputation of Konoha ninjas and has sent envoys to issue a long-term protection mission. Is there an issue with accepting such a task? The distribution of missions is the village's prerogative. The distance from Konoha to the grass country is considerable, and the daimyo is quite anxious, Uchiha Deguang nonchalantly remarked, and whether his words were a mere sophistry did not cross his mind. Deguang, the esteemed Jonin. Your statement reveals numerous issues, rebuked Zhuangqin Xiaochun, her brow furrowed. Your unfamiliarity with the village's regulations, your lack of understanding of operational affairs, and your disregard for the standard procedures of governmental execution. Yet I have eradicated the underground forces of the grass country. Moreover, I have triumphed over the invasion from Awagakure. But when it comes to regulations, if these accomplishments do not align with the system, then surely the system is at fault. Uchiha Deguang retorted without hesitation. Zhuangqin Xiaochun trembled with anger. Uchiha Deguang, you are still young. Do not let your fervor overwhelm you. If I do not exhibit fervor, then am I truly young? Uchiha Deguang interrupted her. The verbal sparring continued, each standing their ground, with Uchiha Deguang momentarily holding the upper hand. Enough, the 3rd Hokage interjected, seeking to mediate. While Deguang-kun may have slight flaws in handling affairs, this is his first time leading troops in the field, and the mission was indeed arduous. Xiaochun, as a senior, you should extend more understanding towards your junior. Upon hearing this, both Zhuangqin Xiaochun and Uchiha Deguang settled down. However, regarding the defense forces at the northwest border, the village planned to strengthen the station ninjas' ranks, increasing personnel. The 3rd Hokage looked at Uchiha Deguang and inquired, Deguang-kun, what are your thoughts? Since this is the village's decision, I shall respect this resolution, Uchiha Deguang replied nonchalantly. Indeed, the 3rd Hokage nodded slightly. However, with the increase in personnel, a change in the command of the ninja army is necessary. Deguang-kun, what do you think? As the defense forces at the northwest border are comprised entirely of ninjas from my clan, I cannot presume to make decisions unilaterally. Please discuss this with the clan leader. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Deguang politely declined. Of course, the village would not unjustly strip a meritorious individual of their authority. Adequate compensation will be provided, the 3rd Hokage said, taking a deep puff from his pipe, releasing a dense cloud of smoke like an arrow shot forth. The commander of the border defense force will continue to be from the Hoki clan, while 1/3 of the Uchiha ninjas will be recalled, and an additional 800 ninjas will be dispatched to serve as deputies. Deguang-kun, what say you? This matter is of great significance and must be discussed within the clan. I cannot take such liberties, Uchiha Deguang responded firmly. As for you, Deguang-kun, based on the suggestion of Jonin Shumo, the village intends to form a mobile unit. And due to Shumo's recommendation, we plan to appoint you as the deputy commander. What are your thoughts? A mobile unit? Uchiha Deguang's brow twitched, perceiving it as merely a firefighting team to address emergencies. This matter still requires a clan conference for discussion, although he felt a flicker of interest. Uchiha Deguang remained resolute in his refusal to concede readily. This has already been discussed with the Uchiha clan leader, who expressed his approval. The third Hokage said casually, his demeanor gentle. Moreover, earlier today, Advisor Mito also engaged in fruitful communication with Elder Shana, leading both parties to reach a consensus. It is merely that Elder Shana has yet to inform you. Since it has already been agreed upon with the Uchiha clan leader and elder, what more is there to discuss? Announce the outcome? Compel acceptance? Are you truly jesting at my expense? Uchiha Deguang felt a surge of indignation within. While he did not particularly care about losing the authority over the station camp in the Land of Grass, he was somewhat displeased with the clan leader's attitude regarding the matter. Upon receiving the Hokage's request to return to the village for a special report, he had engaged in considerable dialogue with his family, yet he did not anticipate such an outcome. Although he understood that actions taken from the family's perspective must involve certain sacrifices, and perhaps the clan had gained other benefits in relinquishing the vice command position, being unwittingly used as a bargaining chip was undeniably vexing. Moreover, he had transitioned from a position of substantial authority as the vice commander of a border force to the uncertain fate of a so-called mobile unit vice commander. Exiting the Hokage building, Uchiha Deguang took a deep breath. Engaging in a battle of wits with the old fox was indeed a taxing affair. However, there was a silver lining. The commander of the garrison remained at Uchiha, thus preserving the clan's interests in the Land of Grass, which was a somewhat acceptable conclusion. Mito Gate Flame stood by the window of the Hokage's office, observing the departing Uchiha Deguang, and then turned to the third Hokage, saying, "You can now relinquish your hopes. Hizashi, this fellow is an irredeemable radical from the Uchiha clan. Do not waste your efforts on him any longer." The third Hokage closed his eyes, continuing to smoke his pipe in silence. Regarding the reassignment from the vice commander of the Northwest Border Defense Force to the newly established mobile unit, Uchiha Deguang had a discussion with his father, Uchiha Nakujin. Uchiha Nakujin expressed his thoughts with caution, suggesting that while this wasn't a promotion per se, it was still a relatively favorable position, as it spared him from enduring the unpredictable risks of prolonged deployment. His mother, Keiko, displayed optimism, believing that her beloved son would now have the opportunity to remain in the village more often, which brought her some comfort as a mother. Elder Shana, on the other hand, opined that the Uchiha clan had covertly consolidated their influence over the Land of Grass through their command of the Northwest Border Defense Force, acquiring a plethora of tasks from both the feudal lord and wealthy merchants, from which they had reaped substantial benefits. This portion of profit would not diminish with Uchiha Deguang's return, as although some Uchiha ninjas were being reassigned, others were infiltrating from different ninja clans or civilian ninjas. The commander of the garrison remained Uchiha Himen, which was still somewhat acceptable for the Uchiha clan. Moreover, a particularly critical point was Uchiha Deguang's age. His youth could hardly be described as anything but remarkable. Commanding a ninja army before reaching the age of 10 was a rarity, even during the tumultuous warring states period, let alone in this relatively peaceful era of the five great nations. It seemed rather inappropriate to send a child to the battlefield. One could only imagine the astonishment of Elder Shana when, a few years later, the Second Ninja World War erupted in full force, and nations sent 5- or 6-year-old children to war, defying his belief that the times had changed. In response to Elder Shana's words of consolation, Uchiha Deguang, while outwardly accepting the advice with humility, inwardly harbored a few murmurs of dissent. Nevertheless, being a member of his own clan, he understood that all actions were ultimately for his benefit, and thus he could hardly entertain any feelings of dissatisfaction. Yet, discomfort lingered. After all, power is the most exquisite poison in existence, and those who have tasted it often find it difficult to escape its alluring grasp. Whenever he found himself idle, Uchiha Deguang would delve deeper into the intricacies of his personal training. The two techniques promised in the sealing book by the Hokage were exchanged the following day in the confidential archives of the Hokage's building. After poring over the ninjutsu catalog, he opted for two relatively obscure secret techniques, the soul manifestation technique and the mutual explosive tag technique. While he was not averse to acquiring formidable techniques such as the corpse demon seal or the impure world reincarnation, the catalog provided to him lacked these renowned forbidden arts. Even powerful jinjutsu specifically designed to counter ocular techniques, like the dart pursuit technique, were nowhere to be found. Thus, he was left to select from a plethora of wood release and water release techniques. ultimately settling on these two with slightly more renown. The soul manifestation technique is an S-rank soul secret art that enables the practitioner to separate their soul from their body, transforming into a living spirit capable of traversing distances to slay foes, controlling their bodies, and entering others' mental realms. The most renowned user of this technique is undoubtedly the village's elite Jonin, Kato Daquan. However, Uchiha Deguang was unfamiliar with Kato Daquan and did not seek this technique for mere assassination purposes. Instead, he aimed to draw parallels and, in conjunction with in-release, uncover new avenues to enhance his strength. Additionally, there was a compelling allure to the sensation of the soul departing the body, akin to a spiritual essence wandering through the void. If he could merge the soul manifestation technique with the unique ability of in-release to create tangible forms from the intangible, it would indeed be a remarkable feat. On the other hand, the mutual explosive tag technique is a special summoning ninjutsu exclusive to the affluent. Its principle lies in the continuous summoning of explosive tags, leading to a series of concentrated detonations once activated. If the first explosive tag successfully connects with its target, it will incessantly summon new explosive tags for a chain reaction until the target is reduced to ashes. The primary drawback of this technique is its costliness. However, as the most renowned fire release clan in the ninja world, the Uchiha clan is never short of explosive tags. As the heir of the clan, Uchiha Deguang was equally unfettered by financial constraints. Thus, upon acquiring the two techniques, Uchiha Deguang contemplated their potential. The soul manifestation technique required extensive practice and would take time to yield results, whereas the mutual explosive tag technique, after merely a few days of practice, became second nature to him. It reached a point where he felt restless unless he detonated at least 30 to 50 explosive tags daily. As for the role of deputy commander of the mobile force, it paled in significance before the allure of his newfound ninjutsu, which he selectively cast aside. In the Uchiha training grounds, Uchiha Deguang commenced his daily routine, which was ostensibly training, but in reality was merely a playful engagement with explosive materials. With a swift and unerring technique, the explosive talisman was hurled with astonishing speed, adhering to a metallic effigy. Subsequently, a relentless barrage of explosive talismans was summoned, resulting in a series of detonations. In mere moments, 12 explosive talismans transformed the specially forged iron mannequin into a cloud of ash. The exhilaration was palpable. It was no wonder that demolition could be considered an art form, as it undeniably possessed an artistic essence. Gazing at the fiery sparks of molten iron that danced in the air after the effigy was obliterated, Uchiha Deguang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Just as he was about to tidy up and commence his swordsmanship training, Uchiha Deguang abruptly halted his movements, his right hand instinctively brushing against the hilt of his blade. "Come forth." Without turning his head, he commanded. "Deguang-kun, it is I." Emerged three figures from the thicket at the edge of the training ground. Uchiha Fugaku and two members of the Umbu. What peculiar assembly is this? Uchiha Deguang mused, turning to face them, releasing his tenuous grip on the hilt, and regarding the trio with curiosity. "The Hokage has summoned you, and I have brought the Umbu to escort you," Uchiha Fugaku explained with an air of calm detachment. Uchiha Deguang scrutinized Fugaku for a moment before shifting his gaze to the two Umbu. One bore a dog mask, while the other sported a weasel mask. Clad in lightweight armor, complete with knee guards and short blades, they epitomized the standard attire of Umbu ninjas. Having interacted with Umbu before, Uchiha Deguang sensed an inexplicable peculiarity in the demeanor of these two compared to those he had encountered previously. "Is there something you require?" he inquired, his tone measured and inquisitive. "Uchiha Deguang, the Hokage has commanded your presence. Please accompany us." The dog-masked Umbu conveyed the order in a stern and impassive tone. The coldness of his words, tinged with a hint of authority, caused Uchiha Deguang's expression to darken, as did Uchiha Fugaku's countenance. "The Hokage wishes to see me?" Deguang asked with a trace of amusement, his left index finger absently flicking the cord wrapped around the hilt. "Can you clarify the time and nature of this matter?" "Uchiha Deguang, we are not here to answer your inquiries," the dog-masked Umbu retorted sharply, embodying his mask's visage with an air of subservience. "Please come with us at once. You shall understand everything upon arrival." "Humph." Uchiha Deguang scoffed derisively. In an instant, he reversed his grip on the hilt and unsheathed his blade with a swift motion. With a resounding crack, The masks of the two Umbu shattered unexpectedly under Deguang's assault, revealing the youthful faces etched with fear. He preferred decisive action over idle chatter. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku stood silently, his expression dark, seemingly indifferent to Deguang's aggressive demeanor. Deguang's sudden shift in temperament served as a stark lesson to Fugaku, a centrist within the Uchiha clan, on the formidable nature of Uchiha pride and ferocity. Uchiha Deguang grasped his katana firmly in his left hand. The cold gleam of its blade pointed directly at the nostrils of the Umbu. "I apologize, but I've just finished training and am quite filthy. I intend to return home for a bath and change my attire. Please relay a message for me. I shall visit Lord Hokage at the Hokage building shortly." The two Umbu remained motionless, their faces etched with fury as they fixed their gaze upon Uchiha Deguang. "You truly are obstinate," Uchiha Deguang sighed faintly. "I've even provided you with a justification, yet you persist in this manner, making my situation rather difficult." The Umbu were about to retort, but with a swift twist of his wrist, Uchiha Deguang unleashed a wave of chakra-infused light from his katana, sending the two Umbu flying several meters away, crashing to the ground. "The quality of your armor is commendable," he remarked casually as he sheathed his sword. He had carefully controlled the force of his strike, converting the lethal energy of the blade into a mere forceful push. Otherwise, the consequences for the two Umbu would have been far graver. The two Umbu, now in a state of disarray, could only assist each other to their feet, refraining from further threats as they limped away, their injuries evident. Uchiha Fugaku observed this scene silently, regretting his decision to bring these oblivious Umbu to confront Uchiha Deguang. "Deguang-kun," Uchiha Fugaku began, attempting to greet his esteemed cousin from the main branch, yet found himself at a loss for words. He opened his mouth, hesitated, and merely shook his head in resignation. "Cousin Fugaku," Uchiha Deguang maintained a facade of respect for his elder. "Do you require anything further?" "Not at all, my apologies, Deguang-kun," Uchiha Fugaku replied, shaking his head again. "Had I known, I would not have brought them into the family training grounds. What does it matter?" Uchiha Deguang nonchalantly formed hand seals, employing earth-style ninjutsu to smooth out the pockmarked training area he had just ravaged. These arrogant Umbu simply lacked awareness. It was merely a lesson for them. However, considering it is a summons from Lord Hokage, it would be unwise to be so dismissive. Uchiha Fugaku contemplated his words cautiously, wary of provoking this young, yet exceedingly arrogant cousin. His idiosyncratic and proud demeanor was one thing, as the Uchiha clan was not devoid of such personalities. The crux of the matter lay in his formidable strength, far surpassing what one would expect at his age. Even though he was the main branch heir and the designated successor, he had to exhibit utmost magnanimity in the presence of Uchiha Deguang. "What harm is there?" Uchiha Deguang shrugged off the concern, dusting off his hands as he walked alongside Uchiha Fugaku towards the training grounds exit. He marveled at how even these inconsequential Umbu could speak to him in such a tone. It was rather astonishing. "The Hokage's faction has always harbored biases against our clan," Uchiha Fugaku stated with measured composure, acknowledging the historical underpinnings of this animosity. "We must confront this reality and strive to alter our clan's circumstances." "Alter?" Uchiha Deguang raised an eyebrow habitually. "How do you propose we effect such change?" "The conduct of the clan members is somewhat brutish, particularly those serving in the police department. When apprehending spies and eliminating enemies, their methods are often straightforward and harsh, leading to unintended harm to the villagers." Uchiha Fugaku noted that relations with the other ninjas of the village are not well maintained, and on certain issues, the family's stance fails to garner support, resulting in vacuous and superficial discussions. Uchiha Deku's heart labeled this discourse from Uchiha Fugaku. This sentiment is well understood throughout the Uchiha clan, whether among the radicals or the conservatives. However, the issue lies not with the Uchiha's desire for change, but rather with the inevitable collateral damage that arises from employing ninjutsu to capture enemies within a village inhabited by both ordinary people and ninjas. This occurrence is infrequent throughout the year. Moreover, there are those who are reluctant to see the Uchiha's reputation transformed, often stirring dissent behind the scenes. "Well," Uchiha Deku replied dismissively, "Cousin Fugaku, your perspective is certainly commendable, albeit somewhat naive." Internally, Uchiha Deku added that change is indeed necessary, as the era of the ninja village differs vastly from that of the warring states. Uchiha Fugaku, with an implied meaning, gazed at Uchiha Deku and remarked, "Of course." The clan must express diverse opinions. It is not enough for the clan to merely change its attitude. It must also possess a formidable voice and strength to support it. Power is the foundation of authority, and whether radical or conservative, the underlying intention is always the well-being of the clan. Uchiha Deku was somewhat taken aback by this statement. Regarding Uchiha Fugaku, the cousin who bore a fierce visage yet possessed a tender heart, with newfound respect. Shall we dine together after your meeting with the Hokage? Uchiha Fugaku extended an invitation. Certainly, Uchiha Deku readily agreed. How about Uncle Sho's shop? His pancakes and sushi are quite delightful. Agreed. Supporting the business of our clan is a positive endeavor. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement. The Uchiha training ground is located beyond the village, at the southern end of the Uchiha territory, and returning from the training ground to the clan's residence is not a short journey. Along the way, the two conversed for a while before finding themselves at a loss for words. Upon reaching the doorstep, Uchiha Deku and Fugaku exchanged pleasantries before Deku hurried home to take a cold shower and change into clean clothes. He informed his mother, Keiko, that he had plans to dine out with Fugaku at noon, then leisurely made his way to the Hokage building. The Hokage building, the very nucleus of Konoha, serves as the decision-making center for the most formidable military force in both the Land of Fire and the ninja world. Every action taken here intricately influences the dynamics of the ninja world and the rise and fall of powers. Yet, regardless of how many times he has visited, Uchiha Deku perceives this structure as resembling an inverted red bucket, lacking any artistic aesthetic, rendering it unworthy of being the administrative heart of Konoha. He even believes that the Uchiha clan's somewhat juvenile owl-shaped police department building is more dignified than this bucket-like edifice. Approximately 200 to 300 staff members from various departments of Konoha operate within the Hokage building, ensuring the daily functions of the village. Knock knock. Uchiha Deguang rapped twice on the door of the Hokage's office. Excuse me, I, Jonin Uchiha Deguang, have been summoned to report. Come in. A resonant voice responded from within. Grasping the doorknob, Deguang gently pushed it open. As the door slid ajar, a cacophony of noise surged forth like a flood from a breached dam, accompanied by a thick haze of gray smoke that enveloped him. This smoking habit is quite something. Deguang raised an eyebrow as he stepped inside, surveying the office's arrangement and its occupants. Mito Monin, Nara-Shikamaru, and a middle-aged man seated in a shadowy corner, whose features remained obscured by the dim light, likely belonged to Danzo, given his composed and dignified posture. My apologies for interrupting your leave, Deguang-kun. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind a large desk, pipe in hand, a benevolent smile gracing his face as he greeted Deguang, his gaze filled with admiration, much like an elder regarding a promising junior. It seemed he was entirely unaware of Deguang's recent altercation with the Umbu and his subsequent delay in reporting. Hokage-sama, Deguang disregarded the other advisors in the room, stepping forward to offer a slight bow. I, Jonin Uchiha Deguang, have come to report. In terms of etiquette, Deguang's demeanor, while not overly reverent, was devoid of any significant fault, as if the earlier incident with the Umbu had never transpired. Please, there's no need for formality. You've endured much on the front lines. I would not have disturbed your rest if not for the pressing matters at hand. Hiruzen gently tapped his pipe, dislodging the ash, and began refilling it with fresh tobacco, his slightly lowered cheeks still adorned with an enigmatic smile. That is merely part of our duties, Deguang replied, maintaining a steady composure. The two conversed briefly, exchanging pleasantries, while the third Hokage made no mention of the two Umbu agents or questioned Deguang's tardiness, as if nothing had occurred. The amiable and gentle demeanor he projected was truly disarming, a stark contrast to the Uchiha's usual demeanor. It was no wonder that in future generations, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, favored by their clan, were swayed to betray their family, had it not been for his prior grievances against the third Hokage. Deguang wondered if he could withstand such heartfelt and congenial overtures. Yet this only heightened Deguang's vigilance. He could not bring himself to believe that the Konoha F4 would extend goodwill toward an Uchiha. Please, take a seat. Standing makes conversation difficult, Hiruzen said, having finished preparing his pipe, igniting the tobacco with a flick of his fingers and enjoying a deep inhalation before gesturing warmly to Deguang. The smoke in the office thickened further. Uchiha Deguang, unperturbed, effortlessly gathered chakra and summoned a chair from the pile of furniture at the entrance, gently placing it down before nodding in acknowledgement to the two advisors seated on the adjacent sofa. He then took his seat. The two advisors responded with restrained nods. However, he chose to ignore Danzo, who sat in the corner. Very well, Deguang. The reason I summoned you urgently pertains to your upcoming responsibilities, the third Hokage stated, straightening his posture and fixing a serious gaze upon Uchiha Deguang. It concerns your imminent transfer to the newly formed mobile task force. The anticipated moment had arrived. Indeed, he had scarcely enjoyed a respite. Sarutobi was still preoccupied with his youthful labor. Lord Hokage, please give your orders, Uchiha Deguang replied, maintaining a neutral expression and responding with a hint of formality. The village, based on the proposals and insights of Shikaku Nara, intends to assemble an elite group of shinobi to form a mobile task force for special battlefield support missions. This is a formidable endeavor. The third Hokage regarded Uchiha Deguang with a serious demeanor. Deguang, do you accept the village's commission to participate in the establishment of this new combat unit? I am willing to accept the village's assignment, Uchiha Deguang replied, sitting up straight and responding with conviction. The third Hokage nodded slightly and picked up a bell from the table, ringing it softly. A member of the Umbu appeared almost like a specter. Summoned Shikaku Nara. The Umbu received the command and departed, while the third Hokage continued to elaborate on matters concerning the new mobile task force to Uchiha Deguang. The concept for this mobile task force originated primarily from Shikaku Nara's early military strategies and was refined during the recent mission in the Land of Water, which Uchiha Deguang had executed alongside him. Deguang's leadership of the elite Uchiha forces had left a profound impression on Shikaku. With powerful and seasoned Jonin serving as the core of operations, complemented by Chunin or special Jonin possessing unique skills in sealing, medical assistance, sensory perception, and tracking, the combat effectiveness and penetration capability of this unit would significantly surpass that of conventional three-man squads. In essence, this mobile task force would act as a battleground assault unit composed of elite shinobi, primarily tasked with executing critical operations such as breaching and enemy decapitation. Yet, Deguang expressed his reservations, questioning whether this mobile task force would overlap in function with the Umbu. While the Umbu indeed undertakes certain specialized tactical assassination missions, their involvement in numerous affairs dilutes their operational functionality. This was the very reason the village agreed to Shikaku's proposal to form this mobile unit. The third Hokage's explanation did little to convince Uchiha Deguang. How could such a formidable force be entrusted to a member of the Uchiha clan? He found it utterly implausible. The third Hokage then handed him a folder, indicating that he should review its contents. Upon opening the folder, he quickly skimmed through the organizational structure of the mobile task force. 21 Jonin-level combat mainstays, 18 supporting shinobi, and 10 logistical personnel. Currently, the situation in the village is indeed particularly tense, with each department strained for manpower and facing a shortage of personnel. Although the concept of a mobile task force is commendable, the challenge of fully reallocating elite ninjas from the village is a significant burden on the third Hokage, who has been lamenting incessantly. This has heightened Uchiha Deguang's vigilance. Consequently, the village hopes to enlist a portion of the elite ninjas from the Uchiha clan into the mobile task force, but this endeavor requires the strong support of Deguang. It becomes evident that the intention is not only to prevent the Uchiha clan from commanding the newly formed formidable unit, but also to recruit their elite ninjas into it. This likely explains why Uchiha Deguang has been appointed as the deputy commander of the mobile task force. While the unit boasts formidable power on paper, it is, after all, merely a special force tasked with combat missions. In the event of a large-scale war, it is inevitable that they will be dispatched to various battlefields to serve as a firefighting team, thus incurring unavoidable casualties. Therefore, for the current Uchiha clan, the authority of this task force feels akin to a double-edged sword. Its benefits are negligible, yet discarding it seems regrettable. With high emotional intelligence, the future may hold promise. With low emotional intelligence, it serves little purpose at present. Uchiha Deguang suspects that the failure of the Northwest Border Defense Forces to diminish the Uchiha clan's strength may have inadvertently allowed the clan to benefit greatly, leading the Hokage's faction to harbor resentment, thus agreeing to establish this task force in an attempt to weaken the Uchiha through continuous warfare. Deguang, what are your thoughts? The smiling third Hokage interrupted Uchiha Deguang's contemplation. Lord Hokage, the concept of the mobile task force is undoubtedly commendable. Uchiha Deguang pondered for a moment before responding. However, The matter of reallocating clan ninjas to the mobile task force requires reporting to the clan leader and elders before any decision can be made. So I must refrain from acting independently. Deguang, you are overly cautious. As the youngest captain of the Uchiha clan, reallocating ninjas is merely a matter of your word. The third Hokage said with a smile, puffing on his pipe. This only served to heighten Uchiha Deguang's alertness. The position of captain is a special honorary title within the Uchiha clan, known only to a select few, even among ordinary clan members. The fact that an outsider, such as the third Hokage, is aware of Deguang's title, which is clearly in discord with the Uchiha, suggests that there are adversaries within the clan's council of elders. The internal purging within the Uchiha clan is indeed a long and arduous task. The captaincy is merely an internal honor and does not carry substantial weight. Thus, the decision to reallocate clan ninjas necessitates the resolution of the clan leader and the senior elder. Uchiha Deguang maintained his composure in defense, yet he pondered. How many Uchiha ninjas would be required for the mobile task force? How about 12 elite shinobi? The third Hokage still wore a benevolent smile, his demeanor radiating warmth. As the Uchiha ninja with the 3 Tomo Sharingan prepared to form an unparalleled elite unit, poised to traverse the ninja world and impose their will upon various nations. Nothing could better proclaim the Uchiha clan's supremacy as the foremost family in the realm of shinobi. Uchiha Deguang harbored deep suspicions, pondering whether the Senju clan had been similarly deceived during the First Great Ninja War, leading to the depletion of their youthful warriors and leaving their clan in a state of disarray. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Come in. It was Hatake Tsukumo, the newly appointed commander of this restructured mobile unit, a man whom even the Uchiha clan regarded with considerable respect. Uchiha Deguang sighed inwardly. One could not discern whether Hatake Tsukumo was genuinely indifferent to the intricate political dynamics within Konoha or if his fervent heart was solely devoted to the welfare of the village. Lord Hokage, Mito's advisor, and the consultant from the Nara clan, Hatake Tsukumo greeted each individual present in the office, who responded with subtle nods in acknowledgement. Deguang-san. Uchiha Deguang returned the greeting, Tsukumo-san. The third Hokage invited Hatake Tsukumo to take a seat and began the discussion directly. Tsukumo-kun, the purpose of your summons pertains to the village's resolution regarding the establishment of the new mobile unit. Deguang-kun, as per the village's prior decision, you are to be appointed as the deputy commander of the mobile unit, transferred from the Northwest Border Defense Forces. The third Hokage indicated Uchiha Deguang while addressing Hatake Tsukumo. Uchiha Deguang inclined his head slightly. Since it was confirmed that Hatake Tsukumo would lead the mobile unit, he had no qualms about accepting the appointment. The selection of combat ninjas for the mobile unit will involve a list nominated by Tsukumo-kun, and I would appreciate your assistance in drawing personnel from the Uchiha clan for any vacancies. Additionally, elite ninjas from the medical department and sealing class will be incorporated into the mobile unit, alongside selections from the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka clans, all of whom are formidable and skilled in tracking. Tsukumo-kun, Deguang-kun, the third Hokage elucidated the composition of the mobile unit and inquired, "Do you have any questions?" "There are no objections," Hatake Tsukumo replied confidently, for the establishment of this mobile unit had long been his strategic vision, and now that it was coming to fruition, he had no reservations. Uchiha Deguang shook his head in agreement, signaling his support. "Very well, then I shall leave the preparations in your capable hands," the third Hokage said, savoring a puff from his pipe. "The administrative department will handle the arrangements regarding the unit's base and equipment." With that, Uchiha Deguang and Hatake Tsukumo rose to take their leave. The third Hokage's smile grew ever more amiable, reminiscent of a kindly old man selling goldfish. "Deguang-kun, I will entrust you with part of the selection of primary combat ninjas for the mobile unit," Hatake Tsukumo mentioned, feeling somewhat awkward as he scratched his head while addressing Uchiha Deguang. "Since I will be partnering with you, it is no trouble at all." Uchiha Deguang offered a faint smile, yet the specific candidates still required consultation with the clan before being assigned by the clan leader and elders. "Therefore, I kindly ask Shohao-kun to allow me to discuss this matter with my family first." "That would be splendid," replied Hatake Shohao, his delight evident. With Deguang's assistance, the formation of the mobile unit was already halfway to success. Indeed, the mobile unit was to comprise a total of 21 Jonin, with the Uchiha clan providing 12 members, accounting for a remarkable 4/7 of the total. "Deguang-kun, would you care to join me for lunch?" Hitaki Shahao extended an invitation, suggesting the excellent barbecue at a Kimichi's establishment, a favored spot among the village's Jonin. I have a prior engagement with my elder brother Fugaku, so it seems unfortunate. Uchiha Deguang hesitated momentarily before politely declining. Perhaps another time, since we are now partners, there will certainly be more opportunities in the future. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two bid farewell, agreeing to reconvene the following day to discuss the specific matters regarding the mobile unit. At 7 o'clock that evening, the sun had set, and the night began to envelop the surroundings. The streets had grown desolate, as the recent surge in conflicts among nations had increasingly affected trade routes. The once frequent large merchant caravans were dwindling at a noticeable pace, while more and more ninjas from Konoha were being dispatched for external duties, contributing to the street's quietude. The repercussions of war extend beyond mere loss of life. The decline and desolation in commerce manifest as another scar inflicted by conflict. Compared to the village streets, the Uchiha clan's territory was even more forlorn. Handburn Tavern, a modest eatery run by a pair of ordinary Uchiha elders, originally specialized in simple fare like pancakes, but had recently expanded its offerings to include sushi and yakitori, providing small dining compartments for patrons. Consequently, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan frequented this establishment more often. Although the merchants in the village's commercial district dared not show any disrespect to the Uchiha of the police department, dining amidst the apprehensive demeanor of others, even the Uchiha found it rather uncomfortable. Thus, they preferred to spend their time in the clan's establishments. The paper lantern hanging at the entrance emitted a soft orange glow, with the bold black characters spelling Handburn Tavern prominently displayed. Upon arriving at the tavern, Uchiha Deguang was warmly greeted by the enthusiastic owners, Uchiha Shiaki and his wife. Uchiha Jin, welcome young Deguang. Good evening, Uncle Shiaki. Uchiha Deguang responded politely, not deigning to look down upon the couple for their ordinary status. Has my cousin Fugaku arrived? The young clan leader is already here. Please follow me. Uncle Shiaki warmly guided Uchiha Deguang to an inner compartment. Upon entering, Uchiha Fugaku was already seated with an air of solemnity, sipping tea. From a ceremonial perspective, Uchiha Fugaku's demeanor was impeccable, at the very least. He had succeeded in maintaining his composure. This matter indeed requires consultation with Elder Shan. Uchiha Deguang slurped down the delicious ramen prepared by Uncle Shiaki, savoring its excellent flavor and rich broth, rivaling even that of the renowned Ichiraku ramen. Why? The position of deputy commander of the mobile force is a rare practical post. Could Elder Shana possibly disagree? Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of irritation. Or is it that you, Gong, lack sufficient personnel? I can allocate some for you, if needed. It is not a matter of manpower. Uchiha Gong continued to enjoy his ramen and tempura, and to be honest, the fried delicacies crafted by Uncle Shiaki were indeed delightful. He relished his meal, believing it prudent to discuss significant matters pertaining to the factions with the elder. The divergence between the two stemmed from their perspectives regarding Uchiha Gong's imminent appointment as deputy commander of the mobile force and the proposal to assign 12 Uchiha Jonin to this unit. Uchiha Gong exhibited a clear lack of enthusiasm, while Uchiha Fugaku regarded the matter with great importance. In Uchiha Gong's eyes, this newly formed shinobi army, likely aimed at depleting the Uchiha clan's active strength, presented a formidable challenge, a position of limited power yet substantial responsibility. Conversely, Uchiha Fugaku viewed it as a stepping stone for the Uchiha clan to acquire greater authority. I possess no authority to dictate the freedom of any clan member, especially a Jonin. Such an act would be an affront to his strength and dignity. The sushi and sashimi were also exquisite, and Uchiha Gong could not resist, although regrettably, due to the somewhat absurd prohibition against alcohol for ninjas, Uncle Shiaki refrained from selling any to this underage Jonin. Even the Hokage cannot arbitrarily restrict a Jonin's actions. Even in times of war, any conscription must be sanctioned by a resolution from the Jonin Council. Furthermore, it is particularly contentious to draft clan Jonin into a unit destined for perilous missions. This represents a long-standing paradox within Konoha. As the pinnacle rank of ninjas, Jonin naturally serve as commanders above the squad level in the shinobi army, enjoying a transcendent status. However, since the rise of the third Hokage, there has been a concerted effort to consolidate power within the Hokage's office, resulting in a diminishment of the Jonin status and an increasing oppression of the ninja clans. Particularly the Uchiha, who feel ever more constrained. A turning point arose when Uchiha Deguang and Uchiha Hiruzen jointly commanded the defense forces on the northwest border. Through a combination of timing and strength, the Uchiha clan effortlessly secured the interests of the Land of Grass. The substantial rewards further fueled the clan members' bloody and urgent pursuit of more opportunities for power and gain. Uchiha Fugaku hoped to draw all 21 main combat Jonin from the Uchiha clan, while Uchiha Deguang felt that even 12 Jonin was excessive. He was contemplating whether he could recruit a few Jonin from the Sarutobi or Shimura clans as scapegoats when he met with Kakashi the following day to finalize the selection of the remaining 9 Jonin. This meal with Fugaku was not particularly enjoyable. Although they parted without animosity, their interaction lacked warmth. One could only say that they had sufficiently exchanged their views. After bidding farewell to Fugaku, Uchiha Deguang did not rush home, but instead stopped by Uncle Shiaki's establishment to pack another portion of sashimi before heading toward Elder Shana's residence. In comparison to the esteemed Sarutobi Hiruzen and the young clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, he was more inclined to respect and heed the opinions of the elder. The following day, after deliberating with Elder Shana, Uchiha Deguang rightfully acquired the authority to reassign 12 Uchiha Jonin. Although Elder Shana did not place significant value on the position of deputy commander of the mobile unit, he regarded participation in it as an excellent opportunity for the Jonin to hone their skills. For the surviving veteran ninjas of the Warring States period, the strength of this generation of Jonin was somewhat lacking, severely deprived of the trials that come with life and death. Uchiha Deguang had no objections to this, as the 12 Jonin summoned under Elder Shana's directive were all valiant members of the Uchiha clan, often engaged in various clandestine tasks for their family. They regarded joining the mobile unit as a chance to refine their abilities, thus it did not contravene the wishes of the Jonin. Therefore, when Uchiha Deguang met with the 12 Three-Tomo Jonin and Hatake Tsukumo, even the experienced Konoha White Fang was astonished by Uchiha Deguang's efficiency. He had anticipated that it would take at least 4 or 5 days for the Uchiha clan to complete the Jonin summons, yet it was accomplished overnight. With each individual exuding a formidable aura, clearly seasoned veterans. The arrival of the first batch of core ninjas thrilled Hatake Tsukumo immensely. For a long time, he had tirelessly aspired to establish a higher echelon ninja combat unit, and now it had finally taken a promising start. Similarly, the administrative department of Konoha was quite efficient, swiftly approving a base and training ground for the mobile unit, albeit located in the forests outside the village. Given the preciousness of land in Konoha, suitable venues within the village were simply unattainable. As for excavating a basement, that was a jest, as a gathering place for ninjas. The ground beneath Konoha had long been riddled with tunnels dug by generations of ninjas. Everyone preferred to create hidden basements beneath their homes to work on things that were inconvenient to display publicly. Over time, this resulted in a labyrinth of traps and passages, leaving no room for an underground base. Additionally, Uchiha Deguang and Hatake Tsukumo initially selected another 9 Jonin based on ninja profiles, specifically choosing 2 Jonin from the Sarutobi clan and 2 from the Uchiha clan, all of whom were established reserve ninjas. The rationale was primarily that Uchiha Deguang felt the inclusion of elite members from the Sarutobi and Uchiha clans was essential for completeness. By the afternoon, the personnel for the mobile unit had largely been assembled, with all 21 combat Jonin present, along with the logistical and administrative personnel dispatched from the administrative department, and auxiliary ninjas gradually being integrated. The entire organizational structure began to coalesce and function. The internal ninjas from the administrative department managed the base affairs with remarkable orderliness, which greatly pleased Hatake Tsukumo. Once they had some leisure time, he, feeling a surge of enthusiasm, invited all the Jonin to engage in friendly matches under the pretext of team building. Naturally, the Jonin were eager to participate. Although the reputation of White Fang is well known throughout Konoha, respected by both the young and the old, the elite Jonin possess formidable skills themselves and do not cower before him like the shinobi from other villages. Instead, they are eager to test White Fang's mettle. The outcome of these battles illuminated the profound disparity between Jonin, a gap that could rival that between man and beast. 2 Jonin from the Sarutobi clan, 1 from the Shimura clan, and another from the Uchiha clan took turns challenging Kakashi Hatake, only to be decisively defeated. Not relying on flashy ninjutsu, each contest concluded with Kakashi's blade poised at their throats. His swordsmanship was succinct and direct, complemented by unparalleled speed and precisely measured force, seemingly simple, yet honed to perfection. Thus, Konoha's white fang emerged invincible. Let me have a go. Uchiha Deguang could no longer contain his eagerness and boldly issued a challenge to Kakashi. Although they had known each other for some time, they had yet to engage in a formal spar. Very well, Kakashi replied with equal enthusiasm. After observing for a while, Deguang garnered a clearer understanding of Kakashi's prowess, recognizing him as an unparalleled thrust-type ninja with astonishing speed. Therefore, Deguang quickly clasped his hands together, channeling and refining the chakra within him. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A deep purple flame enveloped his body. Against Konoha's white fang, he would not overestimate his abilities by employing Uchiha-style swordsmanship when he was outmatched in speed, strength, and experience. Such a strategy would be nothing short of self-degradation. Kakashi gripped his sword with both hands, adopting a defensive stance, appearing intent on allowing Deguang to make the first move. Without hesitation, Deguang began to weave hand signs. The Uchiha clan's ancestral fire technique, now restructured with enhanced chakra, was poised to unleash greater power. A massive fire dragon surged forth with relentless speed toward the prepared Kakashi. Simultaneously, Deguang remained vigilant. Knowing a single technique would not suffice, he merely aimed to probe Kakashi's defenses with this B-rank fire technique. He continued forming hand signs as numerous fireballs erupted from the flames surrounding him, hovering around. In a flash, the fire dragon approached fiercely, prompting Kakashi, who had been ready with his defensive stance, to spring into action, slicing through the air with a flurry of razor-sharp blade lights. Composed of lightning chakra, the blade lights cleaved through the dragon, causing a catastrophic explosion. The momentum of the blade lights remained unabated as they barreled toward Deguang, nearly overwhelming him and causing him to falter in his hand signs. Earth release, Earth flow wall. In a moment of urgency, Deguang invoked an earth technique just in time to block the oncoming strikes. Before he could catch his breath, the specter-like Kakashi materialized just 5 meters behind him. Uchiha Deguang's fingers twitched slightly, and the fireballs floating around his body shot forth like arrows aimed at Kakashi Deguang behind him. Though diminutive, these fireballs were composed of fire-release chakra and possessed a tracking capability reminiscent of the two-tailed beast's secret technique, the fire mouse ball. Kakashi Deguang prepared to launch a swift attack to capture Uchiha Deguang, but the fierce onslaught of fireballs compelled him to momentarily halt, brandishing his blade to extinguish the fiery projectiles one by one. He had no desire to engage in close combat while enduring the assault of ninjutsu. Uchiha Deguang relaxed his hands, allowing them to fall slightly. A series of specially crafted Uchiha wires shot out, crossing to form a massive web around him and on either side of Kakashi Deguang. The three blades technique of the Sharingan. With a flourish of his hands, the dense wires tightened inward, ensnaring Kakashi Deguang, who was busy slicing through the fireballs. Simultaneously, the fire-release chakra spread along the wires, igniting them to create a fiery net that encircled Kakashi Deguang. Instant 8-section strike. Within the web of wires, Kakashi Deguang's agile form danced as he wielded his short blades, cleaving through the encroaching wires with a flurry of strikes. Uchiha Deguang did not expect to trap Kakashi Deguang solely through this manipulation of ninja tools. With a twist of his hands, he severed the connection of the wires, releasing a barrage of explosive tags that floated around him. This was his innovative flying tag formation, a combination of the forbidden technique from the Book of Seals and Uchiha's manipulation of ninja tools. All right, Deguang-kun, Kakashi Deguang called out. Let's call it a draw. Uchiha Deguang secretly sighed in relief and ceased his assault. With a gesture, the previously suspended explosive tags returned to his sleeves. Continuing the fight would likely only prolong the inevitable. In the current state, utilizing both ninjutsu and ninja tools merely stalled Kakashi Deguang's advance. Effective combined attacks were unattainable. However, it appeared that, although he fought with greater seriousness than against previous opponents, he had not yet revealed his true prowess. Naturally, Uchiha Deguang had also refrained from employing his ultimate technique. Deguang-kun, you are truly a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi Deguang praised sincerely. Your mastery of both ninjutsu and ninja tools is impeccable, and your timing is nothing short of exquisite. He gestured around at the surrounding environment. If this continues, our training ground will undoubtedly be completely ruined. In just a few short minutes, the once well-kept training area was pockmarked and devastated. with the residual flames of the Great Fire Dragon technique ravaging the grass and trees. Compared to Tsukumo's guidance, I still have much to learn, Uchiha Deguang mused, feeling unsatisfied with his recent performance in battle. But, Deguang-kun, Kakashi Tsukumo blinked encouragingly. You have already surpassed all your peers. Your future is boundless. Do not underestimate your own potential. Uchiha Deguang was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. The gathered elite shinobi were likewise impressed. Kakashi Tsukumo's prowess was indeed legendary. Yet the young Uchiha Deguang was equally formidable. Once the combat personnel within the mobile unit were assembled under the command of Uchiha Deguang and Hitaki Tsukumo, they engaged in numerous coordinated combat training exercises. In official terms from Konoha, the entire training process was framed against a backdrop of sustained, high-intensity real combat scenarios, rigorously laying the foundational skills necessary for success. This was aimed at ensuring that the tactical synergy among various operational units, such as reconnaissance, command and control, ninjutsu strikes, and close-quarters combat, was executed with greater precision and harmony, thereby significantly enhancing the mobile unit's collaborative combat capabilities. From the training, it became evident that the mobile unit proposed by Hitaki Tsukumo, although modest in numbers compared to the various border forces stationed outside of Konoha, comprised only the elite ninjas of the village. Their combat prowess rivaled that of traditional large-scale ninja armies formed from overlapping three-man teams, and they even surpassed those conventional forces in tactical flexibility and operational mobility. It could be said that this newly formed mobile unit was, from its inception, a paragon of Konoha's standing ninja forces. The soul of this unit was embodied in its initiator, Hitaki Tsukumo, and Uchiha Deguang, who led the Uchiha elite. After executing several small-scale missions, such as capturing spies and eliminating infiltrating ninjas, the situation in the ninja realm, particularly concerning the Land of Rain and the Land of Rivers, further deteriorated. Under the leadership of Hanzo the Salamander, the Rain ninjas repelled yet another wave of attacks from Sunagakure and eagerly turned their focus towards the Konoha forces that had occupied several border cities in the Land of Rain. Shimura Danzo, originally returning to the village for rest, was urgently dispatched to take command of the operations. Following the setbacks in their campaign against the Land of Rain, Sunagakure pulled back its personnel and redirected them to the front lines in the Land of Rivers to confront Konoha. Various traditional ninja teams engaged in infiltration, reconnaissance, and flanking attacks incessantly, leaving the Konoha garrison in the Land of Rivers overwhelmed. The newly appointed commander of the garrison, Mai Murakumo, repeatedly sent distress signals to the village for assistance, just as the members of the mobile unit anticipated their initial deployment would be towards the Land of Rain or the Land of Rivers. A plea for urgent assistance from their ally, the Land of Whirlpools, disrupted their existing operational plans. Reports indicated the discovery of a large-scale assault by the Mist Village Ninja Army, alongside numerous elite forces from the Cloud and Rock villages, against the defenses of the Whirlpool village, which had faced consecutive defeats and thus sought aid from their Konoha allies. The Land of Whirlpools stands as a unique entity within the ninja realm, formed around the Uzumaki clan. It simultaneously wields dual authority over both national governance and the ninja village, achieving a seamless integration of familial and national identity. Although the Uzumaki clan has a relatively small population and a limited territorial expanse, their mastery over sealing techniques and their innate possession of vast chakra reserves have made them a thorn in the side of major powers within the ninja world. Historically, it has been asserted that any force aiming to defeat Konoha must first annihilate the Land of Whirlpools. As the tension within the ninja realm escalates and the specter of the Second Great Ninja War looms, the Land of Whirlpools and its village, Uzumaki, find themselves at the forefront of assaults from various great nations, making such attacks unsurprising. However, the crux of the issue lies here. According to the plea for assistance from the Uzumaki clan, the forces attacking the Land of Whirlpools consist not only of the Mist Village ninjas, but also elite troops from the Cloud and Rock villages. This led Kakashi Hitaki and Uchiha Tokukes to recall the clandestine alliance of the two villages that had resulted in the demise of the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Rock in the Land of Water. It now appeared that even after the obliteration of the two villages, these sworn enemies, Cloud and Rock, were still entwined by the temptations of mutual benefit. Uchiha Tokukes was uncertain about the historical account of how many reinforcements Konoha dispatched during the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, but considering that only Kushina Uzumaki was rescued, it was likely that few had been sent. Thus, when the Hokage summoned them to discuss matters of reinforcement and defense, Uchiha Tokikase found himself at a loss. The current situation in Konoha was indeed dire. The village's standing ninja forces had been significantly depleted. Most of the civilian ninjas, who constituted the majority of Konoha's ninja population, had been reassigned to various border units for defense, while those remaining in the village were overwhelmed with an ever-increasing workload. Therefore, aside from the main family ninjas of the prominent clans, Konoha's most formidable fighting force consisted solely of the Umbu, the police force, and the newly established mobile unit. Among these, the Umbu were a direct task force under the Hokage, burdened with numerous responsibilities and unable to spare many personnel. The police force was largely a domain of the Uchiha clan, tasked with the village's final line of defense, and thus could not be easily mobilized for direct support to the land of whirlpools. The mobile unit, although the smallest in number, was relatively elite and well-trained. Most of its main combatants were upper ninjas from the Uchiha clan. Yet the commander was still the trusted Kakashi Hatake, capable of effectively leading this unit. Hokage-sama, may I inquire why the intelligence from the land of whirlpools lacks specific details regarding the enemy's numbers and commanders? In the Hokage's office, Kakashi Hatake expressed an unwavering sense of duty towards the reinforcement of the land of whirlpools, while Uchiha Tokikase, after reviewing the intelligence, felt a lingering uncertainty. The report indicated that the attacking force from the Mist Village comprised as many as 2,000 ninjas, with elite teams from both the Cloud and Rock villages participating. However, no information regarding the commanders of these forces was provided. After all, within the mobile unit, there were as many as 13 upper ninjas of Uchiha lineage, recklessly thrust into the battlefield of the land of whirlpools, oblivious to the dangers they faced. Should they suffer losses of 5 or 6 upper ninjas, it would undoubtedly inflict profound suffering upon the Uchiha clan, severely damaging Uchiha Tokikase's standing. The Whirlpool's ninja village had not yet obtained concrete intelligence on the enemy forces. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sighed deeply, acknowledging that the border of the land of whirlpools had essentially fallen, and as the Uzumaki clan sent out their distress signals, they had begun their retreat to the Whirlpool's ninja village. This is indeed a predicament. It seemed that under the joint offensive of the three great nations, the Uzumaki clan was verging on utter defeat, with even the enemy intelligence remaining elusive. What of the Umbu intelligence personnel? Uchiha Tokikase furrowed his brow and inquired further. Has the intelligence department failed to procure any reliable information? The third Hokage silently shook his head in response. After a moment's pause, he slowly spoke. The intelligence personnel of the Umbu have largely been deployed in the directions of the land of rain and the land of rivers, while those stationed in the land of water had received no prior information. Uchiha Deguang and Hatake Tsukumo exchanged glances. Currently, the mobile unit comprises 21 Jonin responsible for combat missions, 18 Chunin, and specialized Jonin tasked with sealing, medical, sensory, and tracking duties, alongside commanders Hatake Tsukumo and Uchiha Deguang. The total number of ninjas amounts to a mere 41, although they are all elite. Recklessly throwing them into direct confrontation with an enemy force of 2,000 to 3,000 would likely lead to utter annihilation. Thus, how does the plan for this reinforcement's operational target village unfold? Uchiha Deguang contemplated that the reinforcement to the land of whirlpools was likely unavoidable and inquired about the specific target of their assistance. This dilemma also troubled the Hokage and the Advisory Council. The Uzumaki clan of the land of whirlpools, as an ally of Konoha, theoretically must be saved. Otherwise, the loss of moral standing could embroil the Hokage's faction in public outcry. However, determining how to set the rescue target presents another quandary. If they insist on safeguarding the land of whirlpools without deploying an equivalent ninja force, relying solely on an elite unit would be insufficient. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, silently puffed on his pipe, the thick smoke swirling around him mirroring his somber mood. His advisors, Tono Kamaru and Mito Gate-un, sat like puppets beside him, remaining utterly silent. The primary objective of the operation is to prioritize rescue. After a moment of hesitation, the third Hokage reluctantly articulated the operational target. As he spoke, it felt as though he had aged a decade in an instant, his slightly bowed head bearing the weight of countless burdens, his spirit visibly diminished. Both Tono Kamaru and Mito Gate-un closed their eyes and sighed inwardly. Understood. Uchiha Deguang discerned the gravity of the situation. There is a defensive force stationed at the eastern border that can be fully mobilized to support your reinforcement. The third Hokage took several more puffs from his pipe, regaining some composure. The eastern border unit is currently severely under strength, with only a little over 300 personnel remaining after multiple rounds of attrition, and their combat capabilities are relatively weak, rendering them suitable only for auxiliary roles. Midogate-in continued the conversation. Seeing Uchiha Deguang's confusion, Hatake Tsukumo quietly explained. The defensive force at the eastern border is tasked with safeguarding the coastline opposite the Land of Water, due to the long-standing assistance from their ally, the Land of Whirlpools. This station ninja force is the weakest among Konoha's various border units. Moreover, as conflicts in the Land of Rain escalate, their already meager numbers have been further depleted, leaving them with very few personnel, predominantly the elderly and the young, resulting in a severe gap in combat readiness. It would not be an exaggeration to say they are almost defenseless. At the very least, having them responsible for part of the retreat and protection tasks is better than having no one at all. Uchiha Deguang pondered for a moment, concluding that having more personnel would be advantageous. Even if they are weak, having additional hands to throw shurikens and explosive tags is beneficial. Tsukumo-kun, Deguang-kun, I entrust this reinforcement to you, the third Hokage said with utmost seriousness. The eastern border forces are at your disposal, and the village will expedite the assembly of the ninja clans to form subsequent reinforcements. However, the initial contingent consists solely of the mobile troops. Regarding the reinforcements mentioned by the third Hokage, Uchiha Deguang harbored little hope. Who could predict how long the Land of Whirlpools could withstand the joint assault from the Hidden Mist, Hidden Cloud, and Hidden Rock? The most pessimistic scenario suggests that the Uzumaki clan may have already lost all their territories, retreating to the headquarters of the Whirlpool Ninja Village. I understand, Lord Hokage. Hatake Tsukumo replied with a solemn expression, pledging to exert every effort to accomplish the mission. Uchiha Deguang cast a glance at his partner, but chose not to elaborate further. Then, let the mobile troops depart at dawn tomorrow, the third Hokage concluded decisively, taking a deep breath. I entrust this to you all. Uchiha Deguang and Hatake Tsukumo both rose to salute and then took their leave. Before the ninja army could embark, there were numerous preparations to undertake. Fortunately, they had been preparing to be deployed to the Land of Rain or the Land of Rivers, and the war reserves managed directly by the mobile troops were nearly ready, alleviating the need for a frantic requisition of supplies from various village departments. Upon returning to the mobile troops encampment, Hatake Tsukumo urgently gathered his subordinates to announce the operational task of reinforcing the Land of Whirlpools, subsequently assigning personnel for the expedition. The Jonin were allowed to leave early to prepare for the impending conflict, assisting the ninjas in packing various supplies. Despite the suddenness of the situation, everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Uchiha Deguang additionally requested 50,000 explosive tags as a combat reserve for the explosive tag multiplication technique. While the technique was exhilarating to employ, its major drawback lay in the excessive consumption of explosive tags. The mobile troops warehouse contained only 8,000 tags, which needed to be distributed among his ninjas, proving insufficient. Consequently, the administrative staff submitted an urgent requisition for supplies to the Hokage building. The third Hokage, upon reviewing the request, expressed understanding and, with a wave of his hand, approved 33,000 tags. An Umbu team promptly delivered a large scroll containing 33,000 explosive tags from the Konoha War Reserve. The scroll stood over a meter tall and nearly 30 centimeters in diameter, feeling somewhat cumbersome on Uchiha Deguang's back. He further allocated funds from the mobile troops to purchase 7,000 explosive tags from his own clan, amassing a total of 40,000 tags for the explosive tag multiplication technique. As a junior leader of the Uchiha clan, he was expected to pay for the explosive tags. Uchiha Deguang believed in maintaining a clear distinction between public and private matters. He always prioritized the public good over personal gain, refusing to exploit public resources for private benefit. Although the administrative department questioned the expense of procuring explosive tags, asserting they were relatively expensive, representatives from the Uchiha clan maintained that Uchiha products were invariably of the highest quality, and a higher price was to be expected. Yet, in the face of the noble cause of rescuing allies, even amidst some dissent, the mobile troops continued their preparations with unwavering resolve. After considerable preparation, at 5 o'clock the following morning, while the sky was still shrouded in a gray haze, The newly formed mobile unit of Konoha silently assembled at the entrance of the village. Under the leadership of Kakashi Hatake and Uchiha Tokikage, they swiftly marched towards the land of whirlpools. Accompanying them were 2 teams of Umbu, temporarily reassigned to facilitate communication with the land of whirlpools, totaling 6 individuals. From the titles used for Kakashi Hatake and the elite of the mobile unit, it was evident that the leader among the 6 Umbu hailed from the Sarutobi clan. And according to Uchiha Tokikage's conjecture, he was likely the eldest son of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. This meant that the reinforcement team comprised not only venerable Konoha veterans like Kakashi Hatake, but also the esteemed Uchiha elite led by Tokikage, along with a high-ranking Umbu member from the distinguished Sarutobi clan. Despite the impressive lineage, the total number of the mobile unit, with its 41 members and the 6 Umbu, fell short of 50. Even when considering the elderly and the weak from the eastern border forces, they faced a coalition of 2,000 to 3,000 troops from the 3 great nations. Yet, having taken up arms, they resolved to fight with unwavering determination, maintaining the illustrious reputation of Konoha and the Uchiha clan. "Everyone, let us hasten our pace," Kakashi Hatake urged with a resolute expression, rallying the ninja ranks. "Our allies in the land of whirlpools are awaiting our rescue. It is our duty as Konoha ninjas." The mobile unit responded in unison. A group of elite ninjas surged forward with the unstoppable momentum of a tiger descending from the mountain, racing towards the land of whirlpools. The Uzumaki clan, a core ally of the Senju clan, one of Konoha's founding families, had maintained a profound friendship and bond with them throughout the centuries of the Warring States period. After the establishment of Konoha, the then leader of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Kushina, signed a treaty of friendship with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and provided Konoha with the complete set of Uzumaki sealing techniques, thus laying the foundation for the transmission of sealing arts within Konoha. To symbolize the enduring friendship between the 2 nations, the upper echelons of Konoha adorned the garments of their elite ninjas with the emblem of the Uzumaki clan. However, to speak plainly, the true allies of the Uzumaki clan were the Senju clan. As Konoha entered the era of the 3rd Hokage's governance, the extent of camaraderie with the Uzumaki clan was indeed questionable. Ironically, in an era where the Senju clan's young and strong had been largely depleted during the First Ninja World War, it was the Uchiha clan, once fierce adversaries of the Senju during the Warring States period, who were dispatched to assist the Uzumaki clan. Such is the unpredictability of fate. Uchiha Tokikage also found the situation challenging. The mobile unit took a total of 4 hours to traverse directly from Konoha to the border of the land of whirlpools. Naturally, ninjas possess extraordinary speed, and given that the mobile unit was comprised solely of elite ninjas, they could have arrived at the border even more swiftly had they not been mindful of the pace of their supporting ninjas. Before Uchiha Tokikage and Kakashi Hatake knelt 3 mist ninjas, surrounded by a dozen corpses of varying states of demise. One of the Uchiha's elite, Uchiha Kenichiro, was glaring intensely with his Sharingan, interrogating them. The first battle at the front lines of the land of whirlpools occurred when the Mist Ninja Squad encountered the enemy at the border. Under the overwhelming superiority of strength, the patrol squad dispatched by the Mist was rapidly annihilated by the fierce Uchiha clan. After a brief moment, Uchiha Kenichiro reported the results of the interrogation with a somber expression. In this siege against the land of whirlpools, Mist dispatched a total of 2,800 ninjas, with over 50 of them being Jonin, led by a prominent figure from the Mist village, the elder Yuan. Meanwhile, the Uzumaki clan suffered another significant defeat just a day prior, currently besieged in the headquarters of the Whirlpool Ninja Village. Upon hearing this, even Kakashi Hatake could not help but sigh heavily. Elder Yuan, the most esteemed elder of the Mist Village, was a contemporary of the founding Mizukage, Hakuren. Even in this era dominated by the third Mizukage, he possessed power equal to that of the Mizukage himself. The fact that such an individual personally commanded the operations underscored the determination of the Water Country's Mist Village to obliterate the Whirlpool Ninja Village. What about the Rock and Cloud villages? What is the specific intelligence on them? Asked the impatient captain of the Umbu. There is no specific intelligence. The only subject of interrogation was an ordinary chunin from the mist. Uchiha Kenichiro shook his head, indicating that he had no further information. Kakashi Hatake gazed at Uchiha Tokusei with a hint of hope. Uchiha Tokusei understood the unspoken sentiment. The main force of the mobile unit comprised the Jonin of the Uchiha clan, and in these uncertain times where every life was at stake, his command carried more weight than anyone else's. With a deep sigh, Uchiha Tokusei commanded, "Gather." The Jonin responsible for security swiftly returned to the side of their two commanders. "Everyone, it is time to fight with all our might." Uchiha Tokusei's proclamation elicited a subtle change in expression among the other ninjas of the mobile unit. Yet the 12 Jonin of the Uchiha clan remained undeterred. "The Uzumaki clan is in imminent danger. We bear the heavy responsibility of rescue. The urgency of the situation does not allow for delay." Uchiha Tokusei's crimson, three-tomo Sharingan glowed ominously as he surveyed the members of the mobile unit, his demeanor chilling as though he were a vengeful spirit. "I require every member of the mobile unit to embody the spirit of self-sacrifice, to be undeterred by death, and to advance relentlessly, severing any foes before us, so as to uphold our invincible reputation." "Understood." The 41 ninjas of the mobile unit bowed in unison, affirming their commitment. "I will personally lead the charge with the Uchiha. Please, Jonin Kakashi, take charge of the central command and support our flanks." Uchiha Tokusei turned to Kakashi Hatake for his approval, and Kakashi nodded in agreement. Furthermore, the leader of the Umbu, Sarutobi Shino, removed his mask and bowed respectfully to Uchiha Tokusei. "Please, Captain Shino, lead the Umbu to infiltrate the whirlpool at an opportune moment. Once communication is established, launch a supporting attack to break the enemy's encirclement." "Yes." Sarutobi Shino responded affirmatively, immediately summoning the Umbu to stealthily embark on their mission. "Now, everyone, prepare to charge with me." Uchiha Deguang deftly tugged at a corner of the grand scroll behind him with his left hand, while his right hand bit down upon his finger, imprinting the summoning seal onto the scroll, thereby preparing to execute the intricate technique of explosive tag exchange. At this moment, within the perceptive range of the mobile unit's sensing ninjas, a formidable surge of chakra was rapidly approaching their direction, a harbinger of foes rather than friends. Drawing forth his small blade with deliberate slowness, the tip of the sword pointed resolutely towards the direction of the hidden mist village. Uchiha charged forward with unwavering determination. 12 Uchiha elite, each bearing the three-tomo Sharingan, unsheathed their ninja blades and shouted in unison. Although the overall strength of the Uchiha clan was somewhat inferior to that of the Senju clan, it was the warlike instinct inherited from the Indra lineage within their Sharingan bloodline that sustained the Uchiha through millennia of conflict. "Kill." Uchiha Deguang took the lead, employing the body flicker technique to advance fiercely. The 12 Uchiha elite spontaneously formed a sharp arrowhead formation, with Uchiha Deguang as the spearhead, piercing through the enemy's ranks. Hatake Sakumo swiftly directed the other 9 elite and supporting ninjas to form their own formation, following closely in the wake of Uchiha's charge. As both forces rushed towards one another, the two ninja armies swiftly closed the distance. The Uchiha, their crimson eyes blazing, menacingly regarded the approaching mist ninjas. Illusionary chains technique. The Uchiha unleashed their genjutsu simultaneously, catching the unsuspecting mist ninjas off guard. Those at the forefront of the mist forces, struck by the illusion, became rigid and collapsed. Fire release, great fireball technique. 13 colossal fireballs surged menacingly towards the mist ninjas. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the advancing mist ninjas scrambled to evade, their formation thrown into disarray. The mist ninjas ensnared in the genjutsu had no chance to disrupt their chakra and were swiftly annihilated by the fiery assault. Such overwhelming might. Who could claim that fire release could not kill? It was the Uchiha. Amidst the ranks of the mist, cries of despair echoed. Even in the distant land of water, within the blood mist of the hidden mist village, the Uchiha's fearsome reputation was enough to silence the cries of children. Uchiha Deguang disregarded the outcome of the initial offensive, charging past the first line of the mist forces, leaving the downed mist ninjas to be dealt with by the subsequent mobile unit members. In the midst of the chaos, the mist ninjas, paralyzed by fear, were momentarily unable to organize a counterattack. Uchiha Deguang retrieved a handful of kunai from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them towards the mist ahead. Aimlessly thrown, the kunai were easily deflected. However, he soon initiated the explosive tag exchange technique. The scroll on his back emitted a series of flickering summoning lights, unleashing a relentless barrage of explosive tags that obliterated the subsequent ranks of the mist forces. Hidden within the airborne kunai were specially designed summoning explosive tags, which, upon being thrown, served as the catalyst for a chain reaction of explosions. This was Uchiha Deguang's ingenious application of the explosive tag exchange technique in the absence of the Edo Tensei. At this point, the mist had been thoroughly breached through several layers, suffering catastrophic losses, while the Uchiha remained unscathed. However, the distance between the two sides had now narrowed to an extreme. The forthcoming battle would be one of close combat. Uchiha Deguang unleashed the Uchiha-style Sword of Flame. The blade was enveloped in a swirling mass of fire-release chakra, which, upon Deguang's swing, transformed into a deadly sword aura aimed at the hidden mist ninja ahead. Water release, water barrier. A group of mist ninja collaborated to execute their jutsu, effectively intercepting Deguang's sword attack. Before the Uchiha could regroup for another strike, a remarkably swift figure darted forward, swiftly beheading the mist ninja in a matter of moments. It was Hatake Tsukumo, with unparalleled agility and a succinctly ferocious sword technique. He earned the renowned title of Konoha's White Fang. His reputation was indeed well-deserved. Without waiting for a greeting from Uchiha Deguang, Tsukumo propelled himself like an arrow to the right, assisting another Uchiha Jonin in dispatching their adversary. Deguang, taken aback, quickly called upon the 5 Uchiha Jonin behind him. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. The 6 Uchiha ninja swiftly formed hand signs, unleashing 6 formidable fire dragons toward the mist, while simultaneously releasing 2 wind jutsu from behind to bolster their assault. The flames borrowed the wind's strength, and the wind amplified the fire's might. The enhanced fire dragons surged forth, incinerating the mist ninja before them into mere ashes. Looking back, Deguang noted 2 shinobu from the Shimura clan, masters of wind release. He offered them a slight nod of acknowledgement before continuing his charge. In the midst of this life-and-death battlefield, familial grievances and political disputes were momentarily set aside. Use the mist technique. A mist jonin, seemingly the commander, bellowed orders amidst the ranks. Subsequently, Tsukumo dashed from the side, closing in rapidly to strike at the mist jonin's neck. The mist jonin hurriedly drew his blade to parry, retreating swiftly in an attempt to meld into the crowd, only to be flanked by 2 Surtobi jonin wielding iron rods, who, after a few exchanges, delivered a fatal blow that shattered his skull. Uchiha Deguang incessantly hurled kunai and explosive tags, employing the explosive tag technique to disrupt the formation of the mist. The jonin dispersed, pairing off to engage in fierce combat. Like a specter on the battlefield, Tsukumo darted about, rapidly assisting the mobile squad in dispatching their troublesome foes. In a short span, the mist forces crumbled like a house of cards. Composed entirely of elite ninjas, the mobile unit achieved a resounding victory in their first engagement. Under Uchiha Deguang's leadership, they swiftly routed the advancing mist ninja, barely taking a moment to secure the battlefield before slowing their pace to receive urgent medical attention from the medics. Tsukumo conducted a brief assessment of the team. Throughout the skirmish, only 1 sensory ninja and 1 oil ninja responsible for tracking had fallen among the 21 combat-ready jonin. While about 10 sustained injuries, none were critical, and they quickly recovered after the medic's urgent treatment. A cursory glance at the battlefield revealed no less than 100 corpses left behind by the mist. The fruits of their labor were indeed bountiful. Everyone, press onward. After a brief moment of respite, with a sweep of his blade, Tsukumo issued his command. Following the defeat of the first wave of mist, the mobile unit advanced with relative ease. Along the journey, several small groups of mist ninjas were vanquished, and approximately 30 displaced members of the Uzumaki clan were rescued. After guiding the women and children of the Uzumaki to retreat towards the borders of the Land of Fire, the team pressed onward, led by 3 Uzumaki ninjas, toward the covert village of Uzumaki. According to the accounts of the Uzumaki ninjas, the situation in the Uzumaki village was dire. The invading forces of Mist, Rock, and Cloud had launched a surprise attack, swiftly overwhelming the border regions, resulting in the slaughter of numerous scattered Uzumaki ninjas throughout the Land of Waves. The survivors either fled abroad like headless flies or retreated to the Uzumaki headquarters for defense. Currently, over 1,000 Mist ninjas and several hundred Rock and Cloud ninjas were besieging the Uzumaki village headquarters, with thousands more of Mist ninjas ravaging the territory of the Land of Waves, committing acts of arson and pillage. It was evident that the Uzumaki village was hanging by a thread, facing the imminent threat of total annihilation. As they fought their way forward, 3 small groups of Mist ninjas were eradicated, and a squad carrying special Uzumaki scrolls and supplies from the cloud was intercepted and dispatched. The mobile unit took a brief respite, during which Uchiha Genichiro interrogated a captured cloud ninja. The intelligence gleaned was equally grim. The invading force from the cloud was composed entirely of elite ninjas, all of Chunin rank or higher, led by the renowned magnetic bloodline user, Troy. The Rock had dispatched its most elite demolition squad. Shikaku Hatake and Uchiha Takuku exchanged silent sighs. It appeared that the most formidable challenge lay ahead in the battle for the Uzumaki village. The mist's deployment likely consisted only of relatively weaker second-line troops. While the true elite forces were undoubtedly engaged in the assault on the Uzumaki headquarters, they could not afford to underestimate their opponents. The intelligence acquired served as a stark reminder for the mobile unit. One battle did not signify victory. The most arduous moments were yet to come. Nevertheless, the Uchiha elite were brimming with anticipation. Following a series of engagements where they had triumphed against greater numbers, the aura of the Uchiha ninjas grew increasingly menacing. Even after shutting their Sharingan, the crimson ferocity in the eyes of 6 Uchiha ninjas, including Takuku, remained unabated. "Everyone, let us advance," Shikaku Hatake commanded after the upper ninjas conferred on their forthcoming strategies. At this juncture, Uchiha Takuku felt a slight dizziness and found it challenging to suppress his bloodlust, naturally ceding command to Shikaku Hatake. Despite their success in repelling the enemy, the mobile unit had not emerged unscathed. Moreover, the mist, cloud, and rock elite forces likely had already received word of the approaching leaf reinforcements and were rallying their elite units for an encirclement. Thus, the most pressing dilemma facing Shikaku Hatake was how to ascertain the enemy's weak points in their defenses to effectively infiltrate the Uzumaki village and rendezvous with the Uzumaki clan. At this moment, Uchiha Takuku found himself in a peculiar state of mind. Even with the Sharingan deactivated, the world through his eyes appeared shrouded in a slightly lighter shade of crimson than when the ocular power was active. Waves of subdued yet remarkably tenacious bloodlust and a penchant for destruction emanated from his gaze, intertwining with the in-release chakra, gradually and resolutely enhancing the quality of his own chakra. Uchiha Deguang glanced at several other Uchiha Jonin in a similar state, uncertain whether his condition mirrored theirs, and even more oblivious to the potential consequences that might ensue. The other Konoha ninjas exhibited little surprise. They merely perceived their proud yet dependable Uchiha comrades as being caught up in a fervent bloodlust. To them, the erratic and battle-hungry Uchiha were always prone to such states. After a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Deguang refrained from inquiring about the condition of the other Uchiha Jonin, mindful of the numerous outsiders present. Instead, he adjusted the large scroll tied to his back, pulling out a few more pages as they marched. Kakashi Tsukumo, catching sight of Deguang's actions, slowed his pace to walk alongside him. With a hint of hesitation, he asked, "How are you faring?" Deguang inhaled a breath of cold air to steady himself, replying, "I'm fine. It's just that I'm not accustomed to such frequent battles." Tsukumo opened his mouth, hesitating on what to say. Feeling the weight of his ignorance regarding the intricacies of bloodline limits and the more advanced ocular techniques of the Uchiha clan. Suddenly, a sensory ninja from the mobile unit reported swiftly, "A large force of enemy troops is flanking us from both sides." The Hyuga ninja promptly estimated the enemy's numbers at approximately 500, a tenfold numerical disadvantage. Uchiha Deguang turned slightly towards Tsukumo, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "Tsukumo, how about I take the lead this time?" The smile, coupled with his crimson eyes, was both fierce and menacing. Tsukumo returned the smile, recognizing that despite Deguang's current state of agitation, he still retained a degree of self-control, a testament to his resilience as a warrior emerging from the depths of bloodshed. "That one do, battles are determined by strength," he remarked lightly, increasing his pace. "But the mobile unit still requires coordination, doesn't it?" Deguang chuckled playfully. Tsukumo laughed a few times, then slowed down his pace. Uchiha charged forth. With Deguang's commanding shout, the Uchiha Jonin responded in unison. 13 pairs of crimson. 3 Tomo Sharingan exuded a chilling aura of impending slaughter, creating an atmosphere drenched in bloodlust. Kill. As the enemy forces, flanking from both sides, gradually converged, they launched a direct assault on the seemingly isolated mobile unit. This tactic is indeed the most suitable one, a two-flank encirclement that expands the siege net, swiftly adjusting formations for a frontal assault immediately upon engagement, aiming to achieve a rapid rout, and swiftly transition into a state of pursuit. Although the initial clashes may result in significant casualties, a careful assessment reveals that this approach is far more advantageous than entangled combat. Uchiha Deguang extended his left hand, and a flurry of explosive tags floated gracefully from his sleeve, suspended in midair. The Uchiha Jonin and the mobile unit ninjas in the rear slightly slowed their pace. Flying tag formation. Hundreds of explosive tags soared toward the advancing Mist Ninja army. Water release, water barrier. Having engaged in several skirmishes, the Mist Ninja army had gleaned some intelligence regarding this elite mobile unit of Konoha, naturally adopting various precautionary measures. However, their understanding was somewhat flawed. The explosive tags, obstructed by ninjutsu, hovered in the air, refraining from detonating against the water barrier. Instead, they traced an unusual arc in the air, descending into the ranks of the Mist Ninja army. The Mist Commander's eyes widened in disbelief. These explosive tags can be employed in such a manner. Although the Mist primarily utilized water-based ninjutsu, they were by no means ignorant of the cost-effective explosive tags. Moreover, one of the legendary 7 ninja swords, the Exploding Blade, utilized explosive tags for its unique attacks. As the Mist Commander was lost in his frantic thoughts, the explosive tags that had infiltrated their formation erupted with thunderous explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the incessant detonations, the anguished cries of wounded Mist ninjas echoed. Advance rapidly, the Mist Commander bellowed hoarsely. Mustering their courage, the Mist forces, undeterred by the dissipating smoke of the explosive tags, unleashed a spine-chilling howl under the commander's urging, accelerating their charge. Boom, 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 boom. The more powerful explosive tags detonated with cataclysmic force. The Mist Commander was momentarily paralyzed, drawing upon his extensive battlefield experience. He instantly estimated that his forces had suffered over 100 casualties from these 2 rounds of explosive tag assaults, losing a fifth of their strength in an instant. A chill crept through him, and the rapid beating of his heart nearly overwhelmed him, threatening to induce faintness. Roar, roar, roar. Yet the Uchiha did not wait for them to regain their composure. As the Mist Ninja army was engulfed in shock and fury at this unforeseen assault and the resulting losses, the Uchiha Jonin surged forth like a descending tiger into the chaos of the Mist formation. Fire release, great fire destruction. 13 Uchiha Jonin united to unleash a high-level fire technique. A surging tsunami of flames surged forth, seemingly intent on incinerating the entire Mist army to ashes. Water release, water barrier. Water release, great waterfall technique. The disoriented Mist ninjas hastily attempted to defend themselves, but the hastily conjured ninjutsu could not shield the entire formation, let alone fully counter the Uchiha's fire assault. Boom, boom, boom. The already chaotic Mist army suffered catastrophic losses from this onslaught. Fire release, ashen embers. 2 apes of the Flying Monkey clan unleashed a scorching cloud of ash towards the Mist shinobi forces. Wind release, great breakthrough. The wind technique employed by the Shimura ninja accelerated the engulfing speed of the ash cloud. The wounded Mist ninjas, subjected to the intense heat of the ash, emitted anguished wails before succumbing en masse. The remaining Mist ninjas retreated in disarray, their formation completely shattered. Fire release, head carving. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. Wind release, great wind blade. Before the startled Mist ninjas could catch their breath, a barrage of formidable high-level ninjutsu struck fiercely into their ranks. Another cacophony of earth-shattering explosions ensued, interspersed with numerous detonating tags that triggered a series of chain reactions. Steady yourselves, the Mist Commander, shaken to his core by the relentless onslaught, bellowed hoarsely in a desperate attempt to maintain order among his troops and prevent an immediate collapse. Amidst the thick smoke, a flash of white light surged forth, propelled by the commander's voice like a thunderbolt. A fierce blade of light bore down upon the Mist Commander. In a moment of panic, he swung his ninja blade in an attempt to block it. Crack! The blade shattered upon impact. Such speed. The Mist Commander was momentarily stunned before feeling the world spin around him. The last sight that registered in his mind was that of a headless corpse, blood gushing from its neck. Konoha's white fang. This was the final thought of the Mist Commander. The keen-eyed ninjas bore witness to the instant demise of their commander and subsequently saw Konoha's white fang plunge into the Mist formation, wreaking havoc. Retreat! Someone among the Mist ninjas shouted. Following this, The demoralized mist forces, shaken by the intense assault, retreated at a speed several times greater than when they charged. They paid no heed to covering each other during their withdrawal. Their only thought was to escape faster than their comrades, hoping to preserve their lives from the clutches of these Konoha demons. The mobile unit pursued relentlessly toward the Vortex clan's final stronghold, quickening their pace. Time was of the essence, and none could predict how long the Vortex clan could hold out. After annihilating a six-man team of Cloud ninjas on the outskirts of the Vortex village, the mobile unit charged into the Vortex headquarters as if traversing an uninhabited land. Clan leader. A surprised Vortex ninja cried out to the astonished clan leader atop the building. "It's our ally from Konoha." Wiping his eyes in disbelief, the clan leader exclaimed. Filled with joy, after days of relentless battle, he had sunk into despair, longing only for mutual destruction with the invading forces. The arrival of the mobile unit rekindled a glimmer of hope within him. Cheers erupted among the surviving Vortex ninjas. Lord Shikamo, recognizing the members of the mobile unit, the clan leader swiftly leaped toward Shikamo. Old clan leader. Shikamo embraced him tightly, his voice heavy with regret. "We arrived too late." Tears streamed down both their faces. Enough with the sentimentality. Uchiha Deguang unceremoniously interrupted the emotional exchange between the two, demanding to know where the invading enemy forces had retreated. The Vortex clan leader, who had just ceased his offensive and released his embrace with Hatake Sakumo, nodded apologetically towards Uchiha Deguang. Approximately 10 minutes prior, the mobile unit had decisively defeated a segment of the Mist Shinobi forces, which had retreated roughly 20 minutes ago. This led to the inference that the Mist Shinobi had likely withdrawn upon learning of the defeat of the blocking unit. What about the Konoha Umbu? Have they not arrived in the village? Uchiha Deguang pressed on, his demeanor growing increasingly severe. He could no longer afford the luxury of politeness. The retreat of the Mist forces did not imply a complete withdrawal of their ranks. More critically, the elite shinobi forces of the Cloud and Rock villages remained largely unscathed, and their strength was comparable, if not superior, to that of the mobile unit. Given the urgency of the situation, I ordered them to discreetly escort my granddaughter away. The Vortex clan leader replied with a hint of despondency. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Deguang furrowed his brow even deeper. He had hoped that if the Umbu were still present, particularly with Sarutobi Shinjiro among them, their presence would bolster the combat strength of his unit and potentially enable him to capture the third Hokage, thereby accelerating the reinforcement of shinobi troops. To his dismay, the Umbu had already retreated with the Vortex clan leader's granddaughter. If he was not mistaken, the child taken was none other than Uzumaki Kushina, who would later become the second Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Uchiha Deguang let out a deep sigh. How much fighting strength does the Vortex clan still possess? He inquired urgently, disregarding any semblance of formality. They are all here, the Vortex clan leader replied bitterly. Uchiha Deguang scanned the area, closing his eyes to sense the remaining energy. Approximately 100 individuals remain. However, their combat effectiveness is uncertain, considering the prolonged engagement with the coalition forces from the three nations. Once a mighty clan of nearly 2,000 members, bolstered by external alliances, the Vortex clan had now dwindled to such a meager population. After entering the land of Vortex, the mobile unit had successfully assisted a few fleeing members of the Vortex clan, guiding them towards the land of fire, where the aging and weakened remnants of Konoha's Eastern Defense Forces could provide shelter. Nevertheless, the backbone of the Vortex clan had been irrevocably shattered in this conflict. Even if some members managed to escape to other countries, it would scarcely mend the devastation wrought upon their lineage. What are the old clan leaders' intentions? Uchiha Deguang asked, devoid of any pretense. The Vortex clan leader paused, realizing the underlying implication of Uchiha Deguang's inquiry. He surveyed the scene of the mobile unit's shinobi, who were urgently tending to their wounds, as well as the support ninjas attending to the injured Konoha, shinobi, and Vortex clansmen. At that moment, only 38 members of the mobile unit remained after enduring substantial casualties, primarily among the support ninjas. The Vortex clan leader's lips quivered slightly as he muttered, "Is it just you?" Uchiha Deguang nodded affirmatively, while Hatake Sakumo averted his gaze from the tearful eyes of the Vortex clan leader. The leader of the Vortex clan closed his eyes, resigning himself to the decision to abandon the land of the Vortex. Let us retreat together. Very well, Uchiha Deguang thought. Satisfied with the outcome, now it was time to prepare diligently. The Vortex clan, with its vast resources, would undoubtedly need to gather essential documents and items before their departure. The enemy forces were encroaching from the east, south, and north. The sensory ninja let out a harrowing cry. The Hyuga ninja, eyes wide with alarm, scanned the area. There were approximately 1,500 of them, just 4 kilometers away. Uchiha Deguang mused to himself that this was the maximum observation range for this mobile unit of Hyuga ninjas. They had about 5 minutes. He wiped the thick blood from his face with a grim resolve. 4 minutes remained, a time fraught with tension. According to the continuous reports from the sensory and Byakugan ninjas, the formation of the coalition army from the water, earth, and lightning nations gradually came into focus. They faced a formation reminiscent of a defensive triangle. From the perspective centered on the Vortex Ninja Village, the main force of the enemy consisted of approximately 800 mist ninjas stationed to the east. To the north was an elite unit from the Cloud Village along with some mist ninjas, numbering around 300, and to the south lay the Rock Village's explosive troops, accompanied by a handful of mist ninjas, totaling about 400. Combining the intelligence gathered along the way with reports from surviving members of the Vortex clan, it was estimated that the coalition had nearly 3,000 troops deployed. After enduring multiple battles against the Vortex Ninja Village and sustaining losses during the mobile unit's support, they likely retained around 2,000 combat-ready forces. Yet, only approximately 1,500 were present here. Uchiha Deguang cast a troubled glance towards the west of the Vortex, towards the Land of Fire. If all went as expected, the mist ninjas, not yet visible here, would likely be laying an ambush on their return route. Given the operational radius of the ninjas, their combat characteristics, high offense, high agility, and low defense, meant that large-scale concentrated assaults were rare. Instead, they typically employed a series of tidal tactics, launching successive waves of attacks to batter the enemy's defenses. The triangular formation favored the deployment of troops, while the deliberate gap left open could serve both as a means to set up ambushes along the way and as a psychological tactic to undermine the defenders' will to fight as the enemy closed in. Uchiha Deguang sighed. It seemed that after several skirmishes, the commanders of the coalition had gleaned substantial intelligence about the mobile unit. The enemy's strategic deployment revealed a targeted approach, with each maneuver aimed at exploiting the vulnerabilities of the mobile unit and the surviving members of the Vortex clan. The earlier retreat likely served to facilitate an effective encirclement of the mobile unit. Uchiha Deguang and several Uchiha Jonin stood beside the sensory and Byakugan ninjas, attentively listening to the reconnaissance reports. The food pills, akin to delectable morsels, were hastily consumed, leaving a sour taste and swollen gums in their wake. Though excessive consumption of military rations may lead to adverse effects such as skin issues, digestive discomfort, and constipation, at this juncture, who can afford to dwell on such matters? The leader of the Uzumaki clan, bearing a colossal scroll upon his back and clutching 2 smaller portable scrolls, approached. The elder, Uchiha Deguang, continued to consume military rations without pause, nodding in a somewhat perfunctory manner. Are we prepared? Approximately 1 minute and 30 seconds had elapsed. The enemy ninja forces from the south and north had slowed their advance, while the western forces maintained their original pace. Sensory ninjas and those endowed with the Byakugan reported in real time on the movements of the enemy. It appeared that the primary assault would target the western hidden mist formation. All is ready. The Uzumaki leader then handed over one of the scrolls. You are employing Mr. Tobarama's technique of the explosive tag contract, correct? Indeed, replied Uchiha Deguang, his countenance betraying his discomfort. As a member of the Uchiha clan, utilizing a ninjutsu developed by their sworn adversary, while effective, was somewhat of a blow to his pride. This scroll contained 20,000 explosive tags. Uchiha Deguang felt a surge of determination as he tore open the scroll and bit his finger, imprinting the summoning blood contract hand seal for the explosive tag technique on the inner page. The Uzumaki clan, renowned for their sealing arts, had crafted a scroll that was remarkably compact, and it appeared that the summoning speed of the explosive tags from this scroll was swifter than those produced by the Leaf Village. After numerous battles, Uchiha Deguang had only about 20,000 explosive tags remaining, and with this replenishment, his confidence was notably bolstered. And this, the Uzumaki leader continued, presenting another small scroll, is a token of gratitude from the Uzumaki clan. It contains the profound secrets of our ninjutsu, most of which were created by Mr. Tobarama. Uchiha Deguang's expression grew serious. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the ninjutsu scroll. Initially intending to refuse for the sake of pride, He found it difficult to decline such a generous offer. Uchiha Deguang's grip tightened around the scroll. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, should his clan successfully navigate this perilous situation, they would undoubtedly impart the accumulated secrets of their sealing arts to the Uzumaki clan. With a hint of earnestness, the Uzumaki leader solemnly stated, "All our knowledge will be shared." Uchiha Deguang took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. This was an unparalleled gift. The significance of the Uzumaki sealing arts was evident in the alliance of the three great nations to form a ninja army for invasion. All. The Uzumaki leader affirmed with a heavy nod. "Where are the sealing arts?" Uchiha Deguang inquired with impatience. The Uzumaki leader remained silent, merely pointing to his head and then gesturing towards the lined-up Uzumaki clansmen. The implication was clear. The true treasures resided within his mind. It seemed that the cunning old fox's bait was not so easily swallowed. Uchiha Deguang felt a sense of resignation, but quickly reconciled himself to the situation. It was indeed time to fight with all their might, he remarked with a touch of sentiment to the Uchiha Jonin beside him. The Uchiha Jonin, who had been listening to the conversation, could not suppress their laughter. "Shikamo!" Uchiha Deguang called out to Kakashi Shikamo, who was receiving treatment on the other side. "What shall our next course of action be?" Kakashi Shikamo swiftly manifested before Tokikage. "How goes the assault from the east?" he inquired, presenting a rather unconventional suggestion. The Eastern Front was the stronghold of the Hidden Mist, boasting an overwhelming force of over 800 ninjas, including formidable masters. Yet, upon reflection, there was a semblance of logic to his proposition. The southern, northern, and seemingly invulnerable western fronts were all unfavorable avenues for a breakout. Even if the mobile units and the surviving members of the Uzumaki clan were exceptionally strong, it would be impossible to vanquish the enemy within a mere minute or two, leading inevitably to encirclement and annihilation. However, should they succeed in breaking through the Eastern Front and decisively defeat the numerically superior Mist ninjas, their predicament would undoubtedly be alleviated. The crux of executing this operational plan lay in overpowering the approaching Hidden Mist forces. How should the tactics be implemented? The Hidden Mist, known for their aggression, often acted recklessly and were prone to collapse under pressure. Thus, breaching their formation should not prove overly challenging. Citing a few ancient texts from the Warring States period, Sakomo suggested that Tokikage initiate the explosive seals while the mobile units utilized combined ninjutsu, with the Uzumaki ninjas focusing on defense. Yet, this approach seemed insufficient. Uchiha Tokikage furrowed his brow involuntarily. "I shall take charge of the assault and decapitation." With a gentle yet compelling smile, Sakomo stood tall, exuding an aura that was both warm and intimidating. "There should be no major issues with my plan." Tokikage, without hesitation, consented to this decision. Turning to the Uzumaki clan leader out of courtesy, the Uzumaki leader, though aware that this battle might lead to greater casualties among the clan's survivors, felt that there was no room for such concerns at this juncture. At that moment, the Hidden Mist ninjas advancing from the east came into view. The chakra signatures from the two other ninja forces in the south and north were also distinctly perceptible. "Let us commence the battle," Tokikage proclaimed, retrieving a small scroll from his shinobi attire and releasing a blade, a massive, sheathless katana. He had prepared 5 shinobi blades for this engagement, and this was the 4th. The elongated katana, measuring nearly 6 feet in length, towered over Tokikage's own stature, creating a somewhat awkward balance as he rested it upon his shoulder. Nevertheless, it was a favored weapon for executing the myriad advanced techniques of the Uchiha swordsmanship. This time, Tokikage had no intention of holding back. Having undergone rigorous training and several rounds of combat, the mobile units quickly organized themselves, while the surviving Uzumaki clan members took their positions based on their conditions. Those still capable or only lightly wounded stood at the periphery, while those bearing more severe injuries positioned themselves within. A few individuals, too injured to receive immediate treatment, bid farewell to their comrades, their bodies adorned with explosive seals as they prepared to retreat. Tears streamed down the faces of the Uzumaki, and the mobile unit members felt the sting of emotion welling in their eyes. At this moment, Kakashi Sakomo began to stealthily approach the advancing Hidden Mist forces from the left. "Everyone," Tokikage's voice rang out, commanding attention. "Hold your breath and lend me your ears. Together, we shall shatter their formation." "Break the formation," they echoed in unison. The Uchiha elite ninja responded with haughty voices. "Break the formation." The members of the mobile unit and the Uzumaki ninja shouted in unison. Even the mildest of the Uzumaki clan, in this life-and-death moment, was swept up in the fervor of the relentless battle, their faces contorted in ferocity, chakra surging around them. Boom! Uchiha Deguang leaped into the air, the first to charge towards the approaching mist ninja army at the village's entrance. The flying tag formation. Hundreds of explosive tags shot forth like arrows unleashed from a bow, aimed at the mist's main formation. Water release, great waterfall technique. A massive waterfall surged upwards, blocking the explosive tags and triggering a series of detonations. Boom, 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 boom. Wind release, pressure damage. The ninja from the mobile unit, alongside the wind adept Uzumaki clan members, launched a second wave of ninjutsu. Lightning release, false darkness. Following closely, the leaf ninja executed their third round of ninjutsu strikes. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The assault from mist slowed momentarily as they retaliated with their own ninjutsu. Suddenly, a rain of shuriken and kunai blotted out the sky, hurtling towards the thinly fortified mobile unit and Uzumaki ninja. Heavenly Seal. Under the leadership of the Uzumaki clan leader, several Uzumaki ninja raised their hands, conjuring a brilliant blue chakra barrier that deflected the incoming projectiles. Nevertheless, the Uzumaki ninja were shaken, their hands trembling, the vibrant red of their hair dimming slightly. Uchiha style, Gale Sword. In the midst of the ninjutsu clash, Uchiha Deguang utilized the explosive tags to shatter the mist's defensive techniques. Enveloped in a whirlwind of chakra, he charged headlong into the mist formation, his blade creating waves of crimson. Concentrate fire on that mist elite, commanded a man garbed in the attire of a mist Jonin from within the formation. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. A colossal fire dragon surged towards the mist, rendering even the water-based ninjutsu ineffective against its overwhelming intensity. Uchiha Deguang's keen sight allowed him to spot a group of mist ninja gathered around an elder, approximately a kilometer away in the treetops. Undoubtedly, it was the esteemed Master Yuan, second only to the Mizukichi. Mutual explosion tag technique. Taking advantage of the opening created by the Dragon Flame song, Uchiha Deguang relentlessly deployed the mutual explosion tags, bombarding the front line of the mist, forcing them to retreat. As Uchiha Deguang broke through the enemy lines, the mobile unit and Uzumaki ninja surged in after him. The key to piercing the formation lay in the sharpness of the spear's tip. Your life is forfeit, cried a Kagaya ninja, clad in a flowing white robe, as sharp bone spurs erupted from their body, charging at Uchiha Deguang. Falling Leaves Pine Dance. Uchiha style, Solar Halo Dance. Uchiha Deguang stood his ground, wielding his great blade to execute Uchiha sword techniques and Kagaya's secret arts in a fierce clash. Bang! Firelight, sword energy, and shattered bones flew in all directions. Diamond Lock. A golden chakra chain suddenly shot towards the Kagaya ninja from behind, catching the distracted combatant off guard. As the chakra chain ensnared them, their bone spurs crumbled, and Uchiha Deguang swiftly severed their head with a sudden strike. From the periphery of his vision, he perceived the profound essence of the vortex sealing technique wielded by the leader of the Uzumaki clan. It was indeed a frightful sealing art. Uchiha Deguang mused quietly to himself, then pressed on with unwavering determination. Like a solitary canoe plunging into a waterfall, the mobile forces and the Uzumaki ninjas, despite being at a numerical disadvantage, achieved commendable results during their initial assault. Uchiha Ryuken Flame Slash. As Uchiha Deguang surged forward, he unleashed a blade of energy, cleaving two mist ninjas in half, becoming drenched in the blood that gushed forth. The battle had raged for 2 minutes, and the elite forces of the Cloud and Rock villages were closing in from the north and south. The hope for breaking the stalemate rested solely on whether Hatake Tsukumo could successfully execute a decapitation strike behind enemy lines. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. A flurry of flames enveloped shuriken, which shot out in all directions. Subsequently, a multitude of explosive tags, shielded by the flames, were unleashed, causing a series of detonations. Uchiha Deguang's combat style was brutally straightforward. He carved a path using high-level fire techniques, maneuvering explosive tags into the enemy ranks to launch a devastating counterattack, subsequently following up with further fire assaults. This tactical approach, particularly effective against an army predominantly composed of Chunin and Genin, proved to be a relentless harvester of foes, yielding consistent success. At this moment, the Rock and Cloud forces had fully encircled them, though there were signs of reluctance among the attackers, as they merely tossed a few shurikens and cast low-level jutsu to harass the Uzumaki ninjas from a distance. Concentrate your fire. Eliminate this Uchiha fiend. The indignant roar of the commanding officer echoed in the wind, filled with boundless fury. Soon, the elite mist ninjas clustered around him began to charge towards Uchiha Deguang. An opportunity had arisen. Observing the approaching mist elites, Uchiha Deguang felt a surge of exhilaration instead of fear. The explosive tags in his hands flew out with increased speed, unleashing a barrage of destruction without regard for potential collateral damage to his allies. The Uzumaki ninjas had already suffered over a dozen casualties, and the mobile unit's losses continued to mount. Yet, under Uchiha Deguang's leadership, they pressed forward with resolute strides, though the overwhelming assault from the combined forces of mist, cloud, and rock, nearly tenfold in strength, rendered their situation precarious. Their hope now rested upon the shoulders of the Leaf's white fang. Uchiha Deguang gulped down another bottle of military rations, channeling chakra to unleash wave after wave of fire techniques. The infernal flames that enveloped him had transformed into a blood-red hue reminiscent of the Sharingan, with the black tomo spinning ever faster in his eyes, granting him acute perception amidst the myriad crises of battle. Roar! Uchiha Deguang effortlessly struck down a lurking mist ninja, the forced extraction of chakra causing him excruciating pain, while the relentless wave of destructive emotions emanating from his Sharingan ignited a bloodthirsty fervor within him, akin to a vengeful demon emerging from a sea of blood after countless battles. The hope of reversing the tide of battle was now entrusted to Hitaki Tsukumo. In comparison to the ninja forces of the other four great nations, the shinobi army hailing from the hidden mist possesses a notably savage and ruthless disposition. Their penchant for employing a variety of brutally cruel methods, both internally and externally, is only matched by their unwavering commitment to the completion of missions, often resulting in the annihilation of entire teams upon failure. However, this ferocity is accompanied by a glaring weakness, a lack of cohesion and poor discipline. The Mist Shinobi, forged in the crucible of the bloody carnage of the Blood Mist, are unlikely to embody the precious virtues of unity and order. At this juncture, the mobile unit and the Uzumaki clan find themselves ensnared within the encircling forces of the allied armies of the three nations. Yet, under the leadership of Uchiha Deguang and a cadre of Uchiha elite ninjas, they continue to advance with a slow but resolute determination. Fire release, great fire destruction. 10 formidable fire spears surged forth, obliterating any mist shinobi and jutsu that dared to obstruct their path. In the face of such extraordinary and powerful combined fire techniques, even the water style, which traditionally counters fire due to its chakra affinity, proved insufficient to impede the Uchiha's mastery of fire ninjutsu. At this moment, the mobile unit was approximately 1 kilometer away from the command center of the Hidden Mist's main formation. Each member of the mobile unit, whether of Uchiha lineage or from other ninja clans, bore wounds that had diminished their combat efficacy by nearly 30% compared to their pre-battle state. Meanwhile, the Uzumaki ninjas, though still capable of maintaining their high-intensity sealing barriers and jutsu attacks, exhibited hair that had begun to show signs of gray amidst their vibrant crimson locks. Earth release, earth flow wall. The rock-hidden ninjas joined forces to deploy an earth-based defensive technique, successfully thwarting the assaults of the mobile unit and the Uzumaki clan. Yet they showed no clear inclination to counterattack. Instead, the cloud-hidden maniacs could no longer restrain themselves. Lightning release, lightning hound, lightning release, lightning serpent. An array of chaotic lightning techniques rained down upon the increasingly constricted positions of the mobile unit and the Uzumaki ninjas. As outsiders, the cloud-hidden shinobi exhibited no concern for potential collateral damage. With the rock and cloud-hidden forces intensifying their engagement in battle, several ninjas from the rear command post detached from their protective duties to join the fray. 4 Purple Flames formation. 8 Uzumaki ninjas, drawing upon their last reserves of strength, formed pairs to activate the 4 Purple Flames formation, successfully blocking the concentrated barrage of the Cloud Hidden's extensive ninjutsu and the sporadic water techniques from the mist. However, the sealing techniques barrier could not withstand the relentless bombardment for long, ultimately succumbing to collapse. Fire release, great fire destruction. Wind release, great typhoon. Just as the sealing barrier was on the verge of failure, the Uchiha elite ninjas once more combined their efforts to unleash high-level fire techniques. augmented by the wind techniques of the Shimura ninjas, retaliating against the cloud-hidden forces. A series of explosive jutsu further intensified the chaos of the battlefield. At this point, even those who had fallen wounded were not spared from the ceaseless waves of attack, leading to their demise. Uchiha Deguang took a deep breath, swiftly surveying the battlefield. Following the initial onslaught, and with the reinforcement of elite ninjas from the hidden mist, their lines began to stabilize and mount a powerful counteroffensive. As Yin and Yun observed the waning momentum of the mobile forces, they resolved to earnestly strive for the fruits of victory. What strategies should be employed next? It became increasingly apparent that relying solely on the existing mobile forces, supplemented by a handful of vortex ninjas, to vanquish the coalition of three nations with merely a tenth of their strength was a nearly insurmountable task. However, it was equally unwise to halt their efforts entirely. Otherwise, they would soon find themselves ensnared by various defensive ninjutsu and subjected to an unending barrage of techniques that would ultimately lead to their demise. After a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Deguang launched a kunai embedded with explosive tags towards the Yun encampment. Although Uchiha Deguang's proficiency in throwing weapons did not rival that of his fire techniques or swordsmanship, it was nonetheless commendable among the ranks of Uchiha elite. As he watched the kunai trace eerie arcs through the air, destined for the Yun stronghold, he prepared to activate the explosive tags. Suddenly, the flying kunai halted midair, and then began to veer towards the position of the mobile forces. Alarmed, Uchiha Deguang's pupils constricted as he swiftly detonated the explosive tags within the kunai, resulting in a violent explosion that temporarily halted Yun's offensive. A strikingly confident Yun ninja, with a scroll clenched between his teeth, extended his hands to control Uchiha Deguang's specially designed explosive kunai. It was none other than Troy, the commander of the Yunin forces, a master of magnet release. Uchiha ninjas particularly despised adversaries like him, who could manipulate weapons, second only to their aversion for water release ninjas. For the resourceful Uchiha, facing a magnetic release user rendered their intricate and economical weapon-throwing techniques nearly obsolete. Uchiha Flow, Solar Eclipse Dance. Uchiha Deguang leaped into the air, wielding his great sword, channeling chakra outward. As his body spun, a torrent of fire chakra danced in tandem with the blade, unleashing fiery strikes aimed at Commander Troy of Yunin. Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Concerned that his initial assault might lack sufficient potency, Uchiha Deguang simultaneously unleashed a higher-tier fire release ninjutsu toward the Yunin ranks. Moreover, the massive scroll behind him flickered with light as numerous explosive tags swiftly propelled forth, concealed by the haze of battle as they sailed towards Yunin. If Troy believed that controlling Uchiha Deguang's kunai would thwart the use of the explosive tags, he was gravely mistaken. The Grand Scroll contained approximately 10,000 explosive tags, which Uchiha Deguang intended to deliver en masse to the Yunin forces. The air was soon filled with a cacophony of explosions as the intense ninjutsu assaults and the overwhelming number of explosive tags wreaked havoc on the newly emboldened Yunin. In their attempt to transition to a defensive formation amidst the chaos, vulnerabilities emerged under the relentless barrage of tags. Dozens of explosive tags soared perilously close to the Yunin ranks. One Yun ninja, catching sight of the approaching tags, was struck with terror. "Be careful. It's..." But before he could finish his warning, the explosive tags detonated with a resounding roar. The tumultuous explosion unleashed a devastating wave upon the Yun stronghold. Under the manipulation of Uchiha Deguang, each explosive tag summoned would immediately leap forward a short distance before being guided to explode, thereby creating an advancing blast radius akin to a barrage. This innovative application of explosive tags, intertwined with the knowledge of artillery from a past life, inflicted brutal damage upon the ninjas situated behind the cloud-hidden formation. As the explosive tags were consumed, the ferocious bombardment gradually subsided. Uchiha Deguang retrieved the explosive tag sealing scroll gifted by the leader of the Uzumaki clan, mimicking the style of Troy by holding it in his mouth, poised to unleash a second wave of explosive tag assaults. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. The injured shinobi from the Shimizu clan exerted all his strength to execute the wind release technique, swiftly dispersing the thick smoke. Amidst the haze, cries of agony echoed from those struck by the wind technique. Uchiha Deguang's eyes gleamed with determination as he quickly removed the scroll from his mouth, formed hand seals, and unleashed the fire release technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. With this subsequent assault of fire release, the dissipating smoke revealed a scene of unparalleled devastation in the cloud-hidden encampment. The bombardment from tens of thousands of explosive tags had left the once organized elite ninja forces in chaos, with casualties exceeding half, and the fortunate survivors nursing grievous wounds. Just as the emboldened mobile forces and the Uzumaki clan members seized the moment to counterattack, 1 kilometer away, Kiki Shirtake, concealed within the mist-hidden command center, sprang into action. To bolster the mist-hidden offensive, the guards surrounding the commander had been repeatedly deployed to the battlefield, inevitably creating vulnerabilities among the protective ranks. A beam of white light, forged from lightning chakra, erupted from the ground 20 meters away from the commander, striking with the force of a tempest. "Watch out!" The commander's guards managed to shout, but the seasoned commander swiftly pivoted his serpent staff, releasing a green light that struck the fleeting figure of Konoha's White Fang. Yet, despite this effort, the commander's attack seemed futile, and he himself was beheaded by Kiki Shirtake. Without hesitation, Kiki Shirtake, holding aloft the commander's severed head, surged into the ranks of the mist-hidden forces, unleashing a torrent of carnage among the ninjas. "Commander!" The mist-hidden ninjas, their spirits shaken by the rapid onslaught, turned instinctively at the anguished cries emanating from their command center. They beheld 2 guards cradling the headless corpse of their commander, wailing to the heavens, while several other guards, driven mad by despair, charged recklessly at Kiki Shirtake, who continued his relentless assault. "Commander!" The disoriented mist-hidden ninjas, confronted by this tragic scene, could only surmise the dreadful truth. "He is dead." They were met with the swift blade of Kiki Shirtake as he passed, severing their heads and leaving them to succumb to darkness, their last thoughts fading away. Victory! The mobile forces and the Uzumaki clan, invigorated by this iconic display of single-handed retribution, drew upon their inner reserves of physical and mental energy, disregarding the excruciating strain upon their chakra, and unleashed their ninjutsu upon the stunned enemy forces. Even the injured mustered the last of their strength to hurl shurikens and kunai. In that moment, the numerically disadvantaged mobile forces and Uzumaki clan members launched an offensive that forced the coalition forces of the 3 nations into retreat. The once tightly knit encirclement began to loosen. Diamond Lock. Seizing the moment of surprise, the leader of the Vortex clan unleashed a sealing technique that ensnared 3 mist village Jonin. Enveloped in flames, Uchiha Deguang leaped into action, wielding his great sword to behead the 3 Jonin. The Mist Ninja army began to witness a wave of deserters. The mid-ranking Mist Ninjas, their spirits shattered, aimlessly attempted to flee the terrifying battlefield. Even the supervising Jonin of the Mist, mercilessly slashing at the fleeing soldiers, could not quell the chaos that ensued. Yuan Shi, the living relic of the Mist, had served as an aide since the establishment of the village by the first Mizukage, Bai Lian. To this day, none within the Mist were unaware of this authoritative elder. Yet now, in a seemingly assured victory on the battlefield, he lay dead, felled by a single stroke. The one who claimed Yuan Shi's life, Konoha's White Fang, had returned to the fray, rampaging through the ranks with unstoppable force. Within the Mist formation, an increasing number of ninjas lost their will to fight. Retreat. The commander of the Cloud Ninja Army, Troy, was the first to issue the withdrawal order. The Cloud forces had already suffered significant losses from Uchiha Deguang's explosive offensive, and with the Mist commander now slain, the prospect of a complete collapse loomed. If they did not retreat now, when would they? As the Cloud forces steadily withdrew, the disintegration of the Mist army accelerated. The Rock Ninja, having erected earthen walls for defense, began to cover their retreat while heading toward the Cloud's exit. It seemed inevitable that the long-standing rivals, Rock and Cloud, would soon clash once more. The mobile forces and the Vortex clan disregarded the retreating Cloud and Rock ninjas, instead launching a desperate melee assault against the Mist. With chakra nearly depleted from the intense battle, and despite consuming numerous soldier food pills, there was little time to regain their strength. The Mist collapse was swift. In desperation, a Mist Jonin, ignoring the attention of the mobile forces, produced a conch shell and sounded the retreat signal. The once resounding call of the conch now echoed a mournful lament against the backdrop of the Mist's devastating defeat. The mobile forces paid no heed to the retreat signal, but relentlessly pursued the retreating Mist ninjas, focusing their attacks on the weaker, demoralized lower-ranking ones. After a vigorous pursuit and slaughter, Uchiha Deguang was the first to reunite with Hitaki Tsukumo. Deguang-kun, Tsukumo-kun, ignoring the chaos of battle and the fleeing mist in the distance. Their hands clasped tightly together. What a thrilling battle it has been. Tsukumo, a veteran of countless conflicts, marveled, Deguang-kun, you truly embody the brilliance of the Uchiha. The sight of Tsukumo's valor in claiming a head inspired admiration within me. Subsequently, the two erupted into laughter in unison, then brandished their blades and rejoined the exhilarating pursuit of battle. Once the dust settled, the battle-worn mobile unit of ninjas collapsed to the ground, allowing the surviving medical ninjas to tend to their wounds. In this conflict, of the newly formed mobile units, 21 combat ninjas, 13 survived. Among the fallen were 2 Uchiha ninjas, 2 Sarutobi ninjas, and 1 severely injured Shimura ninja who succumbed to his injuries. Additionally, 3 upper ninjas from ordinary clans perished, while the remainder were all injured. The auxiliary ninjas suffered even greater losses. Of the 18 auxiliary ninjas, 2 from the sensory team lost their lives. The sealing team was entirely annihilated, the tracking team was completely wiped out, and 1 from the medical team fell in battle. Among the 6 surviving auxiliary ninjas, only 4 sensory ninjas and 2 medical ninjas remained. The casualty rate was staggering, marking a profound loss. Only 62 members of the Uzumaki clan survived, a stark contrast to the numbers during the clan's zenith, representing a grim ratio of 1 survivor for every 20. Yet, the triumph was undeniably resplendent. Based on the corpses abandoned on the battlefield, the Allied forces suffered the most grievous losses, with 553 bodies littering this particular battlefield, many of whom were slain in the aftermath of their collapse, highlighting the efficacy of the pursuit in yielding results, including those killed during the rescue efforts. The casualty count for the Mist ninjas approached 1,000. Furthermore, there were 39 bodies left by the Cloud ninjas, though some may have been retrieved, with an estimated 50 fatalities observed on the battlefield. In contrast, the Rock ninjas, with their blend of simplicity and cunning, left no remains, having retreated entirely intact. The mobile unit and the Uzumaki clan members sat on the ground, quietly accepting aid and bandaging. Had they achieved victory? Indeed. But what of it? Faced with the loss of their comrades, even the most dazzling of achievements could not stir any sense of celebration. Only an overwhelming fatigue remained. The deceased are gone, while the living endure.